In this world, everyone is given a planet to become a planet lord, and I clearly possess a 3S class mechanical planet capable of creating a million mechs, yet I am mocked by my classmates as trash, simply because the materials needed to build a basic territory for the mechanical lord are extremely rare. It's not ancient components, or fusion energy bodies, and all sorts of strange things. The vast blue planet. No one has ever been able to collect them all, but what they don't know is, I also possess the abnormal talent creation engine. This talent not only allows me to simplify the consumption of mech construction, but also enables me to boost the exclusive performance of all mechs under my command by 100%. At this moment, I watched as the originally hair-raising construction materials were simplified to just 10 iron ores. I immediately began to build my first base-type mech war fortress, and then a planet-level super fortress comparable to an entire city appeared before me with a bang. On the towering defense walls reaching into the clouds, one after another, the annihilation cannons have been completed. Looking at all kinds of superstructures that can only be seen in science fiction movies appearing before my eyes, without a doubt, no longer announced anything to me. I'm really going to be invincible. Once the primary territory construction is completed, the Lord can then upgrade the base to unlock brand new buildings, and so I upgraded the base without hesitation. And the next second, 3 brand new mechas appeared on my Lord's control panel. No, 1 is responsible for mining and exploration resources. No, 2 is responsible for patrolling and maintaining security, a combat mecha hunter. No, 3, the most powerful artificial intelligence super brain butler. Seeing this, I decisively chose the super brain butler in order to maximize profits. Meanwhile, above the fortress, it was instantly covered by a network with a clear and developed network of connections. It was as if an additional invisible barrier had tightly enveloped it. The super brain intelligence, the Emperor, and the fortress completed the fusion. Hello, Master. I am your super brain intelligence butler. A super brain intelligence. As the pinnacle of super-dimensional intelligence on the mechanical planet, he already has his own consciousness. After the Master chooses the direction of future development, a development plan with the highest compliance will also be formulated according to the Master's wishes. Thinking about the ridicule from my classmates, I must quickly develop mechas capable of large-scale combat. Let me shine in the Lord's battle tomorrow. So I decisively chose a large-scale battle territory. The next morning, all the awakened junior lords had already gathered at the Qingting Academy, eager to participate in their first Lord's battle in their lives. At this moment, an ostentatiously dressed young man walked up to the school belle Jiang Yunxiao, wanting to invite her. The newcomer was none other than Shang Tianhao, also an S-level lord like Jiang Yunxiao. But after Jiang Yunxiao saw the newcomer clearly, she coldly rejected his invitation, then walked toward me without looking back. The anger hidden in Shang Tianhao's eyes turned into a sneer when he saw me. I thought you wouldn't come to today's graduation ceremony. Why not? I didn't notice anything, I replied calmly. Jiang Yunxiao, who was cold and distant to everyone, showed a girlish attitude when she walked up to me. How about teaming up with me? Jiang Yunxiao paused and said, I'm an S-level lord, and the Ice and Snow Kingdom has developed overnight. I already have a poetry iron with a cannibalistic formation, Jiang Yunxiao said, looking at me with anticipation. But unexpectedly, I refused him and then turned and left, leaving Jiang Yunxiao with a dashing figure. Jiang Yunxiao stomped her foot in anger. In the meantime, Shang Tianhao, who had been eyeing the school belle from the side, took in this scene as well. Watching our ambiguous teasing, the jealousy and ferocity on his face intensified. He glanced down at the bright red key in his hand. This key was secretly given to him by his teacher, with the purpose of designating a person to go to a specific area within the level, develop rapidly and seize the championship. Originally for the S-level Lord talent, Shang Tianhao had a backdoor plan, but now he has a new plan. Time quickly came to 9 o'clock in the morning, and all the junior lords gathered again on the playground. As the organizer, Qingting Academy had already prepared a precious part of the scene card early. This time, the scene is an extremely cold place, which is advantageous for lords with high resistance to ice and the environment. Naturally, they have more advantages in such an environment. This includes Shang Tianhao's S-level Dragon Wing Lord and Jiang Yunxiao's S-level Ice Snow Lord. While Qingting Academy was grand and imposing, Shang Tianhao paid no attention to it at all. His gaze was fixed firmly on me in the crowd. When the surrounding environment began to change abruptly due to the effect of the scene card, the bright red key in Shang Tianhao's hand suddenly turned into a beam of light and fell on me. The next second, my normal figure suddenly seemed to be under tremendous traction and began to be rapidly transmitted in another direction. As soon as I landed, I saw a sparkling scene of ice and snow all around. All of them are ice sculptures. At the moment of my appearance, the monsters sealed in the ice sculptures all broke out of the ice, and there are millions of such ice sculptures throughout the Snow Clan. Outside the frame, Zhu Guangzhu, the principal of the Qingting Academy, frowned and, looking at the big screen, asked directly, who gave the directional key without permission. Although the scene card is said to be random, for the safety of beginners, the random locations are generally risk-free areas detected by the Automatic Detection Department, but the area I am transmitting to is clearly abnormal. As the principal of Qingting Academy, Zhu Guangfu saw the problem sharply at a glance. Yes, it was me. I gave a directional key to Shang Tianhao. Zhu Guangfu waved his hand, interrupting the teacher behind him. Your actions are not a problem. If we can make friends with an S-rank lord because of this matter, our Qingting Academy can also benefit. As for this guy, he is probably mostly useless. After he is eliminated by the snow monsters in a while, he will be expelled immediately to avoid tarnishing the reputation of our Qingting Academy. Zhu Guangfu's tone was calm, as if describing an extremely ordinary matter. Behind him, all the teachers watched coldly, and not a single one of them stepped forward to speak for me. In this scene, under my lens, the snow monsters, breaking the ice seal one by one, filled the entire main city densely. They soon turned into a surge of blood-white color, rushing towards the center, and a blast echoed throughout the Snow Clan's royal city. All the students who witnessed this scene couldn't help but laugh out loud. Died right after teleporting. This could break a record. However, the mocking words came to an abrupt halt halfway through, only to see in the picture, a gigantic machine with a shiny black gloss all over its body, stood proudly in the center of the royal city like a small mountain. And this is the exclusive mech, Black Knight, that the Super Brain Butler scoured the entire planet for and built for me last night, with its eruptive maximum combat power, capable of destroying a small asteroid, hence named the Midstar Object. As I sat in the mech cockpit, driving my brand new mech for the first time, as the control stick was pushed to the top, the engine of the black mech roared loudly, charging the entire body in an instant. My cold voice answered throughout the cockpit. At the graduation ceremony, all junior lords were randomly teleported, but I was teleported to a life-threatening spot. If it weren't for my mech's protection, I would probably have no place to be buried. To say there's no trickery and manipulation in this would be a lie. Do you believe that since the Academy doesn't take the lead in doing things, then don't blame me? Without a doubt, let this graduation ceremony end in the most unexpected way for you. The Black Knight will destroy them. After that, the Black Knight's hand forcefully pressed on the ground of the Snow Clan Royal City, and everything in the video was broadcasted through the transmission. Everyone outside the venue looked at each other in astonishment. Some teachers who knew the truth had a grim expression. After all, this was the Academy's pet. If the reputation of the Academy is damaged, no one can bear this responsibility. The face of Zhu Guangfu, the dean of the Green Vine Academy, had completely darkened. Inside the principal's office, he turned his head and shouted at the dumbfounded teachers behind him. What are you all standing there for? Cut off the live broadcast, evacuate everyone, send out the troops of your own territory, and intervene in the extreme cold region. I don't care about this student called Xingye. Where did this strange mech come from? I want you to solve this matter immediately. After Zhu Guangfu finished speaking, he violently smashed the teacup in his hand on the ground. A mere junior lord, do you really think you can stir up anything? The live feed of the storm has been cut off, only the marriage bond has not been completely cut off. Activate the Destruction Center's Super Energy Detonation Mode, Destruction Countdown 321. As the countdown ends, black lightning roams around the mech, like black thunder serpents. Unfortunately, at this moment, the live broadcast has been cut off, and there is no sound. Center of Destruction. 5 Super Energy Detonation Mode successfully activated. Activate Light Energy Absorption, increasing the duration of the Super Energy Detonation Mode. The mecha's alert sound rings in the ear. At this moment, I feel a state like never before. The mecha's current status has been fully activated, and in this state, it is capable of crushing a planet. Not to mention in an environment like this. Just when I fully activated the Black Knight, in the sky of the entire ice and snow environment, cracks suddenly appeared, along with some black lightning, obviously. This proves that the environment card is at the edge of breaking. In this situation, it means that even a little interference from the outside is very likely, directly causing this environment card to break. Once the environment card is damaged, the space will also dissipate, and likewise, the people inside will be torn apart by the chaotic flow of space. What's going on? Has the school's environment card mutated, or has it been invaded? No, it's not because of the school at all. When we came in together just now, this place was not this bright. After noticing the sky, some people who were already huddled together turned pale. The appearance of such a problem with the environment card means that there are two possibilities. One is that the monsters inside the environment card have already mutated. A type of monster that the environment card currently cannot contain is born. Another situation is that some foreign armies have found the spatial anchor of this environment card and plan to invade here. No matter which situation, it's not a good thing. At the same time, in the principal's office, Zhu Guangfu's expression is as grim as Zhu Duan's, because the current situation has made him feel out of control. And today's scene will make him the subject of ridicule by other academies around, as if it were a topic for dinner conversation. To think that such a situation was caused by a newly awakened junior lord. Zhu Guangfu's expression turned even darker, like a lump of coal. Principal, we cannot enter that environment card. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Guangfu, like an enraged lion, quickly turned his head, his eyes piercing the teacher who had just spoken like sharp swords. Apart from his strength, Zhu Guangfu also had some spicy means as the principal of the academy. And he has some very spicy methods. Remember, apart from those few individuals, we don't need to pay attention to the others. And take care of that kid while you're at it. Once he's dead, we can pin all our problems on him. Do I need to teach you about this kind of thing? Zhu Guangfu was furious. With these words, he directly made all the students in the academy, all students without background and power, mere cannon fodder. He has experienced the feeling of being counterattacked, but he just can't accept that the person who made him lose faces me. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable for him. But if we enter now, it will trigger the environmental tower's lockdown. I thought it was something else at the time. There are a dozen or so stable space cards in the school's treasury, using one won't hurt. But we must not let that guy come out alive. As for his mech, it's only at the level of a junior lord. How much stronger can it be? Zhu Guangfu's contemptuous look in his eyes, without any concealment. The teachers around already have cold sweat on their foreheads. This stable space card is not something easily obtained. This kind of thing is extremely precious. The card maker who can create stable space cards. It's extremely rare. The assistant on the side was about to speak. Zhu Guangfu interrupted first. I know that this type of card has some other uses, and we are given one every year, but so many years have passed, and nothing has happened. And we have so many stable space cards in our inventory, it's not a problem at all. But that kid died, and this matter is also on his head. To prevent any future problems, Zhu Guangfu's eyes were cold. In his eyes, at this moment, I am just a jumping grasshopper. At this moment, I am sitting in the cockpit, looking excited. Only after piloting this mech myself, only then can you understand how powerful this mech really is. And at the feet and sides of the mech, there are already countless monster corpses, piled up like mountains in this area. But apart from the corpses, there are also large craters caused by some kind of artillery. In those craters, there's still a hint of heat. Suddenly, a resonating sound echoes in the sky, stabilizing the entire icy space. Even the cracks in the sky instantly disappear, as if they had never existed. It seems the academy can't hold back anymore and wants to come after me. A cold smile appears on my face. Inside the academy, in the Sanhao conference hall, a group of teachers has already gathered. Everyone else doesn't matter, except for those few. It's just that kid called Xingye, he must die. In front of 7 or 8 teachers stood a middle-aged man with a bald head and a large belly. At this moment, a figure appeared leisurely, with eyes like silk but with a hint of confusion. Her legs, like 2 pieces of white jade, were so captivating that some couldn't look away. She was also a teacher, but had just joined the academy as a teacher. Director Wang, if we are afraid of hurting those students. Director Wang's eyes originally showed impatience. But upon hearing the voice that was somewhat irresistible, and seeing who was asking the question, Director Wang's eyes lit up. He recognized this person, the new teacher, Hong Yong. An intermediate lord of 1 star, although lacking power and resources, she had a decent A-level talent. Despite these things, what he valued more was Hong Yong's good looks. Ha, Hong Yong, you have just joined our academy, there are many things you do not understand. But one thing you should know is that once a person awakens as a lord, they are no longer children. Only by experiencing blood and fire can they understand the cruelty of the Lord world. Of course, we try not to harm them, but if they are too attached to certain things, we can only give them a lesson. Director Wang's eyes revealed a hint of greed. The dean's request was to quickly calm things down in the environment card. The main goal was to keep Hoshino forever silent. And for these teachers, it was rare to enter such an environment card, so they should at least get a performance fee. Besides monsters, there were also many treasures in the environment card. Although the quality of the treasures inside was not very high, it was better to have something than nothing. To put it bluntly, after dealing with Hoshino, they would have to deal with others. Hong Yon's face looked strange. She felt that something was off about Director Wang's words, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Since she had just joined the Ivy Academy, she could only nod silently. So many corpses, it's a pity we can't make good use of them, they can only rot here. Once the space had stabilized, Hoshino didn't bother moving. Although there were many resources and materials in the environment card, there might even be some valuable crafting diagrams. The resources were mainly collected from monsters or from the environment, and were mostly ice-based due to the nature of the environment card. As for the extremely valuable crafting diagrams, most of them were for ice and snow structures, not mechanical buildings. The blueprints for mechanical buildings were mostly found in lost relic environment cards or dwarf ruins. Of course, there must be some high-level mechanical building blueprints in a certain type of environment card, the out-of-control AI environment card. It belonged to the high-tech category, but it contained countless AIs that were extremely hostile to humans. Hoshino had heard rumors about such a card before. In the ugly country, a family had opened such an advanced environment card, but the exact star and level were unclear. It had almost caused chaos in the real world. This direction? It seems that someone has found this place, but if I'm not here, they will probably die if they come here. Our academy is indeed efficient in resolving the space of this environment card. Yes, I remember there was a genius in our academy. Why hasn't anyone mentioned who that genius is? Genius? Who are you talking about? There are quite a few people in our academy who have awakened as S-level Lord Talents. Not S-level Lord Talents, it seems to be SSS level. I'm probably the closest to an SSS level Lord Talent. Put. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter immediately. Only the questioning person had a look of confusion and incomprehension. He remembered correctly that there was indeed a lord with SSS level talent in the academy, and he had witnessed the anomaly at that time. What are you laughing at? Don't you know? That person is called Xingye, and his talent is the mechanical territory talent. Mechanical lords need various strange materials to create their territories. Yes, I read about it in a book, something like the ancient lost core. I've never heard of it. As they spoke, the monsters around them continued to attack. The number of monsters attacking them was not many. They didn't even need to summon their subordinates from their territories to deal with these newly unsealed monsters. However, at this moment, they had been walking for a while without encountering any monsters. Finally, after some time, they seemed to realize that something was amiss. Have you noticed that there are no more monsters around us? As soon as these words were spoken, the previously relaxed team suddenly became cautious. Each of them summoned soldiers from their territories, some were orcs, and some were strange creatures. In an instant, they gathered their summoned soldiers together. There were at least 100 of them. With this group of soldiers protecting them, they felt a sense of security. But before they could catch their breath, one of them raised his hand and pointed not far ahead. Look quickly. Everyone followed his pointing finger and saw a huge mountain towering into the sky in that area. However, as lords, their vision was naturally stronger than that of ordinary people. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was not a mountain at all. How could there be a mountain there? And it's so tall. Could it be that we have entered the territory of a powerful monster? In the environment card, the strength of the monsters varied. There were weak ones, and there were strong ones. However, the stronger ones usually guarded some treasures. No, that mountain is not a mountain at all, it's a mountain of corpses. Suddenly, several people also noticed that near the mountain of corpses, there was a figure only halfway up the mountain. A tall figure with black lightning raging around it. Several lords who had just awakened suddenly felt that the graduation ceremony at Qingting Academy that year was different from previous years. They had barely taken a few steps into the environment card when it began to crumble. It was clearly in an unstable state. If they hadn't killed a few monsters as soon as they entered the environment card space, they might have thought they had entered some ancient lost ruins. Later, the stability of the environment card space was restored. But now, the scene before them left them completely dumbfounded. A huge and towering mountain of monster corpses stood not far ahead. Only in the air, a light breeze passed by, carrying a faint smell of blood that made them feel a bone-chilling coldness. This feeling made them realize that what they were seeing was not a dream. How could there be a mountain of corpses here, and that figure? One person's legs were already a bit unsteady, feeling like his feet were cramping. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, as if he were wearing a thick coat under the sun. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept pouring out. His body trembled, and it felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was hanging from his neck, making it difficult for him to move. Shut up! Do you want to die? Another person immediately whispered harshly. He then withdrew all the soldiers he had summoned from his territory. And he was not the only one. From his action, it seemed as if the others had received a signal. They all withdrew the soldiers they had summoned from their territories, as if afraid of disturbing the giant creature ahead. Fear permeated their hearts. This feeling was different from what they had experienced in textbooks and simulated environments. While the simulated environment provided some good experiences, it lacked the sense of battle. At that moment, they suddenly noticed the creature covered in black lightning standing up. It was not sitting in place anymore. Wait, that doesn't seem to be a monster, that guy is a mech. A mech. This environment card is for ice and snow. How could a mechanical monster like that appear? Could it be that the school's environment card has been invaded? No, this is clearly not an invasion. If it were, the crack in the sky earlier would not have been just a fissure, but a black hole. The group was even more surprised, but they all moved extremely cautiously, afraid of disturbing what lay ahead. At this moment, Hoshino remained calm, having already noticed the group of people. However, since there was no one familiar among them, he chose to ignore them. What intrigued him was whether his method of exploring the environment card space was incorrect. Upon seeing the monster attack, he immediately summoned the mech from his territory. He noticed that the others had also summoned soldiers from their territories but had withdrawn them. What kind of operation was this? Could it be that summoning soldiers from their territories would have some kind of cost? Was this method used to conserve energy? Hoshino suppressed his curiosity. He stood up not because of the group of people, but because he sensed a strong presence and a legion heading towards them. At the front of the legion was a middle-aged man with a proud posture. The soldiers behind him were all dressed in colorful armor, with a horn on their foreheads. The intensity and confidence with which they charged forward clearly indicated that they were not students. Hoshino, I have finally found you. As a junior lord, defying the school's arrangements, I should expel you from the academy. However, it is not easy for you, a mechanical lord, to create such a mech. As long as you surrender now, I will plead with the school to spare you. As the man spoke, the aura emanating from the legion behind him was strong enough to tear through space. But with the stability of the reinforcement card, the spatial stability had increased significantly compared to before. Otherwise, just one soldier from the legion could have shattered the environment card. Seeing the man's arrogant attitude, Hoshino smirked. However, he was inside the cockpit of the Black Warrior mech, so the man couldn't see his expression. Surrender now? Spare me? Hoshino's voice, amplified by the Black Warrior mech speaker, spread out. His tone was full of disdain and skepticism. This remark was not only heard by the middle-aged man but also by the students who had just arrived nearby, similar to Hoshino. Their eyes widened in shock. Wait, that powerful legion, the person at the front is Teacher Lee. I recognize that legion, it's his Rift Star Legion. They have a combined attack technique that can crack a planet. The black mech? Does it have an owner? Is it not controlled by a rogue AI? Hoshino? How is that possible? How could it be him? A mechanical lord who can't even establish a territory. How could he possess such a mech? Teacher Lee's Legion? He actually has a mech from the other side. It's Hoshino. Where did he get this kind of mech from? Hoshino. How is that possible? He's a mechanical lord. How did he gather the materials needed to establish a mechanical lord? This huge mech? He's also a newly awakened lord. How is that possible? This is simply impossible. Teacher Lee is a 3-star intermediate lord. The power evaluation of the Sanctuary Guild is given a silver level evaluation. How dare he speak like this to Teacher Lee? Does Hoshino think that by obtaining such a mech, he can look down on intermediate lords? Doesn't he know about Teacher Lee's power? These people were initially somewhat incredulous when they found out that the mech was controlled by Hoshino. Then they became angry. Finally, they felt a sense of schadenfreude. In their eyes, Hoshino, a low-level lord, even with such a mech in hand, could never defeat Teacher Lee. Lee Rufing's face turned cold. It must be said that after seeing Hoshino's Black Knight with his own eyes, he developed a liking for it. And the thunder serpents roaming all over the mech also attracted him. The Black Knight mech, with its colors of black and red intertwined, emitted a dark light. Most importantly, the black thunder serpents freely roamed on it. Even though this mech had no combat power to speak of, it was still a good collectible. He was willing to spend a lot of star essence to buy it. That's why he made a statement, asking Hoshino to surrender. Of course, as long as Hoshino surrendered and let go of the cockpit of the mech, he would immediately take action against Hoshino and seize the mech. However, Lee Rufing's expression turned less pleasant after hearing Hoshino's words. How dare a low-level lord, a recently awakened low-level lord, be so arrogant in front of me? Do you think I dare not kill you? Are you being too naive? Hoshino, do you know what you're saying? Lee Rufing exuded the pressure of his intermediate lord. This level of suppression could sometimes bully those lords with lower talent grades. If the lord opposite had higher talent than oneself, and also had some other soldiers and territorial bonuses, it could also backfire. At this moment, Li Rufeng had already treated Hoshino as trash. He completely forgot that Hoshino actually had an SSS-level Lord talent. He only knew that Hoshino had obtained such a mech in some way. After all, in the eyes of most people, a mechanical lord was no different from trash. Feeling the pressure of an intermediate lord, triggering the power of the Black Knight's soul, Shadowbreaker activated. Energy consumption plus 20% mech pressure plus 600% absolute will plus 100% Lord's aura pressure enhancement amplitude plus 1000%, detected the pressure of the opponent's intermediate lord. Opponent's talent level A, SSS level unique talent obtained countermeasure. In a brief moment, almost as soon as Hoshino felt an inexplicable pressure, a powerful aura pressure was released from within him. This pressure, originally like a bucket of water, was instantly turned into a river under the blessing of his SSS level talent, and then further strengthened by the Black Knight, it turned into a vast ocean in an instant. Bang! Crackling! The surrounding space shattered like pieces of glass, breaking as if it had pierced a dimension. In the school, still in the principal's office, Zhu Guangfu's face was calm, but his brows were furrowed. At this moment, he wished he could rush into that space block by the environment card and personally crush Hoshino to death. After all, since Zhu Guangfu became the principal of the Green Vine Academy, he had never been defeated by a student there. And this student was just a low-level lord, a mechanical lord. Moreover, the other party had no power at all. The other party's parents are also missing. Just now, Zhu Guangfu had someone thoroughly investigate the entire family of Xingye. The more clear it became, the more upset Zhu Guangfu felt. If the other party had some power, some talent, Zhu Guangfu could have tolerated it. But Xingye's various conditions, combined with the taunt he made when he just entered the environment card, really angered him. You're just a low-level lord, aren't you most proud of your mecha? How could a low-level lord's mecha be stronger than a mid-level lord's legion? Zhu Guangfu muttered to himself. Although his expression was still unpleasant, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. In his view, Xingye was completely powerless. The 2 or 3 directors still in the dean's office dared not make a sound. They knew that Zhu Guangfu was in a rage. If they spoke at this moment, in a straightforward manner, they would be asking for trouble. The office doors suddenly burst open. Zhu Guangfu's face grew even darker, and the directors were even more surprised. What's wrong? Don't you know you should knock before entering? The newcomer was a female teacher, her actions somewhat anxious. There was a hint of panic in her expression, and also some disbelief. However, upon seeing Zhu Guangfu's darkening face, all traces of her previous emotions vanished, replaced by fear. Principal, speak up, what's happened? If you accidentally hurt that noble's son, make sure to provide some resources to comfort him. As long as there's a benefit, those people are usually easy to handle. Zhu Guangfu's tone was not heavy, but there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Clearly, he was already upset. Now, with someone suddenly barging in, he refrained from getting angry on the spot because he didn't know the full situation yet. The noble he referred to naturally included Shang Tianhao and Zhang Yunxiao, people with family influence. No, principal, those people weren't injured. We've been monitoring them all along, and it was the pressure from Xingye's lord that caused the current environment card to crack. What? Impossible. He's just a low-level lord. How could he make the environment card crack? This environment card is still a 6-star low-level card. Before Zhu Guangfu could speak, the directors were already unable to contain themselves. After all, the words spoken by the female teacher upon entering were too unbelievable and absurd. It was as if a 10-year-old child did 10 backflips with one hand and sat on a tiger. Can novels even write such things? Who is Xingye? He's a low-level lord who just awakened not long ago. Most importantly, he's a mechanical lord. Those who understand the conditions for establishing a mechanical lord's territory know. At this stage, to say that his lord's pressure directly caused my 6-star low-level environment card to crack? Are you sure it's him, not the sudden entry of all those teachers into the environment card that momentarily destabilized it? When a mid-level lord enters a low-level environment card, it's like a heavyweight smashing onto a raft. The raft is easily overturned, so those mid-level lords need to carefully control their strength. No, principal, the cracks have already started spreading. It's really him. At this rate, in just half an hour, the environment card will completely collapse. The female teacher looked extremely anxious. Zhu Guangfu remained unmoved. There's a saying, don't cry until you see the coffin. Although it might be inappropriate, the meaning is similar. Don't joke around. It seems that there is indeed a situation inside, but you just don't dare to tell me. Since that's the case, I'll personally go to the monitoring room to take a look. Just a low-level lord. How can he overturn the heavens? Ants also want to shake the giant tree. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xu Guangfu became more and more angry as he spoke. After speaking, his figure disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, the few people present naturally understood that Xu Guangfu had gone directly to the monitoring room. As soon as Xu Guangfu left, the several directors who were originally in the dean's office glanced at each other and immediately followed suit. In the monitoring room, a huge platform stood in the middle. A blank card kept rotating in the center. There were various instruments around, responsible for maintaining stability. On 20 operation desks, there was an operator sitting at each one. At this moment, these people didn't even dare to lift their heads. They were maintaining the stability of the internal space of the environment card. Sweat beads also appeared on their faces. When Xu Guangfu entered the monitoring room, he was stunned, because he did see cracks on the environment card in the platform. How could this happen? With an A-level stable card, it would be crushed by the pressure of a low-level lord? How is this possible? Naturally, there was a projection of the internal space of the environment card in the monitoring room. One of the projections was about Xingye. Seeing Xingye's mecha, the anger in Xu Guangfu's eyes was like a burning firewood, and this firewood was even doused with gasoline. Crack! Crack! Xu Guangfu clenched his fist, his bones cracking. Then, several directors also arrived in the monitoring room. Seeing the current situation, they all opened their mouths in shock, unable to close them, because the scene in front of them was like a fantasy. In the internal space of the environment card, Jiang Yunxiao looked at the monster corpses on the ground with a responsible expression. She was worried about Xingye at this moment. Why don't you listen to me? If we were together, I would help you figure it out. Jiang Yunxiao looked helpless and somewhat puzzled. And beside her, there was also a woman, but she was shorter than Jiang Yunxiao, with a petite figure. Under her seat was a giant tiger that was 5 to 6 meters tall when lying down. Sister, don't daydream. That person had great talent before, and he was the top talent in the Qingting Academy. Even without you, he could. Jiang Yunxiao's face immediately darkened. Even a few veins popped on her forehead. Tiger Tianhe. Shut up. Hu Tianhe shook her head, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner. But soon, her expression turned serious. The giant tiger under her immediately stood up. Jiang Yunxiao had not noticed anything unusual yet. Hey, if I were like you, with a family inheritance of a subsidiary territory, then he could. Alright, sister, stop daydreaming. The two idiots are looking for you again. It seems that the academy has tampered with this environment card to some extent. Hearing the term two idiots from Hu Tianhe's mouth, Jiang Yunxiao's face also darkened. In Hu Tianhe's mouth, only one person had such a title. Jiang Yunxiao turned her head and quickly spotted a young man wearing extremely strange clothes, like a bumpkin from 100 years ago on the street. Hey, we really have a connection, Yunxiao. The person was none other than Shang Tianhao. At this moment, he was beaming with joy. In his view, the reason why Jiang Yunxiao liked Xingye was definitely because she had not yet discovered his own talent. Thinking that he had already used the key card to teleport Xingye to the most dangerous place in this space, Xingye should have become a pile of meat in the monster's belly by now. He took down Jiang Yunxiao was just a matter of time. Yunxiao. Don't call me Yunxiao, we're not that close. Shang Tianhao's face turned slightly blue. Wherever Shang Tianhao went, there were always people who would give him face to some extent. But it was only with Jiang Yunxiao that he repeatedly suffered setbacks. Seeing Jiang Yunxiao like this, Shang Tianhao immediately lost his composure. Yunxiao, no matter what you say, I have to tell you some news, Hoshino. Just at that moment, an extremely arrogant and overwhelmingly vast aura swept through the entire space. Shang Tianhao was frozen by this aura. Only Jiang Yunxiao felt a gentle breeze on her face. Both she and the giant tiger she was sitting on had their fur standing on end. The giant tiger was scared and crouched on the ground. What's wrong with you guys? Jiang Yunxiao originally thought Shang Tianhao was up to something. Soon she also noticed that the giant tiger seemed off. It seems that there are mutated monsters in this space, and the intensity is not low. Yunxiao, let's go. The elders in the academy should intervene at this level of pressure. It seems that the monsters mutated in this space card environment are quite strong. As long as there are some bones, the tigers in my territory will all benefit greatly. The giant tiger immediately summoned a fruit from its territory with an unknown effect and stuffed it into the giant tiger's mouth. Yunxiao also immediately sat on the giant tiger. The two women and the tiger disappeared on the spot. Shang Tianhao stood dumbfounded in place, feeling dazed. When he came to his senses, he found that Jiang Yunxiao and the giant tiger were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? What just happened? Shang Tianhao looked in the direction where the pressure came from. He saw a black thunder dragon roaming in the sky. Just seeing this momentum, Shang Tianhao swallowed hard. In fact, this graduation ceremony is mainly for the students to propose the effectiveness of the environment card for free. With the strength of the Shang family, there was no need to take any risks. Naturally, the safest route was chosen. Shang Tianhao turned and walked in the opposite direction with a calm demeanor. This is not called cowardice, this is called following one's heart. As he turned around, a dried tiger skin hung on his back, with 2 words faintly written on it, "Fool. It's just such power, do you want me to surrender now? Why can't even my aura withstand it?" The black thunder snake on Hoshino's mech had turned into a thunder dragon. This thunder dragon was almost everywhere in the sky. Such power could only last for 3 hours. After these 3 hours, the energy on the mech would be depleted. Mainly, Hoshino had not fought with other lords yet, so he didn't know how strong he was. Inside the environment card, Frozen Land, Li Ruffing at this moment was like a ship swaying in a hurricane. It seemed like it would be swallowed by huge waves the next moment, or by the invisible cold wind, falling beneath the sea surface. This feeling made Li Ruffing remember the time when he had just awakened as a lord. He had encountered an extremely powerful monster back then. The feeling of fear made a deep impression on him. Now, he was experiencing this feeling again, and he could feel it from a newly awakened lord. What's going on? How could your lord's aura be so powerful? Li Ruffing suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Although Hoshino was considered a useless mechanical lord, his SSS-level lord talent was undeniable. Even if Hoshino was a low-level lord, with such a high-level talent, it was not surprising that he could counteract his aura. Li Ruffing was a bit puzzled by the overwhelming pressure of this level. His gaze swept across the sky, and the black cracks reappeared. This unstable state of the environment card was concerning. Hoshino had no intention of continuing to waste time with Li Ruffing. The enhancement brought by his mecha's current state was significant, but there were also some issues with energy consumption. It couldn't last too long. At most 3 hours. In other words, within 3 hours, he not only had to deal with Li Ruffing but also had to resolve the situation of the graduation ceremony. With a crack, the Black Knight mecha, following Hoshino's thoughts, absorbed all the thunder dragons on his body and in the sky into the mecha. A giant sword constructed of black lightning appeared in his outstretched mechanical arm. Nearby, a few students who had just come over to see how Hoshino was being dealt with were wide-eyed in shock. They had just graduated and become lords. Some of them only had a few small cats in their territories. But just after graduating, to have a giant mecha that could move freely and thunder dragons roaming the sky, the imposing presence was overwhelming. The pressure emitted by a low-level lord directly suppressed a mid-level lord? Are we in some kind of illusion? One person asked in confusion. The current situation was hard for him to understand. They were all just students who had recently graduated. Initially, they were definitely not that strong. At most, they would have a few dozen soldiers, and if they were of higher rank, they might have stronger skills. But Hoshino's mecha completely dumbfounded them. They were amazed. Even if it was just a heavy machine, it would be extremely slow. That would make sense. But they still felt surprised. Hoshino's mecha was obviously not an ordinary creation. The thunder dragons freely roaming around him clearly proved that this mecha was extraordinary. Wait, he's going to attack Teacher Li. Not good. Hurry, let's go. How dare he, how? Why wouldn't he dare? Look closely at his mecha. If it were you, you probably wouldn't even care about the dean. Why are we still standing here talking? Hurry up and leave. These people seemed calm as they spoke, but the speed at which they summoned soldiers from their territories was not slow. Immediately, they had a dozen soldiers carry them away from the area. Even so, they couldn't help but look back. For them, such a scene might not be seen for the next 3 or 4 years. Promoting from a low-level lord to a mid-level lord required a significant amount of resources. And during the promotion, there was also a territory test. If the strength was insufficient, forcibly promoting and failing the territory test would result in the core of the territory being destroyed. From then on, they would permanently lose the qualification for promotion. He's really going to attack. With that thunder sword. If he strikes, this environment card will definitely shatter. The few people were being carried by soldiers from their respective territories, quickly leaving. Their eyes were fixed on the Black Knight mecha, especially when they saw the long sword constructed of black lightning on the palm of the Black Knight mecha. The power was terrifying. The electric current emanating from the sword seemed to paralyze the void. However, at this moment, Li Ruffing was the most panicked. Wait, you can't do this. I am a teacher at Xingting Academy. How can you, as a student, attack a teacher? Do you not want to graduate? Li Ruffing was shocked and pale. He may not believe in Hoshino's power, nor in Hoshino's talent. However, he cannot deceive himself about the instinctive fear of death in his heart. When Hoshino's Black Warrior mech gathered a Black Thunderblade, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Hoshino still didn't say a word. The eye module of the Black Warrior mech glowed with a rainbow light. At that moment, Li Ruffing understood that Hoshino not only intended to take action but also planned to eliminate him with a single blow. Dark Corner Legion. Use Shadow Fury, attack now. In desperation, Li Ruffing immediately ordered his Summon Legion to charge forward. Originally, he had planned to summon some new recruits from his territory, but when he noticed Hoshino's mech up close, he changed his mind. Truth be told, he really wanted a mech like that, so he directly called out his Elite Legion. Fortunately, he called out his Elite Legion at that moment, otherwise he might not have had a chance to catch his breath and would have been eliminated by Hoshino. Along with Li Ruffing's words, a violent dark attribute energy suddenly condensed from the Shadow Legion behind him. Crackling! Crackling! Before the two sides even collided, numerous cracks appeared in the surrounding space. This environment card was originally a low-level one. Although environment cards are precious, it still couldn't change the fact that this environment card was low-level. Just like a luxurious bicycle that can only accommodate 10 people besides Asen, who can make it seat 10 people. In the Qingting Academy, in the monitoring room of the environment card, Zhu Guangfu's face turned black and purple. Click! The environment card was already on the verge of shattering. Bring another stable card. Zhu Guangfu's voice was clear and audible, and everyone in the monitoring room was alert. They were not ordinary people who had not awakened. Their physical qualities were extremely high, even in such a room. His words were not concealed in any way, so every word could be clearly heard by everyone. Among them, 3 or 4 directors turned even paler. The stable card was much more precious than the environment card. Principal, are you sure you want another one? The image on Hoshino's side is no longer detectable. Judging from the image before the screen disappeared, it should be Teacher Li's Abyss Legion. It seems that Teacher Li's energy was too violent, so. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu was furious, but his following words were still reasonable. If this environment card shatters, the price we have to pay will be even greater. There is the immediate problem and the potential hidden problems in the future. The most important thing now is to stabilize this environment card first. As long as that kid dies, we can blame many things on him. If the environment card shatters, the reputation of our Qingting Academy will be completely ruined. Those noble children will definitely want to gain something from us. As Zhu Guangfu spoke these words, the muscles on his face were almost tightly stretched together. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Anyone could feel the immense anger in his heart at this moment. The principal is right. Let's use another stable card. Zhu Guangfu's anger in his eyes intensified. Also, pass on a message for me. Tell that kid that if he surrenders now, I can overlook the past. But if he is too arrogant, you can cripple him. Then, carefully ask him where he got that mech from. Zhu Guangfu was also a discerning person. Naturally, he could see that Hoshino's mech was extraordinary. Coupled with the previous images of the Raging Thunder Dragon, this kind of momentum could rival that of a mid-level lord, a hero-level unit in the territory. Impossible, you're just a low-level lord. How could your mech possibly damage my Abyss Legion? Intermediate 4-star Legion Healing card activated. Intermediate 4-star Strength Enhancement card activated. Intermediate 1-star Speed Enhancement card. Intermediate 1-star Resistance Enhancement card activated. Li Ruffing found his Abyss Legion decimated by Hoshino's Black Warrior mech with a single sword strike. To build an Elite Legion requires significant resources and a bit of luck. It can be said that an Elite Legion within a territory is the backbone of that territory. No room for any accidents. At this moment, Li Ruffing witnessed his carefully crafted Abyss Legion in such a state, feeling disbelief. But actions speak louder than words. With no choice, he had to give it his all. While using these Legion war cards, he immediately continued summoning members of his Abyss Legion from his territory. However, these soldiers were newly promoted and their combat power was no match for the veteran soldiers. Attack! Aim for all the joints of this mech. Mechanical creations generally have weak points at their joints. The defense strength of mechanical creations is higher than that of most biological soldiers. However, if they are injured, they can only be repaired. This repair process on the battlefield is slow unless expensive nanomachine repair cards are used. These cards are considered rare resources among rare resources and require card makers to produce them. The effect is rapid repair of mechanical creations. The materials required to make these cards are mechanical materials, and they can only be sold to mechanical lords. Mechanical lords with exceptional talents are rare individuals who can successfully establish territories. For card makers, the lack of customers makes it unnecessary to develop and produce the product. Black Thunder Energy Sword consumes energy plus 300% current mech energy, 93% mech damage level, 1%. Despite the various Abyss Legion forces being empowered by war cards, they still couldn't inflict any damage on the Black Warrior mech. Inside the mech's cockpit, Hoshino also felt displeased. With each strike, cutting through the Abyss Legion soldiers was as easy as cutting tofu with a kitchen knife. Each swing consumed a considerable amount of energy. If he swung a dozen more times, the mech's energy would likely run out. And this was just the first opponent. Hoshino was unsure of how many more opponents there were in the entire Ivy Academy. At least 30 or more. It seems I need to reserve some energy, just in case. Hoshino swung his sword once again. This strike was even more powerful, causing a large number of Abyss Legion members surrounding the mech to perish. At the same time, many students and some teachers rushed to the scene. Within the entire environmental card, regardless of where they were, everyone could see the havoc caused by the Thunder Dragon before. Moreover, there were now over a dozen huge spatial rifts, appearing mostly near the Black Warrior's Black Thunder Energy Sword. Seeing that his Abyss Legion seemed to have no effect, still being cut down by Hoshino at will, Lee Ruffing made a decision. He raised his hand and directly recalled all the Abyss Legion soldiers. The situation was clear now. Unless he played some trump cards, he wouldn't stand a chance against Hoshino. What worried him was that even if he played all his cards, he still didn't have 100% certainty of defeating Hoshino's Black Warrior. Hoshino planned to strike again, decisively eliminating this opponent. By using the remaining energy, he put the environmental card on the brink of irreparable rupture. When the time comes, everyone will actively leave the environment card in order to survive. At the same time, he can also transfer all the resources of this environment card to his own territory. These ice attribute materials are of no use to his faction, but he can still sell them to earn some stardust and then buy some materials. Seeing that all the surrounding Abyss Legions have disappeared, Hoshino was not curious. The other party just looked at him, killing in all directions in this legion. That's a bit strange. What? Aren't you going to surrender to me? Hoshino's voice echoed in this quiet snowy field. In the snow, it seemed that only the chilling wind and the constantly shattering cracks remained. And in this situation, there are still many people rushing here. For no other reason, just to take a look. After all, this is an environment card prepared by the school, and most students can't imagine any danger inside. Don't argue with me, you are of no use to me. In the end, you are just relying on this mech obtained by luck. You can stop me, but can you stop others? There is not only me, but also other teachers in this environment card. Here, Lee Ruffing suddenly regained his confidence. Not afraid at all. Even if you are a genius, so what? You haven't grown up yet. As long as you haven't grown up, there is nothing to worry about. On the path to becoming a strong person, many geniuses have died. Lee Ruffing stood up straight. There was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Just now, when Hoshino controlled the Black Warrior mech to cut his Abyss Legion into remnants with two swords, it was indeed a scene that he couldn't accept for a while. Then Lee Ruffing thought that if he were to retrain the Abyss Legion, it would take at least another year. In other words, during this year, he would be in a relatively weak period. Suddenly, Lee Ruffing's face gradually turned cold. This scene was seen by Hoshino. Why is your expression so rich? Hoshino provocatively said, not only to provoke the other party, but more importantly, Hoshino intended to use the remaining energy to push this environment card to the brink of collapse. In fact, according to the original process, this environment card should have a 3-day time limit. Students can choose to leave with anything they find inside. As a starting resource just awakened after graduating from school, Hoshino's approach is somewhat like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. But it had to be done this way. If they waited, who knows who else would come into this environment card. That would be troublesome. Shut up. Lee Ruffing's face suddenly couldn't hide his anger, realizing that the situation in front of him was caused by the other party, and still mocking him. This completely angered Lee Ruffing, who was still somewhat calm. The Black Thunder Energy Sword dissipated into electric currents. At the moment when the Black Thunder Energy Sword dissipated, an extremely dangerous aura emanated from the mech. The right arm of the Black Warrior suddenly made a mechanical transformation sound. A long black mechanical cannon replaced the original position of the right arm. Electric sparks flashed on it again. Purgatory energy. Just as Hoshino was about to fire a shot towards those spatial cracks, those cracks suddenly disappeared. Another stable card? How can there be so many of these cards in the academy? Hoshino was somewhat surprised. An environment stabilization card costs at least 80 million stardust and above. And once this kind of card appears in an auction, it will definitely set off the entire venue. This kind of card seems to be used only to stabilize the environment card on the surface. However, the resources inside an environmental card, until fully explored, no one knows exactly how many resources are inside, how precious they are. In the lower level environmental cards, occasionally one or two intermediate resources are found, or some manufacturing blueprints. Such situations are not uncommon. With the help of a stable card, advanced lords can enter the lower level environmental cards, plundering all the resources inside. In other words, every time you enter the interior space of an environmental card, it's like picking herbs on a mountain. You have no idea how much you will gain. But with the help of a stable card, you can find some external support, directly take away the mountain, and not miss a single herb. It's like having a good chance to make some profit. Another is a direct 100% profit. This is still a rough estimate. So be it, I will subdue you here, otherwise, I'm afraid things won't end well after I leave. There was no curiosity in Hoshino's eyes. The academy took out a stable card, used it, and then it was nothing but more teachers descending into this space. Swish, swish, swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of breaking through the air came. Most of the Ivy Academy teachers, along with some students, had already arrived. In the distance, there were still many students rushing towards this place. However, their speed was obviously slower. What's happening here? Is that a mech? How can such a large mech appear in the space of this environmental card? Even in some AI-controlled environmental cards, such mechs have never been seen. This mech is really cool. Why are there so many monster corpses on the ground, piled up like a mountain? That seems to be Teacher Lee. His expression doesn't look good. What's happening here? How can the academy teachers come into the environmental card? Are they trying to steal our resources? How is that possible? They should be coming in to see if there are any monster mutations in this environmental card space. I think we're being invaded. Look at this mech. I speculate that a rogue AI is controlling this mech. With the arrival of such a large group of people, the whole scene suddenly became as noisy as a market, with extremely loud voices. Most people immediately noticed Hoshino's Black Knight mech. Its huge stature, and the black and red color scheme intersecting. Just this appearance alone attracted many people. The corpses on the ground seem to be from the Shadow Unicorn Broken Star clan. This race has obvious dark attribute powers. These soldiers of the race should belong to the Dark Abyss series of environmental cards. It should be Teacher Lee's Dark Abyss Legion. It should be because of this mech. Although many teachers were also attracted by the Black Knight mech, they did not show it directly. They came into this environmental card space naturally to kill Hoshino. Seeing so many people present, Lee Rufing's confidence suddenly grew. Hoshino, aren't you going to attack? Stop resisting. I won't mind that you killed so many of my Dark Abyss soldiers. As long as you hand over this mech that doesn't belong to you, I can overlook it. As Lee Rufing spoke loudly, everyone around, whether the teachers from the academy or the students who had just arrived, widened their eyes. The academy teachers knew very well that the mech belonged to Hoshino, although they didn't know how Hoshino got it. But Lee Rufing's shamelessness and his righteous words caught them off guard. Goodness, you with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are you so cunning? Hong Yong also just arrived. His face looked strange. Shouldn't that mech belong to Hoshino? Why does it sound like it's become his? The voice of Hong Yong is lower. At this moment, everyone's gaze is on the Black Warrior mech, as well as on Lee Rufing. Wait, Teacher Lee just said, the one controlling this machine is actually Hoshino. It's him. Can it be fake? He's just a mechanical lord, not someone with a powerful family background. How could he establish a territory? We should not have misheard. So according to Teacher Lee's words, is there a possibility that Hoshino actually took Teacher Lee's mech? How did he get it? This kind of mech must be kept in a secure place. And Teacher Lee is a mid-level lord. How could Hoshino, a low-level lord, get this mech from Teacher Lee? I know, he must have stolen the school's mech. Many students each had their own opinions. They all had their reasons. They would never have thought that this mech belonged to Hoshino. It is almost a universally recognized fact that a mechanical lord finds it difficult to establish a territory. No one would have thought that Hoshino not only had already established a territory, but that this mech was created by Hoshino using all the resources of his low-level lord territory. Yizha was naturally too lazy to argue with these students. However, one person stood up directly. Stop talking nonsense. Hoshino is a genius of Qingting Academy. He would never do such a thing. Just hearing a few words, you dare to make such judgments. If anyone disagrees, come and argue with me. As soon as Jiang Yunxiao arrived, she heard so many people defaming Hoshino. Her anger surged up instantly. If it weren't for the nearby Hu Tianhe pressing hard on Jiang Yun's shoulder, now Jiang Yunxiao, afraid that she would charge directly without even summoning the soldiers from her territory, she would directly confront the others. When others saw that it was Zhang Yunxiao speaking, they all fell silent. Except for some who, like Zhang Yunxiao, had family influence. They remained silent from start to finish. Rather than offending Zhang Yunxiao by cursing Hoshino, offending the Zhang family, they carefully considered how Hoshino had obtained this mech. These two things were more important to them. Seeing Zhang Yunxiao in this state, Hoshino couldn't help but smile. This girl had shown interest in him a long time ago. Perhaps it was after a chance encounter when he helped her. Zhang Yunxiao became curious about him. At that time, he was busy accumulating his own strength. Because he only had one younger sister. So he worked extremely hard, combined with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes. Becoming a genius of Qingting Academy was truly achieved through his own efforts. Clap. In the cockpit of the Black Warrior, Hoshino suddenly felt like he had been shocked. But he didn't suffer any harm at all. He just felt a little numb. It should be because I just gave up releasing the energy cannon directly. The accumulated energy dispersed inside the mech and conducted to my location. Hoshino couldn't understand. He could only attribute it to this result. However, outside, Zhang Yunxiao, who was planning to fight alone against 3,000, suddenly turned her head to look at the Black Warrior mech. Just now, she suddenly felt a kind of hostility and a little anger for no reason. That feeling quickly disappeared, making her think it was just an illusion. However, once awakened as a lord, every time she summoned soldiers or other creatures from her territory, she would train her mental and perceptual abilities. It can be said that the physical strength of each lord varies, but their perceptual abilities are all strong. Li Ruffing, how can you treat this child like this? Suddenly, at this moment, a compassionate middle-aged man's voice rang out. Many teachers and students? Li Ruffing? Hoshino? The entire audience's gaze was no longer on Li Ruffing and Hoshino. Everyone's gaze followed the direction of the person who had just spoken. A middle-aged man with an exceptionally smart hairstyle, and a belly so strong it seemed to be carrying a stubborn rock in front of his chest. This man was none other than Director Wang, who had previously set out to explain details to many teachers. Director Wang appeared calm, but a hint of greed flashed in his eyes, catching the attention of Hoshino. Humph, I thought the sun was rising from the west. As everyone's gaze turned towards him, even the head of the Black Warrior's mecha turned towards him, proving that Hoshino was also watching him. Hoshino, stop here. As long as you hand over my mecha, I can overlook the past. Hearing this, Hoshino laughed from inside the cockpit of the Black Warrior's mecha. Li Ruffing's face darkened. Indeed, Director Wang was worthy of his reputation. Li Ruffing felt a twinge in his liver. He had just destroyed nearly half of the Dark Abyss Legion on Hoshino. Now his strength might only be equivalent to that of a low-level lord with exceptional talents. My mecha? Haha, that's interesting. Clearly, you all watched me arrive here, and resisting is my fault? Should I just die here as you wish? I have never done anything to betray the academy at Qingting Academy. Is this treatment because I have this mecha? After saying this, Hoshino paused slightly. Or is it because of your arrogance? After Hoshino's words fell, Director Wang's face could no longer hide his tension. On one hand, he really didn't know the name of this mecha. On the other hand, this mecha originally belonged to Hoshino, but seeing this handsome and powerful mecha, he couldn't help but feel a bit greedy. Then someone shouted loudly, impossible. Hoshino, it can't be yours, how could such a powerful mecha belong to you? Hoshino turned to look and was momentarily stunned. On the person's back hung something emitting a faint golden light, shining in the sky. 2 large characters were clearly visible. Idiot. At this moment, in the frozen environment, the focus was no longer on Hoshino's Black Warrior mecha, Li Ruffing, or the verbose Director Wang. It was on Shang Tianhao. He had a tiger skin draped over his back, with 2 characters engraved on it, shining in the sky. Everyone's gaze was somewhat dazed at this moment. Ha ha ha, Tianhao laughed like a fool, shaking uncontrollably. He jumped onto the giant tiger he had summoned, his petite figure swaying in the air. This blood-pumping scene didn't attract many people. Zhang Yunxiao, seeing Shang Tianhao in this posture, had a strange expression on her face. She immediately moved back. At this moment, she didn't want to have such a pursuer. It was no longer a matter of losing face, but a matter of social death. Seeing Tianhao laughing and almost falling off the tiger he was sitting on, Zhang Yunxiao immediately realized that the tiger skin on Shang Tianhao's back was stuck by Tianhe. Although she didn't know when Tianhe had attached it, they had met before, and there was indeed an opportunity during that time. Plus, the material stuck behind Shang Tianhao was a tiger skin. In Zhang Yunxiao's eyes, apart from her mischievous friend, she couldn't think of anyone else who would do this. Shang Tianhao saw all eyes on him. At that moment, he felt a sense of confidence within himself. Hoshino, this mecha cannot possibly be yours. If I'm not mistaken, this mecha should belong to the academy. Haven't you realized that you are affecting our graduation ceremony? However you obtain this mecha, it's best to hand it over quickly. Otherwise, you will be tarnishing the reputation of all the students. At this moment, Shang Tianhao felt that he was speaking perfectly. He even adopted the tone of his cousin within the family. Whenever his cousin spoke, the attitude and aura he exuded made him envious. Now, in this moment where everyone was watching, he did not embarrass his family. Thinking about this, Shang Tianhao discreetly glanced around. Yes, he probably didn't embarrass himself, perhaps his words had stunned them. Where is Jiang Yunxiao? I just saw her a moment ago, why is she gone as soon as I finished speaking? Indeed, someone like me should not be blocked by Hoshino, this useless lord. I should shine as I should. At this moment, she might be regretting it. Shang Tianhao suddenly raised his head confidently. Hoshino had a few black lines on his forehead at this moment. He didn't really regard Shang Tianhao highly. In his eyes, the other party seemed like a child who had not yet experienced the harsh realities of society. But the sacred word on Shang Tianhao's back at this moment did make Hoshino somewhat impressed. Who are you? Have we met before? As soon as Hoshino said this, Shang Tianhao, who was standing tall and proud in the sky, felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face. Now that he had attracted so many people's attention and said such a sentence, the people around were astonished and couldn't react for a moment. And you actually ask me if we've met before? Hoshino, you're very good. Shang Tianhao's face turned bright red in an instant, like a monkey's butt. At this moment, Director Wang lost interest in watching the show. You go down, it wouldn't be good if you get involved later. Director Wang's face was cold, and his words were as icy as needles, piercing deeply into Shang Tianhao. In an instant, Shang Tianhao shuddered. After meeting Director Wang's gaze, Shang Tianhao fell silent. Shang Tianhao was really amazing. After becoming a lord, he actually engraved these two words on his back. Yes, these two words, there are few people in the entire academy, no, in the whole world, who dare to engrave them. Those two words don't seem to be engraved. It should be some kind of lord's treasure. Do you want such a lord's treasure? Unless it brings significant attribute bonuses, otherwise it's better to forget it. As Shang Tianhao was about to go down, some people's voices directly entered his ears. His face looked strange, with a slight frown. However, to maintain his demeanor, he calmly landed on the ground and quickly scanned the surroundings with his eyes, naturally looking for Jiang Yunxiao. Yes, he still didn't see Jiang Yunxiao. As soon as he landed, he looked at his few lackeys. What's going on? Shang Tianhao also noticed that the way people were looking at him was a bit strange. His lackeys glanced at each other. Seeing this scene, Shang Tianhao's face suddenly became unnatural. He had just put on a big show, so why was he acting so awkward now? Ahem, I, Shang Tianhao, have always been upright. If there's something, why can't you just say it directly? Shangji, have you noticed that there's a piece of tiger skin stuck on your back? Shang Tianhao frowned, and suddenly, a sense of foreboding emerged in his mind. But he immediately regained his composure. Who was he, Shang Tianhao? In front of so many junior lords and over 20 intermediate lords, he showed no fear. So what if there was a piece of tiger skin on his back? Could it be that there are words written on it? Shang Tianhao thought to himself and casually tore off the tiger skin. At a glance, he saw the two characters in the tiger skin. His expression changed from calm to puzzled, then to confusion, and finally to bewilderment. In the end, his eyes slowly lost their light. Thump! Shang Tianhao fell directly to the ground. Two clear tears slid through the air. Shanggu! 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 Several lackeys noticed that Shang Tianhao had fallen and immediately pounced on him. However, at this moment, not many people were paying attention to them anymore. Xingye also ignored them. It seems that the teachers are going to take action against me? 20 intermediate lords besieging a student, truly remarkable. Director Wang's face turned blue. The faces of the others were not good either. But at this moment, if they wanted to capture Xingye, this was the only way. To directly coax this mech from Xingye's hands. It was just an attempt without much expectation. Director Wang frowned. He could understand from Xingye's words that Xingye was not as easily fooled as other students. And before awakening, Xingye was a genius in the academy. As an ordinary person, without the blessing of a Lord's panel, he achieved high scores in Lord simulation battles and other subjects. Unfortunately, before awakening, the teachers in their academy did not pay much attention. Because after awakening as a lord, that would be the real beginning. You have come this far, which is already remarkable. I will give you a chance to surrender now. As long as you hand over this mech, you will not be held accountable. Don't think that relying on this mech can change anything. With so many second-level lords, you cannot resist. Give up. Director Wang had already passed a death sentence on Xingye in his mind. If we are going to fight, let's not waste time with so much nonsense. I don't want to be a pawn on anyone's chessboard. Xingye's tone was cold. Since they had already torn off the facade, there was nothing more to say. Director Wang immediately summoned the soldiers from his territory. The soldiers in his territory were all black snakes. These snakes were huge in size, but just a few hundred of them had already occupied a large area. Not only did they crush the monster corpses previously piled up around Xingye, but they also completely surrounded the area. Several giant snakes flew in the sky. If not for the lack of dragon horns, everyone would have thought that the soldiers summoned by Director Wang were of the dragon race. Unfortunately, snakes were still snakes, not the sacred dragon race. More than 20 teachers making a move together? You are overestimating yourself. I'll say it one last time, if you don't hand over this mech, I will smash both the mech and you. For Director Wang, he did not want any issues with this mech. With his status in this school, there should be no problem with him ultimately obtaining this mech. This mech could not only be used but its grade, although unknown, was already impressive. Even if it was just kept as a collectible, it was still valuable. Thinking about the possibility of this mech being destroyed, Director Wang's face looked grim. He already considered the Black Warrior mech as his own. Hold on, Director Wang, what you are doing seems a bit out of line. As a school director, you shouldn't lay hands on Xingye, and this mech doesn't seem to belong to the school. If it was a school mech, why haven't we seen you use it before? At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded. The owner of this voice was Zhang Yunxiao. Sheng Tianhao, who had just been awakened by his younger brother and saw this scene, immediately fell back asleep. He had tried so hard to show his face in front of the goddess. The result is that the goddess is actually the other person's lackey. Whether it was just now or now, Sheng Tianhao suddenly had a feeling of wanting to leave this city. He decided that after this matter was over, he would leave this city. If things didn't work out, he wouldn't come back. Thinking of his past self, the word sacred was deeply engraved in his mind, and for a moment his eyes were a bit dizzy. Director Wang turned his head and saw that the person speaking was actually Zhang Yunxiao. His brows furrowed again. He almost forgot that Zhang Yunxiao was quite fond of Xingye. He wasn't very clear on how she came to like him. However, the academy paid more attention to these noble children. The family behind Zhang Yunxiao was not weak. There was also a senior lord in the Zhang family. A senior lord's status was not weak in itself. There were many mid-level lords in each city, but there were only a dozen or so senior lords. To become a senior lord, one had to pay a high price, and the challenges they faced were extraordinary. I already said, he stole the school's mecha. Well, since I took the academy's mecha, I have a question for you. As long as you can name the academy's mecha, I will hand it over. Xingye also spoke up. When it came to this point, combined with Li Rufeng's words, anyone with a brain could see that although it was unclear how Xingye got the mecha, it definitely wasn't something from the academy. Enough talk, since you were so stubborn and resist, don't blame us for being ruthless. Director Wang was firm in his words. In the academy, he had an attitude of saying what he wanted to the teachers, and he never cared much about the students. Others didn't say much when they saw this scene. Yi Ziki's mecha was excellent, and everyone wanted it. It wasn't surprising that the teachers or directors in the academy wanted it and tried to take it from Xingye. For most people, it wasn't surprising because that's how Qingting Academy was. How can this be? There's nothing that can't be done, it's just the law of the jungle. If Xingye doesn't bring out the mecha at this graduation ceremony, he will have passed this test. But if he doesn't bring out the mecha, it seems like he won't survive in this environment. Then hide, run away. Acting on impulse can sometimes lead to one's demise. I'm not so sure. That mecha is tall and powerful, with the might of a thunder dragon. There are not many people who can achieve such power as a mid-level lord. Some people gloated, some felt it was inappropriate, and some thought Xingye didn't know how to endure. Those who intended to stand by Xingye were being watched by a teacher. Even Zhang Yunxiao was being watched by a teacher, along with her soldiers. Zhang Yunxiao, don't make it difficult for me. I don't want to fight with you. After all, you are one of the outstanding students of our Qingting Academy. And your family also has some cooperation with our academy. Will your family agree to your personal affairs? A teacher said earnestly. He wasn't doing it for Zhang Yunxiao, but for himself. If Zhang Yunxiao really lost control and insisted on fighting, that would be a headache. He didn't want to face that kind of result. In fact, it wasn't just this teacher. Hu Tianhe also held Zhang Yunxiao's shoulder. Are you stopping me too? Zhang Yunxiao was suddenly angry. The anger in Zhang Yunxiao's heart at that moment was like a volcano about to erupt. It was extremely unstable. What made her most angry was not the teacher, but that Hu Tianhe was also stopping her. The feeling is like when your best friend doesn't help you, but instead goes to help someone else. The taste of it can be summarized by the simple words of anger. Yun Xiao, I don't intend to stop you, but think about it, if he doesn't resist in this matter, and you go help him, in the end, neither of you will have a good outcome. And as he said, your family may not necessarily stand by your side, don't forget you also have a sister. As for Qingting Academy, we'll deal with Director Wang later when we have the results. Hu Tianhai is usually absent-minded, but at critical moments, she will not be confused. When these words came out of Hu Tianhai's mouth, Zhang Yunxiao was already deflated. She could also see clearly. Although she had the backing of her family, the family saw her as a member with some talent, groomed as the future head of the family, just like her sister. Okay, fine. The clenched pink fist slowly loosened. Her whole body exuded a sense of lifelessness. Seeing this scene, Hu Tianhai also sighed slightly. Then his gaze turned to the teacher. Don't bother us here, we won't take any action. Hu Tianhai squinted his eyes and said softly. However, after the teacher nodded slightly and started to speak, Hu Tianhai's demeanor suddenly changed. I rarely take things seriously. Every time I do, I survive. At this point, it's not us causing trouble for you, but you looking for trouble with us. Or shall we have a little contest? The aura around Hu Tianhai surged. The giant tiger sitting beside him also stood up. Behind Hu Tianhai, a pair of tiger eyes slowly opened. No, that's not what I meant. The teacher turned and left. Director Wang couldn't be bothered to look at those students, because he knew that the teachers he brought in would handle everything. Among all the teachers present, except for Li Ruffing, whose strength had declined, as long as Hong Yang stood still without taking any action, it was somewhat inconsistent with her original intention to threaten the students. Seeing something good among the students, she would just take it directly, a behavior that made her somewhat disgusted. Hong Yang stood still, not knowing what to do, but she already had some vague ideas in her mind. Sitting in the cockpit of the Black Warrior's mecha, Hoshino had a smile on his face at this moment. There was no other reason, purely because only one person had made a move against him. If these 20 or so teachers, including Director Wang, all acted together, he wouldn't be so confident in facing them all. But with just Director Wang alone, he was quite confident. Just you? Kid, don't think that by defeating Li Rufing's Dark Abyss Legion with this mecha, you can act recklessly towards me. The difference between intermediate lords is significant. Unlike you low-level lords, the gap within 3 to 4 stars can be ignored to some extent. With a snap of his fingers, Director Wang summoned the giant snakes, each of them growing larger. The snake pupils emitted a crimson light. Basic berserk state. Soldiers like beasts can basically learn this skill, and it has good effects, low consumption, and a low learning threshold for beasts. Besides a significant decrease in combat intelligence, there are no other drawbacks. Most people control it personally, so this basic berserk negative state is also acceptable. To be honest, if Director Wang wasn't bald, the action of snapping his fingers, along with the roar of the giant snakes, would actually look quite cool. It's that incredibly smart hairstyle that really makes people feel a bit overwhelmed. Kid, I can tell you, after reaching the intermediate lord level, 1 star is the difference. Unless it's a B-level talent fighting against an SSS-level talent, that SSS-level talent lord. At most, you can only surpass 1-star realm. You must have consumed a lot of energy relying on this mech to defeat Li Ruffing, right? At this moment, everyone's gaze was on the Starry mech. They no longer cared about Starry's talent issues. At this moment, they just wanted to see what Starry would do. To be able to achieve this from an SSS-level mechanical lord is quite unique in history. Has there been any lord in history who, right after awakening, could have such combat power? It's only been a few days since awakening. Yes, I said I won't be a fish on the chopping board. Black Thunder Energy Sword. Starry controlled the Black Warrior mech to once again condense the Black Thunder Energy Sword. In this state, activating the Black Thunder Energy Sword again would consume more energy. However, although those giant snakes looked ordinary, they were quite large. However, after summoning these giant snakes, the King Lord did not make any other moves, showing great confidence. These giant snakes also gave Starry a dangerous feeling. Crack! The Black Thunder Dragon appeared again from the body of the Black Warrior mech. The Black Thunder Energy Sword gathered in his hand. Many people were deeply attracted by this scene. They wished they could pilot the Black Warrior mech themselves. Leaving aside other things, this group looks imposing. You know, in the territories of some people, there are all kinds of monsters, like jackal people. A bunch of ugly ones. Placing such a handsome mech in front of them, it's no wonder they are not confused by that man. So it's here, no wonder I couldn't find it all along. King Lord, don't hurt him, the dean has something to say. Another rough voice came. As the voice fell, a figure appeared. Looking at the unique attire of the Ivy Academy on his body, everyone could understand that he was also a director. Director Shui? The King Lord was a bit confused at this moment. Didn't he say he wanted Starry dead before? Why the sudden change of heart? Director Shui, who had just arrived, didn't waste any words. He noticed the situation here only after seeing the Black Thunder Dragon. Starry, as long as you kneel down and apologize, everything you did before can be forgiven. Director Shui was also carefully examining the Black Warrior mech. This mech is really cool. How did this kid get it? Where did he get this thing from? I'll catch this kid later and ask him carefully. On the surface, the newly arrived Director Shui only focused on the cockpit of the Black Warrior mech. But in fact, he was eager to walk around the mech and carefully examine it. The colors of black and red matched each other, which pleased him. It was strange that after seeing this mech, he had a strange feeling. It was as if the mech was alive. He had seen many mechanical creations, but never a living mechanical creature. He had seen many mechanical creations controlled by out-of-control AI. Kneel down and apologize? Don't joke around, forgive everything? I guess when I step out of the mech, you'll just grab me, right? For you, there are actually quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Unfortunately, I don't have any tricks, and you want me to kneel down and apologize? Are you kidding me? Director Shui turned to the King Lord. Can you take him down? If you can take him down directly, I won't intervene, and the graduation ceremony will continue. We've wasted a lot of time already. Since Starry doesn't plan to beg for mercy, he will have to be disabled first. The King Lord nodded gently. The result is still no change. Hoshino was faster than him, raising the Black Thunder energy sword. However, as soon as the sword was raised halfway, it immediately stopped, because a large amount of blood mist suddenly emerged in the sky. Various humanoid monsters appeared together. These monsters were decaying, surrounded by blood mist. Some of the monsters had large red wings on their backs. These monsters kept roaring. When they saw the giant snake, including other lords, saliva dripped from their mouths. Zombie race. It's actually the zombie race, one of the 10 catastrophes. Who summoned them? Zombie race, one of the 10 catastrophes, cannot be measured by common sense. I remember this race is only possessed by one family. How could someone from that family come to our Ivy Academy? Everyone had a look of astonishment. The race of the 10 catastrophes is not something ordinary. They are called the catastrophes. At the level of intermediate lords, they can surpass 3 to 4 stars. They can even directly confront high-level lords at the level of intermediate lords. It's actually the zombie race. Did that friend also take advantage of the chaos to come to our Ivy Academy's environment card? This is our academy's graduation ceremony. Without even a greeting, they just barged in like this. Isn't that against the rules? Director Wang and Director Shui's faces changed simultaneously. Only that family dares to summon them openly. In front of that family, not to mention them, even the entire Ivy Academy, in the eyes of that catastrophe family, is nothing. Could it be that the people of that family have some connection with this Li Hoshino? In the monitoring room of the academy. Thump! Clatter! Zhu Guangfu was originally sitting on a chair. After all, as a dean, it was fine to sit on a chair in the monitoring room. However, when he saw those zombie races, he couldn't sit still anymore and fell to the ground. Zombie race, this catastrophe race. The people of that family are all warriors. If he encountered people from other families, Zhu Guangfu could resolve it by offering some benefits. But the family that uses summoning zombies as their main soldiers, all of them are warriors. They don't hesitate to act and don't waste time talking. When did the people of this family come? How did they get in? Zhu Guangfu felt like he was in deep trouble at the moment. Hong Yong's face turned serious. It's me. As teachers, why do we oppress a student like this? He should be the student with SSS-level mechanical talent, right? I remember many of you were cursing him in the office. I don't know what he did to offend you. Now, he is in this environment card. Is there anything wrong with him enjoying the academy's graduation ceremony? Hong Yong's figure immediately attracted everyone's attention. Director Wang was surprised. Suddenly, he realized that Hong Yong's surname was Hong, and the people of that family all had the surname Hong. So, Hong Yong was from that family. Director Wang broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, his despicable thoughts had not been put into action before. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Hoshino was also surprised. Among these teachers, there was actually someone willing to stand on his side. Jiang Yunxiao saw Hong Yong's elegant figure and outstanding beauty, attracting the attention of many. However, because of the soldiers summoned by the other party, many were on guard. Jiang Yunxiao clenched his fists again. For the first time, he felt so eager to become stronger. Hu Tianhe also narrowed his eyes. What charm does this guy have that makes all of you want to help him? Hu Tianhe was puzzled. That annoying person messed up her carefully arranged hairstyle into a mess. She remembered that every time she wanted to play a prank, she ended up being pranked by Hoshino. At the same time, when Hong Yong came out, Tori Tianhe put back the small piece of golden tiger skin he was holding into his own territory. Straightforward. Ha ha ha, that little guy also has someone he likes. I thought he wouldn't be able to get married. Ha ha ha. In a villa, an old man with white hair all over his head, but his muscles were bulging one after another. His chin even had a big white beard that reached his chest. His aura was like a fierce tiger crouching on the ground. A middle-aged man next to him looked somewhat helpless. Dad, you just saw that tiger skin, aren't you curious about this mech? Curious my foot. Our granddaughter can finally get married, aren't you happy? The middle-aged man, seeing his father, had eyes like a pair of tiger eyes, and his forehead was sweating coldly. Tianhe's personality is actually not bad for marriage, and she also likes that kid, who happens to have a mechanical talent. Let him merge into Xiaoshan's territory. Smack dash. The middle-aged man was calculating the future development path for his son-in-law. Suddenly, a palm struck from behind his head. It didn't hurt at all, but his head made a cracking sound. You tiger jerk, this kind of thing should be left to the younger generation. The middle-aged man, seeing his father suddenly slap him, didn't say much. In a way, this was a tradition in their family. Just because he had a daughter, this tradition hadn't reached her yet. Father? Are we really not going to intervene? The middle-aged man looked skeptical. You don't think that just because he has this mech, the future will be solved, right? Although I don't know how he got this kind of mech, he definitely can't produce a second one, and wars between lords are won by legions. He only has one mech, and he can't handle two. If the enemy legion is large, his combat power won't be fully utilized. The middle-aged man hit the nail on the head with Hoshino's current huge problem. Most importantly, once a mech is activated and started, it needs maintenance, otherwise, over time, the mech's attributes will definitely decline. Any mechanical creation cannot escape this law. The middle-aged man analyzed. The old man was also angry, but his smile remained on his face, neither refuting nor agreeing with what his son said. He silently waited for his son to finish speaking. In conclusion, his combat power is indeed very high, but if he wants to continue on the path of a mechanical lord, the resources and energy he needs to spend are disproportionate. The middle-aged man finished, looking puzzled at his father. No matter from what angle you look at it, when Tianhe marries Hoshino, and turns Hoshino's territory into their family's territory, Hoshino will also benefit. He will directly transform his territory into the mountain of fierce beasts and summon various beast soldiers. The cost is that his original SSS level mechanical lord talent will decrease by 1 level. This is the way out for most mechanical lords. So far, no one has been able to establish a mechanical territory. It's because the materials needed to establish a mechanical territory are too strange. Basically, they have never been seen before. There are no substitute materials. Most of the materials needed for territory establishment have various attributes and grades. But if the same material cannot be found, materials with the same attributes and grades can be used for substitution. This way, a territory can still be established. But the territory of the mechanical lord is different. Various strange attributeless parts, the effects of which are not clear. In this situation, it is impossible to replace materials. Haha, who knows? Maybe we should give him some time. Your ancestor awakened the D-level talent of the Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Later, didn't he establish our lineage? That kid, I've noticed him before, he's very different from ordinary people. What I admire most is that this kid never intended to rely on any family. The old man chuckled and stroked his white beard. In the earliest days, he could have relied on Tianhe and the Jiang family girl for support. But he didn't. Don't forget, that kid has a sister, parents are not around. Given these conditions, could you have achieved what he has now? The old man squinted as he smiled. After some contemplation, the middle-aged man shook his head slightly. That Jiang family girl. The old man naturally understood the middle-aged man's meaning. The Jiang family doesn't consider Jiang Yunxiao as an heir to be nurtured, just as a member of the family. They found an eternal environment card outside before, which another family also has their eyes on. You know what's inside the eternal environment card, from low-level to high-level lords, and even beyond high-level lords, there are things of that level. A gleam flashed in the old man's eyes. The eternal environment card is different from the environment cards made by card makers. The birth of the eternal environment card is the result of an energy explosion that occurs when a high-level lord's territory core shatters upon death. The territory space is blasted into ruins. Beneath the ruins, new things are bound to be nurtured, eventually developing into a world. Such a world has a spatial anchor, coupled with the original shattered and disappeared territory core, the Eternal Space card is born. The biggest difference between the Eternal Environment card and ordinary environment cards is that it can only be explored once. After everything inside is plundered, the card is considered scrapped. The Eternal Environment card is different, as its internal space forms a world on its own. The resources inside will replenish over time, and its stability is extremely high. The white-haired old man had no thoughts about this Eternal Environment card. On one hand, because his granddaughter and the Zhang family girl have a good relationship. On the other hand, his injuries have not healed yet. The territory is also in a cursed state. It can be said that being alive is already fortunate. What ability does he have to compete with other families for that Eternal Environment card? The Zhang family and another family plan to share that environment card, wanting to bind the two families together, the simplest way. At this point, the old man with white beard didn't bother to continue. After all, the words were already clear, and the remaining words were not pleasant. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Among families, the most effective way to bind them together in a short time is through marriage. This method has been around for millions of years and has never changed. Although it may seem cliché, it is indeed effective. Speaking of which, the environment card at the Qingting Academy has not shattered yet. It's strange. It seems that Zhu Guangfu definitely used an environment stabilization card. I wondered how Tianhe could use this kind of teleportation tiger skin. It turns out that this environment card has been reinforced. It seems that it may not be just an environment stabilization card. Zhu Guangfu definitely doesn't have such a thing. He should have used the cards given to him before. He even used two. Don't just sit at home, take your family and go to the Qingting Academy. Hong Yong, we are not bullying him, it's just because he took things from the school, Director Wang said with a straight face. On the side, Snow Director has already started contacting the dean outside of the environmental card, Zhu Guangfu. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Hong Yong's face. Director Wang, are you treating me like a fool? If you dare to continue with this nonsense, then let's have a Lord's Death match. Hong Yong's face turned cold. Whose Black Warrior mech was it anyway? Could she not be clear about it? Moreover, when she just entered this environmental card, she was really afraid of making a mistake. Goodness, after looking for a while, it's not her. Even those students who don't understand anything have already figured it out. How could Hong Yong not understand? Originally, she was thinking that after leaving the family, gaining some experience, she couldn't just pick a fight for no reason. But now, she understood. She had also found Director Wang's behavior a bit strange before. Now she understood. He was just a petty person. He likes to say grandiose words to cover up his despicable behavior. Thinking of this, the look of disdain on Hong Yong's face deepened. At this moment, Director Wang was indeed a bit dumbfounded. A deathmatch between lords means attacking each other's territories. The final result can only have one survivor, the other will perish. As for Hong Yong's family territory, the combat power of the zombie race, let alone the family she relied on. Although people in that family may say that they won't inquire about the deaths of family members in battle, those are just words. Let's talk about Hong Yong's combat power. These zombie races, when fighting, can infect their own soldiers, even hero units. Of course, Director Wang's territory does not have hero units. Therefore, the inevitable result is Hong Yong's victory. Director Wang was at a loss for words for a moment. On the other side, Snow Director had already contacted Zhu Guangfu. Dean, what should we do? Hong Yong is from that family, and now she wants to protect Xingye. Give her a position, any position you can think of, just stabilize her first. There are no eternal enemies in this world. As long as we stabilize her, everything else will be fine. If she remains stubborn, you two can start a war first, just hold her back. Kill Xingye. When Zhu Guangfu mentioned Xingye, his tone was full of resentment. In his view, ever since Xingye entered the environmental card, she had caused him to pay 2 stability cards as a price. And this matter is not over yet. If things develop according to his plan, it will also be beneficial to those families in the future. It can be said to be another major loss. The only comforting thing may be Xingye's mech. Snow Director hung up the call. At this moment, Snow Director stood tall and proud. Hong Yong, our academy has unanimously decided to give you a higher position. From now on, you are also the director of Qingting Academy. If you are willing to stay at Qingting Academy, I hope you will not obstruct our work. If you join us in dealing with Xingye, we can offer you better things in the future. After all, we are not enemies. It's not appropriate to have a feud with a useless mechanical lord. Although Snow Director stood tall and proud, she was still polite when speaking. One of the top 10 natural disasters. It's not impossible to fight. But after the fight, it may take 3 to 4 years for her territory to recover. Indeed, it's Qingting Academy. I've heard that this academy bullies the weak and fears the strong. Lower your voice, after all, you have to pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. Don't forget, we don't have a family, and we haven't left the environmental card yet. It seems that Xingye is in trouble. If I were teacher Hong Yong, I would agree. After all, everyone has their own considerations. He's already quite impressive, don't forget, he's a mechanical lord, and today the academy has given us a lesson. Oh, I heard he has a sister, who seems to be at the Ivy Academy too. What, in that case, he's even more unstoppable. Seeing the current students, everyone knows in their hearts that Hoshino with such a mecha is formidable. He has surpassed a large part of the lords. And Hoshino doesn't have the backing of any family. Thinking about it, Hoshino has had a tough journey. Crack! Zhang Yunxiao clenched her fists tightly. Her bones even made cracking sounds. This damn academy. Zhang Yunxiao's anger reached its peak, and at this moment, she somewhat hated herself. In the 3 years she spent at the academy, she actually had plenty of time to become stronger. But most of the time, she had wasted it. Not exaggerating at all. Her so-called friend, Hu Tianhe, although usually seemed out of tune, now has become stronger than her. Hu Tianhe furrowed his brows again. His silver teeth clenched tightly. Tisk, looks like this woman is unreliable. Xiao Xiao, do me a favor, stabilize the space around me. I'm going to call my grandfather, a 1-star senior lord, and my 4th uncle, 5th uncle. Hu Tianhe's actions left Zhang Yunxiao somewhat dumbfounded. The surrounding students and some teachers also heard Hu Tianhe's words. A 1-star senior lord. If he really calls them over, this won't be a graduation ceremony anymore. It will turn into a defense battle for the Ivy Academy. Along with Hu Tianhe's words, 7 or 8 teachers ignored the ordinary students and came directly to Hu Tianhe's vicinity. Students, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Fighting with Hong Yong, at least they didn't need these teachers to intervene. But Hu Tianhe, as the heir of the Hu family, the people of the Hu family are all straightforward. It's not until Hu Tianhe's ancestors that they are relatively calm and elegant, but their inherent style of doing things hasn't changed much. If the old man from the Hu family comes later and says to move around a bit, won't they be in trouble? Hong Yong also laughed at this moment. Since I've stepped forward, I naturally disdain to be associated with you. I understand why some people who pass our family's test end up dead. With people like you, if you really take this child's mecha, you will be in trouble later. In that case, Hong Yong's hair floated in the air. The sky was filled with loud roars from zombie-like creatures. Each of you is on your own. Let's go together. I, Hong Yong, will take you all on. But it's just a fight to the death. At this moment, Hoshino, who was still standing in the cockpit of the Black Knight mecha, was a bit dazed. The Black Knight mecha held a Black Thunder energy sword. Not moving seemed inappropriate, but what was going on? How did things develop into this situation? In the end, Hoshino decided to stop. The other party helped him this time. Fundamentally, the situation was not completely resolved. The academy already knew about his Black Knight mecha. Even if Hong Yong stopped him today, more trouble would come later. And what would he have to do to repay Hong Yong's help? He couldn't just say thank you and be done with it, right? Teacher Hong Yong, I appreciate your kindness, but more than myself, I hope you can protect my sister afterwards. If Teacher Hong Yong has any requests later, I will try to fulfill them. Originally, the atmosphere at this moment was somewhat tense. Hong Yong was willing to single-handedly declare war on the entire Ivy Academy, and the people at the Ivy Academy truly didn't dare to confront him. If a fight broke out, it wouldn't be easy to stop, especially because Hong Yong is from that family. They don't consider anything when fighting. Until Hoshino said this sentence, everyone was a bit dumbfounded. But upon careful reflection, everyone could understand. Hoshino also has a soft spot in his heart, like his sister. It seems that Hoshino is going to yield. Well, this result is not surprising. I don't think he will necessarily yield. If he wanted to yield, he would have done so from the beginning. Why wait until now? Are you saying he wants to fight the 2 directors? Those 2 directors are not comparable to the likes of Li Rufeng. That's right, those 2 directors are exceptionally strong. Plus, he just defeated Li Rufeng's Dark Abyss Legion. How could he not have expended some energy? Maybe after struggling a bit, he will give up. That's why he wants Teacher Hong Yong to help protect his sister. Li Rufeng. Many students were not surprised by Hoshino's choice. However, they misunderstood. They no longer harbored much malice towards Hoshino. Firstly, for Hoshino to reach this point, it's something they might not achieve in 1 or 2 years. And Hoshino is a genius to begin with. Originally, when he was in school, many people didn't value those things. They thought that awakening as a lord was the real beginning. Hong Yong turned her head and glanced at Hoshino. Alright, don't die later. Hong Yong then retracted all the zombie-like creatures she had summoned. The red mist in the sky also completely disappeared. Jiang Yinxiao's expression was complex. She looked at Hong Yong, then at Hu Tianhe, her face showing no expression. But in her heart, she was extremely eager for power. Originally, she didn't even care that the family didn't consider her as an heir to be nurtured, and she also disliked the family's training. It felt too tiring, too troublesome. At this moment, she was starting to regret it. Hu Tianhe put down the white tiger skin in her hand. Of course, not because she suddenly changed her mind. It was because her father had already arrived with people, right in the middle of the academy. The focus returned to Hoshino. At this point, the first to act were Director Wang and Director Shui. To be honest, facing Hong Yong, they were really at a loss. There was no way. The opponent was a zombie-like race, and as they fought, your soldiers would all turn into the enemies. How could they continue in this situation? Directly using war cards to fight was also possible, but even if they used war cards, the two of them working together might not be certain. Otherwise, the zombie race wouldn't be called the 10 Calamities. Hoshino, you finally see the light. I thought you couldn't figure it out. Rest assured, as long as you hand over this mech and step out of the cockpit to surrender, we won't hold you accountable for what you did, we won't trouble your sister, and we'll even give you some resources to develop your territory. Director Wang straightened his back. He took a few steps forward. It seemed like he was about to reach out and touch the outer armor of the Black Warrior. Just as his hand was about to lift, he immediately realized that Hoshino had not yet surrendered. He, Director Wang, couldn't afford to make a fool of himself in front of so many people. Thinking this, he put his hand back in the air. I really admire you as a student, you can bend and stretch. Director Wang was initially confident. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He broke out in a cold sweat. A sense of great terror and imminent death crisis appeared in his mind. He's going to kill me. Director Wang noticed that the black energy sword in the palm of the Black Warrior had not dissipated, but had become more solid. Not good. Hiss. Hiss. Dozens of giant snakes immediately rushed forward. Director Wang quickly retreated. He actually dares to make a move. Snow Director's expression was the same at this moment. How dare he? Is he not afraid of our joint attack? Where did he get the confidence with just one mecha? Snow Director was both shocked and angry. Red Song couldn't defeat this person, and offending his family behind him was even more unthinkable. But what does this Hoshino have? Besides this mecha, he has nothing else. In an instant, Snow Director thought of these things, and his anger grew. So arrogant, does this mecha give you so much confidence? Six-winged Skyguard, go! Snow Director immediately summoned the soldiers from his territory. Each of his soldiers had 3 pairs of white wings, somewhat resembling angels from the west. Of course, just looking at the wings, it was true. But these creatures all had dog heads. Others were used to such strange creatures. Some people felt that if the soldiers in their territory could have a human appearance, it would be good enough. They didn't have to look strange. This was still within an acceptable range. That's why many people, after seeing Hoshino's Black Warrior mecha, had a greedy look in their eyes. Swish dash. After the black energy sword swept through, half of the sky was covered by the black lightning. These dozen giant snakes also suffered some injuries. Those injuries were just superficial, only skin deep. Seeing this scene, Hoshino sighed softly. Indeed, at the director level, their strength is absolutely not weak. I could cut down Li Rufeng's Dark Abyss Legion with one sword, but I can't kill such a giant snake. Hoshino clenched his fist. Since that was the case, he had to play all his cards. Director Wang revealed his figure. There was no dust on him. He had dodged the sudden sword just now. Although this kid has a protective mecha and decent combat experience, unfortunately, he doesn't know how to use it properly. This lightning should be gathered together to explode, not cover like this, Director Wang thought to himself. Despite this, he had a smug look on his face. Hoshino, do you think that the directors in our academies are no different from ordinary teachers? Let me tell you, Hoshino, only a 5-star intermediate lord can become a director of an academy. And this is just the most basic requirement. Surrender, I'm not pitying you, I'm just worried that this mecha will be destroyed because of your foolishness. How can such a good mecha be scrapped because of you? Director Wang's words were all arrogant. Snow Director also saw that after Hoshino's black energy sword attack, it seemed to have little effect. But it was understandable, Hoshino was ultimately a sporadic low-level lord, just awakened. The establishment of the territory was not yet known. Even if it was established, it would take some time to develop before the territory core assessment could be conducted. After passing the territory core assessment, one could become a 1-star low-level lord. Snow Director took a step forward. Hoshino, surrender, there's no need to continue fighting, your mecha's energy is limited, do you have the confidence to defeat both of us before the energy runs out? Snow Director also applied some pressure. However, Hoshino remained unmoved. Don't forget, He was about to mention Hoshino's sister. Suddenly, he remembered that Hoshino's sister was now being protected by Red Song. To be honest, he didn't know at first that Red Song had such a status, and that the race in his territory was one of the 10 major disasters, the zombie race. His words were suddenly cut off, especially when he suddenly felt an extremely cold gaze on him. He turned his stiff neck and saw Hong Yong staring at him with a cold gaze. Snow Chief couldn't help but swallow hard. Are you threatening me? Or using my sister to threaten me? Do you think I have no way to deal with you? Do you think you have me under control? I asked Sister Hong Yong for help not to submit to you, but to better deal with you. Swish dash, crack dash. The black energy sword in the palm of the Black Warrior mech dissipated in the air. The next moment, Hoshino controlled the Black Warrior mech to extend its palm, raise it, and reach towards the sky. Skynet, summon territory, War Fortress Jiga. Skynet received command. Command in progress. Projection position refracted. Requires 60% energy consumption of the Black Warrior mech. Please choose the deployment location, Lord. A territory shadow that only Hoshino could see appeared. The size of this territory could even completely cover this large area. However, deploying this War Fortress projection directly on the ground would be very restrictive. Although Snow Chief and King Chief currently summon soldiers who were part of the Melee series, he was not sure if they had long-range attack capabilities. Just in case, Hoshino planned to project the War Fortress in the sky. What is he doing? I don't know, let's watch carefully. He probably still has some tricks up his sleeve with this mech. That should be the case. He sounds so confident, obviously he has full confidence. What tricks could he have? In the face of those two chiefs, big moves are ultimately not enough. Should we move further away? It wouldn't be good if we get caught up in it later. Yes, we should move further away. I think it's about time we leave here and find some resources first. The matter has already been settled. Exactly. This is a free environmental card. I haven't found anything yet, except for killing some ice monsters. I picked up a 4-star low-level ice material on my way here. Is there anyone who hasn't found anything at this time? And even worse, given away a lot? For some reason, the casual conversation of a few students entered Lee Roofing's ears. Especially the phrase, given away a lot, made Lee Roofing's heart ache. In fact, the most steadfast person standing by Hoshino's side right now is Lee Roofing. Hoshino, yes. That's right, bring those two idiots down for me. Don't even spare the soldiers they summoned. In this environmental card, I can't be the only one injured. Lee Roofing muttered to himself, but his expression showed a worried look. King Chief instinctively felt something was wrong. Attack! Disrupt his posture. Whatever Hoshino was planning to do, the immediate priority was to prevent him from making that high-raised mechanical arm gesture. If Hoshino really unleashed some big move, it would result in losses for them. Swish dash, buzz dash. Above the sky, there suddenly came the sound of electromagnetism, along with an extremely heavy sound of electronic devices activating. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw a shadow constructed of electromagnetism suddenly appearing in the sky. This is electromagnetism. What is he trying to summon? More and more electromagnetism appeared, finally constructing a huge fortress in the sky. It looked as if a blueprint had materialized in the sky. Hong Yong had quite a bit of knowledge. She might not be well-versed in human affairs, but when it came to combat-related matters, she was extremely knowledgeable. At this moment, her eyes were also filled with shock. This is a territory projection. You, a mechanical lord, actually built a territory. This statement caused everyone present to widen their eyes. It is worth noting that the lord who established a mechanical territory may not even exist, as no one here has ever seen a mechanical lord establish a territory. Territory. He actually successfully built a mechanical territory. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, numerous cracks suddenly appeared in the previously stable space. War Fortress Jiga, arriving at the battlefield. Explosive Annihilation Star Cannon fully charged, arriving at the battlefield. Endless Dark Energy Tower. Jumping to the destination requires 1 minute, Sky Thunder Burst Pool. Jumping to the destination requires 10 minutes, the mechanical alert sound echoed throughout the environment card space. When the first mechanical alert sound appeared, the entire sky had already darkened. Not because the internal space of this environment card had entered nighttime, but because a large portion of the sky was covered by the War Fortress. War Fortress Jiga, arriving at the battlefield. Explosive Annihilation Star Cannon fully charged, arriving at the battlefield. Endless Dark Energy Tower. Jumping to the destination requires 1 minute, Sky Thunder Burst Pool. Jumping to the destination requires 10 minutes, Storm of Birds Drone Defense Network. Jumping to the destination requires 10 minutes, Antimatter Starburst Destruction Cannon. Jumping to the destination requires 30 minutes. Everyone looked on with wide eyes as this powerful war machinery was summoned by Xingye. Due to the overwhelming strength of this mechanical creation, most of the war towers seemed to have not been fully summoned. Director Wang's face turned pale. He looked up and saw 4 or 5 crescent-shaped towers. The size of these towers, just looking at one, was comparable to the size of a Black Warrior mech. Unable to do anything at the moment, it seemed that the electromagnetic cannon-like object was the explosive Annihilation Star Cannon. Star Annihilation Cannon? Director Wang's heart was screaming at this moment. How could this happen to him? He had never destroyed a star before, and today he was targeted by a Star Annihilation Cannon. Can it be fired? How can this be fought? Xu Guangfu, why don't you go up? I can't handle this as the academy director. Director Wang's inner roar did not come out. He just kept shaking his body, his eyes already narrowed to the size of a needle, and his back soaked in sweat, all indicating his current panic. As for the nearby snow director, he remained motionless. It seemed that the massive war machinery did not faze him, as the word calm was evident in his demeanor. Unfortunately, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the snow director had stopped breathing. As for the other teachers and students, they all stood still in a daze. In this extremely cold environment card, there were no other sounds inside the space. The entire space was filled only with the howling of the cold wind and the mechanical sounds emitted by Xingye's war fortress in the sky. Clang! Clang! Inside the environment card, more cracks appeared this time. Some of these cracks burst open into larger openings rather than just thin fissures. As they burst open, they immediately healed. This scene continued to unfold. Many people suddenly regained their senses due to this anomaly. This kind of war machinery seems to have the strength of a high-level lord. Where did he get such mechanical creations from? Forget about the rest, I'm out of here. If this continues, this space will eventually break apart. Doesn't the academy have stable cards? Do you think stable cards are easy to come by? Those things are more precious than you think. The fact that the academy can produce 2 is already remarkable. The place should be evacuated. It's no longer a place where we small fries can meddle. Are we not getting some materials anymore? Forget about the materials. In the current situation, if that thing above comes crashing down, you'd be lucky to escape with just a full body. Let's go! In just a couple of seconds, all the students immediately exited the area. Not only the students, even some teachers, upon seeing the students' actions, also left the space without hesitation. Why wait any longer? Hu Tianhe's mouth widened in shock. When did this person have this thing? Why didn't I know? Yun Xiao, do you know? Hu Tianhe also felt a bit confused. In her view, Xingye's abilities before awakening his lord talent were already impressive. When he did awaken, they were all present, but at that time, Hu Tianhe understood that Xingye needed his own space, so she and Jiang Yunxiao didn't disturb him. Later on, Jiang Yunxiao couldn't resist and went to find Xingye, just before activating the environment card at the academy. At that moment, Hu Tianhe keenly felt that something unknown had happened to Xingye. I don't know. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao felt a mix of happiness and sadness. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Seeing Xingye safe and out of danger, she was genuinely happy. But then she remembered her promise to be Xingye's support, yet neither Hong Yong nor her best friend, Hu Tianhe, intended to help. As for her, wanting to help was meaningless and she couldn't contribute much. Firstly, the support she received from the Zhang family was just basic protection for family members. Secondly, her strength was not remarkable. Compared to ordinary students and other family members, she was considered weaker. There were definitely others like her, hiding their true strength. Hey, this person is quite reliable in handling things, I thought he was all talk. Hu Tianhe turned to look at Jiang Yunxiao beside her. The joy on her face faded. Alright, don't be sad, at least he's safe now, right? Think about it, when he first awakened the mechanical lord talent, how many people mocked him? Let's leave first, or else we might take a shortcut in life if that thing above comes crashing down. Initially moved by Hu Tianhe's words, Jiang Yunxiao was once again filled with confidence. A thoughtless remark from Hu Tianhe left Jiang Yunxiao stunned. Let's go! Hu Tianhe glanced at Jiang Yunxiao with a complex expression. In a way, she envied Jiang Yunxiao, but it was only for those few seconds. Shang Gu, you're awake? You! Shang Tianhao's henchman noticed that Shang Tianhao's demeanor had completely changed. He was no longer the arrogant and reckless person he was before. There was no trace of his previous arrogance in his eyes. These henchmen were ordinary people who often received disdainful looks from Shang Tianhao. However, for some reason, they didn't mind. After getting up from the ground, Shang Tianhao scanned his surroundings and then looked at the black warrior mech of Xingye. He then turned his gaze to his henchman beside him. "Why aren't you leaving?" Shang Tianhao's expression was complicated. He also witnessed Xingye being besieged by the academy's teachers and remembered his own malicious actions. "I also recalled that in these years in the academy, I have always been indebted to others. Wherever I go, there will always be someone giving me face. After so long, I have become accustomed to flattery from others. I am starting to lose sight of myself. The 2 words on that tiger skin are not wrong. I am indeed a fool. Big brother, what are you joking about? Have you forgotten that even before you had territory, we were already following you?" "Yes, Shang brother. Xingye is really difficult to deal with now. Big brother, let's leave first." The ability of these few younger brothers to read between the lines had long been honed. What's wrong with the big brother today? Can't accept the truth? The younger brothers could only think like this in their hearts. "Yes, I have let you down in these 3 years. As soon as these words were spoken, the younger brothers were a bit stunned. How could an apology be in Shang Tianhao's dictionary? "Big brother, you. I am not joking, from today onwards, you are my younger brothers." At that moment, Shang Tianhao glanced over at Xingye. "I finally understood why the family was unwilling to nurture me. Those words were just to appease me. Let's go." An inexplicable aura emanated from Shang Tianhao. The younger brothers exchanged glances. They could all see that there had been a definite change in Shang Tianhao. These changes seemed positive for now. Without much thought, they immediately followed him out. Soon, there was no one left in the entire space except for 3 people. Apart from Xingye, there were only the 2 directors left. After exchanging glances, Director Wang and Director Shui also left the space immediately. Seeing them leave, Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. After the 2 directors left, Xingye also stopped the War Fortress's teleportation weapon. He also sent back the Endless Dark Energy Tower and the Bursting Star Annihilation Cannon that had just been teleported back to his territory. The entire War Fortress was left with only some basic laser cannons. After removing the Endless Dark Energy Tower and the Bursting Star Annihilation Cannon, the space stabilized slightly. The constantly appearing and healing cracks had now turned into small cracks like strands of hair. This way, the internal space of the environment card would be stable for at least 1 to 2 hours. Tianwan, scan the resources in this space. See if there is anything we can use. Bring it back to the territory. Since those people had left, not much had been taken from this environment card. They couldn't take away so many resources. But that didn't mean Xingye couldn't do anything. With the existence of Tianwan, the intelligent mechanical creation, he could take away all the resources in the environment card. After all, this war fortress was like his base. Scanning in progress. 10 minutes required. Preliminary scan of surrounding resources suggests Lord to create temporary collection robots. Discovering numerous biological corpses can be used in the biomass incinerator to supplement base energy. Discovering numerous low-level 2-star coal ice materials. Discovering. Hearing the continuous prompts from Tianwan, a smile appeared on Xingye's face. Even if he couldn't use much of these resources, he could exchange the unused ones for some star sources in the market. Star sources are the currency among lords. They can expand the Lord's planet, increase the rate of renewable materials, and catalyze the expansion of the Lord's planet to a certain extent. Tianwan, I'll follow your lead. First, create temporary collection robots and collect all the materials that can be collected. I just want to take away all the resources in this space. How much time do I need? Or should I only take away some more important resources? Those ordinary ice blocks and such can be left behind. The Lord can establish a temporary beacon tower after collecting materials with the collection robot, and after 30 minutes, all the resources in this space can be transported to the Lord's main planet. Some unhatched monster eggs were found in this space, and the beacon tower can only transport dead objects and mechanical creations, unable to transport living organisms. It doesn't matter, I don't need those monster eggs. I would be satisfied just taking the materials away. You should know that this is a resource in an environmental card. Although it is a low-level environmental card, but often the resources of an environmental card, at least a few hundred people exploring, can get a lot of good things. But the materials in the entire environmental card cannot be taken away at all. There will always be some left, but after the War Fortress, the materials in this environmental card can all be taken away. There will definitely be some good things in it as well. I didn't expect you to come in person. May I ask what brings you to our academy? In the very spacious principal's office of Qingting Academy. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu's brows were almost furrowed, but the words he spoke were still very polite. Xiaofu, long time no see, ha. I've been feeling bored at home recently, wanting to accompany my son out for a walk, and I heard that today is the graduation ceremony of Qingting Academy. My granddaughter Tianhe should be in your academy. Although I'm old, my memory is still very good. Ha ha. So, there were no problems with this graduation ceremony, right? The Hu family, the third generation of the town's clan, Hu Yong'an, a 2-star senior lord. He has a son, Hu Xing. The Hu family has been single passed down through each generation, until the 5th generation of the Hu family, Hu Tianhe is a girl. Back then, many people were wondering if the Hu family was going to have another child. Later, it was discovered that the Hu family intended to groom Hu Tianhe as the heir. At that time, some were willing to form alliances with the Hu family, and many were almost trampling the Hu family's door. Later, some branches of the Hu family also had such thoughts. The old man was furious and extinguished a few who spoke unpleasantly, and no one cared about the engagement of Hu Tianhe. But there were still many people paying attention to the Hu family. Women can have children, but they also need a man to have children. Zhu Guangfu recalled many pieces of information about the Hu family. Then he turned his head to look at the people from other families. As he expected, in this southern sky city, every prominent family with descendants had sent people to his Qingting Academy. It's just that only the Hu family. The people who came were a bit. Zhu Guangfu sensed that there were almost 900 people from the Hu family gathered in the academy. Among these people, there were more than 100 lords who were mid-level 4 stars or above. What are they up to with so many people? Are they going to war with their Qingting Academy? Although the empire's laws are lenient, facing such a situation, if he really stirs things up, judging by the efficiency of the empire, he might not be able to continue in his position as the dean for the next few years. Not to mention that not long ago, he used 2 stability cards given to him. This thing is not cheap. It is extremely precious, and it also has other uses when issued. Originally, he wanted to frame it on Xingye. Unfortunately, judging by the current situation, this plan has already gone down the drain. Well, of course, my Qingting Academy sends tens of thousands of talents to the empire every year. Since all of you have sent your juniors to our Qingting Academy, you must be extremely confident in our academy. Zhu Guangfu looked around at the people, discovering that the old master of the Hu family, Hu Yong'an, scratched his neck. There was a hint of undisguised sarcasm on his face when he heard this. People from the Shang family also arrived. This person had a handsome face and a cold look in his eyes. He was accompanied by someone brought out from the family. After Zhu Guangfu spoke, he didn't even bother to look around. The others from different families were similar. Some had a mocking expression on their faces, while others sat there indifferent, not expressing any opinions. However, among these indifferent gazes, the only person who seemed as cold as a knife was the young man from the Shang family. What I'm curious about is how you managed to stabilize that environmental card. In the Empire, no, in the whole world, everyone knows that in order to stabilize the space of a low-level environmental card and allow mid-level or even high-level lords to enter, you need to use a stable card to make it stable. When the young man from the Shang family said this, the others were surprised. They were not familiar with environmental cards, but they had to believe the young man from the Shang family. He was a genius in the Shang family, with influence almost as strong as the family head. Although my cousin is a bit foolish and has benefited a lot from your academy, as long as he is alive, that's all that matters. After the young man finished speaking, he closed his eyes slowly. It wasn't a gesture of sleep, but rather a retreat into his own spatial territory. Zhu Guangfu broke out in a cold sweat. Shang Fan, the most outstanding genius in the Shang family for 7 generations, a lord with S-level talent, had a steady and ruthless style. He also noticed the person standing behind Shang Fan, as if doing something sacred. Shang Fan was indeed greatly supported within the family. After scanning the entire family present, Zhu Guangfu didn't see the representatives from that particular family, which relieved him slightly. It's a good thing they didn't come, Zhu Guangfu thought to himself. Just as he was contemplating how to deal with the representatives from the other families, the door of the dean's office suddenly swung open. Dean, the students and teachers have all come out. The environmental card almost. The person who knocked on the door suddenly noticed that there were still many people sitting in the dean's office. It seemed that his words caught Shang Fan's attention. Shang Fan immediately opened his eyes. Are the students all safe? Seeing the imposing aura emanating from Shang Fan, the person realized that he was someone not to be trifled with. Although he didn't know Shang Fan, anyone who could casually sit in the dean's office must be someone of high status. The students are all safe. We finally made it out. Hoshino really has some skills. Just think, a mechanical talent lord managed to create those 2 things. I wonder where he got those things from. Maybe he made them himself. What nonsense are you talking about? He must have inherited some treasure or legacy from a powerful figure. Some lords, before their death, would store things in a space and then have a card maker create a space card for that space, with a set condition for activation. It's not certain. It could be something from the academy. If the academy had such things, it wouldn't be called the Qingting Academy. After coming out, many students had a look of relief. After all, since Hoshino's war fortress appeared in that space, most of the sky in that area had been covered. The oppressive feeling of the giant structure was not easy to bear. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu also arrived at the academy square. He saw Director Wang and Director Shui standing there. What's going on? Is he still alive? Zhu Guangfu gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the arrival of those family members, he would have exploded long ago. Snow Director also broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Director on the side was no better. He's still alive. We are no match for him. The voice was very low. Many family members heard it. After glancing over here, they didn't continue to pay attention. Once you hear about this kind of thing, you hear about it. It would be too foolish to ask directly. However, this also made many family members extremely curious. Shang Fan's eyes showed some curiosity. It seems that a genius-level figure has emerged in this academy. I'll ask my cousin later. How is that possible? Both of you are intermediate lords, and you are both 5-star intermediate lords. How could you not defeat a low-level lord? Don't tell me you were defeated by his mecha. With your strength, how could you not overpower that mecha? Zhu Guangfu's spittle flew onto the faces of the two directors. These two directors naturally didn't dare to say a word. How did you lose? It's impossible. You haven't even fought yet, and you both came out directly? Wait, where is he? Zhu Guangfu suddenly realized something was wrong. All the students in the entire square came out, but the figure of Xingye was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he used something to teleport all of you away? What's going on? At this moment, Zhu Guangfu was actually very anxious. Because if Xingye is not dead, it means that he will have to figure out a way to get 2 stable cards issued by the academy himself. But the problem is that this stable card is not easy to come by. There is simply no such thing on the market. It can only be found at auctions and in some black markets. Those who manage to get their hands on these cards, regardless of the amount of star source they have to pay, will attract a lot of attention. And he doesn't even know when he offended the Hu family. With the intelligence systems of these families in Nantian City, if he wants to buy a stable card, the news will definitely reach their ears. They might even all know, but they just haven't openly confronted him in the dean's office. After all, they are all looking to negotiate for benefits, not start a war. Dean. Director Wang's expression was complicated. What is it? You can speak freely. That kid summoned a war fortress using a mecha, large enough to cover more than half of the area of that environmental card, and it's equipped with star-destroying weapons. When this was revealed, not only did Zhu Guangfu widen his eyes, but many members of the families also perked up, their mouths slowly opening wide enough to fit a duck egg. Initially, they were somewhat skeptical, but many students were also saying that Xingye summoned a floating fortress in the sky using a mecha. With so many people talking about it, it was obviously not a fabricated story. Shang Tianhao calmly led his men out. Brother, where are we going? First, let's return to the family, then we'll form a team outside and explore together. Exploration. Some environmental cards have been explored many times, and there isn't much left inside. But there's always a chance that some things remain undiscovered. Card holders would rent out these environmental cards for exploration. This is commonly known as exploration. Typically, newly graduated sporadic junior lords from the academy start this way. If they have the support of a family, the family might provide an environmental card. Although these cards are precious, they can still be purchased as long as one has the money. Shang Tianhao suddenly stopped in his tracks. A young man, accompanied by what seemed like a bodyguard, stood in front of him. Hey, who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Shang Tianhao's companion immediately spoke up. Shang Fan smiled and looked at him with more curiosity in his eyes. He felt that his cousin seemed to have changed a lot, no longer the same fool as before. A person truly intent on doing business would have a completely different demeanor. Well, let me introduce myself. I am Shang Fan, the current heir of the Shang family, a mid-level lord of the 7 stars. Your turn. Shang Fan's eyes held a hint of teasing. The companion standing beside Shang Tianhao was taken aback. He had never met Shang Fan, but he had heard of him. The current heir of the Shang family, highly skilled, extremely composed in his actions, and most importantly, almost everyone in the family supported Shang Fan. Even Shang Tianhao had admired Shang Fan before. This, cousin, why did you come? Technically, I shouldn't need you to come in person. Surprised? I'm just curious about how Zhu Guangfu managed to stabilize that environmental card. It seems he did use a stable card, he's quite bold. Shang Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He could see through people like Zhu Guangfu at a glance and had no interest in wasting words. Originally, he had planned to get some resources from Zhu Guangfu and leave. But his cousin had also come out, so he decided to take a look. He had a deep affection for his family members, whether they were elders or juniors. His cousin had caused him some headaches before, but now, he seemed different. That Zhu Guangfu doesn't need to be concerned about. In another 2 or 3 months, there will be some movements from above. At that time, a group of people will come from above. The last time there was movement from above was 4 years ago. Let's not talk about him. I am now very curious about 2 things. 1, that Xingye, and 2, you seem to have changed in a way that doesn't resemble my cousin. Shang Fan's eyes showed a hint of caution. Some lords might use tricks like soul possession. Shang Tianhao chuckled self-deprecatingly. Cousin, I am still me, just that today I have learned a lesson from someone. As for Xingye, when I go back, I will tell you everything I know about him. Okay. The Shang family passed by simply. Other families at this moment were no longer thinking about what they could get from Zhu Guangfu. They were more interested in understanding this person Xingye. Grandpa, when did you arrive? Hu Tianhe held Hu Yong'an's arm with one hand, but his eyes kept glancing at Zhang Yunxiao not far away. She noticed that her good friend's complexion seemed off. It was obvious that her face had turned pale from anger. What could be the matter? Hu Tianhe was puzzled. Tianhe, many times we don't interfere with you, but regarding Zhang Yunxiao, I hope you don't get involved. If you insist on getting involved, the final outcome, our Hu family cannot bear. Hu Yong'an placed his hand on Hu Tianhe's head and rubbed it. Hu Tianhe's eyes narrowed. How could that be? Judging by the strength of their family. Yes, it's the family. When it came to this point, Hu Tianhe suddenly understood. Low-level 8-star regeneration resource, ice-cold riverbed. Introduction. This riverbed is located under the glacier and gives birth to ice-cold water foam at intervals. Ice-cold water foam, low-level 3-star material. Introduction. After using it on troops, there is a certain chance that the troops can comprehend the ability of the ice-cold attribute. After harvesting numerous materials, Xingye never expected to find such a core regeneration resource in this low-level environment card. Great. I didn't expect to find such a good thing in this environment card, under the glacier? Most people may not be able to find it. In that case, exploring the environment card in the future, I am actually better off doing it alone. Xingye thought carefully again. If he went out now and tried to find another environment card, it wouldn't be so easy. Unexplored environment cards are priced very high. The best way is to find a family team in the Lord's Association. Let's count these things first. Most of the resources in my Lord's planet have been consumed to create the Black Warrior mech. I don't know if I can make use of these many materials. It's best to have some that I can use, otherwise, my extensive collection of materials will attract attention from many people. For Xingye, summoning his base fortress in the war was largely to dispel any thoughts about his Black Warrior mech. If there was only one Black Warrior mech, the Academy would definitely have ill intentions. He didn't believe that Zhu Guangfu would let it go so easily. Not to mention that he had taken all the resources from the entire environment card. 2 stabilizing cards had been used, and Xingye was well aware of the preciousness of these stabilizing cards. Those cards were something that could only be seen in dreams. The stabilizing card used by Zhu Guangfu was definitely issued by the Empire. Zhu Guangfu will definitely try to patch up these 2 loopholes. Letting it go like this is not very likely. All materials above 2 stars have been collected. Normal material collection, 78,416 2-star cold ice attribute materials, 4,602 3-star cold ice attribute materials, 1,004 4-star cold ice materials, and 246 6-star cold ice materials. Special material collection, low-grade 8-star regenerative energy, cold ice riverbed. Collecting treasures, cold ice heart, low-grade 2-star, broken cold ice crown, low-grade 4-star, frozen twin wings, low-grade 2-star. Wow. The pile of prompts from the heavenly net immediately brought Hoshino back to his senses. So many materials? And treasures too? Hoshino took a closer look at the treasures, a total of 20 pieces. These treasures can be used by the Lord himself, as well as on the soldiers in the territory. In Hoshino's territory, there is only one soldier, the Black Warrior mech. Technically, it can be considered a soldier. It can be wirelessly controlled by the heavenly net. With so many treasures, let's equip a few for my Black Warrior mech. Heavenly Net, see which treasures can be fused with the Black Warrior mech's equipment. When preparing treasures for soldiers, compatibility between the soldier and the treasure is a prerequisite. For example, if a treasure is a sharp long sword that can increase the sharpness of all soldiers' weapons by 10%, then the compatibility of this treasure is very good and can be used for most soldiers. If the treasure is a holy book, it may not be suitable for undead soldiers. After scanning by the heavenly net, none of these materials or treasures can be used for the Black Warrior mech. The material composition of the Black Warrior mech is 30% Dark Attribute, 30% Thunder Attribute, 30% Fire Attribute, and 10% Biological Attribute. There are two options. Option 1, use all materials to create another Ice Attribute mech, which will be stronger than the Black Warrior. Option 2, use all materials to create a large number of small mech soldiers. Hoshino did not continue to look at the attributes of the Black Warrior mech. When he saw that 30% of the attributes were dark, he understood. How could these cold ice attribute materials be compatible with the Black Warrior mech? Let's go with option 1 directly. I almost forgot for a moment. These materials are all ice attributes, so naturally, my Black Warrior mech is not highly compatible with them. Oh, when making the ice attribute mech, remember to use all the materials, including the cold ice riverbed. Heavenly net. Can you do it? The cold ice riverbed belongs to low-grade 8-star energy. This type of energy can continuously generate another type of resource, equivalent to a high-grade material among low-grade materials. His War Fortress base is essentially a low-grade 0-star base. Although its combat power is much higher than that of a mid-level Lord's base, it is still a low-grade 0-star base. Most of the resources on the Lord's planet were between low-grade 0-star and 3-star. The Heavenly Net's ability to collect all materials to create the Black Warrior mech is also attributed to its creator talent. Although the cold ice riverbed can be used as a material, the current territory's grade is too low. There is a certain chance that adding this material will cause the mech manufacturing to fail. Please choose carefully, my lord. Then let's leave the cold ice riverbed for now. Find a place for it on the Lord's planet. I entrust all the territory's construction and planning to you. At this moment, Hoshino sat on the shoulder of the Black Warrior mech, leaning casually. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. When the new mech is manufactured, his combat power will increase significantly. By then, he will directly control the new mech, while the Heavenly Net can control the Black Warrior mech. Even during battles, the Heavenly Net can provide a certain level of assistance while controlling the Black Warrior mech. Well, the promotion of the territory should also be put on the agenda. Hoshino glanced around. He found that everywhere he looked, there were just ordinary ice blocks. Even the pile of corpses left by the monsters he had killed on the ground had disappeared. They had been transported back to the territory to be burned as carbon, providing a large amount of energy for the entire base. The reason for not taking any 1-star materials was that 1-star materials were not much different from ordinary wood and stones in reality. If you had to say, one piece of 1-star wooden material was equivalent to 3 or 4 pieces of ordinary wood. It was time to go. Hoshino watched as the temporary beacon tower he had just built was dismantled by the Skynet. With a thought, he left the space of this environmental card. After a feeling of shaking earth and trembling sky, he had returned to the school playground. There were still many people in the playground at this moment, especially an old man with a strange smile on his face, his muscles bulging one after another. Hoshino felt that this old man was extremely fierce, and a punch from him could probably punch a hole in the Black Warrior mech. In this world, when an old man walked with a strong and confident stride, it not only represented the person's physical health but also the strength of their territory. Most territories became stronger as they developed. However, the next words from the old man left Hoshino somewhat dumbfounded. Kid, do you want to become my son-in-law in the tiger family? The sudden words from the old man left Hoshino in a state of confusion. What's going on? I haven't even met this old man before. Could he be crazy? How did this person get in here? Son-in-law of the tiger family? With his doubts, he suddenly saw Tiger Tianhe standing next to the old man. Grandpa, what are you saying? Tiger Tianhe's expression was extremely flustered. She had thought that her grandfather had some plans to stay here. After all, most of the family descendants present had left. Even Shang Tianhao had left with his cousin. In the entire square, the only person similar to her, also a family descendant, was Jiang Yunxiao. Jiang Yunxiao had been waiting all along. She naturally understood her best friend and had been waiting like this, with a hint of anticipation on her face. Obviously, it was for Hoshino. Besides Hoshino, who else would make her wait like this? Because of her grandfather's words, Tiger Tianhe, who was usually fearless and bold, was now at a loss. She didn't know what to do. If she had some feelings for Hoshino, she didn't show them because of Jiang Yunxiao. And because of her personality, she was not the gentle and refined type. Moreover, she had heard that men generally preferred gentle women. For various reasons, Tiger Tianhe had never shown her true feelings. However, Tiger Tianhe was indeed able to deceive others. Unfortunately, no matter how well she acted, there would come a moment when she would slip up. People at home naturally noticed that something was wrong. He's out. I didn't expect there to be such a big gap between us and him. Be more confident, maybe. Well, the most difficult thing for a mechanical lord is to establish the initial territory, and he obviously already has it, plus that set of mechs. At least we have graduated now, we don't have to compete with such monsters for resources. By the way, the teachers in our academy are really hidden talents. Did you know that Teacher Hongyong's soldier race is actually the zombie race? You didn't know? Teacher Hongyong probably only joined our school a week or two ago. It seems like she just passed by, or maybe she found it appealing. Of course, it's unclear whether it's smooth now. Let's go. Such a monster genius is not something we can compare to. Fortunately, they don't care about us, otherwise, we might not have been able to come out now. That old man, could it be the patriarch of the Tiger family? It should be him. The one from the Tiger family, although old, has a great sense of generosity in his heart, and he doesn't like to beat around the bush when speaking. It should be him, no mistake. If Hoshino really joins the Tiger family, then he and the Tiger family will definitely rise to a higher level. In a few years, the Tiger family in the southern Sky City may be able to rank in the top 3. Isn't that too exaggerated? Hoshino only has those 2 mechanical creations. Those 2 things wouldn't be so easy when facing high-level lords. Yes, and now that his mechanical lord has established a territory, his promotion from a low-level lord to a 1-star lord is not easy either. You can doubt me, but you don't need to doubt the judgment of that old man from the Tiger family. Many people immediately noticed Hoshino coming out of the internal space of the environmental card, their eyes filled with more shock and confusion. The shock was from Hoshino's Black Warrior mech and the War Fortress base. Either one of these items alone could dominate at the level of a low-level lord, not to mention that Hoshino has both. Now that the Tiger family has spoken, if they were ordinary people without the support of a family, they would have joined without hesitation. Not to mention other benefits. The delicate figure of Hu Tianhe, the white and tender radish, and the quite shapely Erzhan. His face is like a round apple. In terms of appearance, he is not inferior to Jiang Yunxiao. Even in the hearts of some people, Hu Tianhe's appearance is considered the best in the Qingting Academy. When Director Wang and Director Shui looked at Hoshino, there was still a hint of fear in their eyes. To be honest, when they were targeted by the War Fortress's burst annihilation cannon earlier, their hairs stood on end. Generally speaking, if they encountered such a situation, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Now, they don't have a single scratch on their bodies. They can be considered extremely lucky. Among the many teachers, Li Rufeng stood still, like a toad, not moving at all, except for the sound of exhaling. Other teachers thought something was wrong with Li Rufeng. In fact, at this moment, Li Rufeng's state of mind was already considered good. In the environmental card, some people gained something, while most gained nothing. But there was only one person who suffered losses, and that was Li Rufeng, whose carefully cultivated Abyss Legion was crippled by Hoshino, and he had invested all his resources in his Abyss Legion. Now, all the veteran members of the Abyss Legion were wiped out. Although some remnants survived, the strength of the soldiers in his territory who were promoted to the Abyss Legion in the future would decrease by at least 10% compared to the original Abyss Legion. Furthermore, the speed at which other soldiers were promoted to the Abyss Legion was much slower than before. In the past, with the veteran members of the Abyss Legion leading the way, it was easy for some soldiers to convert to the Abyss Legion early. Now, the veteran members of the Abyss Legion were either disabled or gone. Li Rufeng silently turned and left, his lonely and desolate figure making people feel sigh. Jiang Yunxiao smiled when she saw Hoshino come out, but then she heard the words of the old man from the Tiger family. Her body trembled. Her face showed surprise, which lasted for a moment, then a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, no matter how you look at this expression, it is filled with great sadness. A woman stood behind her. It turns out to be him, but it doesn't matter. The restrictions of the mechanical lord are too great. Even if he manages to create a mech or a base by chance, the advancement of the territory still requires materials. Don't regret it. This is for the family. The family provides you with shelter and resources, so you must give something back to the family. Jiang Yunxiao gradually regained her composure. I am already content. Jiang Yunxiao's words of contentment made the woman nod gently. Well, I thought you were the kind of person who would persist stubbornly, but since it's like this, it's for the best. Of course, I have to say some things up front. Your engagement is urgent. In a few days, the other party will come to propose and present betrothal gifts. On that day, remember to accompany him well. These words from the woman made Zhang Yunxiao feel a sense of desolation. What was she considered? A commodity, a piece of goods. Don't feel greatly wronged. This is something you should do for the family. You are not a child anymore. You should understand that from the moment you awakened as a lord, you entered this cruel world. Think about it carefully. At least with the existence of the family, you don't have to worry about potential dangers. Being born into the family, you naturally avoid many problems. The aunt's tone was extremely cold and indifferent, but there was a great greed in her eyes. An eternal environment card. As long as that eternal environment card exists, their family will become stronger as time passes. So, who am I marrying? There was already a mist of tears in Zhang Yunxiao's eyes. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. She never thought she would have such a day. The second son of the Wu family, Wu Hao. Wu Hao. Isn't he considered a fool? The woman furrowed her brows. It doesn't matter what he is. As long as you marry him, that's all that matters. Things like bottom line and reputation, once you lose them, you won't care anymore. And it's fortunate that he's a fool. In a few years, if you have a way, you can make him die of illness. Of course, this matter cannot be brought up within the family, do you understand? Zhang Yunxiao's expression was extremely desolate. Let's go. With a voice as small and trembling as a mosquito, she uttered these two words. For a moment, most people's expressions changed because of Xingye. The one who benefited the most from this graduation ceremony was Xingye. As for the others, they had essentially become supporting roles. Some had long accepted the fact that they were just supporting characters. Some still held a glimmer of hope. Compared to most people's admiration and recognition of Xingye, there was one person at this moment with bloodshot eyes staring at Xingye. How are you still alive? How can you still be alive? How can you live? If you live, what will I do? What about the 2 stability cards I paid for? What about the resources I owe to those families? You brat, you just walked out of the environment card like that? Zhu Guangfu already had a plan to swallow Xingye. Even so, he still felt somewhat unsatisfied. However, at this moment, a teacher from the monitoring room quickly approached him. Principal, something has happened. Swish! Zhu Guangfu turned his head. It seemed like he was about to shoot out 2 red beams from his eyes. His entire face was contorted as if it was about to twist together. Seeing Zhu Guangfu in such a state, the teacher was so scared that he immediately started stuttering. Zhu Guangfu slightly calmed his breath. If Xingye were an intermediate lord or a high-level lord, he wouldn't be so angry. After all, among these 2 major ranks, there were indeed some extremely monstrous and talented individuals. But Hoshino is different. Hoshino is just a newly awakened novice lord. And Zhu Guangfu has repeatedly suffered setbacks from this novice lord. It feels like you have been practicing for hundreds of years, and most of the people in the sect are no longer your opponents. However, when you go out, you wander down the mountain. When passing by a village, a child pees on your face, and that child even scolds you. What's even more annoying is that you can't do anything to this child for a while. What happened? When Zhu Guangfu spoke, it seemed like a burst of killing intent came out of his mouth. Environment card, that environment card can no longer be used, it has turned gray. What? This environment card, if the materials inside are extremely rare, or the total amount of material resources is very low, or if there are no living creatures in the environment card, then the environment card will turn gray. Unable to use it. Of course, the eternal environment card will not have this problem. An eternal environment card is equivalent to another world. How is this possible? When those students come out, not many of them say how much they have taken, even if they have found a lot of materials and treasures. But even after a dozen trips, they may not be able to empty the materials in this environment card, right? The materials and resources in the environment card are not like roadside grass, they are not directly placed outside. They are all in certain hidden places within the environment card. And usually there are some monsters guarding them. These students have been out for almost half an hour. Half an hour later, Hoshino came out. In other words, Hoshino spent half an hour collecting all the materials in this environment card. How is that possible? No, he must have used his mecha to blow up a lot of materials and resources. He can't take them away, but he still has to bring me losses, right? Great! Zhu Guangfu did not see what happened next. Later, when Hoshino summoned the war fortress, he had already gone to the dean's office, because people from those families had also arrived. That's why. When he saw Director Wang and the others, he immediately asked, "Good, ruthless." He couldn't believe that Hoshino didn't actually destroy those materials, but brought them all back to his own territory. It's just that this situation has never happened in history. Kid, what are you thinking? Actually, I'm not in a hurry either. You and my granddaughter can also cultivate your relationship first, ha ha ha. There was a very cheerful smile on Hu Yong'an's face. In his territory, all the soldiers are of the tiger race. Tiger people, double-winged cloud tiger, giant-toothed mountain tiger. Lords will also receive bonuses from their soldiers to a certain extent. Some lords only receive bonuses in speed or strength. And the bonus Hu Yong'an receives is instinctual perception. To feel how strong an existence is from instinct. When Hu Yong'an saw Hoshino, the hairs on his arms stood up. Hu Yong'an found that when he looked at Hoshino, he seemed to see two shadows behind Hoshino. One is the black warrior mecha, as if that shadow was alive. A living mechanical creation? Hu Yong'an's mind was greatly shaken. Mechanical creations are lifeless objects, things without souls, controlled only by AI or other entities. Before Hu Yong'an could calm down, the other shadow, which was many times larger than the black warrior mecha, gave him even greater shock. The size of that shadow almost blocked out the sky. Various turrets stood on top of it. One of the turrets, like a railgun, slightly opened and began to gather all the light around it. If hit by such a shot, it's not certain if you'll die, but serious injury is almost certain. This is the reason. Tiger Yong'an, after coming to his senses, shouted out these words. Hey, old man, thank you for your kindness, but no matter what, you should respect Tiger Tianha's thoughts. Hoshino also quite liked Tiger Tianha. It's just that, before, he was unsure of his talent and his future strength, so he lacked confidence. As for his feelings for Jiang Yunxiao, he didn't feel any response. Now things are different. Not to mention the War Fortress and the Black Warrior mecha, now Tian Wang is using the materials from before to make a second mecha. By then, he will be promoted. His strength will also be greatly improved. Territory promotion will bring bonuses to soldiers and lords. At the same time, the effects of the territory itself will also be strengthened. Ha, yes, now it's you young people in charge. Since Tianha has nothing else to do, we'll go back first. Tiger Yong'an pulled his son, Tiger Xing, and immediately walked forward. Tiger Xing noticed that his father was somewhat different from usual. Although he was curious, he didn't directly ask. He could tell that his father seemed to be extremely concerned about that young man, Hoshino. Could it be because of that mecha? But if it's just the mecha, when he was in the family before, the old man didn't seem to value it so much. At this moment, Tiger Tianha dared not look at Jiang Yunxiao. She just glanced around with the corner of her eye and found that not many people were still paying attention here. Except for Zhu Guangfu, well, he must have suffered a lot. His eyes seemed to want to crush Hoshino. As for Jiang Yunxiao, she only saw a figure walking away. Lao Yi, come to my house later. Hoshino didn't think much about it. When Tianha talked to him before, it was like talking to a brother. Is Jiang Yunxiao not here? Where is she? Hoshino looked around and also saw Jiang Yunxiao's departing figure. At this moment, Tianha noticed that she had already walked past Hoshino's old man, Tiger Yong'an, and immediately turned her head. She even gave a thumbs up and a look of surprise and admiration. Granddaughter, you are amazing. The next moment, Tiger Yong'an, with Tiger Xing and other members of the family, quickly left. The people of the Tiger family were all quite shocked. They never expected Tiger Yong'an to support Hoshino and Tiger Tianha like this. Most importantly, Hoshino didn't care about these things at all. Tianha had a few black lines on her forehead. She also knew that the current situation was more important. Come to my house later, we'll talk in detail. Tianha frowned. Her current mood was complicated. She was happy to find that Hoshino seemed to have a good impression of her. She was somewhat annoyed because Jiang Yunxiao was also her close friend, not an enemy. She didn't want to see Jiang Yunxiao end up as a sacrifice for the family. According to her grandfather, Jiang Yunxiao was supposed to marry the second son of the Wu family, Wu Hao. What about Wu Hao? He's not even a normal person. Later, it will be evening, I have to go home at night, my sister is worried alone. Tianha didn't hesitate. She added, then bring my sister along. It's a good opportunity to have dinner at my place and prepare a room for your sister. Take my sister, and go to your house late at night? Yes, just my house. Tianha touched her chin. After Hoshino learned about Jiang Yunxiao, his mood might not be calm. And it's better if fewer people know about this matter for now. Otherwise, it would put a lot of pressure on him. It's best to be at my house, a place where no one will disturb. A place where no one will disturb? It will be very convenient if no one disturbs. Tianha didn't realize that he had said some ambiguous words. The eyes of the people around gradually became strange. Convenient? What do you mean? Don't ask, you'll know when the time comes. This kind of thing must be done in a place where no one will disturb us. After saying this, Hu Tianhe raised his head and met Hoshino's questioning and puzzled eyes. But Hoshino's lips slightly curled up again. A mischievous smile suddenly appeared, her face turning red, like a blush apple. she suddenly realized what she had said just now. Smack! She raised her palm and hit Hoshino. Don't make fun of me, there really is something important. I'll be waiting for you at my house. Including what her grandfather had said before, and the words she had spoken inadvertently just now. At this moment, it was even more misunderstood. Hu Tianhe really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Hoshino shook her head and decided to go home first. By this time, her younger sister should have gone home too. Wait, Hoshino, shouldn't you give me an explanation? The environment card has been invalidated. Many students didn't get any treasures. The latter sentence was pure nonsense. And the person who said this was none other than Zhu Guangfu. Zhu Guangfu took a step forward with gritted teeth, and in the next moment, he was instantly in front of Hoshino. Hoshino remained calm, mainly because Hoshino was not short to begin with, handsome in appearance, while Zhu Guangfu, at 1.60 m, had to tilt his head slightly to look at Hoshino. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Zhu Guangfu now also realized this. The anger in his heart was about to erupt. However, he immediately stopped himself. He could use various means, but if he dared to make a move against Hoshino in front of the public, the price he would have to pay later, even if multiplied by 10, he wouldn't be qualified. Although the imperial law was relatively lenient, once certain boundaries were crossed, the consequences would be severe. Explanation? What explanation? Zhu Guangfu's eyes narrowed slightly. He never expected that Hoshino would casually counter-question him like this, without any tact or disguise. Zhu Guangfu squinted his eyes, showing a thin smile that seemed like a smile but gave off a chilling feeling. I really didn't expect you to have the audacity, just relying on that mech in your hand, and that mechanical territory? A low-level lord is just a low-level lord. I can also tell you, you have your own family, your sister. If you don't give me face, I will also take action against your sister. That girl is quite cute. You wouldn't want anything to happen to her because of you, right? Zhu Guangfu's narrowed eyes scanned Hoshino's face. He wanted to see some despair or anger in Hoshino to feel better, thinking about how he didn't gain anything in this graduation ceremony, but instead gave away a lot of resources. Both stable cards were taken out. What made him most annoyed was that these two stable cards didn't achieve any results. More than 20 teachers and 2 principals were sent into the environment card. One of the teachers was already injured. It should be noted that the 20 teachers sent into the environment card were not weak. The weaker teachers, who had no talents, were usually assigned to clerical work or non-combat roles. In addition, the environment card prepared earlier was invalidated because of Hoshino. Well, good luck. Hoshino didn't care at all. Her lips even curled up slightly, almost laughing. At this moment, it was Zhu Guangfu who was a bit puzzled. Based on his investigation of Hoshino, she cared a lot about her sister, who was now her only family. Otherwise, Hoshino would not have worked extremely hard before awakening his lord talent. Humph, Director Zhu, you are really despicable. How come I didn't see it when I joined the academy before? Well, it seems I still need to work on my ability to judge people. Behind Zhu Guangfu, an elegant and pleasant voice came. This voice, when heard by others, also sounded quite charming. Zhu Guangfu immediately turned his head. He wanted to see who was causing trouble. If it was people from those families, he was not afraid at the moment. After all, he had given what was due, and if they were going to push their luck, that would be going too far. He, Zhu Guangfu, was not someone to be trifled with. However, as soon as he turned his face, it froze. Then he put on a different expression. Because the person speaking was Hong Yong. Someone like you, why would you come to our academy? Of course, I'm not unwelcoming. It's just that we don't have good things here, so I can't entertain you. Zhu Guangfu took a deep breath. He really couldn't afford to provoke Hong Yong. At first, when he saw Hong Yong, he thought he was just an ordinary person. He didn't take him seriously at all. But he never expected that Hong Yong's lord soldiers belonged to the zombie race. The fighting power of the zombie race was extremely strong. They could easily possess the power of surpassing stars. Entertain? How about we have a fight? Hong Yong's face suddenly showed some interest. Zhu Guangfu frowned. People from that family were all battle maniacs. If a fight broke out, he, Zhu Guangfu, might not have peace in the future. Well, let's forget about it. I know the combat power of the zombie race very well. I'm too weak. I'm no match for you. Is that so? Well, that's good. Let me tell you something. His sister is now under my protection. I thought there was something going on in the academy. I even signed up first. Initially, it was said that a group of teachers would go to the environmental card to help those students. For Hong Yong, she thought the monsters in the environmental card had mutated. After entering the interior of the environmental card, she understood everything from start to finish. Zhu Guangfu was stunned. His face was complicated. He turned his head and glanced at Hoshino. He found that Hoshino was ignoring him at the moment, focusing his gaze in another direction. Ignoring me. Fine. Fine. Very well. Do you really think Zhu Guangfu has no way to deal with you? Zhu Guangfu's teeth were almost grinding. Without saying anything more, he turned and left. Kid, your mecha combat power is not bad, and that war fortress flying in the sky, if you have time, let's have a match too. Lords can attack each other. There are two types of attacks. One is where both parties agree on several rules in advance and then fight in a mirrored space. The other is a Lord Deathmatch. As the name suggests, only one of the two will survive in the end. The victor can take everything from the loser. Hoshino's gaze immediately shifted from Zhang Yunxiao's back. If there's something, I'll go ask the Hu family later. Teacher Hong Yong, thank you for your help. As for the two of us, I am not your opponent. If there is anything in the future, you can always find me. As long as it's something I can do, I will do it. Hoshino looked at Hong Yong seriously. Hong Yong did help him before. In any case, he should thank Hong Yong. At this moment, Hoshino suddenly realized that Hong Yong was stunningly beautiful and had a unique aura. Kid, stop staring. I don't need you now, but who knows in the future? I just can't stand it. There's no special reason. But you also need to be careful. Zhu Guangfu is not a good person. I can protect your sister openly, but a month later, I will leave this academy. I initially planned to stay here for a while, cultivate a few good seedlings well. Then we can spar every day. Hong Yong's face turned red and excited as he spoke. Hoshino had a few black lines popping up on his head, but he immediately caught the key element in Hong Yong's words. 1 month? 1 month is enough time. Hey, you're quite confident. It seems you have the assurance. Sort of. Good job, kid. After a month, I'll take a look at your progress. After all, good people go to the end, and send the Buddha to the west. Seeing Hong Yong's extremely excited expression, Hoshino was somewhat suspicious, wondering if Hong Yong had seen the war fortress he had summoned. So he urgently wanted to have a discussion with him. After finishing the academy matters, Hoshino and Hong Yong exchanged a few more words before returning home. Upon opening the door, his younger sister was extremely excited. Brother, do you know, today many people are spreading rumors that you broke through the entire Qingting Academy? That Li Rufeng and Director Wang, none of them are your match. I also heard that you almost blew up the academy, and that troublemaker Shang Tianhao seems to have been defeated by you. Yi Xiaoli's expression was extremely excited. Since she started school, she faced various malice and bullying every day. Over the years, she had become somewhat accustomed to it. And, brother, you don't know, when those people were about to bully me again today, a particularly hot-tempered female teacher suddenly appeared to support me. Just now, before you came back, some people even gave me a lot of resource cards. It was only then that Hoshino noticed that there was a pile of cards on the table in his house, stacking up like a small mountain, almost half the height of a room. There were low-level 1-star basic iron resource cards, low-level 1-star basic food resource cards, low-level 1-star basic wood resource cards, low-level 1-star basic water resource cards, low-level 1-star lava resource cards, as well as some other types of resource cards. In addition to 1-star cards, there were also some 2-star resource cards. When ordinary people give gifts, they usually give these resource cards because every territory, no matter how developed, still needs some basic resources, especially during the period of low-level lords. After reaching the intermediate lord stage, the demand for basic resources would significantly decrease. As for high-level lords, they wouldn't need basic resources at all. It seems they act pretty fast. Hoshino looked at Yi Xiaoli's face. At this moment, the scars on this little girl's face had completely disappeared. There were no scars left on her face. The anger in his heart dissipated considerably. Compared to those who had already caused trouble for Xiaoli, Hoshino no longer wanted to pay attention to them. Giving gifts was already considered an apology. On one hand, it was for his own reasons, and on the other hand, with Hong Yong around, he didn't believe anyone would dare to cause trouble for his sister. It was time to change the place they lived in. Although he could stay at Hu Ten's house for a while, it was still someone else's home. Staying for one night was fine. Tomorrow, he would find a house for Xiaoli. The teacher who stood up for Xiaoli is called Hong Yong. Remember to give all these cards to teacher Hong Yong when you meet next time. This favor from Hong Yong was also his responsibility. Hoshino didn't have a specific plan on how to repay this favor yet. He could only send these things to Hong Yong first. Whether the other party accepted them or not was one thing, and whether he sent them or not was another. Tell me, what exactly happened? What really went on there? There are many of our people in the academy, and someone from the family came with news, saying you fainted from anger. What's the deal with that person's mech? And at the end, did he really summon a mechanical creation that could crush an intermediate lord? Upon returning to the family, Shang Tianhao also has his own few followers, and was brought by Shang Fan to the family meeting hall. There were 7 elders, 1 family head, and a dozen or so younger generations like Shang Tianhao. However, these people had already graduated from the academy. Some of them did not graduate from the Ivy Academy. The Southern Sky City is so big, how could there be only one Ivy Academy? Shang Tianhao's few followers behind him were also a bit uneasy at the moment. It was their first time entering such a family meeting, and they were outsiders. To put it nicely, they were Shang Tianhao's subordinates. To put it bluntly, they were pawns that Shang Tianhao could discard at any time. At this moment, many people in the family were also dissatisfied with Shang Tianhao because he brought these people in. Tianhao, no matter how you put it, this is a family meeting, an elder was about to say. And Shang Tianhao immediately interrupted him. I will leave soon, this trip back is just to answer your questions. Over the years, I have been confused by flattery and have not been able to see myself clearly. Today is considered fortunate. I have awakened, and I will answer all questions about my cousin. Xingye was a genius at the Ivy Academy before awakening as a lord. If you investigate, you will know. As for his Meccan war fortress, I can tell you, his combat power can indeed crush most intermediate lords. Shang Tianhao finished speaking and stood up again. That person is a genius. I am not as good as him. His awakened lord talent is an SSS level mechanical lord. I don't know anything else about him. Also, there should be some explored environment cards in the family. Give me one. These words came out of Shang Tianhao's mouth. The faces of the crowd were somewhat surprised. In their eyes, Shang Tianhao was somewhat ignorant. In addition, there were many insiders from their family in the academy. And the academy also took care of Shang Tianhao. This led to Shang Tianhao's bad character and extreme immaturity. Originally, because there was a genius like Shang Fan in their Shang family, they didn't care much about Shang Tianhao. There are indeed many explored environment cards. I will have someone give it to you later, so don't rush to leave. Seeing that it was his cousin speaking, Shang Tianhao looked puzzled. In theory, his cousin had great power in the family, and the support for him in the entire family was also very high. Almost everyone agreed that Shang Fan would be the next head of the Shang family. What? Cousin, do you have anything else to ask? If so, just say it, I will tell you everything. I just want to test your mettle. There are some things that will affect the people of the entire Southern Sky City. Shang Fan inexplicably said this. Shang Tianhao looked puzzled. He didn't understand what Shang Fan meant by saying this. The next moment, a powerful aura of an intermediate lord firmly pressed down on him. In this aura, he suddenly saw a shadow of an icy world. Lord's pressure. Crack. Compared to this kind of pressure, this kind of territory illusion, Shang Tianhao suddenly thought of the war fortress that Xingye summoned in the environment card he saw in the academy before. But that's all there is to it. This kind of pressure is nothing compared to the pressure I felt before. Shang Fan's face showed a hint of surprise. When trying to improve resistance to other lords' pressure, there are generally only a few methods. The first method is available to everyone, which is to increase their territory level and raise their lord level. The second method relies on their own lord talent. However, when the opponent's lord talent is higher than one's own, this method becomes invalid. There is also another method that many people use. That is to actively seek out the high-level lord, to feel the pressure of the high-level lord. However, this feeling is almost no different from self-torture. If you can resist the other party's pressure from the beginning, then there will be no improvement for yourself. If you can't resist, in this process, you must also maintain your original intention. Otherwise, your spirit will be scattered, and you will lose your fighting spirit. However, whether it is, after experiencing the pressure of the high-level lord, the original pressure of the low-level lord that could not be resisted can now be resisted. Resisted? This kid must have just awakened as a lord talent. Yes, he just awakened the other day. This is Shang Fan's lord pressure. Shang Fan is also a genius. Many people at this moment are also extremely surprised. Shang Fan also immediately retracted his lord pressure. In fact, he did not exert all his strength, probably only using 70% of his strength. However, looking at this appearance, even if he used 100%, the result would not change much. Cousin, your pressure is nothing compared to his pressure. He directly broke through the pressure of an intermediate lord with the pressure of a low-level lord. That Li Rufeng's Dark Abyss Legion was mostly destroyed by his mecha with one sword. Shang Tianhao said with a nostalgic look. He also felt emotional. At this moment, he felt the world so clear for the first time, not like before, he always felt confused. I wonder what the matter that cousin mentioned will affect the entire Southern Sky City. Shang Tianhao was curious. The others in the family had the same expression. They had never heard of this matter. And the one who said this was Shang Fan. At this moment, the head of the family is not present, so Shang Fan is equivalent to half of the head of the family. Shang Fan shook his head slightly. It's not time to tell you yet. Just remember to improve your own strength first. When the time comes, I can also help you. Shang Tianhao did not show any unusual expression on his face after hearing Shang Fan's words. He felt that since witnessing the whole process of Xingye in the environmental card, his mood had improved rapidly. In that case, I'll leave first. Shang Tianhao left the family meeting hall with his few younger brothers. Everyone looked at each other. Even the elders were a bit puzzled. In the future, try to support him as much as possible. If anyone wants to be like him, just withstand 70% of my lord pressure. In the next period of time, I will break through. At least it will take about 20 days. You decide on any matters yourselves. Let the Wu family and the Zhang family deal with their own affairs. We will not interfere. And Xingye, find a way to visit him and see his attitude towards our family. Shang Fan paused here. He also had some curiosity in his heart. But thinking about what might happen later, he suppressed his curiosity. The southern sky city at this moment seems no different from usual. But in reality, a storm is brewing in secret. As for the academy, do we still need to continue providing them with resources? The conflict between Xingye and the academy, their family naturally had information about it. To some extent, it seems that the conflict with the academy is because of their Shang family. There are no eternal enemies in this world. Fortunately, the other party doesn't care much about us, otherwise, they should have come to us by now. As for the academy, we don't need to pay attention to them, let alone give them any resources, not to mention the Zhu Guangfu, he will be a dead man later, there is no need to continue wasting resources. Hey, you finally came. I thought you wouldn't come. You should have come earlier, the food is a bit cold now. I haven't eaten a bite for you. Hu family. Tiger Tianhe finally waited for Xingye to come. After returning home, Tiger Tianhe became more and more afraid as she thought about it. She was really afraid that Xingye wouldn't come to her. She even felt lazy to ask him. Because in the past, Xingye did not have any emotional response to her or to Zhang Yunxiao. It seemed that due to her personality, Tiger Tianhe was becoming more like a brother to Xingye. Well, that's good. After starving you to death, I feel like the world is finally quiet. Xingye joked. His face looked relaxed. On the side, Yi Xiaoli kept her head down. She had never been to such a beautiful place before. Whether it was the gate, the greenery in the courtyard, or the large room, everything was extremely exquisite. Yi Xiaoli dared to sneak a few glances with the corner of her eye. She didn't know much else, but she understood that everything here was more expensive than what she had. Ha! Tiger Tianhe's eyes widened. Then she quickly regained her composure. Alright, then don't eat it. Butler, listen, throw his portion to the dogs after he's starved. After feeding the dogs, remember to put the dog in your territory and feed it to the tiger directly. The butler couldn't help but smile when he heard Tiger Tianhe say this. Tiger Tianhe waved her hand in annoyance at the butler. The butler left with a knowing look. At that moment, Tiger Tianhe noticed Yi Xiaoli. Wait, little sister, what's your name? Come on, lift your head up. Let me introduce myself first, I'm Tiger Tianhe. You'll be with me from now on, I promise you'll have the best of everything. Tiger Tianhe bounced over to Yi Xiaoli. Yi Xiaoli cautiously lifted her head. She noticed a hint of nervousness and tenderness in Tiger Tianhe's eyes, but no malice. Yi Xiaoli. Ha, have you noticed that your height seems to be the same as my sister's? Tiger Tianhe, who was usually dignified, suddenly stiffened. She turned to Xingye, her nose almost bent from anger. Shut up. If you don't speak, I'll assume you're still alive. If you can speak, then say more. Tiger Tianhe took a deep breath after speaking. She then turned to the butler. Take Xiaoli to have a good meal, then clean up a room. Xiaoli will stay here tonight. Tiger Tianhe was someone who paid attention to details. After the butler took Yi Xiaoli away, Tiger Tianhe looked into Xingye's eyes. Perhaps you've also noticed. Yunxiao has been treated as a sacrifice by her family. No matter what. The word stuck in Tiger Tianhe's throat, unsure of how to continue. For Xingye's safety, she didn't want him to get involved. Although Xingye's strength was not weak now, he was just a newly awakened low-level lord. No matter how strong he was, or how talented, he might not even be able to resist in the face of a high-level lord's pressure. But if she didn't let Xingye get involved, what about Zhang Yunxiao? As Zhang Yunxiao's best friend, she couldn't just stand by and not let Xingye help. It was a difficult situation. One reason could explain everything. Tiger Tianhe's strength was not strong enough. This reason could explain almost all the problems. Well, it seems she's also in trouble. Tell me, who is the family she's engaged to? It can't be tomorrow. If it's tomorrow. It was uncertain whether the second mech could be built tomorrow. If it was tomorrow, while advancing the territory, Tianhe would continue to have the Skynet produce the second mech. Becoming a low-level 1-star lord would bring him all-round benefits. Now Xingye felt that he had no problem facing a mid-level 5 or 6-star lord, as long as the second mech was manufactured. His strength. Not so fast, it's the Wu family. They both found an eternal environment card together. My grandfather is unable to intervene, so the two families plan to share that eternal environment card. For the sake of the cooperation between the two families, they decided to form a marriage alliance, and Jiang Yunxiao is the sacrificial lamb. The second son of the Wu family is rumored to be a fool, with an IQ of only 6 years old. They should announce their engagement soon, maybe within a week. It should be fast. After all, the two families are eager to explore the internal space of that eternal environment card. Hu Tianhe lowered his head and dared not look up at Xingye. After all, her relationship with Jiang Yunxiao was that of good friends. True good friends, not plastic sisters. In fact, she had asked her grandfather, Hu Yong'an, before Xingye had come out of the environment card. However, her grandfather also told her the situation. So their Hu family was powerless. 7 days? Then this time is enough. Since that's the case, let's have dinner first, and I'll take care of the rest. Hu Tianhe's eyes widened. Don't you know the strength of those two families? Let me tell you, the Jiang family is led by the Grand Elder, a high-level lord of 2 stars, and the head of the Wu family is a high-level lord of 1 star, but they have 7 intermediate 5-star lords. These two families are now in an alliance. If you get involved with these two families, Xingye reached out and placed her hand on Hu Tianhe's head. Trust me, since there are 7 days, I have a way. Xingye's tone was very serious. After hearing Xingye's tone, Hu Tianhe gradually relaxed. Just like the environment card at the previous graduation ceremony, she did not expect Xingye to bring out such a mech. In that case, what harm could trusting Xingye once more do? Beside the courtyard of the Wu family, in a not-so-large house, the decorations inside were not luxurious, and the interior space was just average in size. It was a place for people to live, not a pigsty or a doghouse. Second young master, as you expected, news of the fake eternal environment card has leaked, but most of the families in Nantian City are not concerned. The Hu family remains still. As for the Shang family, that young man in charge seems to have no action either. At present, they also do not intend to make a move. There is no news from other families, but they are all investigating the whereabouts of Xingye. A woman reported quietly to the young man in the room. The young man's face still had some graffiti on it. On the table in front of him were not resource cards, but many building blocks that children play with. He was known to outsiders as the second young master of the Wu family, Wu Hao. Well, that card is my failed work, and I also deceived the family. They plan to have the Jiang family marry me, right? That's right, I am the second son of the Wu family, with enough weight. When he mentioned being the second son, his face showed a slight grimace and anger. Young master, in my opinion, given time. No need to wait, as long as they enter my card, everything will be locked by me. I want them to experience what my mother and father felt back then. Just because my mother and father got a blueprint, they became greedy and directly killed my parents. Do they think I know nothing? The second young master has long been dead. The second young master reached out and touched his face. His entire appearance suddenly changed. The slightly chubby figure, the graffiti on his face, and the dirty clothes of the dumbfounded teenager disappeared. In their place was a woman with a cold aura. Her face was extremely charming, but the expression on her face was icy. Her 2 white and tender legs were crossed together. Her figure was so alluring that it could set one's heart on fire. At this moment, she was completely naked, without any clothes. The eyes were as sharp as ice skates. Wherever the gaze landed, it seemed to leave a trail of ice in the air. I have endured humiliation and hardship for so many years, and finally, at this moment of understanding, I have waited too long for this day. The dawn is near. The female attendant beside him witnessed this scene without saying a word, her eyes filled with admiration. How powerful have you become? Thanks to the young master's cultivation over the years, I am now a mid-level 5-star lord, just like those elders. But I am confident that I can handle the attacks on the young master by those people. That's enough, even if you are only a 2-star, it's enough. I don't need you to engage in direct combat. But this way, I am even more confident. The sun rose, it was another beautiful day. Hoshino woke up from bed, feeling instinctively relaxed. After getting up, he suddenly remembered that he was not in his own home, but in Tora's house. After quickly tidying himself up, he planned to leave the Tora family. The second mech had not been completed yet. According to the Tianwang, it would still take a day or two. For Hoshino, 2 days was nothing, he could wait. At the same time, he was even more curious about how powerful the second mech could be. It should be noted that the Black Knight mech took at least 8 hours to manufacture initially, and the manufacturing of this new mech actually required 2 days. Perhaps it was due to the quantity and special nature of the materials. All the materials were ice-based. Mechs made from these materials must have significant biases. For example, if in an environment with magma, or encountering a lord who can summon fire-based troops, there would definitely be limitations. So, should he manufacture some basic or small-scale mechanical soldiers, or just use the Black Knight mech directly in battle? It might also affect his other mechanical soldiers. Forget it, let's stick with powerful mechs like the Black Knight. The theory of ants biting elephants may not necessarily apply in this world. Hoshino rubbed his cheeks, got up, and left the room. He arrived in the hall. At this time, some attendants were already preparing breakfast. Everyone could become a lord, but the development of the territory required a vast amount of resources. After establishing a territory, the functional buildings on the territory also required resources, except for some special territories. For example, his war fortress, once built, all the defense and research buildings in the entire territory were directly constructed, because the resources needed to develop a territory were too many. So there were some people who chose not to invest resources in the territory, but to accumulate them all for themselves. When they had some surplus, they would use the resources in the territory. However, the premise of this kind of development was that the lord enhanced their own attributes. Regardless of the type of development, resources were indispensable. Let me handle the cooking. After staying overnight at someone else's place, it didn't seem right to just leave the next day. Besides, he had some skills, so cooking a meal was not a problem. The attendants looked at each other and in the end, Hoshino started cooking. Soon, a fragrant smell wafted from the kitchen. Tora woke up slowly from his bed. As soon as he woke up, he smelled the aroma of food. What's this smell? What dish did you make today? With a swish, Tora immediately jumped out of bed, put on his slippers, and hurried to the hall. At this point, he noticed that there were already many dishes on the table in the hall. The dishes were simple but still emitted an enticing aroma. A little saliva slowly seeped out of his mouth. Hu Tianhe, who had eaten a lot of various delicious foods, now felt that these ordinary meals could also be so fragrant. This meal was made by me. You just woke up, so try it. Hoshino came out of the kitchen and placed another meal on the table. Hu Tianhe's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly and immediately sat down at the table. After becoming a lord, to some extent, he could choose not to eat or drink. But most people still had desires for food and drink. Being hungry was one thing, but whether to eat or not was another. In a study room in the Hu family. Grandpa, you didn't tell me until late last night. Why are you suddenly so concerned about that kid? Hu Xing knew that his grandfather approved of Hoshino and Hu Tianhe. After all, his grandfather had noticed Hoshino even before he awakened as a lord. He was very clear about this. Initially, he was curious why his grandfather had chosen Hoshino. If he had gone to the Qingting Academy at that time, he would have seen many geniuses. Concerned? You have to hold on to such a good opportunity tightly. I felt that kid's character was good from the beginning, and Tianhe also likes him. Grandpa gave a cryptic answer. It seemed like he didn't say anything. Before, even when they went to the academy yesterday, his grandfather shouldn't have directly said such things, no matter how much he valued Hoshino. What was the reason for his urgency? Opportunity? Hu Xing looked puzzled. According to the rumors from the teachers at the academy, Hoshino's strength should be strong, even stronger than most intermediate low-star lords. As for the so-called war fortress that the academy had been talking about, he hadn't seen it yet, so he remained skeptical. You know my talent, the instinct of a beast. I have trained this B-level lord talent to be no less than an A-level. That kid. Cough cough cough. The grandfather, who was laughing a moment ago, suddenly started coughing. Fresh blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Hu Xing's face changed instantly. Father, your body. Hu Yong'an's body had long been scarred from past events, and now it could even be said that it was just an empty shell. If the Lord's War were to start, facing a high-level lord, his current grandfather wouldn't even have the strength to fight. Hu Yong'an's face turned pale. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He reached out his hand to stop Hu Xing from coming to help. Cough, cough. I won't die, no need to help me. It's just some injuries. How could I die at this time? Hu Yong'an's terrifyingly pale face was frightening. This state seemed to be more than just an injury, it was almost turning into poisoning. Your body can't go on like this. I think that tiger bone should be used for you. No, that tiger bone must be kept for Tianhe. I can't use it. Before that kid enters the Hu family, I won't die. Hu Xing looked at his father, Hu Yong'an, and felt a great sense of helplessness from his father's resolute and serious expression. Father, why are you so stubborn? Hu Xing naturally couldn't persuade his grandfather. And the grandfather's physical condition was only revealed to Hu Tianhe to some extent. The true situation was known only to Hu Xing. He sighed silently in his heart. In the afternoon, in a dense forest outside the city. Kid, I'll say it again, no matter how you got into our team, even if that person's face is involved, we may not be able to protect you in this intermediate environment card. After 4 explorations, there isn't much good stuff inside. And it's also an environment card like the Dwarven Dead City. We're going in to get some weapon materials. After leaving Toritaka's house, Hoshino immediately started looking for a team. Most ordinary people rent environment cards explored by others. The fewer times an environment card has been explored, the higher the rental price. Generally, after an environment card has been explored 3 times, the owner will directly rent it out, in exchange for some stardust. Originally, Hoshino planned to find it himself, but a few words from Toritaka dispelled his idea of finding it himself. Can you find it? Aren't you afraid of being cheated? And you are a mechanical lord. The instances of out-of-control artificial intelligence are also very rare, and even rarer. This kind of dwarf series, you may not be able to find it. Most people who enter such niche environment cards either go alone or have their own team. You go to the Free Lord Guild to buy a card, you don't have that stardust, or let me help you find it, it will be done in no time. Hoshino did not refuse Toritaka's kindness, so he joined the current team. As for Toritaka himself, he entered the environment card prepared by the family. Toritaka's territory belongs to the domain of leading wild beast creatures. Coupled with the family's heritage, Toritaka's future path can be said to be predetermined. The rest depends on Toritaka's personal potential. That's why some people have also awakened as Lord Talents, but the final results have not changed much. Back to the present. There are both men and women among these people, a total of 7. The man at the head has a scar on his face. That injury is not irreparable. Using potions, or some powder, or finding another lord to summon a soldier with healing abilities can treat it. But all of this requires stardust. Our team is made up of strong individuals. We hope you can keep up with our pace. If you die in the environment card space, we can't save you. I won't explain the knowledge of this environment card to you again. You are also a graduate of that academy. You should understand about environment cards. The scar-faced man at the head looked very unpleasant. The others had similar expressions. If it weren't for the relationship with the Hu family, they wouldn't have let Hoshino into the team at all. Adding a person to the team, at least the other party must have some experience. Well, this person just graduated. Gao Wei was almost wide-eyed when he first found out. It felt like your company had just been established. The shareholders decided to add a person to the company, and you thought there was no problem. But what you didn't expect was that this person had just turned 8. Hoshino was also a little embarrassed. After all, he was using a favor from the Hu family. As the saying goes, those who eat people's mouths are short, and those who take people's hands are short. At this moment, Hoshino was in such a state. Well, my strength is, okay, I guess. As soon as this was said, Gao Wei felt the scars on his face trembling. He took a deep breath. Well, now we enter the environment card. Remember, pay attention to your safety. We may not be able to divert our attention to protect you. The faces of the others darkened. They already felt that the exploration of this environment card might not go smoothly. Is this kid capable? Who cares if he is capable or not? If he joins, we have no choice. Well, he shouldn't hold us back, should he? A few team members muttered quietly. Yao Wei's face also became serious at this time. Before entering the environment card, let me ask you, what soldier are you summoning as the main one? Is it ranged? It's better to have ranged troops, or at least be able to exert a little residual heat. If it's a melee unit, forget about the residual heat. You can only send a suicide squad to explore. If you really go directly to face the monsters in this environment card, just look at the low-level bonus of the opponent's lord. Can this be done? This is impossible. It should be considered melee. He is relatively large in size. Gao Wei's eyes flashed. A large-sized melee unit. So can it be used as a meat shield or bait? Very well, this is the only good news. Then, how many soldiers like this do you have? 10 or 100? At least there should be around 10. 7 or 8 should also be fine. Only 1. What do you need me to do? Hoshino was also very curious. The other parties suddenly changed their expression. Could it be that there are some uses of their units that he is not aware of or does not understand? It shouldn't be. When the Black Warrior mech was created, it was essentially a powerful killing machine. All materials were used on how to kill. One, just right. How many? One soldier? Since it is developing territory. At the beginning, there should be about 5 or 6 soldiers. Why only one soldier? Do you have any skilled soldiers in your territory? The so-called skilled soldiers are those who are proficient in other abilities, such as blacksmithing, forging, alchemy. These belong to the category of skilled soldiers. The things made by these soldiers can not only be used by other soldiers, but also by the Lord himself. And under the blessing of the Lord's talent, the effects become even better. No, just one. Just one soldier. You have only had one soldier since awakening your Lord talent? Who, after activating the territory, doesn't spend a bit of resources to create 10 or 12 soldiers? Forget it. This kid doesn't need to expect anything. Forget it. Let's enter the environment card now. Yao Wei was already disappointed. He understood that Hoshino was likely sent by the Tiger family to annoy them. Even if the Tiger family sent someone weaker, they could still accept it. But Hoshino was just too weak. It's okay. It's okay, kid. Just remember, after entering the environment card, don't run around, don't move around, don't mess around. Where we go, you go. Don't wander around by yourself, otherwise, if you die, I won't be able to save you, Gao Wei said coldly. In his opinion, Hoshino clearly hasn't figured out what the environment card is. Okay, what about the materials? According to the effort you put in, if you do nothing, you get 30%, that was agreed upon earlier. As for the treasures, you don't get a share. Everything else is negotiable, but this benefit must be clarified in advance. Agreed upon earlier? Yes, as the princess of the Tiger family said. Gao Wei touched his neck. The original words were to let us guide you, help you accumulate experience in exploring the environment card. As for the materials, if you do nothing, we can only give you 30%. Didn't you accumulate it? You just graduated from school. You probably don't even know what a Lord's battle is. To be honest, at the beginning, he didn't even think about it. Now he swears that if the Tiger family sends someone to his team next time, either pay more or don't bring them at all. As for the 30% of the materials, this is something that should be given. People like them don't seem to be in a hurry about family matters. But exploring the environment card alone is like buying a lottery ticket. You have to find a reliable way. Another thing is that the materials obtained from the environment card may not necessarily be needed by oneself. They can be sold directly to these families to replenish themselves. These families will definitely not think of you, and they will offer market prices. Overall, it is more convenient. Well, then, I will definitely not hold you back, Hoshino said earnestly. As an intermediate environment card holder, he had some understanding of his own strength, even though he wasn't sure about the level of monsters inside. At the very least, he had the ability to protect himself. Gao Wei remained silent. He silently took out an environment card and pinched it with 2 fingers. The card immediately emitted a dazzling light. In the next moment, they felt a strange spatial fluctuation enveloping them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a different world. This new place was not like the icy environment of the Qingting Academy's environment card. Above them was a mountain wall, and their surroundings resembled an underground town with extremely smooth walls that had been polished. There were weathered wooden cups by the roadside, and the whole area was eerily quiet with no sound. This environment card has been explored 4 times already. This is our 5th time, and although there may not be as many monsters around us now, it doesn't mean there are no monsters in this environment card. Everyone, be alert. You, come closer. In these dwarf-type environment cards, there are usually traps, Gao Wei said, feeling uncomfortable but still responsible. Hoshino immediately nodded. In the previous school environment card, he had been forced into a siege and had to summon a mech to fight his way out. This time, he was following this team to see how things were normally handled in an environment card. Let's first explore the surroundings to determine our current position. Summon a few scouts, Gao Wei ordered. Immediately, members of the team summoned dozens of soldiers made entirely of quicksand, resembling upright sandworms. These sandworms spread out in different directions. Gao Wei noticed that Hoshino was paying close attention. Despite his initial discomfort, Gao Wei's opinion of Hoshino improved slightly. At least he was obedient and didn't act recklessly. Gao Wei had trained new recruits before and knew how some could be troublemakers. Once we have a clear understanding of the environment around us, we can decide on our next steps. When exploring an environment card that has already been explored, we can usually obtain a map. The rental provider will also offer maps, and the price will fluctuate based on the card's level and exploration times. Hoshino nodded slightly. I thought they only rented out environment cards. They can also sell maps? If they only rented out cards, they would easily incur losses. But selling maps and items that monsters fear in the environment card is where the profit lies, compared to renting out the cards, Gao Wei explained. Doesn't anyone default on payments? That's a naive question. If someone defaults, the Lord's Association will blacklist them, preventing them from buying or selling any cards within the association. They won't be able to rent any environment cards either. If you want resources, you'll have to rely on connections, and even then, it's not guaranteed. I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. While the Empire may not have strict laws in this regard, the consequences are not something you can afford. It could even bring shame to the Hua family, Gao Wei warned, thinking Hoshino was simply curious. Well, I was just curious. Is it common for exploration of environment cards to be done with a group of 7 or 8 people like us? Of course not. Our environment card belongs to the niche category of environment cards. In popular environment cards, there are hundreds of people in one wave, and these hundreds of people will be allocated to different areas. Some people are killed by monsters as soon as they enter, while others find treasures as soon as they land. Many people have also died because of this. Hoshino nodded slightly. He had been curious before why everyone awakened as Lord Talents. He thought it was because of resource issues. Now it seems that the problem comes from many aspects. Of course, you can also buy a key from the rental party, so that when you just enter the environment card, the surroundings are absolutely safe. Kao Gu. We have finished exploring. There is nothing nearby. About 4 kilometers to the west, there is an open door, and about 10,000 meters to the south, there are 12 dwarf puppets wandering. The person who had finished exploring the surroundings immediately reported to Gao Wei. Gao Wei also immediately adjusted his expression. There were 8 of them if Hoshino was not counted. 12 dwarf puppets, how strong are they, and what is there? Intermediate 7 stars, among them there is a dried dwarf corpse. On that corpse you can clearly see, it seems to have a dwarf hammer. Dwarf hammers are either weapons treasures that provide skill bonuses, or treasures that directly increase soldiers' damage capabilities, or both. Gao Wei's face was expectant. With such a treasure, if we take it, we can directly make a profit. 12 dwarf puppets. What do you think, everyone? If we do it, let's go south, not 12 dwarf puppets intermediate 7 stars. To be honest, Hoshino wanted to try it himself. Just as he was about to summon his own Black Warrior mech. Lord's reminder, the current space is too small for the Black Warrior mech to summon. It is recommended that the Lord collect some available materials, and the Heavenly Network can help the Lord create a temporary combat robot. Hoshino's eyes widened. Right. The height of the Black Warrior mech's body is almost several hundred meters, while this underground space is at most a little over 200 meters. How can this be done? Should he really collect some materials and make a temporary combat robot? This environment card exists because of Gao Wei and the others. But if he enters the next environment card, where the space is also relatively small, and monsters appear as soon as he lands, what should he do? Wait to die? Isn't that just giving up? At the same time, standing on the central black plane of the territory planet, the Black Warrior mech sat cross-legged. Suddenly, without anyone controlling it, she immediately stood up. The black lightning snakes on her body roamed freely, constantly making crackling sounds. She slowly raised her head to look at the sky. There was nothing in the sky, but she could see Hoshino through this piece of sky. At this moment, a girl wearing white stockings and a sailor suit suddenly appeared nearby. Black Warrior, I advise you not to go out on your own. Without the Lord's summons, you are not allowed to go out, and once you go out, with your body size, you are very likely to burst the space. By then, the Lord will be trapped in the space turbulence. This voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. She was the humanoid projection of the Heavenly Network and had no physical entity. Due to the current level of the territory, she could not create her own entity. The Black Warrior mech immediately lowered her head. This speed was not at all like that of a cumbersome mech, but more like a fierce outlaw emitting killing intent. The Heavenly Network could feel the Black Warrior mech's angry emotions. Is there really no way? There is. I am planning to discuss it with the Lord, so wait a moment. Crack! The black lightning on the Black Warrior mech's body dissipated instantly. She sat down somewhat gloomily in place. On the other side, Hoshino was unaware of what was happening on the Lord's planet. The conversation between Tian Wang and the Black Warrior was completed in just a few seconds. Hint to the Lord, you can open a part of the Lord's space to let some monsters in, or use the open space door to let the Black Warrior mecha take action. Both can easily solve the dilemma in this space. After Tian Wang gave this sentence, Hoshino immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His confidence was all in the Black Warrior mecha and the War Fortress. If the Black Warrior mecha couldn't be summoned, then there was no need to think about the War Fortress. In the future, I still need to create some smaller basic combat robots, otherwise, if I encounter a sudden monster attack in this environment, it will be more troublesome. The Lord only needs to break through to the low-level 2-star, the Black Warrior Mecha, including the upcoming Snow White Extreme Cold Howler, can all activate shapeshifting. With shapeshifting, it can easily meet any needs of the Lord in all aspects. Hoshino did not understand the meaning in Tianwan's words. Kid, don't you summon the soldiers in your territory? Since there are soldiers in your territory, you should follow the development flow, not the personal flow. The development flow is to develop the territory, which is the path most people take. In the personal flow, basically, as mentioned earlier, all resources are focused on oneself. During the time Hoshino communicated with Tianwan just now, Galway and the others had already summoned most of the soldiers in their respective territories. Since they were attacking this kind of environmental card, they naturally used the elite soldiers in their respective territories. Then they found that Hoshino had not summoned anything. My soldier is too big, so I can't summon him. At this moment, Hoshino felt that maybe he shouldn't have come out to find environmental cards and resources first. He should go to his own territory space first and let the territory core ascend. With his current strength, directly ascending to 5 or 6 stars is not a problem. After Hoshino said this, everyone was surprised. Too big in size? This underground space is estimated to be 200 to 300 meters high. Such a large-sized unit must at least be owned by a mid-level lord. How could you, a low-level lord, have such a unit? Will such a unit obey the commands of a low-level lord? You probably don't even have a soldier. That's why you came up with this excuse. The others in the team looked at each other without saying anything. They were already in this environmental card, so what else is there to say? Just smile like the boss's silly son, and don't say much else. Galway let out a sigh. It's okay, as long as Hoshino doesn't cause trouble, that's already good enough. Well, good, we just decided to go south. When the distance is about the same later, you stay in place and don't move around recklessly. Because at that time, we may not be able to take care of you. Rest assured, you won't miss a single bit of the materials. Galway stared seriously into Hoshino's eyes. In the environmental card, especially when there are strangers in the team, the interests must be made clear. Otherwise, it's easy to get stabbed. In the Lord's world, reasoning depends only on the morality of both sides and the bottom line of how they conduct themselves. But many people have long since thrown these things away in secret in order to become stronger lords. Okay, Hoshino has been following the team and has not fallen behind. He also took a look. The strength of these people is actually not as good as Li Rufeng in the academy. Even if they team up, they may not be able to defeat Li Rufeng's Abyss Legion. Indeed, the teachers in the academy are all quite powerful. Galway and the others are like solo players. Basically, they all have this level of strength. Okay, this is it. We're getting close to those puppets. Can't get any closer. Hoshino immediately stayed in place. He could now see those dwarf puppets. Each of these dwarf puppets was constructed from a material fused with copper and iron. One could say that these monsters also counted as some materials. Anyway, if there are materials to be had, having fewer is fine. After exploring this environment card, he would go back and upgrade his territory first, and then find another environment card on his own. Just as Hoshino was thinking this way, Galway had already charged forward with all his teammates. It seemed like they intended to directly confront those dwarf puppets in a fight to the death. But halfway there, they all stopped simultaneously and stood in place. Charge! Go, Sandworm Swarm! Crush them, Iron Fawn Yellow Earth Wolf! Several people summoned soldiers with just a movement of their mouths and charged forward. This area was quite large. Over 1,000 different soldiers surged forward in a chaotic manner. The dwarf puppets, originally moving slowly one by one, suddenly twisted their necks and quickly noticed the group of people. Immediately, they all seemed to be charged with electricity, moving swiftly. Gone was their previous slow demeanor. Click, click. The sound of gears turning quickly rang out. This sound gave everyone a bad feeling. The dwarf puppets' arms all sprang out blades, and dozens of tiny black holes appeared on their bodies, continuously shooting out iron needles. The attack methods of these dwarf puppets were quite comprehensive, with both ranged and melee attacks. Hoshino was left dumbfounded by this fighting style, which he had never anticipated. Shouldn't it be that melee units are in the front, ranged units in the back, with highly mobile units ready to support at any time? What was this? Direct F2A? After suppressing his curiosity and observing closely for a few moments, Hoshino realized that they had no intention of fighting these 12 dwarf puppets continuously. The goal in their eyes was simply the somewhat deteriorated dwarf corpse lying on the ground. More accurately, it was for the dwarf short hammer in the corpse's hand. With that hammer, their trip would be considered profitable. If they found other things later, that would be pure profit. Low-level, 6-star melee enhancement card. Among the group of miscellaneous soldiers were some elites, but they still couldn't reach the weathered dwarf corpse. It seemed that as they got closer to the corpse, the steam emanating from the dwarf puppets increased, and their speed also accelerated. Seeing this scene, Gao Wei didn't continue standing still and watching. He immediately played a war card. In an instant, the soldiers he summoned emitted a bright light, and the sharpness emanating from each of them became even stronger. Others did the same, each taking out a low-level war card and using it directly. After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, one soldier finally reached the weathered corpse. Seeing this scene, Gao Wei's eyes widened, excitement evident on his face. Good. Let's go. Everyone, that kid, don't fall behind. Others, pay attention, we've got the corpse. There might be other things on it. Guya, send some soldiers to find a safe place. Yao Wei immediately issued his orders. His voice wasn't too loud, but it still reached Hoshino's ears not far away. Hoshino immediately rushed out, incredibly fast. His attributes actually received a boost from mecha to some extent. There were Black Knight mechas and large mechanical creations like war fortresses. With the boost from both, Hoshino's speed was much faster than Kawaii and the others. He first rushed in the direction of Kawaii and the others, gradually increasing his speed. Kawaii and the others, who were running ahead, looked strange as they felt a strong wind coming. They turned around to see that the source of the wind was actually Hoshino. Ha, how come you're so fast? Kawaii could feel his stamina being depleted continuously. Hoshino was puzzled. Where are we going? Why don't we just kill all the dwarf puppets directly? Why do we have to run? Hoshino didn't understand, but he decided to learn from these experienced drivers for the future. After all, in this environment card, death meant real death, with no chance of starting over. Kid, you're really fearless. These dwarf puppets are not living beings, they are mechanisms. Unless you smash them to pieces, you can't make them stop completely. If they were living beings, we could fight them, but these dwarf puppets have high defense, it's not easy to break through, and the materials on them are not very valuable. It turned out they were not easy to defeat. Then why run? Just smash them directly. Kid, these dwarf puppets are of intermediate 7-star level. At this level, the enhancement is either the troop type is strong, or if not strong, at least intermediate 8-star level is needed to have a chance. Kawaii said urgently. The faces of the other teammates also changed. At this critical moment, anyone making a slight mistake could potentially lead to casualties in the entire team. Hoshino suddenly stopped in place and turned to look at the approaching dwarf puppets. These dwarf puppets were quite tall, each about 60 meters tall. Of course, compared to Hoshino's Black Warrior mech, they were nothing. Kid, are you looking for death? Of course not, I just don't want to run. It seems more reliable to sweep them directly with the mech. Your methods don't suit me. After saying this, a huge spatial crack suddenly opened above him. The next moment, an incredibly huge mechanical arm reached out from it. The palm of that mechanical arm was much larger than those dwarf puppets. Bang! Clatter! The scattered parts flew everywhere. The owner of this mechanical arm seemed to be extremely angry, as he slapped down and smashed one of the dwarf puppets to pieces. Sizzle! Black electric currents converged into a series of black lightning snakes that exploded upon touching the dwarf puppets. In a flash, all 12 dwarf puppet bodies had turned into debris. The bodies of these monsters should also be good materials. I'll take them all, since you don't want them anyway. I'll take 100% of these monster bodies, okay? Hoshino looked excited. Previously, in the extremely cold environment card, many monster bodies had become electrical materials. Overall, the utilization efficiency was still somewhat low. The monster bodies in the low-level environment card were basically worthless junk that no one wanted. Hoshino was also recycling waste. However, Hoshino always felt that there should be more ways to use these monster bodies. For example, semi-mechanical organisms, achieving a perfect fusion of biology and machinery. First, the genes of these creatures needed to be analyzed. If a living mechanical being could be created, its strength would definitely be extraordinary. The Black Warrior's mechanical arm slowly retracted. Hoshino took the opportunity to close the rift in the Lord's space that he had opened. You guys don't want it, right? What? Do you want it too? Hoshino asked again, because he saw that Gao Wei and the others were completely stunned in place, motionless. Even Gao Wei's mouth, which had finished speaking, remained open, without any movement. The whole person seemed to be frozen in place. After Hoshino's 2 questions, Gao Wei immediately came to his senses. The other teammates also looked at each other. At this moment, their eyes were filled with great confusion. Does this strong person need us to lead the team? I don't think so. Did we wait for the wrong person before? How is that possible? This person was brought by the tiger family. He looks young and like a student. Are students nowadays so fierce? Just now, he summoned a mechanical arm. Such a large mechanical arm could easily sweep through this environment card. I don't see any problem with that. These ordinary teammates had extremely complex expressions. At first, they felt that Hoshino seemed inexperienced. But because of the tiger family, they didn't say much. Gao Wei swallowed deeply. No, big brother, you misunderstood. I was distracted just now. You can take all the bodies of these dwarf puppets. Mad, with this kind of strength and such powerful mechanical soldiers under his command, you tell me he's just a recent graduate? Do I need to lead him? This is not leading, it's being led. Thinking back to his ignorant behavior just now, Gao Wei felt a bit embarrassed. That's great. Not great, I will never refuse more materials for intermediate 7-star materials. After making the second mech, the third and fourth mechs will also need to collect materials. Although he had the talent of a creator, the most basic ability of this talent is to significantly reduce the materials needed to create mechanical creations. But this also means that Hoshino can use this talent to make some low-level materials perform better. Like the materials obtained from the extreme cold world before. All the materials could be used directly to create the second mech, which would definitely be extremely strong due to the properties, but the weaknesses would also be quite obvious. In that case, let's just push forward directly. First find the place nearby with the most monsters. There should be quite a few monsters in this environment card. Hoshino's face showed excitement. At the same time, he immediately collected all the bodies of the dwarf puppets on the ground into his lord's space. At the same time, the dwarf puppet bodies that had just fallen into the Lord's space smashed near the Black Warrior mech. The Black Warrior mech was already frustrated because it couldn't go into battle. Seeing these things enter the Lord's space, his fighting spirit surged. Boom! The black lightning was directly maximized. A sword made of black lightning appeared in his hand. Hold on, Black Warrior, the Lord threw these bodies in here, not for you to vent your anger. These things will definitely be used to make other mechs later. The humanoid projection of Tianwang immediately appeared nearby. The warrior's furious strike had high damage capability. These bodies would definitely all disintegrate. Even the place where the bodies were could crack open a huge gap. However, the Black Warrior did not immediately disperse the Black Lightning Sword, still holding it up, wanting to make a move. Seeing this scene, Tianwang knew the Black Warrior's character too well. The Black Warrior is the one she created for Hoshino. You don't want the Lord to dislike you either, Tianwang said. The Black Warrior immediately dispersed the Black Thunder energy sword in his palm. Don't be angry. According to the Lord's plan, he will definitely promote the territory next. Once the territory is promoted, whether it's you or the upcoming completion of the extreme cold, you can change your form. By then, you can go out without any restrictions. At the same time, you can further activate your core power. The Black Warrior mech nodded slightly. Okay. In the environmental card, at this moment, Hoshino and others really walked horizontally. The weathered dwarf corpse, with a necklace and a dwarf hammer, had already been seen by everyone. The properties of these two treasures both enhance forging skills. The grade is also intermediate 6 stars. Originally, Gao Wei was planning to give these two treasures directly to Hoshino, but Hoshino didn't want them. In his view, these two treasures were not as valuable as the monster corpses. It seems that after several explorations of the environmental card, the number of monsters is small. After all, when the previous people came in, they would kill these dwarf puppets to some extent. Hoshino was still a little excited. But as they walked, they didn't encounter any dwarf puppets. His face suddenly sank. However, for Gao Wei and the others, it felt different. With Hoshino around, their feeling was like a spring outing. This feeling was something they hadn't experienced even when they graduated from the academy. The environmental card prepared for graduation from the academy had resources, but they also had to kill monsters and find those treasures. Almost there is a door not far ahead. I think after passing that door, there will be some dwarf puppets on the other side. Gao Wei's face was even more excited than Hoshino's. Since becoming a lord, Gao Wei had calculated every step he took. It was nothing like now, being led by Hoshino. Well, I'm not in a hurry, it's just that because of my lord's talent, I really need materials. Do you know where there are unexplored environmental cards? What is the general selling price? It's best to have intermediate ones with mechanical monsters. Mechanical monsters, Hoshino speculated. For Tianwang, he must be able to analyze various blueprints. By then, the efficiency of making mechs might be higher. While thinking about this, Hoshino immediately asked Tianwang in his mind, if you disassemble mechanical creations, will your efficiency in making mechs improve significantly? Tian Wang received Hoshino's words in an instant. It will improve to some extent, but the Lord's efficiency in doing so is not very high. The Lord should first upgrade the territory level, so that various laboratories can be built in the fortress, production rooms, refining rooms, and other buildings that enhance production. As long as there are materials, all these problems can be solved. I have many plans for the development of the territory. All are aimed at enabling the Lord to cope with large-scale wars, but there is a prerequisite, which is the need for materials. Tian Wang also stated his requirements. In summary, it's materials, any materials will do, and the rest is not a concern. Another is the promotion of the territory. Once the territory is promoted, some blueprints will be unlocked, and there will also be some bonuses that Hoshino himself is not aware of. Hoshino nodded slightly in his heart. Indeed, he was a bit hasty on this trip. He should first upgrade the territory. At least it can change the form of the Black Warrior mech. This way, he doesn't have to focus too much on his surroundings. If he summons slowly, he himself is not very confident in defeating these dwarf puppets. If it's a low-level dwarf puppet, Hoshino felt that he still had some confidence. He looked at Gao Wei's face. Gao Wei's eyebrows slightly furrowed at this moment. The general selling price of low-level environmental cards starts at 1 million star sources, and for unexplored intermediate environmental cards, the price is 10 million star sources. Advanced environmental cards are relatively rare. Generally, few people sell them, but someone like you who has the backing of the Tiger family can directly purchase a large quantity and usually get a discount. 1 million star sources. Wow, that's enough to buy dozens of resource cards. And this is just the selling price of a low-level environmental card. It seems that in the future, I can only find a ride when going out. Forming a group by myself might be a bit difficult. Now, I don't even have any startup capital. Just the hammer of the dwarf they just obtained, and that necklace treasure. The combined price of the two is 50,000 star sources. Well, actually I don't have much star source. With the Tiger family's help, that's enough. Hoshino felt that it would be best to rent an environmental card by himself. Soon, the group passed through the door they had explored before. Stepping in, after walking through a not-so-long tunnel for a while, the group arrived at another underground town. This town was much larger compared to the previous one. No need for Gao Wei to say much. The person previously referred to as Dogtooth by Gao Wei immediately released his sandworm and quickly dispersed around. Hoshino felt that he should learn from this scouting action. For example, when entering an environmental card by himself, he could directly let the Skynet create some small drones to scout ahead. Find monsters or treasures directly. If the space is large enough, he could also let the War Fortress conduct a large-scale scan. Not to mention things on the ground. Even underground things could be directly scanned. Maybe, now let Skynet try. See if it can scan. Skynet, can you scan how much is left in this space? Currently using War Fortress for scanning, it will take 10 minutes to scan the entire space. It is recommended that the Lord hold the environmental card before entering. Skynet can directly scan, faster, and can explore the entire space in just 1 second. Wow, this question was quite surprising. Holding the environmental card can directly scan. In this way, next time when he enters the environmental card alone, there is actually nothing to worry about. Then scan around me first, help me see if there are any monsters or treasures nearby. To the southwest of the Lord, 1 kilometer away, there is a dwarf brewery with 10 dwarf puppets and 4 treasures. To the southwest of the Lord, 1,300 meters away, there is a deep dwarf warehouse that needs a key to open. It is recommended that the Lord smash it directly. Inside, there are 40 dwarf puppets and 7 treasures. After Hoshino finished speaking, Skynet reported several locations as if sending a telegram to Hoshino. You don't need to wait for your sandworm to come back, I know how to go now. Follow me. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't see Hoshino release anything just now. Moreover, according to the map Gao Wei was looking at, this area was considered relatively safe, with nothing marked on it. However, based on the strength Hoshino showed before going to Hoshino, they didn't say anything. They just looked at Gao Wei. They couldn't afford to offend Hoshino. Gao Wei was also the team leader. Well, then follow the big brother. No one should fall behind, Dogtooth. You should also pay attention to your surroundings at all times. The meaning was simple. Follow Hoshino. Environmental exploration around should not stop. In the academy. Still in the office of the dean. How should we proceed, everyone? You should be clear that if I am no longer the dean by the end of this year, what will be the outcome for all of you? Zhu Guangfu's eyes were cold. At this moment, he wanted to chop Hoshino into pieces and swallow him whole. There was no way around it. The losses were not clear until carefully calculated, and only then did he realize how much he had lost. What made Zhu Guangfu even more frustrated was that he had no immediate way to deal with Hoshino. Right now, the other party had the backing of the Tiger family and their support. Revenge against Hoshino could only be done in secret. As for Hoshino's sister, it was said that she was already living in the Tiger family. Although she was studying at the Qingting Academy, she was protected by Hong Yong. Zhu Guangfu had no way to deal with this situation. Just then, Director Shui stopped daydreaming and looked seriously at Zhu Guangfu. Control the mecha, control everything. Controlling the mecha means controlling everything. As long as we can control that mecha, all the current problems will no longer be problems. We can directly shift the blame to Hoshino. Even if someone knows the truth, they will understand that once Hoshino loses control of his mecha, they will know what the real truth is. Director Shui was serious. The others had not yet caught on. As for Zhu Guangfu, his eyes quickly turned. He carefully considered the suggestion made by Director Shui. Yes. His reliance is essentially on that mecha. As long as we can control that mecha, everything will be easier. Yes, that's right. A toothless tiger can be manipulated however we want. But didn't you say he has an immensely powerful war fortress? I heard you say before that the war fortress can shred a planet in one run? Director Wang quickly nodded. That cannon is called the Burst Star Annihilation Cannon, and the barrel is probably half as thick as our Academy's square. I felt a great threat from it, and my soldiers dare not move. Even if we control that mecha, with that war fortress in place, we still have no way to deal with him. For a moment, the dean's office fell into a certain silence once again. Director Shui spoke up. I'll say it again. Controlling that mecha means controlling everything. Director Wang, have you forgotten that he summoned the war fortress relying on that mecha? If we control that mecha, our Academy's current strength combined with that mecha. As soon as these words were spoken, whether it was Zhu Guangfu or the others in the dean's office, they all had a look of joy on their faces. Their Academy's combat power was already strong. Over the years, their combat power was on par with other academies. With that war fortress and the black mecha, their Academy could dominate all others. In the long run, the descendants of the entire southern Sky City would vie to enter their Qingting Academy. At that time, these people would also rise with the tide. This is truly a huge deal. Zhu Guangfu's voice sounded a bit cold. At this moment, there was a rare smile on his face. However, if what happened to him were to happen to someone else, few would be able to smile happily. Good. This is a good plan. I have been thinking about how to kill him, how to destroy his mecha. Director Shui, your plan is a good one. With this, Zhu Guangfu firmly held onto the position of dean. Perhaps in the future, he would still be the one in that position. He might even be able to determine the future direction of the entire southern Sky City, the new generation. At all times, the legions of the entire empire, or the guilds if they intend to recruit, will definitely come to their academy to select recruits. The benefits involved in this are not something that can be explained in a few words. At that time, the so-called chapter environment cards were just a drizzle. His own senior lord, Zhu Guangfu, could achieve considerable development even with just a one-star territory. He had been stuck at this level for 10 years. Of course, he could choose to advance his territory at any time. However, the advancement of the territory requires an assessment of the comprehensive strength of the territory itself. When he advanced from a mid-level 9-star to a senior lord, he almost failed the assessment. Now he had no confidence at all and directly faced the assessment for the promotion to a 2-star senior lord. If he failed the assessment for a senior lord, the result would be the collapse of the territory, the destruction of the core, and the death of the lord. At the level of a senior lord, it was quite difficult to make even a slight improvement. The simplest thing was that even with money, the high-level environment cards in the market might not be obtainable. For this reason alone, the items that could enhance a senior lord were priced extremely high. People could negotiate prices, but the development of the territory did not negotiate with you. Whatever materials were needed, those materials were needed. Now, these issues were no longer a problem. Zhu Guangfu was already envisioning in his mind that when he broke through to a 7 or 8-star senior lord, the legions of the empire would come knocking on his door. They would offer him a position. At that time, reputation, resources, almost everything would not be a problem. For a moment, Zhu Guangfu felt that the gazes of those around him were filled with admiration. But that mech is not weak either. How do we control that mech? Crack! Zhu Guangfu suddenly felt everything around him shatter. It was just an illusion. The words of a director immediately brought him back to his senses. This matter is not urgent, let's plan carefully first, and figure out how to get him to use the mech. As for the things to control the mech, I will figure it out. Zhu Guangfu was full of confidence in his heart. Failure to control? Uncontrollable? These two situations were not even within Zhu Guangfu's consideration. In his view, Hoshino was not an AI. How could he not control a mechanical creation? If it was an AI, there was still a high chance of control failure. But controlling a mech was just a matter for a low-level lord. A low-level lord, under the stimulation of some intermediate treasures, how could they resist? Get him to use the mech? Can we still call him back now? No, his sister has Hong Yang with her. If anyone is confident enough to challenge that family, they can go find trouble with her sister. His sister doesn't need to be considered. I have an idea. Do you know about the affairs of the Jiang family and the Wu family? The crowd initially looked puzzled. Then their eyes widened. Yes, the Jiang family, Jiang Yunxiao. Formerly, Hoshino was just an ordinary person, without the talent of an awakened lord. But now, Hoshino was not an ordinary person. With that mech, he had almost the top combat power among mid-level lords. With such strength, would Hoshino just stand by and watch Jiang Yunxiao and the Wu family work together? Indeed, the Jiang family. I forgot about the Jiang family. Since his sister can't move, why don't we make a move from the Jiang family? But what if this Hoshino? Zhu Guangfu smirked coldly. Then we will publicize his relationship with Jiang Yunxiao, and the two families of Jiang and Wu. Even if Hoshino stays put, the two families will definitely come looking for him. Zhu Guangfu looked out the window. Stable. There was great excitement in Zhu Guangfu's eyes. He seemed to feel that the air around him had become extremely fragrant. After 1 or 2 days, he was completely annoyed by Xingye. Now, it seems that there will finally be a relatively good result. And this result seems to be quite extraordinary at the moment. A mech that can sweep the intermediate low-star lords, and a war fortress that can almost crush the entire intermediate lord level. With these two mechanical creations, Zhu Guangfu's face was smiling like a flower. The directors around him also glanced at each other. They nodded to each other. Indeed, in this way, that kid will have no way out, even if he wants to hide. But if he runs away directly, leaving Nantian City, what should we do? Run away? Where can he go? Don't forget, his sister is still here, and besides, he is just a young man. When young people are full of vigor, how could they escape from such a thing? How could he run? If he had run directly, he wouldn't have said those words in the initial environment card. Zhu Guangfu gradually came to his senses because of the words of these directors. He snorted coldly. Run? He won't run. There's no time to lose. Go visit these two families now. Do it properly for me. Click. The door of the dean's office suddenly pushed open. Zhu Guangfu's face immediately turned dark. His eyebrows furrowed instantly. He hated this situation the most. When he was doing something, someone suddenly came in without knocking, interrupting him. Zhu Guangfu quickly scanned the many directors in front of him. Yes, all 8 directors were present. Zhu Guangfu was filled with anger. You. Hello, why didn't you inform us before coming? We were having a meeting for the previous graduation ceremony. Zhu Guangfu squinted his eyes as soon as he saw the person who entered without knocking. His face quickly broke into a smile. This kind of smile was rarely seen on Zhu Guangfu's face. Not only did Zhu Guangfu's face change like this, but the other directors also stood up, showing extreme respect. The man was dressed in black, with a golden scorpion embroidered on the left chest. The scorpion looked lifelike. The man exuded a terrifying aura. Although he had not spoken yet, his posture and attire spoke volumes. Zhu Guangfu knew the identity of the person in front of him very well. I'm sorry, before coming, I heard that there was a genius here. The man was already in his middle age, with a stable aura, powerful steps, and a violent aura that could not be probed. What is the name of that genius? I remember it's called Xingye, right? Can you help me find him? I came this time partly because of him. Xiaofu, we haven't seen each other for some years. You seem to have changed a lot over the years. Zhu Guangfu's eyes dodged as he looked at the person in front of him. Bai Su, captain of the 7th Division of the Empire, a high-level 4-star lord. He once captured a planet for the Empire. Just because there was nothing on another planet doesn't mean it has no value. Even if a planet is used to extract resources directly, it is enough to produce hundreds of high-level lords in a city. And this person was also his teacher. Zhu Guangfu's current position was an opportunity given by his teacher back then. Otherwise, with only the strength of a 1-star high-level lord, how could he compete with his 2-star colleague? Although that colleague has already left. It is said that he also entered the Empire's Legion. And his development is higher than Zhu Guangfu's. Bai Su's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness and disappointment, but he concealed these emotions very well. He could only blame himself for not seeing it clearly at the beginning. Now, he shouldn't regret it. A good saying goes, the path you choose, you must walk to the end even if you have to kneel. Similarly, the person you once looked up to has now deteriorated into such a state. The matter of the 2 cards, he has already suppressed it. This can also be considered his last time for Zhu Guangfu. Over the years, Zhu Guangfu has done more than just this one thing. Teacher, please take my seat. Shaoli, quickly bring some tea, don't just stand there. Zhu Guangfu's face was so happy. In his view, his teacher had nothing to say to him. Although his teacher is currently curious about this Hoshino, it doesn't matter. As long as he presents the matter, he believes that his teacher will support him under these interests. Soon Zhu Guangfu's face stiffened. Bai Su raised his hand. You don't need to worry about those 2 cards, but in the future, you won't be so lucky. Your father entrusted me to take care of you. Now that I have done that, where is that boy named Hoshino? I hope you can do me a favor and bring him here. Bai Su's face was indifferent. Zhu Guangfu wanted to explain something, but when Bai Su raised his eyes and looked at him with that indifference and disappointment, Zhu Guangfu felt it instantly. This time when Bai Su came, he was not alone. He also brought 2 people from the 7th division. Of course, these people are all confidants. For a moment, Zhu Guangfu's face turned pale. If he lost Bai Su's support, he wouldn't need to mention the position of the dean. Dealing with trouble afterwards would be the most terrifying. Over the years, he has offended people. Okay. Teacher, please wait here, I will go find him myself. Zhu Guangfu quickly walked out of the room without looking back. The other directors also felt a strange sense of oppression in the air. Obviously, over the years, the unsavory things they had done had already been known to the person in front of them. Director Wang swallowed hard. Well, there are still many things in the college, so I'll leave first. The others also found various reasons and quickly left the dean's office. They were afraid that Bai Su would ask them questions if they stayed. If he asked, they couldn't lie. Lying was not an option, as they would definitely be found out. Then, the other party could easily punish them, and the imperial law would not intervene. After seeing all the directors leave, Bai Su sighed softly. In a place like Nantian City, especially here at Qingting Academy, such things had already happened. Although he had not visited the other 3 academies, the current situation indicated that the other 3 were probably no better. At this moment, one of Bai Su's confidants beside him felt a hint of disdain. The matter at Qingting Academy had been thoroughly investigated by them. Especially with so many students and teachers already aware of the situation, concealing it was futile. It was because the consequences of these events had not fully surfaced yet, but they had already caused Zhu Guangfu some trouble. Captain, when Zhu Guangfu left, he still seemed a bit unwilling. It seems that he thinks that a mech in a war fortress can impress you. Disappointment flickered in Bai Su's eyes again. Wanting to snatch even the belongings of the younger generation. It's rare for such a genius to appear in Nantian City. Just because he resisted a little, they want to take action against him. Truly arrogant, they only care about their own interests now. It seems they have been too comfortable for too long. Bai Su's expression was extremely unpleasant. Tomorrow, the graduates of the 4 major academies will all have their graduation ceremony. Theoretically, the graduation ceremony should last for 2 to 3 days. However, because of the presence of Hoshino on the side of the Qingting Academy, the day ended early. Many lord guilds and some families have not yet started to snatch people. On the side of the Qingting Academy, because it has turned into Hoshino's personal show, the strength of Qingting Academy graduates has become a mystery. As usual, after each academy graduation ceremony, the academy's environment card is explored once. The academy will rely on its own monitoring system to evaluate students to a certain extent. The evaluation criteria with the highest weightage is direct combat ability. Captain, should we intervene in that kid's matter? In fact, about the plan of Zhu Guangfu and the others just now, it was naturally heard directly by Bai Su. In the end, of course, they did not reveal it, and there was no need to reveal such things. That kid has not joined us yet, so let him handle his own affairs. Don't forget, he was originally a mechanical lord. What does being a mechanical lord mean? You must be very clear. Bai Su's eyes still showed some disbelief. A mechanical lord. Wanting to create their own territory is as difficult as reaching the sky. The materials required by each mechanical lord are not the same. Common materials like circuit chips are more common. As for things like machine core, strange materials, they have never even heard of them. A lord who cannot even create a territory, can he still be called a lord? So the most useless talent is a mechanical lord, no matter what level. But Hoshino is different. In just a short time, he has a set of mechas and a war fortress. And these 2 mechanical creations are not just strong. Don't forget, Hoshino's strength is only at the level of a low-level lord. But because of his mechanical talent, there are actually not many people paying attention to Hoshino. Zhu Guangfu and the others who left the house met someone. After explaining some things in detail, Zhu Guangfu asked them to find those 2 families. After seeing the backs of those principals leaving, Zhu Guangfu was not as happy as before. Why? Teacher, why don't you understand me? Everything I do is to help you. Zhu Guangfu opened his panel and glanced at it. C-level talent, these 4 words in his eyes made him feel uncomfortable. Now, it's time to find that kid. As for the location, let's go to the Hu family first. How many is this? I'm not sure, at least there are over 100. These things look quite fragile. Fragile? Why don't you try it yourself? No, the new generation now is really terrifying. He seems to be just a low-level lord. He is a low-level lord. I don't know which academy in Nantian City he graduated from. I think it should be the Qingting Academy. I heard some news before, saying that a monster appeared in the Qingting Academy this year. A monster? It seems like it's him. And that monster also awakened the mechanical lord talent. I initially just took it as a joke. The crowd looked somewhat dazed as they gazed into the distance. Hoshino is extremely handy now. With a snap of his fingers, he directly summoned a mechanical arm through the cracks in the territory space to sweep away these dwarf puppets. From the beginning until now, they encountered a few relatively powerful dwarf puppets on the way, but they still couldn't withstand a blow from the Black Knight. It seems that sometimes jokes are actually a kind of reality. Who would have thought that there would actually be a mechanical lord establishing a territory? Hoshino scanned the surroundings. When there were no more dwarf puppets in sight, all the broken dwarf puppet bodies were directly collected into the territory. At this moment, Gao Wei suddenly appeared next to Xingye like a phantom. Brother, I think we should leave now. Gao Wei's face was filled with great embarrassment. Initially, when the Hu family sent people over, they said that Gao Wei would lead the team to help Xingye gain experience. They also planned to share some materials and treasures with Xingye, a recent graduate. But now, except for the initial encounter, they had been idle like on a spring outing. To be honest, Xingye had been a lord for many years, but this was the first time he had explored an environment card so easily. At this moment, he already had 8 treasures in his territory, all obtained from this environment card. Leave already? Aren't you planning to empty this environment card? Xingye's expression changed. How could they leave? The bodies of these dwarf puppets were materials of intermediate 6-star level, without any attributes. Such materials meant they had great compatibility. They could be melted down to strengthen the Black Warrior or the second mech that was about to be completed. These were all valuable materials. Materials were what Xingye lacked the most. Even with star sources, Xingye still planned to exchange for more materials. Xingye was different from others. He could quickly turn materials into combat power. Other lords could also strengthen their troops, but their efficiency was not as high as Xingye's. Gao Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mainly, he felt a bit guilty. Well, it's not that we can't, but we originally planned to find 6 treasures and then leave. Now we already have 8. Forget about the materials, these dwarf puppets were all defeated by me, so they should belong to me. At most, you can take 1/10. Materials were Xingye's lifeline, and no one could touch them, especially these intermediate materials. According to Tianwan's calculations, these materials had an efficiency rate of 90%. For example, a certain monster's bone, an intermediate material, had an efficiency rate of 30%. With Tianwan, anything could be used. Under normal circumstances, how could bones be used to make mechs? No, brother, you misunderstood me. What I meant was that these 8 treasures are enough for us for a year. The promotion of the territory's troops, the development of the territory, even if we consume resources, it also takes at least half a year. With these 8 treasures, I have a rough estimate in my heart. The star source can be sold for 1,500,000, and with this map, I just calculated that our harvest this time has already started at 5 million star source. Gao Wei paused. Map, monster intelligence, 2 complete sets of treasures, and 3 separate treasures. A complete set of treasures means that with a complete set of equipment, there will be more attribute increases, and the attributes triggered by the set are much higher than those of a single piece of treasure. We have already harvested so much. I really feel embarrassed to take so many things. After all, our team is to some extent also under the protection of the Chenghu family. And this whole journey, we haven't done anything. Beside him, the only one. The person Gao Wei referred to as Dogtooth earlier, his face turned pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. In the midst of the entire environment, starting from Xingye's exertion of force, he never stopped exploring the surrounding areas with his soldiers. The images seen by the soldiers would directly enter his mind. Although he was an intermediate lord with very high mental power, this kind of consumption was nothing to him. But he couldn't keep going like this. In the middle, he even swallowed a bottle of intermediate mental condensing potion to restore his mental strength. Until he heard Gao Wei's words, "We haven't done anything." A look of great confusion appeared on his face. His already somewhat tense mind was once again bombarded with the image of a soldier. The first one led to the second. Splat! A nosebleed shot out. Dogtooth calmly swallowed another bottle of intermediate mental condensing potion. He didn't say much, just looked at Gao Wei with his eyes. As for Xingye's words, well, there was no need to look. After all, he was the main output, the backbone. No need to look. Xingye's face was serious. Look at how hard Dogtooth is working. How about this? If you really feel bad, you take 30% and I'll take 70%, how about that? Whether it's a treasure or not, Xingye himself doesn't care much. His increase in combat power mainly does not rely on that. It still depends on materials. Gao Wei turned his head to look at Dogtooth. He felt that if he refused, after going out later, Dogtooth would take half of the family's star source directly to the Assassin's Guild to place an order. Okay. The situation that followed was simple. Not only Dogtooth, but also Gao Wei and almost all the members became reconnaissance soldiers. They searched everywhere. As long as there were monsters, they would signal directly. This speed was much faster than before. It's hard to say how long passed. A dwarf puppet, taller and more complex in craftsmanship than the other dwarf puppets, suddenly fell to the ground. Several treasures fell out of it. At the same time, a blueprint flew out. At this point, no one moved, because they all knew that this strongest dwarf puppet was destroyed by Xingye. All the spoils of war directly belonged to Xingye, and they had no complaints. Now Gao Wei and the others have already obtained 15 treasures. After this trip, they probably won't need to work for a year. And to be able to consume all these resources within half a year is considered quite fast. Xingye immediately stored the blueprint in the body of the tall dwarf puppet and put several treasures into his lord space at will. Dwarf Shock Cannon Intermediate 8 stars Firepower, 160,000 Cannon Durability, 60,000 Materials, Dwarf Ally X 30,000, Dwarf Fine Ally X 6,000, Dwarf Blood X 300, High Concentration Liquor X 10 Introduction, a type of dwarf siege cannon. This cannon was invented by a dwarf engineer in despair and anger after drinking the poison wine given by the Night Elf King, drawing a blueprint that embodies the hope of the dwarf city of Urzikar. This blueprint is somewhat useful. Compared to a lord, it can be used as a defensive or offensive cannon. For Hoshino, it seems to have little use. After placing the blueprint in the territory space, Hoshino asked Tianwan to see if it had any use. If it did, he would keep it. If not, he would sell it for a good price. The price of a blueprint is no less than that of an intermediate environmental card. A blueprint signifies the foundation for building powerful defenses. Like Hoshino, there are not many people whose starting territory is a war fortress. Tianwang is analyzing. Analysis successful. Blueprints successfully decomposed. Burst Annihilation Cannon, Battlefield Teleport Speed increased by 2%, Power increased by 1%. Endless Dark Energy Tower, Battlefield Teleport Speed increased by 10%, Power increased by 1%. Soon, Hoshino heard a bunch of cannon names he had never heard of before. Because of the decomposition of that blueprint, all these cannons were greatly strengthened to some extent. Based on the decomposed blueprint, a blueprint for a large-scale war machine has been improved. Walking War, Core Mech Armor, Split Sky Town will Radiance Intermediate 8 stars Firepower, 30,000, can shatter planets with 10 cannons, Durability, 1. 5 million Special Skills, Energy Fire Control, Radiance of Hope, Momentary Sacrifice, Light of Hope, Town Will Materials, reduced by Creation Talent, Starting Materials for Low-Level 5-star Materials 3000, Introduction, the Core Force in Large-Scale Warfare, the passive skill of Energy Fire Control can greatly enhance its attack accuracy and firing speed. The Radiance of Hope, as long as there are mechanical bodies on the battlefield, even if the durability is depleted, the firepower of the Split Sky Town Will cannon doubles, the durability is locked at 1, cannot be destroyed except by rule-based attacks. Momentary Sacrifice, the power of the next shot will increase 16 times, after the third shot, the Split Sky Town will shatter. Wow! This thing is a true mechanical creation. With this in hand, the Black Knight Mech Armor charges in front, while the million Split Sky Town Wills aim and provide fire support in the rear. To be honest, Hoshino is almost going crazy with this kind of combat power. However, after glancing at the materials required for manufacturing, Hoshino also feels a bit of a headache. According to the logic of the Lord's world, the materials required for manufacturing are of the same grade. High-grade materials cannot be used for low-level blueprints, and so on. It seems that I will have to collect some low-level materials later. However, Tianwan's voice immediately came from the Lord's space. Low-level 5-star materials are just the minimum requirement. The Lord can also use intermediate materials. This blueprint was created by me. and the grade of intermediate materials is higher. With the materials the Lord has collected now, one can be manufactured. Shall we proceed? At this moment, Tianhuang's voice is like the most beautiful music to Hoshino, intoxicating him. Great! Make it, one must be manufactured. Acknowledged, Lord's command, manufacturing time, 2 hours. The excitement on Hoshino's face was unstoppable. Although he didn't know the extent of the power of similar cannons and mechs owned by others, he felt that the power of his split Sky Townwall cannon was definitely not weak, especially with the momentary sacrifice skill. The power of artillery has increased by 16 times. What does this mean? The original power of artillery was enough to shatter a planet with about 10 shots, but now it has increased by 16 times. With one shot, not to mention a planet, even a star could be pierced. After that, Hoshino and the others left the space of the environmental card. When they returned, they were still in the wilderness. Generally, entering the environmental card from a certain place would also lead to exiting from the same place. Hoshino casually exchanged a few words and planned to leave. Upon returning to the tiger family, Hoshino, who was originally excited, suddenly turned cold. Because he was very familiar with this person, even disliked him. If he wasn't sure about the other party's strength, he would have initiated a direct lord's battle. Unfortunately, he was still a low-level lord. Thinking of this, Hoshino wished he could immediately promote his territory. Xiaofu, why are you here? Do you have something to discuss with me? In the tiger family, the old man, Tiger Yong, was quietly drinking tea. Tiger Xing was nowhere to be seen, probably busy with his own or family matters. In the entire hall, only Hu Yong'an and Zhu Guangfu were present. After hearing Xingye's words, Zhu Guangfu instantly became furious. You! Hu Yong'an grabbed Zhu Guangfu's hand. Xiaofu, don't be angry. The child is still young and doesn't understand. You have something to discuss with him, right? The fourth captain of the Empire's 7th Division is looking for someone. Do you dare to harm him? Hu Yong'an seemed to be comforting Zhu Guangfu, but his words were also a warning. Zhu Guangfu's face turned cold, exuding a chilling aura. However, Hu Yong'an's words were effective. He dared not lay a hand on Xingye now. Otherwise, his teacher might personally send him to the Empire's prison. The Empire's prison was not a good place. Those who entered never came out the same. The 7th Division of the Empire? Xingye had been in this world for a while and naturally heard of the Empire's divisions. It was said that each lord inside was powerful and valued achievements and merits. These achievements came from the territories of alien races and the Federation. Capturing people, seizing resources, conquering planets in those places were direct achievements. The higher the achievements, the greater the influence. The Empire's divisions focused solely on this. After all, the Empire's divisions gathered talents and strong individuals from the entire Empire. Strong individuals respected only strength. Yes, I heard it's a 7th division called by Su, the 4th captain. Each division has a maximum of 10 captains, and the higher the ranking, the stronger they are. But I also heard that this person's actual strength should be 2nd. It's just that due to some reasons, he was ranked 4th. Ah. Hu Yong'an's smile faded, and his gaze towards Xingye became complex. This could be seen as a double entendre. The relationship between Zhu Guangfu and Bai Su was well known throughout the city of Nantian. Hu Yong'an sighed. If Xingye joined the Empire's division, would he still be willing to join the Hu family? The current Hu family, to put it nicely, was just a paper tiger. It couldn't withstand any tests. One mistake could lead to the collapse of the entire family. That was a result Hu Yong'an didn't want to see. Although Zhu Guangfu's anger surged, after all these years, he still had some ability to endure. For his teacher's sake, he could suppress his anger to a certain extent. Even though veins bulged on his forehead, he made no further movements. Indeed, that person is also my teacher. I hope you can come with me to see him. He is. I don't have time to see him. Is this how you invite someone? Why don't you just take me away? Xingye said with a hint of arrogance. His eyes were full of disdain. He had no good feelings towards Zhu Guangfu. At the same time, he felt a slight aversion towards the person from the Empire's division whom he had not yet met. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you think you're strong just because of that mech suit? Let me tell you, this world is much broader than what you see now. In the Empire's divisions, everyone is a genius or a monster. This invitation is a recognition of you. Don't underestimate it. Zhu Guangfu's muscles tensed, his eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent surged. Xingye sneered and returned to his room. Let him wait for now. In a week or so, I can return to school. Grandpa, in the next day or two, I need to upgrade my territory. It would be troublesome if you let me stay here a little longer. Hu Yong'an's eyes lit up upon hearing Xingye's words. Okay, no problem, son-in-law, you can stay as many days as you want. Do you need some war cards for the promotion of your territory? No, thank you for your kindness. I don't really need those things. Today I just explored an intermediate environment card, so I have gained something. Hoshino waved his hand, and more than 60 intermediate treasures appeared in the hall. These intermediate treasures were at least of a 5-star level. Among them, some were even in sets. Tora Nagayasu narrowed his eyes. He could naturally see that these treasures all had the word dwarf on them. It was this morning when his granddaughter had someone take Hoshino to find a team that often cooperated with the Tiger family. The environment card that team was exploring was an intermediate dwarf series environment card. The entire Tiger family, not just the Tiger family, but all the families in Nantian City, had at most 4 or 5, 7 or 8 intermediate treasures as their main combat power, accumulated over 2 or 3 years. Now Hoshino had brought back more than 60 pieces directly, some of which were sets. Even if they were not used to arm the family, if they were taken out to sell for star sources, they could still fetch a good price. Ha, kid, you do have a conscience. However, our Tiger family is not really lacking. Then give them all to Hua Tianhe. There must be 1 or 2 pieces that she can use. When Tora Nagayasu heard Hoshino's words, his expression suddenly became somewhat helpless and appreciative. This person knew how to reciprocate, not a selfish person. And his emotional intelligence was not low. Xu Guangfu beside him turned even greener. With so many treasures, I can help you carry them if you don't want them. You should know that these treasures are not low-level treasures, but intermediate treasures. And they are all at least intermediate 5-star treasures. The effect on the troops in the territory is extremely good. Alright, we'll go with your suggestion, kid. Hoshino also smiled and then entered his own room. Tora Nagayasu then turned his gaze to Zhu Guangfu. Ah Fu, you see, this kid is busy improving himself now. Why don't you go back and accommodate him for a while? Tora Nagayasu's expression also carried a hint of teasing. If it weren't for fear of Zhu Guangfu looking down on him, Tora Nagayasu would have burst out laughing by now. Zhu Guangfu also knew that there was nothing he could do here at the Tiger family, and Hoshino couldn't be touched. He could only tell his teacher the truth. Thinking back to the way his teacher had looked at him before, Zhu Guangfu felt uncomfortable. After entering his room, Hoshino did not hesitate much and immediately went to his territory space. As soon as he entered his territory space, Hoshino was surprised by the scene before him. Apart from the central fortress, there was a black area not far away. The sky was filled with black thunder, resembling a sea of thunder. In the black area, the black warrior mech stood still, motionless. When he had just arrived, he seemed to have noticed that the black warrior mech seemed to be alive. Hoshino shook his head at this thought. What was he thinking? How could a mech be alive? It was just controlled by the Tianwang before. Welcome, my lord. A cold and emotionless voice sounded in his ear. Hoshino felt that this voice seemed somewhat familiar. He turned his head and was stunned. The girl in front of him had fair skin, white silk wrapped around her legs, wearing a revealing sailor suit on her upper body, showing her belly button. Wow, this posture was truly enticing. Hoshino felt a bit out of control. Wait, how could there be such a creature in his territory space? My lord, this is my projection body. Due to the restrictions of the territory level, it can only be a projection and cannot create a physical body. Indeed, it is just a form without substance. Just like the Red Queen seen in a previous life by Hoshino. At this moment, Hoshino also noticed. In this vast black land, the lightning that used to roam the sky continuously has all disappeared. He clearly remembers when he first entered this territory space. This place can be described as a black sea. Did you intentionally transform the environment of the territory like this? I think this environment matches well with the Black Knight mech. Is there any way to enhance the Black Knight mech now? Hoshino turned his head to look at the huge Black Knight mech again. To be honest, he was very satisfied with the Black Knight mech. He personally experienced its appearance, which he particularly liked with its black and red color scheme, not to mention its combat power. He could proudly surpass many intermediate lords, even while being in a situation as a low-level lord. My lord, this area was transformed by the Black Knight herself, and this environment is more comfortable for her. Indeed, this environment should be more comfortable for the Black Knight. After all, her attributes include dark and thunder elements. With these two attributes, this dark land environment is extremely suitable for the Black Knight mech. However, the Black Knight mech in this environment seems somewhat like an evil mech created by a villain. Yes, it is indeed good. This environment should be very comfortable for her. This environment is. Hoshino's eyes suddenly widened. He quickly turned his head to look at the Skynet, to be precise, the projection body of the Skynet. The projection of the Skynet remained unchanged, just a form without any expression. Did the Black Knight mech create this environment herself? Hoshino finally realized. What did the Skynet say just now? A mech modified the environment by itself? Yes, there was nothing in this area originally, and the War Fortress can move at any time. There is no problem with using this place as an enhancement environment for the Black Knight mech. The Skynet thought Hoshino was displeased that the Black Knight mech occupied this area. My lord, whether it's the Black Knight mech or the new mech that is about to appear, they both need a place as their enhancement ground. In the enhancement ground, their mechanical injuries can quickly heal, and their strength will also increase over time to some extent. Except for the mechanical soldiers like the Rift Town, their construction level does not allow them to have high intelligence and can only be used for basic combat. As for emotions, they are impossible to possess. The Skynet quickly pointed out the differences between the mechs and the mechanical soldiers of the Rift Town. Hoshino's face was full of disbelief. No, Skynet, you misunderstood. I am not displeased that they occupy such a large area. I am just surprised that the Black Knight mech actually has self-awareness. Hoshino's expression gradually became excited. He was almost about to burst into laughter. At this moment, in his eyes, the Black Knight mech was like his own child. It was like a doll you carefully crafted, and suddenly one day you discover that this doll actually has self-awareness. Black Knight, can you hear me? Hoshino quickly walked towards the Black Knight mech. His inner expectations were completely full. Any kind of mechanical sound now could make Hoshino's soul boil with excitement. My lord, I can hear you. The mechanical voice of the Black Knight mech was a bit stuttering. She wanted to respond quickly, but it seemed like the rules in this territory were invisibly restricting her. Hoshino's eyes widened, his expression showing excitement. Great! Fantastic! Ha ha! Hoshino quickly walked towards the Black Warrior mech. At that moment, the Black Warrior quickly bent down, its mechanical hand fully extended. Slowly, it lifted Hoshino and placed him on its shoulder. You actually have self-awareness, this truly surprises me. I am also very happy, the Black Warrior mech responded somewhat awkwardly. The projection of Tianwan watched the scene expressionlessly. Perhaps she had expressions, but the projection couldn't display them. My lord, please promote the territory as soon as possible. Only by increasing the territory level can the Black Warrior mech unlock many restrictions. Hoshino also understood. Perhaps the reason the Black Warrior mech spoke hesitantly was due to territorial restrictions. It was like a wooden barrel. It's fine to put a bunch of water inside, but as the quality and weight of the water increase, it cannot break through the barrel. So, it's uncomfortable for the water and subject to some restrictions. Yes, let's upgrade the territory first. With a flash, Hoshino disappeared on the Black Warrior's shoulder. At this moment, the Black Warrior mech was also looking forward to it. Once the territory level reached low level 2 stars, her mechanical form could transform. The transformed form might have slightly lower combat power but would be more convenient. Hoshino arrived in front of the Lord's Core. The location of the Lord's Core was inside the War Fortress. The Lord's Core was crucial and heavily protected by any lord. Most of them were placed directly in the command building of the territory. Placing a hand on the territory core in front of him, a message appeared. Do you want to upgrade the territory? Once the territory upgrade started, a spatial aura was released that couldn't be suppressed. This aura would attract mirror monsters from other worlds and void beasts. There was no need to worry about the void beasts as the upgrade of a low-level lord wouldn't attract them. Soon after Hoshino chose to proceed, a special aura emanated directly from the territory core. This aura was unstoppable. Fortunately, the other creatures in the territory space had already been eradicated by Tianwan. When other lords established their territory space, there would be some other biological species in it. They could choose to eliminate or subdue these populations. Outside the War Fortress, Tianwan's projection paused for a moment. It wasn't a daze, but she had just calculated how many monsters would arrive in this space. In 1 minute, 6,000 low-level 1-star combat power unknown creatures will invade here. Black Warrior, will you handle it or leave it to me? This is my chance to perform. You should let me handle it. The Black Warrior mech's voice sounded slightly anxious. She cautiously glanced in the direction of the Lord's Core in the War Fortress. All right. I assume the Lord won't just choose to upgrade to 1 star, maybe 5 or 6 stars. During this period, I will collect data on you, and you can use all your strength. I have already sent the second mech to the interior of the War Fortress, so you can use all your power without worrying about energy issues. In the territory space, our energy recovery rate is 100 times faster than outside. You don't need to hold back against those monsters. The materials from low-level 1-star creatures are too poor to make anything good. After Tianwan's projection finished speaking, it slowly faded away, disappearing like a phantom. Boom! In the sky, a black thunder dragon roared loudly. Some monsters that had just appeared from the sky, with crimson eyes, were instantly pulverized and disappeared. This wave of monsters didn't even make the Black Warrior take a step. The Black Thunder dragons swimming in the sky roared continuously. As for the invading monsters, they had just stepped in with their front feet and disappeared into powder the next moment. Just 1 or 2 minutes had passed. Hoshino was about to go outside the fortress to see the situation. Although there was a sky net, he still wanted to see what kind of monsters were attacking his territory. Territory promotion successful, current territory level, low 1 star, all mechanical energy efficiency plus 10%, all mechanical firearm efficiency plus 10%, all mechanical energy shield efficiency plus 10%, all mechanical function efficiency plus 10%, intelligent mechanical body, calculation speed plus 10%, intelligent mechanical body, invasion speed plus 10%. After this promotion, all mechanical bodies received a 10% bonus, almost in all aspects. So fast. Then let's continue. Continue to promote me to 6 stars. In Hoshino's view, promoting to 6 stars was just right. If he directly promoted to the level of Intermediate Lord, he would definitely be caught. 6 stars could be achieved by relying on his mecha combat power to forcefully break through. After all, there wasn't much difference between 1 or 2 stars of a low-level lord and 4 or 5 stars. The gap was not very big. Only at the level of Intermediate Lord, each star would have a certain degree of difference. And when it came to the level of high-level lord, the gap between 1 star could be described as heaven and earth. The difference was extremely obvious. There was even the possibility of surpassing stars among intermediate lords. But after the level of high-level lord, there were few people in the entire empire who had the power to surpass stars. Start promotion? Received Lord's order, promotion target, 6 stars. After completing these tasks, Hoshino immediately rushed to the edge of the fortress's city wall. The moment he appeared on the city wall, the projection of the Skynet followed closely. If Hoshino had focused on the Skynet at this moment, he would have noticed that the projection seemed to be a bit agile. But at this moment, Hoshino's gaze was all on the Black Warrior mecha. The Black Warrior mecha at this moment was constantly emitting red light all over its body. The entire body was constantly rising. In the sky, the Black Thunder Dragon's body was also expanding. Obviously, after this promotion, in addition to the territory's bonus, the Black Warrior mecha also gained some benefits. Good, very good, excellent. Hoshino was so happy. The Skynet continued to analyze the combat data of the Black Warrior. Although the Black Warrior was created by her, only through experiments could more accurate conclusions be drawn after its creation. The Skynet planned to study the direction of strengthening the Black Warrior mecha. The current Black Warrior mecha was already strong. But if it could be stronger, why not try? Is that so? It seems like an interesting kid. The rumors are not false. With such strength, he can indeed be arrogant. Baisu had a smile on his face. He didn't feel angry because Hoshino didn't come to him. After all, geniuses always had some temper. Teacher, that kid really doesn't care about you. He ignored you and went straight into the room to promote his territory. For your invitation, for the Empire's invitation, this kid is simply. Xu Guangfu was getting more and more energetic as he spoke. He almost wanted to curse Hoshino as a criminal. His face was almost twisted, and his teeth were almost sparking. The resentment on his body was almost solidifying. Baisu saw this scene and no longer had a disappointed look in his eyes. Guangfu, I should have told you before, your father, he is considered my comrade. Now, you have achieved your current success and don't really need my help. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. At this point, I will leave you with a piece of advice. Sometimes, not wanting to offend too many people, arrogance can often lead to one's own downfall. After saying this, Baishu looked puzzled for a rare moment. His comrade had a personality completely opposite to Zhu Guangfu's. It was precisely because of this that after his comrade's death, many people from the division spoke up for him. Unfortunately, Baishu's palm clenched instantly, then slowly relaxed. However, Zhu Guangfu was a bit dumbfounded at this moment. As long as he wasn't a fool, he could understand the meaning behind Baishu's words. Teacher, it's time for me to leave you alone in the academy. I have my own matters to attend to. Baishu left the academy with his 2 confidants without saying a word, disappearing on the spot. When Zhu Guangfu realized he couldn't sense Baishu's presence, he was puzzled, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. For Zhu Guangfu, who had no son or relatives, Baishu was the only one he considered family. He didn't know how much time had passed. Zhu Guangfu's eyes turned bloodshot, and his killing intent became palpable. Xingye, just wait and see. One day, I will personally kill you. Because of you, I have lost the most important thing to me. Who family? Hu Yongin stared at the treasures in front of him, his eyes widening. At first, he didn't pay much attention to them. But after Zhu Guangfu left, he pondered a lot. Even if Xingye didn't plan to marry Hu Tianhe, he would definitely take care of him in the future. With such a genius, Hu Yongin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After persisting for 1 or 2 or 3 years, when this kid grew up, he could finally rest assured. Wife, you can't scold me this time. I have protected our granddaughter well. As he thought this, Hu Yongin suddenly saw an intermediate 9-star treasure. Previously, he had only seen 1 or 2 sets of intermediate-grade equipment, without paying attention to the star level. For a moment, Hu Yongin straightened his body and carefully examined each and every treasure, becoming increasingly shocked. Wow! From intermediate 5-star to 9-star, there was not a single one missing. The 9-star treasures even included a set, the most powerful high-grade 1-star treasure set of the Hu family, the Hu Zio Oceanlan. It had been passed down from ancestors. Now, this intermediate 9-star set could also be considered a family heirloom. Did this kid clear out the entire environment card? I thought he was just lucky, but now it's obvious that he completely cleared out the environment card. In other words, this kid's current strength is almost invincible at the intermediate level? After reaching this conclusion, Hu Yongin found it hard to believe. But the treasures in front of him were real, not illusions. Before he could have someone collect all these treasures, someone entered the room. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. This person was Hu Xing. It was still about the matters between the Wu family and the Jiang family. Originally, today, representatives from almost half of the families in Nantian City were invited by the Jiang family and the Wu family. Basically, everyone had expressed their stance, and no one had any plans for the intermediate eternal environment card of the Jiang family and the Wu family. There were even many families who started doing business with the Jiang family and the Wu family. Potions, war cards, these 2 items directly sold for 3 million star sources. As the saying goes, where there's a first cooperation, there's a second. The Hu family didn't really need the things from those 2 families, so it wasn't much of a hassle. But at the last moment, suddenly someone from the Qingting Academy came over. They talked about Jiang Yunxiao and Hoshino's matter. Originally, the Jiang family and the Wu family were naturally aware of this matter. But now, Hoshino is not someone to be trifled with. He is not a pushover. Naturally, they pretended not to see it. Between holding on to an eternal environment card and causing trouble for a low-level lord, the importance of the 2 was clear. However, the people from Qingting Academy directly brought up this matter. If they didn't act, the faces of the Jiang and Wu families would truly be trampled on the ground. There was no way, at that moment, Hu Xing couldn't just act like a deaf mute. He could only say a few words to deal with it, temporarily calming everyone down. The Jiang and Wu families also had this intention. It's just that they originally didn't plan to pay attention to it, but now the Jiang and Wu family should be waiting for the situation with the Eternal Environment card to stabilize before starting trouble with Hoshino. Hu Xing was extremely confident in his judgment about this. Father, why did you display so many treasures outside? Intermediate 9 stars? Set? Father, where did you find these? Hu Xing was suddenly a bit confused. At this moment, he felt like his family used to run a small restaurant, not wealthy but enough to eat. But this time he came home to find millions on his father's table, which would confuse anyone. Dwarf short hammer? Dwarf short sword? Dwarf brothers love necklace? Dwarf wrath ring? Father, did you swipe an intermediate environment card? Hu Yongin raised his head, his face stiffening. Nonsense, can I enter an intermediate environment card? Others may not know our situation, but as the head of the family, don't you understand? Can we have that kind of stabilizing card? Let me tell you, all these things were brought back by that kid for Tianhe. Look at him, then look at yourself. How old are you, and how many treasures have you brought back for Tianhe over the years? Hu Yongin inexplicably reached for his foot and grabbed a slipper. Seeing Hu Xing's confused expression, he decided not to act. It's not the boy's fault, his mech strength is extremely strong, so it's no wonder Zhu Guangfu from Qingting Academy had such thoughts. Hu Xing had a few black lines on his forehead. Dad, what are you planning to do? Were you trying to hit me just now? I went out today to save face, but I temporarily postponed the issue. Wait, are you saying that all these treasures were brought back by Hoshino? Of course, did you think you brought them back? Does this kid already have such strength? If that's the case, then the Jiang and Wu families might be. Father, where did Hoshino go? I have something to discuss with him. What's wrong, boy? Tell me about it. What trouble are those 2 families causing now? Hoshino is in his room right now, undergoing territory promotion. You can't interrupt him. Hu Yongin immediately sat up from the sofa. At this moment, the old man Hu Yongin seemed not like a drowsy old man but a just awakened tiger. It seemed like 1,000 giant tigers were ready to strike at any moment. Seeing this posture, Wu Xing knew that the old man was planning to kill someone. Is he promoting? Well, don't get angry first, listen to me. Wu family. Still in a house. Wu Hao was not disguised at the moment. Back? How was today? How are those families planning? Ayu, please tell me every detail. I can only rely on you for this matter. As long as we get through this, a vast rainbow awaits us ahead. The Wu family, by then, will all be the broken bones and flesh under our feet. Wu Hao's tone was not particularly heavy, but the implications were clear, making Ayu understand that Wu Hao was also excited and uneasy at the moment. Is it a case of falling short of success, or is it a rainbow stretching 1,000 feet? Regardless of the outcome, it signifies a future life that is distinctly different. Things are quite complicated, and basically, those family members don't plan to participate. Upon hearing Ayu's words, Wu Hao's elegant face lit up with joy. His demeanor was so captivating that it was a sight to behold. Unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate it at that moment. Just what? Speak your mind all at once. I've been playing dumb step by step all these years, all for this moment, whether it's success or failure, I'm going all in. I'm willing to take a gamble. Wu Hao's heart raced, thumping loudly. Just at the last moment, someone from Qingting Academy suddenly appeared. It seems that Jiang Yunxiao had some unclear relationship with Hoshino before, and the family had long been aware of these things, but those two did nothing. However, when this was brought up in public, the family found it difficult to handle, and in the end, the Hu family intervened, temporarily suppressing the matter. I see. It's a minor issue. In a few days, we'll directly prepare for the so-called wedding. Tomorrow, I'll also go out for a while to experience the freedom in advance. What reason will you give for going out tomorrow? Reason? There's no need to continue pretending tomorrow. Just go out directly, their eyes won't be on you. When the time comes, leave a stand-in here. Wu Hao's face was filled with excitement. She shouldn't actually be called Wu Hao. She should be called Wu Xing. What's more regrettable is that she's not very lucky. At least, that's how it seems at the moment. She has no connection with luck whatsoever. For these years, I've been living in your name, my dear brother, and you've also borne the blame. But that won't happen anymore. You can rest now. Soon, I will avenge our family. Wu Hao's eyes were filled with a sense of satisfaction. Although there were some deviations along the way, those deviations didn't have much impact on the overall situation. A plan doesn't need to be executed smoothly, as long as it can be carried out to the end and yield a decent result. It's something to be happy about. Wu Hao, no, she shouldn't be called Wu Hao now. She should be called Wu Xing. If you're going out like this, it's best to dress up a bit. As for the itinerary afterwards, leave it to me. Yes, indeed. After that incident for them, Wu Xing is dead, and Wu Hao has become a fool. I'll leave the rest to you. Help me arrange it. Wu Xing looked as happy as a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Her eyes were innocent as she extended her hand and pinched it, like a curious baby. This kind of posture from Wu Xing was rare. It could even be said to be hard to come by. Seeing Wu Xing so happy, Ayu's mood also became a bit excited. Although they were in a master-servant relationship, over the years, their relationship had evolved beyond just that, more like family. If we go out, we might as well explore an environmental card in a wild team, try our luck together, or go for a treasure hunt, or go to the guild to find some professional lords. Wild teams are mostly independent lords. As for treasure hunting, it involves finding a few extremely weak individuals who are not very wealthy and renting an environmental card that has been explored a dozen times. Finding 1 or 2 treasures would be considered lucky. As for finding some professional lords in the guild, their strength is not weak. Some are even stronger than the family members. But one must be cautious. Let's forget about treasure hunting. Most people in the guild are quite cunning. I don't want to be calculating and on guard with them. Let's just find a wild team and try our luck. After Wu Xing's words flew out of her mouth, the whole person relaxed and lay on his own bed, which was a bit worn out. When lying down, there was a creaking sound. However, Wu Xing didn't pay much attention to the sound, as he was used to it. After Ayu nodded, he left the room. As for the matter of Wu Hao and the Wu family, no one in the family cared at all. Who would specially care about a fool? Just find someone to take care of him every day, as long as he is alive, to avoid others making fun of him. At this moment, Hoshino's expression was also very excited. After the territory broke through to the level of low-level 6 stars, both his own strength and the strength of the Black Warrior mech, as well as the ability of the Skynet, had been comprehensively strengthened. The most intuitive point was the projection of the Skynet, which was extremely agile at this time. If you didn't look closely, it was almost like a living person. The subtle details of the expression on the face, if it were a real person. It seems that the promotion of this territory has been very helpful for you, and you have also gained significant enhancement. Hoshino glanced at the Skynet. It had to be said that the projection of the Skynet was too easy to make people feel excited. The slender calves, the extremely soft appearance around the waist, the two peaks on the chest that were just showing sharp angles, and the small body matched with the cold voice of the Skynet, as well as the sailor suit on the upper body and the white stockings on the lower body. If this were placed in reality, it would definitely be the top 3 years. The Skynet has been greatly strengthened. As long as the Lord keeps the territory advancing and provides materials, the Skynet will arrange everything for the Lord. The current development plan of the territory is prepared for large-scale wars. Does the Lord have any need to change direction? The voice of the Skynet was as cold as ever. However, when saying these words, the eyes were a bit more lively, not as rigid as before. Unfortunately, the current Skynet was still a projection. As soon as Hoshino had this idea, he immediately felt that his idea was too dangerous. Well, the development and construction of the territory can proceed normally now, no need to prepare for any large-scale wars. It was originally for the graduation ceremony of the academy. It was the environmental card of the academy. Now the graduation ceremony of Qingting Academy had long been completed. The most important thing now was to wait for the second mech to be manufactured, and to collect some materials to make some rift towns. Just imagine, when the battle starts, he controls the second mech, the Black Warrior armor, and both mechs directly attack the entire field. The rear opens the territory space at any time, allowing the Skynet to control and support the rift towns. With this kind of attack, in this intermediate level, he was confident of crushing other intermediate lords. The Skynet has received instructions. Change the direction of territory development to normal development. Hoshino nodded, then turned to look at the Black Warrior mech. The Black Warrior mech at this moment was much taller than before, about 1,000 meters tall. It was still surrounded by a cold aura. Hoshino felt that now, when he went to attack people like Director Wang, he didn't need to exert all his strength. Even half of his strength would be enough to deal with those people. Lord! This time it was the Black Warrior mech that spoke first. Hoshino could also tell. At this moment, the tone of the Black Warrior mech seemed to be a bit anxious. This kind of urgency and concern, Hoshino felt it for the first time from a mech. Well done, it seems you have also gained significant benefits. A panel of data about the Black Warrior suddenly appeared in front of Hoshino. After scanning the panel this time, Hoshino was stunned. Dark Knight Mech Low Level 6 Star Mech Durability, 900W/900W Energy Shield, 6000W/6000W Special Skills, Darkening, Dark Thunder Assimilation, Dark Matter Reflection Cannon, Super Limit Dark Feather Thunder Introduction. The Dark Knight mech has been fully enhanced, driven by the Lord's presence, filled with pride and determination to strengthen itself in order to become the most powerful mech in the Lord's hands. This panel can be said to be simple yet powerful. The most obvious point is that the Dark Knight mech is no longer the same as before. Its strength has been greatly enhanced in all aspects. Although many attributes are not reflected in the panel, just the imposing aura emanating from the Dark Knight mech can directly oppress the sky. This feeling is something Hoshino has never experienced before. Good, Dark Knight mech, now your combat power has at least doubled compared to before, Hoshino exclaimed excitedly. He never expected the Dark Knight mech to undergo such a transformation because of his breakthrough. At this moment, Tian Wang also spoke up. According to my analysis, the Dark Knight mech has a high self-growth ability. If the host has dark or thunder attributes materials, the efficiency of the materials can be increased to 200%. I suggest that the Lord collect more of these materials. As with the materials, there is no need to worry about the development of the territory. This statement left Hoshino stunned in place. Yes, he still needed to collect a lot of materials, as the remaining materials were not sufficient. However, they were not enough to manufacture another mech or even another Rift Sky Town. His territory was a resource-consuming giant. No matter how much he had, it was never enough. Alright, materials, no problem. He could easily find materials above mid-level 7 or 8 stars and directly sweep through the monsters inside. As for the high-level environment card, he was not planning to attract attention to it at the moment. A student who had just graduated a day or two ago dared to rush into the high-level environment card. This would definitely attract attention. Moreover, Hoshino always felt that reaching the high-level lord was just the beginning, and there were definitely more levels beyond that. He just didn't know. After all, most people were stuck at the level of mid-level lord, some even for a lifetime, never breaking through to the level of high-level lord. This kind of thing happened to many people. A lord's talent had already limited many people. This was why many people attached great importance to the lord's talent when they first awakened. Dark Knight mech Didn't you say you have a second form? Show it to me. Will the second form be stronger? Hoshino suddenly remembered. Tianwang had previously told him about the Dark Knight mech situation in the dwarf environment card, having a second form. He didn't know if there was a third or fourth form. Yes, my lord. The Dark Knight mech's voice carried a hint of pride. She loved it when Hoshino looked at her with serious eyes. That feeling was her favorite. Most importantly, now she could clearly express her thoughts in language. Before, it was very difficult for her to say a word. The language transmission system seemed to be stuck. Then, accompanied by bursts of dark red light flowing through, the light became denser and denser. After a few breaths, the Dark Knight mech was completely covered by the light curtain. At the same time, the towering figure of the Dark Knight mech, over 1,000 meters tall, slowly disappeared. Soon, the light dissipated, leaving behind a very elegant woman. She was wearing a light black and red matching armor, with her red hair casually flowing behind her. There was a cold and frosty aura about her. However, her pair of red pupils seemed to be avoiding Hoshino's gaze. With a straight nose bridge and ears hidden under the helmet, a red lens appeared over the eye area on the helmet, completely covering the eyes. Some patches of white skin peeked out from under the black and red armor covering her legs. Her waist was perfectly proportioned. Her upper body also wore a matching set of black and red light armor. In this form, my combat power is probably 75% of the mecha form, and some dark type over limit skills cannot be used. The Black Warrior's voice sounded even weaker. If Hoshino hadn't witnessed the transformation of the Black Warrior mecha just now, he would have thought that the person standing in front of him was most likely a living being. In addition, the Black Warrior's demeanor, soft yet with a hint of coldness, was a clever combination of these somewhat opposite qualities at this moment. Hoshino took a deep breath. Although sometimes Jiang Yunxiao and Hu Tianhe were also attractive in their attire, they did not elicit any reaction from him personally. But the Black Warrior was different. This light armor on her body greatly attracted Hoshino's desire. Alright, in this form, you can also enter environments like the Dwarven Dead City, but can you add more armor to your body? Hoshino thought that this light armor set looked good, but he did not want the Black Warrior to appear in front of others in this manner when needed in the future. How could he allow others to casually assess his good things? Of course, this light armor state emphasizes speed, while the medium armor state has a more balanced combat power, followed by several flashes of black lightning. The Black Warrior was fully armed in a set of light armor from head to toe. Only her red hair cascaded out from the helmet, covering up the skin that was exposed earlier. However, this outfit still caught the eye. Alright, this looks good too. Tianwang, how much more time does the second mecha need? Hoshino naturally did not forget that his second mecha was still in the manufacturing process. In 4 hours, the Arctic Howler will be considered complete. According to my preliminary calculations, the Arctic Howler's grade is probably at a low-level 2-star. The just completed Arctic Howler can also transform into a mecha form, but like the Black Warrior, smooth speech without stuttering requires a quality upgrade. Tianwang explained clearly about the second mecha. After all, the second mecha, the Arctic Howler, was about to be completed. Most of the mecha's appearance was already there, with only some final polishing left. Of course, detailed data would only be available after the Arctic Howler was manufactured. Alright, indeed, there is a shortage of materials. Are the materials from the Dwarven series enough? The efficiency of using Dwarven series materials for the Arctic Howler is extremely low. If all of it is used up, about 6%, it will indeed strengthen the Arctic Howler to some extent, but it will not. Hoshino nodded slightly. The materials he obtained from the Dwarven Dead City were essentially the bodies of Dwarven puppets. These materials had earth and gold attributes, along with some cursed attributes. However, these attributes were so chaotic that they could be classified as attribute-less materials. Well, then let's keep those materials for now. Only use them if the efficiency of material utilization is at least 80%. If the efficiency is less than 80%, then don't use them. Tianwang's projection blinked. Yes, my lord. Hoshino realized that his territory space basically did not need any planning. After the territory space completely upgraded to the low-level 6-star, as the lord of this space, he naturally could feel it. His own lord space has expanded to a certain extent, and the magnitude of this expansion is not small. At least it is 3 to 4 times larger than it was at the beginning. In theory, the lord space of a mid-level lord is twice that of a low-level lord. Those with better talent might be a little more than twice. And now his territory space is 3 to 4 times larger than it was at the beginning. It can rival some mid-level 8 or 9-star lords. I leave the development of the territory to you, Tianwang. Tianwang's projection nodded, agreeing. Then Xingye shifted his gaze to the Black Warrior. He always felt that the Black Warrior's figure was more solid than Tianwan's projection. It seemed more real. Wait, Tianwan's humanoid form is a projection, and the Black Warrior's mech humanoid form is the second form of mech transformation. Black Warrior, come to me. Xingye's heart suddenly felt a bit hot. When the Black Warrior heard Xingye calling her name, she took a step and came directly in front of Xingye. This speed was as fast as a space jump. Incredibly fast. A strong wind blew towards Xingye directly. This strong wind was nothing to Xingye. The red hair behind the Black Warrior began to flutter. At this moment, Xingye did not pay attention to these details but reached out his hand and gently touched the Black Warrior's face. At that moment, the Black Warrior also removed her helmet, revealing her fair cheeks completely. At this moment, Xingye finally saw the Black Warrior's face up close. Finally, Xingye's hand touched the Black Warrior's face. The feeling was like touching soft flesh. Then Xingye instinctively pinched a few times carefully. Yes, the feeling was really good. The more he pinched, the hotter the flesh felt. The red eyes of the Black Warrior scanned around. They did not dare to linger on Xingye. Well, it's time to go find materials for you guys. After pinching a few times, Xingye came back to his senses. Indeed, it's hard for heroes to leave the gentle town. Just now, he almost wanted to stay in the territory space with the Black Warrior and the others. Suddenly he thought of Zhang Yunxiao and also thought of Hu Tianhe. The previous Xingye, to be honest, did not dare to have such thoughts. But now it's different. With his current strength, why can't he have some ambition? Then Xingye also left the territory space. The Black Warrior noticed that after Xingye left, the temperature of her body immediately dropped. Xingye, back in reality, turned his head to look out the window and found that the sun seemed to have just risen. It's already the second day. Time has passed without me realizing it. Xingye left the room and went to the hall, where the attendants were preparing breakfast. This time, Xingye was too lazy to cook himself, but he was shocked by the local news constantly refreshing on the projection TV. Shocking. Qingting Academy continues to hear loud noises. It is said that the environmental card is shattered, as if a real genius has appeared. What's going on? Hong Yong, one of the top 10 disaster-level lords, why is she protecting him? Nantian City Shang family released news. The Shang family has a second genius, Shang Wanhao. The reason Shang Wanhao became a genius is actually related to him. A young man from the Hu family broke in, and he hasn't been kicked out yet. Wow. It turns out that yesterday's news hasn't even finished spreading. Today's news is about to hit the headlines. Fortunately, these news reports do not have his picture, otherwise, he might not be able to go out today. Oh, isn't this the genius of our Qingting Academy? Today I woke up quite early too. How are you doing? Have you made any breakthroughs in your star level? Do you need my help? I reached the level of a 2-star junior lord today. Come on, ask me for help. After Hu Tianhe walked down from upstairs, she also saw Xingye. In fact, Hu Tianhe had received the news about those breakthroughs early on, but she didn't pay much attention to it. It was just that when she walked downstairs, she rarely saw Xingye making such a funny expression. Naturally, she couldn't help but tease him a bit. However, her later words were also meant as a joke. Even relying on the Black Warrior mech, Xingye wouldn't be able to break through the monsters brought about by the promotion of the territory. So, regarding Xingye's territory promotion, Hu Tianhe felt that there was no possibility of any surprises. Let me see, what star level has your territory reached now? 6 stars. Wow. Overnight you've raised your territory to 6 stars. Once a lord's territory successfully advances, the lord's own aura and pressure will increase. Unless deliberately concealed, just a slight perception would reveal it clearly. Hu Tianhe had estimated Xingye to be at 3 or 4 stars. She never expected that Xingye's territory level had already reached a low 6 stars. Xingye also noticed that Hu Tianhe had just teased him. So he smirked. Oh my, could it be that someone is feeling proud after reaching 2 stars? Well, actually, reaching 6 stars is quite useless for me. I was planning to stop at 5 stars. Xingye paused here and looked up at Hu Tianhe, noticing her surprised expression. Oops, I wasn't paying attention, and suddenly, I reached 6 stars. Wow! Xingye! Hu Tianhe exclaimed and pounced on Xingye from the stairs. Xingye caught Hu Tianhe in midair as if catching a basketball. Since Xingye was already tall and Hu Tianhe was petite, she looked like a chick in his grasp. For a moment, after Xingye caught Hu Tianhe, the air became strangely quiet. Several attendants who were preparing food nearby couldn't help but want to laugh, but they held it in. If they laughed today, they wouldn't be able to stay in the Hu family anymore. When visiting someone's family to earn resources, one must learn to be respectful, otherwise, they would end up in the wild or go to the lottery. The words peaceful and stable also came at a cost. "Brother, did you carry a big bucket of water from somewhere early in the morning?" In this extremely quiet moment, a childish voice came from upstairs. Xingye turned his head and saw that it was his younger sister, Yi Sheli, who had spoken. Early in the morning, the little one was still half asleep. This is not. Hu Tianhe couldn't hold back anymore. She immediately struggled out of Xingye's grasp. As soon as she landed, she declared, "Xingye, Lord's duel. Today, Hu Tianhe will defeat you." After a playful scuffle, they finally had breakfast. This time, Xingye planned to find a wild team on his own. Hu Tianhe was so annoyed that her mouth was crooked. Moreover, based on yesterday's experience, she believed that Xingye was so smart that he didn't need to be taught a second time. Besides, with Xingye's strength as a foundation, even if he encountered someone foolish, there wouldn't be any trouble. The various troubles that an ordinary lord might encounter might not necessarily apply to Xingye. After all, the newly awakened lord now had the power to crush a mid-level lord. Perhaps in the entire history of the empire, there had never been such a case. If it weren't for the embarrassment it would cause the Ivy Academy, they would have already spread the news that Xingye could defeat a mid-level lord. Of course, anyone with ears had already found out about this. In the Desolate Land, the intermediate 7-star environment card has been explored 5 times. You don't need to worry about the origin of this card. Our team is looking for elite members to speak about their own strengths without hiding anything. Even if you don't put in much effort, as long as you can help in the environment card, there will be at least a 10% reward. The woman in charge looked at the 5 people present. Their team consisted of 6 people in total. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Soden Hong. Perhaps after this trip, we can team up again. My strength is intermediate 7-star, a common biological lord. Common biological lord. It means the main soldiers in the territory, mainly ordinary beasts or humans, or other creatures. Common means they have no special features, at most just slightly higher basic attributes. Hoshino carefully examined Soden Hong in front of him. There was a scar on her face, which seemed to be recent. Keeping a scar without treatment usually indicates 2 things, either seeing the scar as an honor or having a special meaning. The other possibility is simply being poor, unwilling to spend star sources to buy an appearance repair potion. Items related to the beauty of lords or potions are usually very expensive. A few years ago, Hoshino heard about a low-level 8-star clothing item that was sold for a sky-high price. Dark Attribute Soldier, Intermediate 4-star Lord. Fire Attribute Unit, Intermediate 5-star. Intermediate 1-star, my soldiers have special skills for exploring environments. Soon, it was Hoshino's turn in the group, along with another young and extremely beautiful woman. Intermediate 8-star, my unit should be considered Dark Attribute. Wu Xing looked at a Yu. A Yu's unit was indeed very helpful for exploring environment cards. However, she then looked at the other 2 and said she was a Dark Attribute unit. The intuition from years in the family environment told her that these 2 were suspicious. As for Hoshino, he seemed like a young noble. His strength was definitely not impressive. He probably just wanted to see the world. The number of times he had explored environment cards with the wild team was definitely not more than 2. At the next moment, all eyes slowly turned to Hoshino. What is your strength level, low level few stars? Are you related to Gao Wei and the others? They were very eager to recommend you to me. I can give you my 10% share, and you should also pay attention to safety in this environment card. After all, it's an intermediate 7-star environment card. Soden Hong's expression was serious. She had formed this team. As for Hoshino, it was because of Gao Wei's influence that Soden Hong paid attention to him. Hoshino was taken aback. It seemed that this so-called wild team also had its own circle. Wu Xing's eyes lit up. Was this the way for ordinary people to enter a wild team? By relying on some relationships with their elders to gain experience in a wild team. This method was indeed safe, but the growth rate was a bit slow. For Wu Xing, only in desperate situations, being cautious, and still having a desire for revenge in his heart, could his strength quickly improve and his potential be fully realized. A Yu and Wu Xing were just out for a trip, indifferent. Soden Hong casually glanced at the other 2 people. The 2 of them also exchanged glances as if communicating with their eyes. Then, they remained still without any further action. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the coldness and icy killing intent in their eyes. Oh, it's Gao Wei and the others. Well, they are good people. I'm not really their relative. As for my strength, it's at a low-level 6-star. Hoshino has some good feelings towards Soden Hong. Friends of friends always have a bit of goodwill, especially since Soden Hong takes care of him. This makes Hoshino feel warm. His goodwill towards him has increased a bit more. Low-level 6 stars? Alright, make sure you don't fall behind. Let's get ready to enter the environment card. Everyone, adjust your state. Sodun Hong glanced at everyone. Hoshino didn't make any moves. Wuxing and Ayu also remained still. As for the two dark attribute lords, a hint of killing intent flashed in their minds, then quickly hidden. Hoshino instinctively felt this killing intent. At the same time, in the lord's space, in the center of the dark earth, the black warrior was refining his black thunder power while sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Roar! Above the sky, hundreds of black thunder dragons roared loudly. The black warrior in armor did not stand up this time. She just keenly felt a faint killing intent coming from outside. This killing intent carried a familiar dark attribute aura. So weak, yet daring to provoke? Sensing this killing intent coming and going quickly, the black warrior thought the other party was provoking. At this moment, the projection of the heavenly net appeared nearby. No, those two people have killing intent towards another person, not towards our Lord. They have not shown any killing intent towards our Lord. In the Lord's space, because the heavenly net was given high authority by Hoshino, it could view the outside world through Hoshino. However, the black warrior and others like her did not have the ability of the heavenly net. At most, they could vaguely sense the outside situation through Hoshino. Unlike the heavenly net, which could directly view the outside situation. Except for our Lord, all non-subordinates are enemies, kill all, destroy all, achieve victories for the Lord. After hearing the words of the heavenly king, the black warrior in armor added this sentence. This statement revealed her true pursuit. The heavenly king did not say anything more at this moment, and dispersed the projection. Outside, Hoshino also noticed that the killing intent of those two people quickly disappeared. A smile appeared on his lips. This killing intent was not directed at him, but at Sodun Hong. Indeed, when mingling in this circle, one must always be mindful of their safety. But do these two lords have any assurance? Just the two of them? Hoshino was curious. Shaoqi, are your things ready? Don't be distracted. We need to be prepared every time before entering the environment card. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we get injured inside. Sodun Hong noticed that Hoshino seemed a bit distracted and reminded him. This action made Wuxing sensitive. She also wished someone would care about her. Unfortunately, this was just a wish. She opened her mouth but said nothing. She continued to remain silent. However, at that moment, her mindset suddenly changed. Let's find an opportunity to deal with those two people later. She exchanged a glance with Ayu. Ayu instantly understood Wuxing's meaning. At the same time, the two people who had shown a bit of killing intent earlier had a somewhat serious expression. For some reason, they suddenly had a very bad premonition. This premonition made them feel like something was targeting their backs. This was not a good sign. Yes, I have prepared my things, let's go. Hoshino immediately responded. He naturally wouldn't show any displeasure towards someone who cared about him. After all, one good turn deserves another. Sodun Hong nodded, gave a few more instructions, and then took out the environment card. The next moment, everyone entered the environment card. As soon as they landed, they found that there was a faint mist in the space of the environment card. Although it may not have much impact, the atmosphere makes people feel uncomfortable inexplicably. There's fog. Looks like the map I bought is pretty accurate. These 5,000 star sources weren't spent in vain. Wuxing stretched her head and listened carefully. Although she had activated the environmental card before, it was purely to develop her territory. The map and everything were all handled by Ayu at the time. Now there's no need to rush, so she had to carefully observe how a normal team of people would proceed in the wilderness. Scouting? Sodun Hong noticed that Ayu didn't make a move, which made her somewhat puzzled. At that moment, Ayu immediately summoned the soldiers from her territory. These soldiers were lifeless, filled with deathly aura. Although they were humanoid, some were made of wood, while others were made of iron. Puppets. A race of puppet soldiers. This race generally doesn't have high combat power, but they are useful for exploring the surroundings of the environmental card, encountering monsters, triggering certain mechanisms in advance, making them a good expendable resource. The two men had cold expressions, and once they entered the environmental card, their expressions became even more indifferent. However, their peripheral vision occasionally glanced at Sodun Hong. Of course, it wasn't because they had any passionate thoughts about Sodun Hong. Most likely, it was for revenge. Hoshino also speculated this way. How is it? What's the situation around us? Sodun Hong asked directly. Ayu scratched her chin. She felt that their luck wasn't great, as there were monsters in every direction, but the northern route had fewer monsters. The situation isn't good, Captain. There are monsters all around us. The northern path has fewer monsters. Let's head in that direction. Upon hearing this, Sodun Hong's expression remained normal. For a wilderness exploration team, finding treasures as soon as they land is like hitting the jackpot. But after landing, if there are no treasures around, it's quite normal. The fear is walking a long way, killing many monsters, but not finding a single treasure, which would be quite unlucky. Most ordinary lords are stuck at the intermediate level, partly for this reason. Well, we can only go that way. Hoshino scanned the monsters in the environmental card space with his celestial network, assessing their effectiveness as materials for the Black Knight. Scan the surrounding monsters with the celestial network, mainly to see how effective these monsters would be as materials for the Black Knight's armor. Receiving Lord's command scanning. Scan complete. Intermediate 8-star biomass material. Black Knight mech utilization efficiency 60%. Frost Howler mech utilization efficiency 15%. Rift Skytown mech utilization efficiency 70%. It is recommended that the host collect a large amount, produce a large number of Rift Skytowns, or accumulate them. After the territory advances to the intermediate level, stronger mechs can be manufactured. Biomass materials are to some extent considered living materials. The current computing power of the Celestial Network is insufficient to maximize utilization and performance. Therefore, the Celestial Network strongly recommends producing a large number of Rift Skytowns with these materials. According to the preliminary scan of the Celestial Network, if all the monsters within a kilometer radius are killed, it would be enough to produce 4 Rift Skytowns. Wow, the Celestial Network is really something. It analyzed everything in just a few moments. However, Hoshino felt that the main reason was the advancement of his territory space, becoming a low-level 6-star. With the enhancement of a low-level 6-star, the current Celestial Network was significantly different from before. Not only that, its computing power had also increased several times. The previous bonuses are now all showing up. Good. Since that's the case, let's not wait any longer. Go out and kill? I also agree with this, but before that, I think we should pay attention to our surroundings. Hoshino spoke at this moment. His words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the team. They all looked puzzled, not understanding what Hoshino's words meant. Soden Hong also looked puzzled. Pay attention to our surroundings, there are no monsters nearby. Ayu thought that monsters were approaching them. No, that's not what I mean. Are you two still hiding? I have already detected your intentions. Before entering the environment card, my troops can to some extent detect the malice of others. If you don't act unexpectedly, you want to kill our captain. Hoshino turned to look at the two men who looked a bit sinister. Ha! You little brat! What? Soden Hong's eyes narrowed, immediately summoning soldiers from her territory. She also brought some soldiers directly to Hoshino's side. Her troops were plant-based. Over 100 green bamboo people. Upon closer inspection, these bamboo people had petals on them. These petals seemed to grow on the bamboo people's bodies. Hoshino didn't care about this scene. In his view, as long as the soldiers summoned by each lord had a human form, it was fine. It was good as long as they didn't have bizarre forms that could harm one's spirit. Next, Soden Hong planned to take Hoshino and leave the environment card space directly. Soden Hong often mingled in the wild teams. Apart from having her own circle, she was more about assessing danger. It was just a pity that accidents happen even to those who are cautious. At this moment, those two wouldn't just watch Soden Hong leave. Want to leave? No way. Space Lock Card. A wealthy sponsor has paid our guild a high price to kill you. 5 million star sources for your body. Mad, this kid almost ruined our plan. It's no big deal. She can't escape with the guild's Space Lock Card. As long as she's not a high-level lord, we don't have to worry about her running away. In an instant, because of Hoshino's words, the situation changed dramatically. Ayu's fingers moved subtly. She planned to summon her elite soldiers directly from her territory to crush these two scoundrels. Compared to ordinary people, family members sometimes have a certain gap in combat power and knowledge, aside from talent. It's like someone born in Rome. Some spend their whole lives on the way to Rome. Even a slave in Rome may have more knowledge than someone on the way to Rome. Wu Xing gave Ayu a look. Don't act, let's see how it ends. Wu Xing's heartbeat slightly accelerated. This feeling of despair and danger brought back some memories for her. Of course, not pleasant memories. Wu Xing decided to turn these scoundrels into minced meat later and burn them clean. It seems that you two are from the Dark Blood Guild. I didn't expect Soden Hong to have a bounty on her. I haven't received any treasures recently. The last time I went to the environment card was 2 months ago. Soden Hong was puzzled. She was relatively poor compared to a member of a large family. She hadn't offended anyone recently. You observe quite carefully, actually knowing about our Dark Blood Guild. Yes, very good. Then we'll leave you a complete corpse later. Mad, blame that kid, we were planning to make some extra money. Looks like it's not going to happen. It's okay. After dealing with her, we'll kill these people too. We can still make some extra money. The so-called extra income is waiting to explore this environment card with Sodun Hong. When they are about to return, they will make a move again, so that they can get more things. And they can also investigate the strength of the people around during this process. Just in case. Sodun Hong frowned. It is simply impossible to get the information of the employer from the Dark Blood Guild. Sodun Hong was also puzzled. She hasn't offended anyone recently, and she hasn't obtained any treasures. In a word, it's like just opening for business, not even earning a penny, and someone comes to collect protection money. They should have no grudges against you, let them go, otherwise I will fight to the death, you two. The petals on the bamboo people suddenly fell. A pink mist appeared and sprayed towards the two people quickly. I knew your information long ago. Intermediate poison resistance card. Made, this card cost us 1 million star sources to buy. Well, it's worth it. Taking her down, we have a guaranteed minimum of 3 million star sources, plus miscellaneous items. We can also harvest quite a bit. Seeing such a scene, Sodun Hong frowned tightly. This time she was really going to fail. Poison resistance card? There are still such cards. Xingye originally thought that war cards were those that could enhance speed, strength, and other basic attributes. The slightly more advanced ones directly increase melee damage. The two can be stacked. Kid, don't you understand? This kind of card is called a special war resource card. It is not commonly used, but once used, it can sometimes play a big role, just like now. Sodun Hong, do you want to go with us? Maybe that benefactor doesn't necessarily want to kill you, and we can save some energy this way. Sodun Hong ignored the two of them and turned to look at Xingye. Helplessly, she showed a very embarrassed expression. I'm really sorry, I have been through many environment cards with Galway before, and there were a few times they saved me. Now I can't even send you out. But, there will be another chance next, you have to seize it. Xingye's face changed. He felt that Sodun Hong's aura had changed greatly and became unstable. Wait, it's just two reptiles, why bother like this? Xingye's words made everyone a little dumbfounded. Two reptiles. Kid, you are really arrogant. No, you shouldn't call it arrogance, it should be called foolishness. I think we should kill this kid first. One of them rushed towards Xingye. This person is obviously not an ordinary Lord Development faction, but the kind that directly accumulates all resources on himself. It's a bit like a hero development model with a touch of Chunibu. Go to hell. Let me show you what the so-called reptile power is all about. 1,000-armed jade bamboo soldiers. Go! Stop him. Sodun Hong's face tightened. Ayu was also ready to summon the soldiers in her territory, not for Xingye, but to protect Wuxing. Wuxing was not moved at the moment. She was looking forward to Xingye surviving. Then, Sodun Hong would die because of Xingye. At that time, Xingye would definitely be filled with hatred. She was too lonely, and now she found someone who was about to face a similar fate. Yes, it's this kind of helplessness and despair. Even if you don't say it actively, they will eventually take action. What will you do? Wuxing's voice was very low, so low that only she could hear it. Suddenly, the sky dimmed. It was as if the sun and the sky had been covered. There was also a bright light in the distance. Only their place was covered in shadow. At one moment, everyone except the person rushing towards Hoshino and Hoshino himself, who already knew what had happened, immediately raised their heads. Their eyes widened. ZZZT-. A black electric current suddenly appeared from somewhere and directly turned the person rushing towards Hoshino into black ashes. Even the core connecting him to his own Lord World was completely destroyed. The next moment, he disappeared in a flash of light, leaving behind only a bead. A territory remnant bead. When the Lord of this world dies, everything in his territory will condense into a bead. With this bead, one can directly plunder the resources of another territory. However, this bead had many cracks on it. What? Another member of the Blood Kill Guild was completely stunned. What just happened? His partner rushed over, but it seemed like the attack didn't even land before being turned into a remnant bead by the black electric current. He slowly raised his gaze and looked up behind Hoshino, the colossal mech body towering a kilometer high, with black thunder dragons coiling around it. The air fell into a kind of quiet state, with only the sound of the thunder dragons raging on the mech. This mech was naturally Hoshino's black warrior mech. He couldn't even withstand a single blow, and he still claims he's not insignificant. The teachers from my academy managed to withstand a strike. No, that's not right. At that time, I hadn't even broken through to low-level 6 stars. Hoshino suddenly remembered the beginning. The Black Warrior mech had not received any enhancements yet, and at that time, his strength was still at a low 0-star level. He relied solely on the inherent combat power of the Black Warrior mech. This kind of mech. Are you the monstrous genius who graduated from the Ivy Academy? I can't be considered a genius, just lucky. You were pretty arrogant just now. How about this? I'll be arrogant too. Run far away now, maybe you can dodge a blow from the Black Warrior mech. Of course, if you can't dodge it, it's no big deal. Life has shortcuts, and you took one. Well, not you, it should be your brother just now, who took the shortcut even faster. He's already gone. After Hoshino finished speaking, a devilish smile appeared on his face. The assassin guild member also regained his senses at this moment. He immediately planned to leave this environment card directly. However, if he left, the spatial blockade card he used earlier would automatically deactivate. Of course, this spatial blockade card was not targeted at him, but if he died, it would also deactivate. Boom dash. Unfortunately, he wasn't as fast as the Black Thunder Strike. Plink dash. Another Lord Remnant bead. This Lord Remnant bead also had many cracks. At this moment, Hoshino realized that in the intermediate level, there might not be many people who could survive in his hands. Alright, these two trash are taken care of. Next, it's time to sweep this environment card. So, you just said, where are the most monsters over there? Aya, Wu Xing, and including Soden Hong, all felt a great impact on their worldview. A low-level 6-star Lord summoned a combat power almost equivalent to that of a high-level Lord Hero. Without any hesitation, he eliminated 2 intermediate lords. The entire process was smooth without any twists. It was like stepping on an ant, very easy. There was no mutual deployment of troops at the beginning, no ambush, and no use of any war resource cards. Of course, the 2 used earlier didn't count. Aya was also a bit dazed. In her many years at the Wu family, she had indeed seen some geniuses, but she had never seen a monster like Hoshino. Hoshino, you are Hoshino, right? Big brother, I shouldn't have brought the wrong person. Your strength. Soden Hong now also regained her senses. At this point, she couldn't call Hoshino by name anymore. The other party's strength was too terrifying. Hoshino nodded. If you know Gao Wei, then you didn't bring the wrong person. We just finished exploring an intermediate environment card called the Dwarven Dead City yesterday. With that said, Soden Hong knew she didn't bring the wrong person. Suddenly, she seemed to understand why Gao Wei wanted her to bring Hoshino along. This was clearly a newcomer with the strength approaching that of a high-level lord. Just entering the circle of the wild team, she didn't know anything. In other words, the news she had seen before was actually true. Then it's not wrong. Definitely not wrong. Just now you wanted to protect me, so I thank you here. Hoshino raised his hand and took back the 2 lords' legacy pearls. A scan by Tian Wang revealed that there were no valuable materials or resources inside. There was indeed a little something, but not much. Just some buildings and blueprints that could be used for analysis and disassembly. Hoshino planned to directly push through this environment card space. At the same time, in the Dark Blood Guild, a dozen people sat in the guild's rented villa hall. These people were shareholders of the Dark Blood Guild, or you could say they were the bosses. Everyone, based on the information I have received from many families, we can confirm that Hoshino is not someone we can afford to provoke. He has 2 mechanical creations, one with the ability to battle intermediate lords, and the other mechanical creation can crush intermediate lords. Do you believe these words? This is no longer a matter of belief or not. The issue is that whether it's the news or the information I have received, the situation is the same. And according to my information, Zhu Guangfu from the Qingting Academy has no way to deal with him. Zhu Guangfu is a high-level lord. How could he be afraid of a low-level lord like him? There are many reasons for this. If any of you still have doubts, you can send your people to investigate. Recently, Nantian City has been very unstable. We should also gather some strength, not provoke those people. Some people we really can't afford to offend. That's the reality, everyone. After some debate among the dozen people, they decided that Hoshino was someone not to be provoked. What's next? How do we proceed? At this moment, in the environment card of the Land of Decay, Au was sweating profusely as she continued to investigate the surrounding monsters. At first, she felt it was just a routine reconnaissance, no problem at all. But as time went on, the number of puppets she released for reconnaissance increased. The images sent back to her mind also increased. If she lost control for a moment, all these memories and images could instantly overwhelm her. Wu Xing was also excited at this moment. This level of strength was much stronger than those of the other families. Perhaps she could talk to Hoshino later. Hoshino was not currently controlling the Black Warrior mech, but letting it act freely. Even without using the mech's mode that surpasses limits, it could still sweep through these ordinary monsters. How to proceed? Of course, we go straight ahead. There are so many monsters here, kill them all. These materials are very useful to me, and as for treasures, I can give them to you. Okay. Sure. If you want more of these treasures, I already have 5, this time in the environment card, you are leading me. Ayu and Wu Xing quickly agreed. At a glance, they could see that even without any reconnaissance, Hoshino's strength would not be stopped by any monsters. In the sky, there are hundreds of black thunder dragons roaming. These thunder dragons are not just for show, sometimes they strike directly at some monsters. It's okay, you can take one share, what belongs to you will be yours. At that time, Gao Wei also took one share. After you go back this time, you should improve your strength. Someone has targeted you. Who exactly is targeting you? You are not clear yet. Obviously the other party wants to kill you. Soden Hong's expression was complicated. She couldn't understand how she was inexplicably targeted by someone. She really couldn't understand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wu Xing also spoke up. Since you have such strength, I wonder if you are willing to help me out. We can discuss the reward. Of course, I won't let a talent like you suffer. Wu Xing's voice was gentle and sounded lovable, but Xingye was not a novice now. In the territory space, Xingye had seen the humanoid form of the Black Warrior, so he was immune to this kind of voice. His own treasures, which one was not good looking? Well, let's talk after we finish scanning this environment card. Next, Xingye took the 3 women and rampaged through the entire environment card. Along the way, no monster could last around under the Black Warrior mech. Ayu took 1 share of treasures. Wu Xing didn't take anything. Soden Hong took 1 share. All the remaining treasures went to Xingye, but what Xingye valued most were the bodies of these monsters. These bodies were considered materials by the Heavenly Net. Now she had used these materials to create a total of 6 rift towns in the territory space. Even if she sent the Black Warrior mech back now, the rift towns would come out directly. Xingye felt that after a few shots, there would be nothing left in this environment card. Not to mention the treasures in the environment card, even the bodies of the monsters probably wouldn't be intact. It was also at this time that Soden Hong finally understood why Gao Wei had insisted so strongly on her to bring Xingye, and even drew a portrait of Xingye on the spot. Soden Hong had thought that Xingye and Gao Wei had some kind of family relationship. Now she understood. It wasn't a family relationship, it was a big thigh, a very big thigh. In a private room of a tea house, Xingye and Wu Xing sat facing each other. Ayu stood, not sitting directly. If I'm not mistaken, you are the mechanical lord who graduated from the Qingting Academy, the one related to Zhang Yunxiao. Hearing this, Xingye frowned slightly. It seemed that someone had come looking for trouble. But the other party was so confident, it seemed that these families were not to be underestimated. Yes. If you have something to discuss, get straight to the point. Xingye lost patience instantly. Wu Xing had long practiced the skill of observing words and expressions. Don't misunderstand, I just heard about you and made some deductions based on that information. Among the graduates of this generation, only you have this kind of strength. Although many students from the other 3 academies also graduated today, their strength is not that great. Of course, compared to previous years, it's not bad, but if we compare you, it's like heaven and earth. If you don't explain your purpose, I'm going to leave. I'm busy and don't have time to play with you. Xingye stood up slowly, planning to leave the private room. Since there was nothing to discuss, he would leave. Don't be in such a hurry. I admire strong people like you. As long as you help me out, you can name your price for resources and such. In a way, what I need to do is also related to you, even similar to what you have in mind. The previous words were actually testing whether Xingye was the person Wu Xing had in mind. Now it seemed that he was, without a doubt. After planning for so long, it was absolutely impossible for her to make any mistakes at this time. She had always been cautious, and now she was testing Hoshino because of her caution. For her plan, she needed to be as certain as possible. Do you have the same plan as me? Hoshino thought carefully. The woman in front of him, although she looked young like a student, the few words she said didn't seem like a student to Hoshino. She seemed like someone experienced. Her heart must be extremely ruthless. If she wasn't ruthless, she wouldn't survive. It seemed that the environment in the wild team circle was not as simple as it seemed. That's right. I also dislike the Wu family. Trust me, when the time comes, you will know who I am. After all, you are for Zhang Yunxiao, and I am for wiping out all the scum of the Wu family. Wu Xing's face remained calm, but there was a slight change when she mentioned wiping out the Wu family. It seemed like a vendetta. Hoshino didn't think much about it. The change in the other party's facial expression was obvious, indicating that she was an enemy. So you are an enemy of the Wu family. What did they do? Just asking casually. Hoshino remained calm. The previous probing seemed to be to confirm whether I was trustworthy or not. They killed my parents, my brothers, it's that simple. Now that I have grown up enduring humiliation, I must seek revenge. If our cooperation goes well this time, we can continue to work together in the future. When Wu Xing said this, there was a hint of pride on her face. A card maker, no matter which power they belonged to, could be a respected guest. In the entire southern Sky City, there was no family with a card maker. Once you become a card maker, resources can be more efficiently utilized to some extent. For example, with 1 million star sources, a mid-level 1-star environment card can be created. The profit margin is unknown. And, some environment cards with traps can also be made. Oh, so there is more than one enemy in the southern Sky City who is your enemy? Wu Xing's face stiffened slightly. What do you mean by more than one enemy? The cooperation I mentioned later is not about this. AU beside her couldn't help but smile. That's not what I meant. What I meant is that I am a card maker, and we can continue to cooperate in the future. After all, I have seen your strength. When I create an environment card, if I want to improve its quality, I must release most of my control at the moment of creation. This way, the quality of the environment card will be greatly improved. Otherwise, with the same amount of star sources, if I fully control the environment card, it means that the quality of the card won't be very good. For example, when a card maker creates an environment card, if they don't let the card develop on its own, the quality won't be very high. Similarly, when the environment card is created, if the card maker completely controls it, the card maker will have great control over the internal space of the environment card. But the quality of the environment card won't be very high. Most card makers wouldn't choose to do this. Oh, Wu Xing's forehead showed a few blue veins. After saying so much, do you understand at all? I am a card maker, a card maker. Roaring, Wu Xing's chest kept rising and falling. She felt like she was going to be driven crazy by this person. Many people show extreme respect and good attitude when facing a card maker, but the situation was completely different with Hoshino. I am actually a mid-level card maker. I can now create a mid-level 1-star war resource card and a mid-level 1-star environment card, do you understand? Wu Xing's expression was extremely serious. The eyes stared at Hoshino as if they could pierce his skull. Yeah, it's fine, Hoshino looked puzzled. What's the big deal about being a card maker? Is there something different? Can you create a mid-level 1-star environment card? For Hoshino, his way of exploring the environment card was different from others. Most people relied on their luck and experience. But for him, he wouldn't be suppressed by too many environment cards. So basically, ordinary environment cards were all the same to him as long as he hadn't explored them 7 or 8 times. Fine. If Hoshino said oh again, Wu Xing would lose interest in him. But Hoshino just said fine. A flame of anger rose in Wu Xing's heart. Just as she was about to show off her proud creation, a fake mid-level eternal environment card, she hesitated. After years of planning, she decided to let it go. She couldn't risk losing everything just because of a moment of anger. Wu Xing couldn't accept such an outcome. What is this? Hoshino also noticed something off about Wu Xing. What's wrong with this woman? Then Hoshino realized that there was nothing in the private room of the tea house except a table and 2 sofas. A Yu stood by the side, most likely Wu Xing's bodyguard. Ding! Hoshino understood and lightly pressed the bell on the table. Soon a waiter entered. Hello, do you need anything? Bring me 2 cups of hot water. Hoshino thought. He didn't have any star source now, but there were many treasures and intermediate materials in the Lord's space. Apart from treasures, those materials were taken by Tianwang to make the Rift Town. And there were at least 10 Rift Towns inside. For Hoshino, this kind of mechanical manufacturing item for artillery support, the more the better. Wu Xing understood Hoshino's words. This is really a strange person. I've seen so many people, I've calculated each one, but this person is simply mysterious? Hot water? Bring 2 cups of bitter tea. Wu Xing took a deep breath. It's okay, masters are usually a bit eccentric. She could understand someone like Hoshino. Perhaps it's this different way of thinking that is one of the signs of being a master. Wu Xing could only deceive herself with these words, although she felt like slamming the table on Hoshino's face. Shortly after, Hoshino left the tea house's private room. Wu Xing looked at the empty seats in front of her, feeling a sense of emptiness. Now, the thing she feared and hated the most had come back to her side. Loneliness. Gurgle. Wu Xing picked up the tea on her table and drank it all in one go. You. Where do you think this extraordinary person comes from? Wu Xing frowned slightly. Honestly, she really couldn't understand Hoshino. His way of thinking was just too peculiar. Was he talking about the tea drinking issue just now? Yu smiled. She had never seen Wu Xing like this before. At least for you, this person will become a good friend in the future. Perhaps this is your luck. Yu smiled. She could sense that during those moments just now, especially when Wu Xing and Hoshino ordered tea, Wu Wu Xing's mood was quite beautiful. A friend? Something worth celebrating. Wu Xing's face brightened. She had just mentioned that their plan had been discussed. As long as Hoshino helped her deal with the last breath of the Wu family, she was willing to give up most of the Wu family's resources directly. It is indeed worth celebrating. So, are we going back now? Yes, let's go back for a while. We'll dress up first, turn into Wu Haoren, and then go find that Zhang Yunxiao. There was a hint of envy in the tone. If it were in the past, such a thing would not have happened in their family. Now she could also have a sincere relationship like Zhang Yunxiao. Ha, I didn't expect you to envy others like this. Envy? What envy? I don't envy at all, I just admire the good luck of this woman. What envy? Don't talk nonsense. Ayu nodded with a smile on her face. At the Hu family. Hu Xing's face was complicated. His eyes were like an angry tiger. His father's body was starting to weaken. Initially, he was quite happy, especially when he saw Xingye bring back so many intermediate suit series treasures. On one hand, it was a strengthening of their family's power. On the other hand, in the eyes of the old man in the Hu family, Xingye was his grandson. It suited his temperament. He was not one to be trifled with. And he also respected him. How is it? Hu Xing saw a lord who was particularly skilled in treatment walking out of his father's bedroom and immediately went up to him. The lord also knew this was the Hu family. He himself had some cooperation with the Hu family. At this moment, his expression was not very good either. Seeing this scene, Hu Xing's eyes narrowed. He immediately knew that the situation in front of him was not good. However, the old master of the Hu family was not doing well. Hu Xing was the pillar of Hu Yong'an. Tell me, I know some of my father's condition, I won't blame you, it's not your fault, just tell me, how long can he hold on, and how can he be treated? Hu Xing suppressed his anger and fury. His character was not weak. It's just that the old man, he always suppressed his anger and temperament, otherwise he would have directly confronted the academy and the Wu and Zhang families before. There was no other reason. Just relying on his A-level lord talent, the Fury Beast. Their family, until Lu Tianhe, still had this lord talent. The lord shook his head slightly. What's on the old man's body can't be considered an illness, nor can it be considered a wound, it should be considered a curse. This curse is easy to break if you have a mid-level 8-star purification card, which is rare in the card empire, even extinct. Generally only found in those Western countries. Another way is to use the power of dark attributes to break the curse, and in the process use a mid-level 8-star healing card. Healing cards. These cards were almost the same price as environmental cards. They were even more expensive and rare. A mid-level 8-star environmental card was like a second life for most people. Whether used for the Lord himself or the elite troops under the Lord, it would have a very good effect. The low-level ones could be bought with some star sources, but the mid-level ones were truly rare. They could even be used as a trump card. Because in a critical moment of battle, a healing card could instantly heal the heavily injured soldiers in one's elite army and restore them to their best condition. In a way, this healing card was even more valuable than a purification card. First of all, you had to be a card maker. A card maker goes without saying, finding one among 10,000 people would be considered lucky. The second condition was talent and the issue of the soldiers in your territory. The soldiers in your territory must be skilled in medical treatment. Otherwise, even if you were a card maker, you couldn't create such healing cards. Hu Xing's face changed drastically. As for the Hu family, it can be seen that they have been somewhat weakened in recent years. These two methods can be said to be quite difficult to do. It may even be impossible. With the current financial resources of the Hu family, even selling the family may not be enough to buy a mid-level 8-star treatment card. As for the purification card, this thing, Hu Xing has never heard of such a card from birth until now. Alright, you can go back first, I will transfer the star source from the public to your account later. The Lord also nodded. After the Lord left, the voice of the old man came from behind the door. Come in, I can still live for another month. Don't cry, don't think that I'm dead now. You cry for nothing. Although Hu Xing did not make any sound, he did not dare to go in directly, but tears were already streaming down his face. Over the years, the Hu family has relied on their own skills and bottom line, so they are just SOSO among the family groups in Nantian City. Creak! Hu Xing pushed the door open. The old man Hu Yong'an twisted his neck, completely ignoring the words the Lord had said after examining his body. What? Are you despising me, your old man? No, I have never despised you. I know you don't have the guts, curses, it's the power of dark attributes. I never thought I would be killed by such a thing. There was no sadness on Hu Yong'an's face. In his view, his granddaughter no longer needed to worry. He had a hard time letting go of his granddaughter before. Now with Hoshino around, in Hu Yong'an's view, with the addition of Hu Xing, as long as there is 1 or 2 years of development, Hoshino can also become a mid-level lord. By then, his combat power will surely rival that of a high-level lord. As for the Wu family and the Jiang family, the old man had already calculated that these two families did not need to worry too much. The Hu family was not a wealthy family to begin with. In addition, his son Hu Xing was willing to fight to the death if necessary. For those two families, the Hu family was a tough nut to crack. There was nothing on this bone yet. Time flies so fast, I thought I could live for another 2 or 3 years, it seems I can't wait. Hu Yong'an's expression was natural and relaxed. Only Hu Xing, at this moment, was like a 3-year-old child, with tears streaming down his face. That kid may not give up in the end. When the time comes, take the Hu family to help him. If something goes wrong, take him and Tian and leave Nantian City directly. Hu Xing nodded slightly. Hu Yong'an's words carried weight for Hu Xing no matter when. Stop crying, or I'll slap you. Don't cry in front of me. If Tian sees it later, that little guy will ask a lot of questions. You know, that child looks like her and has a similar personality. Hu Xing immediately wiped away his tears. However, what neither of them noticed was that in the hall, Hu Tianhai had appeared at some point, with tears in the corners of her eyes. She quickly wiped away her tears. Women are truly born actresses. In an instant, she returned to her appearance as if she had just come back from outside. Shortly after, Hoshino also returned, busy checking his own territory, and did not notice anything wrong with the Hu family. Captain, these are the geniuses worth noting in the other 3 academies. Bai Su looked at the list handed to him by his confidant and nodded slightly. Just pick 1 or 2 at random. The people on this list are not much different from previous years. Unfortunately, that kid won't join our corps. His confidant was puzzled. He then asked, why not? He hasn't arrived yet, how can you be sure he won't join us? Many people are trying their best to join the Empire's corps. That's different from others, this kid. I've been investigating his background carefully these days. From enrollment to graduation, all his actions were well prepared and planned. Do you think someone who has been following his own pace for 3 years, awakening mechanical talent in the end, but not discouraged, and even creating such a mech suit, would just become a quiet soldier in the regiment? He is definitely a rising star, someone like him I can't subdue. Bai Su's mind kept picturing Xingye's face. Not to mention us, even if the entire regiment chooses him, he may not join. The only good thing is that this person has principles and loyalty. Otherwise, if such a person, without any constraints, resorts to any means, that would be a real trouble. The confidant listened to these words and widened his eyes greatly. He couldn't believe that Bai Su would give such an evaluation. That thing is about to happen. I didn't expect that before that incident, there would be such a scene here. We should go and see how strong he really is. Would he dare to appear at the engagement ceremony of the Wu family and Jiang family alone? Even if he relies on that mech suit and war fortress, do you really think he has that kind of combat power? It seems you don't believe it. Do you believe it? Sometimes reality is often unexpected. My intuition tells me that he does have that kind of combat power. Of course, this is not something unique to Bai Su. Mainly, he accidentally heard it yesterday from a friend of a distant cousin's brother-in-law's son. Just then, another confidant entered. Captain, the Wu family and Jiang family are planning to advance the engagement. They have sent invitations to all the well-known families in the city, and we have 3 as well. Bai Su smirked. It seems there has been some changes in between. But it's not a big deal, it has nothing to do with us. I am somewhat looking forward to what that kid is planning to do in the end. In the Wu family, Ayu was being scolded with harsh words. Beside her, Wu Hao had a dumbfounded look, like a 3-year-old child. Do you know what you are doing? Wu Hao's importance is significant now, how could he run away? Even if he dies, he should die within the family. An elder of the Wu family, with a greasy face, obviously well fed every day, said. Ayu nodded quietly, with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Her family background had turned into her being alone because of these people from the Wu family. Fortunately, over the years, she and Wu Xing had supported each other. Wah! I want to go back to the small house to play with blocks. Let's go! This old man is so fierce. Wu Hao instantly turned into a child, crying directly from a few scolding words. Hearing these cries, whether it was the elder of the Wu family, Jiang Yunxiao, who was watching from the side, or the people of the Jiang family, they were all stunned for a moment. There was a look of admiration in Jiang Yunxiao's eyes. As for the others, the disgust on their faces was undisguised. The elder of the Wu family, who had just been cursing loudly, suddenly changed his expression. Enough! You, take him back to that house now. There must be no mistakes tomorrow, you are still smart, go take him to meet the Jiang family first. Ayu immediately nodded quickly. With Wu Hao in tow, they quickly walked away, holding Wu Hao's hand and heading straight into the courtyard, towards a house in the distance. Upon seeing this scene, the elder of the Wu family immediately waved his hand and put on a smile. "I'm really sorry, guests from the Jiang family, this was not our intention. Today, you are here to discuss the cooperation between our two families, right?" The elder of the Jiang family nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed, for the sake of our cooperation." There was a hint of mockery in Jiang Yunxiao's eyes. At that moment, she looked towards her parents, but they ignored her gaze, showing extreme indifference. Realizing that she was just a pawn in this family, she felt disappointed. Lacking talent, she had to contribute to the family. Unlike her cousin who was talented and received support and resources from the family. Despite her disappointment, she felt a glimmer of hope. Wu Xing did not tell her about Xingye, only mentioning his plan to seek revenge on the Wu family and advising her to stay away to avoid being implicated. Thinking about this, Jiang Yunxiao felt less sad. Continuous sorrow serves no purpose and could even harm her mentally. "It's a pity that your daughter married the son of our Wu family. Would she like to be a concubine to the heir of our Wu family? Of course, we will offer more profits." The elder of the Wu family continued speaking. The elders of the Jiang family were taken aback by this statement, with Jiang Yunxiao being the only one showing a drastic change in expression. "What? This?" Jiang Yunxiao knew that Wu Hao was actually Wu Xing in disguise. Wu Xing was a woman and would not harm her, but the other person from the Wu family was definitely a man. At that moment, a young man emerged from the back of the hall. "Hello, I'm Wu Chang, just graduated from Blue Sky Academy. I heard that when you graduated from Ivy Academy, there was an incident caused by a monster, but it was just a coincidence. After all, he relied on a mech and an airborne fortress, which are easily controlled by AI, showing clear future potential. If you follow me, I will treat you well, providing resources and treasures." Wu Chang exuded confidence. Despite not having high talent himself, with the help of the family, he had A-level talent. He had heard of Jiang Yunxiao before and was immediately captivated by her beauty. He was determined not to let her go to someone else. Jiang Yunxiao stepped back, her face showing annoyance. She disliked Wu Chang and even felt like punching him. "Don't be afraid, he won't harm you. He is the true heir of the Wu family." Jiang Yunxiao found her mother's words strangely familiar. Turning around, she saw her mother. "Mom, what's this about? What's wrong? It's all for your own good. Don't be disobedient. Following young Master Wu Chang means you won't have to worry about anything in the future. It's comfortable, and you'll have face. If you were to marry that Wu Hao, that dull person, wouldn't you be unhappy? Look at young Master Wu Chang, he's different." Mother Jiang also pushed Jiang Yunxiao forward. It was like promoting a product. "I will make the decision for this child. She is fine, this is her luck." Jiang Yunxiao suddenly felt that her mother was extremely unfamiliar and indifferent at this moment. She even felt that her mother didn't really care about her. She just wanted to exchange herself for more benefits. It has to be said that at this moment, Jiang Yunxiao actually saw things very clearly. Our little girl at home is a bit shy, we can work on her mindset," the elder of the Jiang family said directly. Jiang Yunxiao didn't plan to struggle at this moment. The elder of the Wu family glanced at his grandson and nodded slightly. "Alright, let's change it tomorrow. I will make it clear tomorrow, so it won't be considered mistreating your Jiang family." "Good. It seems that in the future, the cooperation between our two families can reach a higher level." Whether it was the Jiang family or the Wu family, neither side lingered too much on Jiang Yunxiao. Obviously, people from both families only saw benefits. It was Wu Chang who greedily scanned Jiang Yunxiao. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao felt a sense of despair and helplessness. The reliance she had always had now become a weapon to destroy her. She couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, in the Hu family, Hu Tianhe and Hu Xing sat in front of Xingye. The old man was lying in the bedroom. "Are you saying that they are getting engaged tomorrow?" Xingye asked with some surprise. At this moment, he was not at all flustered because not long ago, the second mech built in the territory had been completed. Frosty Roarer, low-level 6-star, mech durability, 600W/600W, energy shield, 8000W/8000W, special skills, absolute frost, heart of ice, frozen transformation, spacetime ice, falling ice feathers, introduction, Frosty Roarer mech. With extremely high in attribute energy, the power of absolute frost allows every strike to carry multiple cold effects. Once the frost effect affects the enemy, it is only a matter of time before the enemy is frozen, and the Frosty Roarer can completely crush frozen creatures or any creations. Due to its excessively strong frost attribute, when entering a high-temperature environment, it will be greatly restricted and unable to exert its full power. At this moment, in Xingye's territory space, a lowly who was even smaller than Hu Tianhe looked up at the sky and blinked her eyes. Her white eyelashes were very cute. At this moment, Xingye was still unaware of the second form of the Frosty Roarer. Like the Black Warrior, she also divided an area as her residence. It was an area covered in frost, with snow in the sky and some cold winds roaring. When she was completed, Xingye was notified by the Tianwang. However, in the Hu family, he inexplicably felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. So you were talking about this, then I will go tomorrow. I will go with you. You want to go with me? I don't really want to involve you in this matter, it's my own business. For Xingye, he didn't want the Hu family to get involved. The Hu family provided him with a place to live and treated his sister well, even treating him like a son. Xingye could feel a sense of warmth from the old man. In addition, the support from Hong Yong and the people there, he didn't know how to repay them. Xingye was very clear about his situation. He planned to use the resources he obtained from the Wu family to repay Hong Yong and the Hu family later. His sister was still living a life similar to that of a family member. Tiger Tianhe's thoughts, Xingye also knows some. Tiger Tianhe himself doesn't mind, and Xingye won't do anything hypocritical. Xingye also likes Tiger Tianhe. However, now Jiang Yunxiao is about to be engaged to someone else, so in the past day or two, Tiger Tianhe and Shen Yu have a tacit understanding and have not mentioned their relationship. You can't say that. You know my relationship with Jiang Yunxiao, is it wrong to stand by a friend? Tiger Tianhe was a little anxious. In her view, Xingye has two powerful mechanical creations. But the current problem is that the combined forces of the two families, at the very least, include more than 30 mid-level lords, who are not like the teachers from the previous academy. Almost all of them are watching. If those 30-plus lords join forces and besiege together, how can Xingye handle it? And the senior lords of these two families will definitely be present. They may even pull in other families to join forces. Tiger Tianhe doesn't want to see that kind of situation. Just like Zhu Guanfu, that guy doesn't know what he's planning now. Jiang Yunxiao is suddenly getting engaged so quickly, the originally 1-week time frame has been shortened to tomorrow. If it weren't for Zhu Guangfu and the shadow of the Qingting Academy behind this, Tiger Tianhe wouldn't believe it even if she were beaten to death. Child, I know you have great potential, but I hope you don't be too strong. This is not like exploring the environment card between lords. Monsters may not necessarily come to you on their own. The fighting styles of monsters are also too rigid. The battle between lords is about their trump cards and war resources cards. Tiger Xing looked seriously into Xingye's eyes. He found Xingye's eyes full of confidence, as if he had some kind of backing. I know all this, Tianhe, just do me a favor, take care of my sister for me. No matter what the result is, I must go in person. As you said, she is your friend, and this trip is for myself as well as for you. Xingye didn't know how to persuade Tiger Tianhe. At this point, he could only try to use morality. Tiger Tianhe fell silent. Tiger Xing lit a cigarette for himself. For Tiger Xing, he rarely smokes. Suddenly, he had an idea. Alright, kid, if that's the case, go ahead and make a scene. Tianhe and I will watch from the shadows. When you're about to die, we'll take you and leave the southern Sky City directly. Tiger Xing felt the burden on his shoulders had suddenly become heavier. After all, they were just two kids who didn't know how cruel the world of lords could be. Xingye nodded in agreement. At this point, there was no use saying anything, only the storm to be faced tomorrow could explain everything. However, what puzzled him was why the old man from the tiger family had been staying in the bedroom and not coming out. Could it be that he's old and hasn't given up his craftsmanship? But that shouldn't be the case. Nanchai. In the middle of southern Sky City, regardless of price, venue, food, Nanchai is recognized as the #1 restaurant in the entire southern Sky City. The entire building has 59 floors. It can be said to be the landmark building of the entire southern Sky City. However, today, the Wu family and the Zhang family have directly reserved floors 56 to 59. As for booking the entire Nanchai, well, it's highly unlikely. Even if both families were sold, they couldn't book the entire Nanchai. City Lord, I didn't expect you to come too. A distinguished guest like you can go straight to the top floor. At the entrance of Nanchai, an elder in charge of receiving guests had a big smile on his face, because he found that the invitations sent out by the Wu family and the Zhang family had attracted quite a few important figures. Blood Mist Township Hong Yong, the city lord of southern Sky City, and the 4th captain of the Empire's 7th Division, Bai Su. The lord of the southern sky had a determined look on his face. He came here to witness a good show. Whether it was a genius rising against the odds or the emergence of two stronger families in the future, the outcome was almost the same for him. He came to watch and to mingle. On the 59th floor, in a corner, an elegant woman sat with a young girl. Teacher Hong Yong, will my brother come? The young girl was none other than Yi Xiaoli. She still had some food in her mouth. "Ha, you are such a cute little thing. Eat well, don't worry about your brother. How could that boy possibly lose here? If someone breaks the rules, I'll help him out. But I can't help him completely, otherwise your brother will lose face." Suddenly, an image of Xingye appeared in Hongyang's mind. Xingye was actually quite handsome. The main thing was that he knew how to be grateful. When she stood up back then, it was just because she couldn't stand it. Unexpectedly, Xingye wasn't just all talk, he really remembered her and sent her many resource cards. She didn't lack resource cards or anything like that. It was just the first time she had encountered someone like Xingye outside of her family. That boy shouldn't be too stubborn. It's normal to lose against two families. Why? Little one, you only listen to the last sentence of what I said. Eat up, you'll understand when you grow up. At another table with only 7 or 8 people, Bai Su looked at Zhu Guangfu. His expression was calm. He had known all along, but regardless of the outcome of this incident, he wouldn't protect Zhu Guangfu anymore. Yes, Zhu Guangfu always seemed lacking in confidence when facing Bai Su. "Hey, let's make a bet." This sentence left Zhu Guangfu bewildered. He knew his teacher well, always strict and never gambling. Had his teacher changed during their time apart? Zhu Guangfu felt strange. At that moment, he felt like he didn't recognize his teacher anymore. "All right, what do you want to bet on?" Let me think. Let's bet on whether you will lose." "I bet you will lose, and you will lose miserably." Bai Su's words shocked not only Zhu Guangfu but also the directors of Qingting Academy and Bai Su's 2 confidants. If it were someone else saying this, they wouldn't have taken it seriously. But Bai Su was different. He was the captain of the 7th Imperial Mission, with extraordinary strength and knowledge. By saying this at this time, Bai Su clearly knew a lot of things. They understood that Bai Su's words had a deeper meaning. "Are you saying that I will lose to that boy?" Zhu Guangfu couldn't believe it. If he were to act, the Wu and Jiang families would definitely join forces. And based on his understanding of Xingye, he knew that Xingye would definitely come at this time. With the Wu and Jiang families, there were 3 high-level lord forces. But Xingye? Just a low-level lord? Would Xingye dare to challenge him? Zhu Guangfu found it hard to believe. However, Bai Su remained silent. At that moment, Zhu Guangfu's hatred towards Xingye reached its peak. "Just watch, I will definitely win." Zhu Guangfu said a sentence in his heart, without any extra movements. Soon, more and more people arrived. Today's engagement banquet is different. Of course it's different. Zhang Yunxiao is one of the most beautiful women in Qingting Academy. When she was in Qingting Academy, she had many suitors, but she rejected them all. Is that so? By the way, I heard that something happened at Qingting Academy today. It's not just something, their academy did produce a genius. It is said that this genius, with the power of a low-level lord, defeated 2 mid-level lords. What? How is that possible? I don't know, but in the end, most people in Qingting Academy know that this world, and that environment card, are broken and can no longer be used. I think it's just rumors. Whether it's a rumor or not, I do know one thing. Zhang Yunxiao had a special liking for someone when she was in Qingting Academy. Whoever it is, it's definitely not someone from the Wu family now. The Wu family and the Jiang family joined forces, isn't it because of that incident? Stop changing the subject. Who does she like? She likes someone named Xingye, the genius from Qingting Academy who scavenges for a living. How does scavenging relate to the genius of Qingting Academy? Because they are the same person. Ah, I see, the princess falling in love with a slave story, how romantic. It's a pity the princess is now going to marry the prince of the Wu family. Those who were invited by both the Wu family and the Jiang family must be from prominent families. Either they are particularly powerful within the southern Sky City, with strength almost reaching above a 5-star mid-level lord, to be able to attend this engagement banquet. At another corner table, all the seated guests were from the Shang family. "Cousin, I remember you used to like Zhang Yunxiao." Shang Wanhao listened to his cousin's words and shook his head. "That was in the past, back then I couldn't see clearly what I really wanted, but now I understand, I know what I truly desire." Shang Wanhao also felt anger at this moment. He had heard many conversations around him, especially mocking remarks about Xingye. These words reached his ears and made him extremely angry. After all, in a way, he had also awakened because of Xingye. "Xingye, come quickly and let these trash see what a true lord in strength really mean." In the back hall, Zhang Yunxiao had tears in her eyes. She looked out the window with hope in her heart. Until the last moment, there would always be some hope in her heart. Finally, Zhang Yunxiao was numbly made up by someone. When she came out, the first person she saw was her mother, along with other Jiang family members and many dignitaries from the 59th floor. The Wu family members were not far away. "Is that Zhang Yunxiao? She's indeed beautiful." It's a pity, look at her extremely sad appearance. Ah, if there is no potential or strength in the family, this is the outcome. Wait, I remember Jiang Yunxiao's talent was not bad. Why didn't she receive the family's cultivation? The heir of the Jiang family is standing over there, have you forgotten? The heir of the Jiang family is called Jiang Mengyun. Jiang Mengyun, I remember now. No wonder, Jiang Yunxiao's talent seems insufficient compared to Jiang Mengyun. I heard Jiang Mengyun has already reached the level of a mid-level 6-star lord. With the family's cultivation plus personal talent, reaching this level is already quite good. The voices of the people around directly entered Jiang Yunxiao's ears, making her feel somewhat desperate. However, at this moment, her mother did not comfort her. Child, why do you have such an expression? Don't you know what day it is today? Jiang's mother scolded mercilessly. If there weren't so many people around, she would have already taken action. At this moment, Wu Cheng furrowed his brows slightly, as if he was about to say something, when a voice suddenly came from afar. Hey, you're really a good mother, thinking so much for your daughter. How about this, for the sake of the Jiang family, why don't you remarry? The voice was full of arrogance, and it seemed to come from a young man's mouth. And from the tone of the voice, it was clear that the speaker was no ordinary person. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a young man who was carefully dressed. He wore an ordinary suit, but when he wore it, it was as if a spotlight was shining down from the sky directly on him. Xin Ye. Whether it was the Wu family or the Jiang family, they had seen portraits of Xin Ye. At this moment, the happiest person was Jiang Yunxiao. She never expected that Xin Ye would actually come. Just as she was about to rush towards Xin Ye, an elder from the Jiang family held her back. Wu Cheng was even more furious. This was too embarrassing for him, and it was a big loss of face. Although it was not a wedding, the engagement was of great significance. On one hand, it was for the cooperation of the families, and on the other hand, for the heir of the Wu family, this engagement was a big deal. The person invited was not just anyone. Losing face in front of these people would be hard to recover from. Xin Ye, how dare you come here? Aren't you afraid of death? Wu Cheng was almost exploding with anger at this moment. Xin Ye's face couldn't hold back anymore. Ha, as if you can do anything to me. This remark ignited Wu Cheng's anger even more. He scanned the surroundings. His territory was developed in a normal way, not hoarding resources like a hero, so his physique was only slightly stronger than an average person. Are your guards just here for show? This person is causing trouble, why haven't you taken him down yet? As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen guards rushed towards Xin Ye. Seeing this, Huang Yang was about to make a move when suddenly she froze. This kid is really a monster. Not just her, all the intermediate lords and above present widened their eyes. They knew some information about Xin Ye. He was a lord who relied on mechanical creations. To be honest, it was already impressive that Xin Ye could establish a territory. In the hearts of many, a mechanical lord was nothing but a waste. Xin Ye immediately took action. With the enhancement of the Black Knight mech armor and the Frost Howler, his physical qualities were stronger than an average intermediate 2-star lord. The guards here were all low-level 8 or 9-star guards. Why not let the high-star intermediate guards join other territories instead of being guards, where they would receive many times more resources? In the next moment, Xin Ye's figure disappeared. He appeared in front of Jiang Yunxiao. With a punch, he pushed away the elder who was holding Jiang Yunxiao's shoulder. Then he slowly lifted Jiang Yunxiao up. The two locked eyes. Wu Cheng was about to explode with anger. Get him! Wu Cheng's eyes were red with anger. Kid, you're asking for death. The elder from the Jiang family also intended to take action. Just as the elder was about to engage Xin Ye in a lord's battle, at that moment, Hu Tianhe and his daughter Hu Xing, who had already sneaked in, decided to take Xin Ye and leave. Don't worry, wait for me to bring back your dignity for you, Jiang Mengyun said with a sneer on her face. Kid, I have to say you have quite the courage, but you do indeed have such arrogance. As a mechanical lord, you have established a mechanical territory, which has never been seen in the history of the empire. Another point is that when you were a low-level lord, you created 2 powerful mechanical constructs, and you have physical combat power comparable to a low-level 9-star hero lord. I have to say, if you were born into a family, you would be the son we cannot directly face. Unfortunately, you were not born into this family, Jiang Mengyun continued. The people of the Jiang family immediately stopped their actions. Jiang Mengyun was the heir of their Jiang family, and her power could be said to be extremely great. In the absence of the head of the family, the heir was the first. However, the next moment, what Jiang Mengyun said made their eyes almost pop out. Why not do this? I am not inferior to my cousin, why not marry me? I admire you, someone who can emerge from such absolute adversity. We are of the same kind. Come, put down my sister, now, just need to hold my hand. Jiang Mangyun licked her lips. Until now, no matter what the situation or what the matter was, as long as she wanted to do it, according to her own plan, she could steadily achieve it. But just now, Hoshino, wearing only a plain suit, with that kind of confidence on his face, inexplicably fascinated her. Hoshino looked around at this moment. It seemed that he had no intention of responding to Jiang Mangyun. Where did you go? If you don't come, I can't perform well. Hoshino's words directly puzzled everyone. Not only the people around, but even the father and daughter duo, Hodo Tianhe, who had just arrived, were also at a loss. They had no idea what was going on. However, at this moment, another voice came. Didn't I give the stage to you? Let you two have a good time. After all, there will be bloodshed later. A slightly pleasant voice came from somewhere. Creak! The door was pushed open forcefully. Wu Hao and Ayu walked in one after the other. At this moment, the Wu family members were a bit confused. Originally, they did not intend to bring Wu Hao today mainly because they were afraid of embarrassment. However, the voice of Wu Hao sounded extremely feminine. All the members of the Wu family, you should all be here, as well as the current true head of the Wu family, Elder Wu. This Wu Hao was naturally the one Wu Xing had been pretending to be. At this moment, the elder of the Wu family was also surprised. Is there something wrong with your brain? Have you been pretending to be stupid all these years? This statement made the elder of the Wu family break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, everyone around, including Hong Yang and others, dared not say a word. Today's trip was indeed right on target. Not to mention anything else, just this wave from the Wu family, they really didn't know anything at all. Wu Xing smiled and then took off the clothes on her body and the fur on her head. She revealed a fit figure and a kind of cold charm. It's me, old man, Wu Hao's younger sister, Wu Xing. Clatter! The teacup that the elder of the Wu family had just picked up fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. But at this moment, no one paid attention to that thing. Old man, I have been waiting for this moment for too long. I have prepared something good for you all. Wu Xing's words made all the Wu family members shudder involuntarily, because they felt the immense resentment in Wu Xing's words, as well as the profound and bone-chilling killing intent. Let me show you something good. This environment card. Wu Xing took out an environment card from her pocket. Strangely, this environment card emitted the aura of an eternal environment card. And the atmosphere of this environment card is particularly familiar to the people of the Wu family and the Jiang family. How did this card end up in your hands? The elder of the Wu family immediately took out an environment card from his own territory space. This environment card is also an eternal environment card. Generally speaking, the aura emitted by each environment card is distinct. However, the auras emitted by these two eternal environment cards are exactly the same. You, and that foolish Jiang family, have been fooled by me. In fact, I am a card maker, and these two fake eternal environment cards are my masterpiece. Card maker. Fake eternal environment cards. These two things together are enough to shock everyone. Bai Su and Hong Yong, who are knowledgeable, widened their eyes. Xingye, it's up to you next. Remember, don't make it too easy for the Wu family. I want them to feel fear and despair, and most importantly, remember to leave me a way out. Xingye nodded. Yes, but your space needs to be more stable, otherwise. You should know me better. How could I make a mistake at this time? Old man, let me tell you what that environment card in your hand really is. Wu Xing directly took out a dozen cards from his pocket. When these dozen cards were taken out, everyone swallowed nervously. Besides a card maker's connections, the most terrifying thing about a card maker is when they take out a bunch of environment cards from their pocket and show hostility towards you. Intermediate World Card. Activate. 12 Intermediate Space Lock cards. Activate. 5 intermediate control cards, activate. With a snap, the dozen cards, including the one in the hands of the elder of the Wu family, disappeared. In the next moment, a force of spatial pull came. At that moment, no one resisted. The people of the Wu family and the Jiang family wanted to resist, but they couldn't. In an instant, a huge blank space appeared, surrounded by wasteland, blue clouds, and a red sun in the sky. All the figures gradually appeared, converging on this wasteland. This space is the most stable. Even if hundreds of high-level lords come, it's the same. Because it has no self-protection mechanism, and I set the rules for this space. Guests, if you want to leave, just think about it, but the Wu family and the Jiang family, I won't let you go. Wu Xing's voice echoed in this space. Bai Su quickly regained his composure, found a place, and took a chair directly from his territory space. The others did the same. Since they weren't causing trouble, why not enjoy the show? At this moment, Zhu Guangfu was more anxious than anyone else. He quickly rushed to Xingye and immediately released his high-level lord pressure. But before he could do anything, he was locked in by another person's killing intent. This killing intent carried blood, madness, and some roaring. Don't move, how can a high-level lord like you bully a low-level lord? Hong Yong's voice reached Zhu Guangfu's ears. Immediately, Zhu Guangfu's face changed. The killing intent from Hong Yong wasn't a big deal for him, but facing Hong Yong was something he truly feared. At that moment, Jiang Yunxiao buried her head deep in Xingye's embrace. Xingye didn't mind. Teacher Hong Yong, I'm troubling you again, but this time, you don't need to help me. I also want to see if this high-level lord is worth his salt. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guangfu's expression changed. This kid. Bai Su frowned slightly. So arrogant, too arrogant. It seems I overestimated you. Only the city lord was excitedly watching Xingye and the others at this moment. For so many years, Nantian City has been stagnant. But now, things are different. Finally, there is some action. Some improvements, some commotion. Usually, in times like this, various geniuses will emerge. Is this kid a bit too arrogant? Who knows, there is a card maker backing him up, so he must be confident. No, there must be intelligence we don't know about. That kid looks very confident, and since he is so confident, it means he must have something different to rely on. His mech? We'll see, it's too early to judge, jumping to conclusions will only prove our foolishness. At this point, Shang Wanhao's cousin, Shang Fan, looked somewhat surprised at his cousin. He noticed that his cousin seemed calm throughout. Is this what you want me to see? He's going to rely on those two mechanical creations? Shang Wanhao didn't rush to answer. The people around the Shang family were also eagerly watching him. He took out a bottle of wine from his spatial domain and quietly started drinking. Sometimes, it's not easy to stay rational in the face of despair. Let's watch carefully, his power. That vast power. Shang Wanhao recalled the environment card he prepared in the academy, the extreme cold earth card. He saw the massive, sky-obscuring mechanical fortress in that card. At this moment, the Wu family and the Zhang family were not fools. They directly summoned their elite legions. Only Jiang Mengyun remained unmoved, standing quietly in place. Xu Guangfu looked at Xingye with a murderous intent. Kid, summon that mech. In his hand, he already had a card, the Counter AI Control card, something he obtained at great cost. At this moment, Xingye also received a notification from the Skynet. Scan the opponent's Counter AI card, AI level 4. Threat level 0, Black Warrior AI level? Extreme Cold Howler AI level? Skynet AI level? Lord, rest assured, the opponent's AI poses no threat. Wow, Zhu Guangfu took out a special type of AI control card. No wonder this old man suddenly became so confident. It seems he still harbors ill intentions towards my Black Warrior mech. You're so confident. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Xingye wasn't in a hurry either. The faces of the Wu family members were also grim, but they dared not act recklessly. The rules in this environment card were controlled by Wu Xing. If they inadvertently violated a rule, they would surely pay a heavy price, even risking death on the spot. The Zhang family members, on the other hand, stayed put after summoning their elite legions from their respective lord spaces, not making any moves. True, but if you don't summon your mech, how will you stop me? And these two families? What? Are you relying on your combat power, probably at the intermediate 2 to 3 star level? Don't make me laugh. Zhu Guangfu smirked. Finally, he managed to turn the tables on Xingye. Yu Guang glanced at Baishu and found that Baishu had no expression at the moment. Zhu Guangfu's slight good mood disappeared instantly. Damn it, Xingye. I will make that mech attack you later. I want you to feel what it's like to be attacked by your own mechanical creation. Hong Yong furrowed her brows slightly. This trip to Nantian City, she encountered people she disliked and people she admired. It's a mixed bag of good and bad. This kid better not mess up. If he dies, then there really will be nothing left. Hong Yong looked nervous. At this moment, in this space, an unnoticed hidden place, Wu Xing sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, slightly furrowing his brow. If Hoshino is not doing well. Impossible, his confidence is definitely not just that one mecha. At this moment, Wu Xing's heart is also uneasy. It's not just her. Tiger Tianhe and Tiger Xing, the father and daughter who have now been brought in, are also puzzled. Seeing Hoshino's confident appearance, and thinking about the many treasures he brought out from the environment card before, taken down by Zhu Guangfu like this? It should be unlikely. At the same time, Hoshino also instructed the Black Warrior in advance not to act rashly when he comes out later. Zhu Guangfu, it seems you are very confident. Immediately, Hoshino snapped his fingers. The next moment, a shadow that covered a large area of the field suddenly appeared. This mechanical creation appeared, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Even Wu Xing, who was observing in secret, was the same. How is this possible? This mecha is 1/5 larger than before. It's only been one night, and he has already. Wu Xing was first surprised, then extremely excited. The stronger Hoshino is, the more advantageous it is for her. When she was in that environment card with Hoshino before, she noticed that Hoshino's strength was extraordinary. That mecha could sweep through the entire intermediate environment card. And now that mecha has become even stronger. How is this possible? In the extreme cold world, this mecha was not this big. How did this mechanical creation become so large? Could it really be made by him? It seems so at the moment. As long as he personally creates the mechanical body, he can quickly dismantle and modify it. He definitely has the blueprint for this mecha. The question is, even if you are a mechanical lord, even if you have the blueprint, can you improve a mechanical creation in 2 days? No, this kid is really a genius, but unfortunately, before awakening his talent, we never. Several directors of the Qingting Academy were the most agitated, and the two, Snow Director and Wang Director, were even more astonished and speechless. Among all the people present, only they were the ones who had faced Hoshino's Black Warrior mecha and survived. Can you say they don't understand the Black Warrior mecha? It can be said that they understand it very well, even extremely clearly. Can we still control this mecha? I don't know, it depends on the card prepared by the dean. Bai Su, not far from them, had a mocking expression on his face. Wanting to invade such a powerful mecha is almost like being a hero general in the space of a high-level 1-star lord. How could it be so easy to be invaded by an AI control card? Although Bai Su was not too familiar with mechanical creations, his intuition tells him that it will not be so smooth. What they can think of, this kid should also think of. He definitely has some means of defense. Bai Su was excited. It had been a long time since he had seen such a powerful genius, and it had only been a few days, and he had already reached this level. Don't forget, Hoshino is still just a low-level lord. Swish dash. Bai Su immediately stood up from his chair. This kid will definitely reach that realm in the future, he has the talent for it, we must let him join our team, such a genius, if let out. Bai Su's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He knew very well that the realm after the high-level lord is the real beginning in the star domain. Captain, what do you mean? This kid does have such talent, a low-level 6-star, I remember he is a mechanical lord, it's only been a short time, this is too fast. He is different from us, he has a talent. Bai Su's two confidants couldn't help but exclaim. One of them was even surprised. Even Hong Yong, who had some doubts about Hoshino at first, was stunned for a moment. Then she burst into a crisp laughter. Her smile, like the slow blooming of spring flowers, was so captivating that one couldn't look away. However, at this moment, not many people were paying attention to this place. All their eyes were on Hoshino's mecha. Tiger Xing also saw Hoshino's mecha for the first time. His intuition told him that even if he summoned his black tiger beast tide, it might not necessarily be a match for this mecha. No, might not, it definitely wouldn't be a match for this mecha. This kid's mecha is actually like this, it's really cool. Tiger Xing was also a man. It had to be said. Everyone present, at the moment they saw the Black Warrior mecha, could feel its extreme coolness. The black and red color scheme on the Black Warrior mecha was extremely eye-catching. The black-red color scheme, along with its towering height of 1 kilometer, gave a sense of reliability just by standing there. However, this feeling was not one of reliability when it came to the Wu family and the Jiang family. It was fear. When the Black Warrior was in Hoshino's lord space, to some extent, it could hear the sounds outside and sense some of the situation outside. Of course, only the heavenly net could fully scan what was happening outside. So while in the lord space, the Black Warrior kept asking the heavenly net for detailed information about the outside. As for Wu Cheng of the Wu family, at this moment, he was already stunned in place. What is this? He had an A-level family inheritance lord talent, and now he had over 100 soldiers in his territory. Low-level 3 stars. This level was considered good among their group of recent graduates in Nantian City. But now, this so-called low-level 3-star lord, in front of Hoshino, was simply wiped out without even a trace left. Jiang Mengyun watched the Black Warrior mecha vigilantly. For some reason, she could sense a hint of killing intent from this Black Warrior mecha. This killing intent was pure and without any disguise or concealment, just nakedly exposed. Did this mecha want to kill her? How is that possible? This mecha should be an inanimate object, it must be controlled by someone or AI. And it shouldn't show killing intent, right? Jiang Mengyun's face showed deep confusion. But at this moment, no one could answer her question. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu saw Hoshino successfully summoning the mecha. Without saying a word, he directly activated his AI intrusion card. Kid, today I will give you a good lesson, how powerless mechanical constructs are when facing AI intrusion. As he spoke, Zhu Guangfu threw the card directly onto the Black Warrior mecha. Due to the previous warning given by the Heavenly Net, Hoshino was not at all flustered. However, to see what other tricks Zhu Guangfu had up his sleeve, he temporarily did not move. Black Warrior Basic Firewall Heavenly Net Deployment, detecting level 4 AI, decomposing data. Decomposition complete. Heavenly Net computing speed increased by 0.0001% to low-level AI, only 3 levels higher than the lowest level floor cleaning robot. A series of mechanical sounds from the Heavenly Net rang in Hoshino's ears. Hoshino was also stunned. Well, he had just hoped that the Heavenly Net would somehow erase this AI, or do something to it, but wow, it was directly decomposed. It didn't even last 3 seconds. However, at this moment, the Black Warrior turned his gaze back to Zhu Guangfu. The killing intent surged. Zhu Guangfu's eyes narrowed. What's going on? Did that card fail? For a moment, the whole person felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. However, the killing intent of the Black Warrior mech disappeared the next moment. Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent had not finished playing their cards yet. After all, the opponent was a high-level lord, so who knows what other cards they had to play. Pretending to control the Black Warrior was his plan. What did you use? How did you control my Black Warrior mech? Hoshino asked in confusion. In fact, he was already on high alert. If Zhu Guangfu had the Black Warrior kill him directly, there would be no need for further probing. Ha ha ha, even if you are a genius, you are just a low-level lord. You probably don't know that there is a special card in this world called an AI control card. Zhu Guangfu smirked. Seeing Hoshino's expression finally change, he felt happy inside. He had been waiting for this moment, not knowing how long he had been simulating it in his mind. Finally, this moment came true. AI control card. So it's that kind of card. Ah, this kid is still too young. In this way, even if he has other mechanical creations, they would be useless if invaded by an AI control card. The AI control card is not that powerful. One AI control card can only invade one mechanical body or a mechanical network. Ah, it's a pity, this kid is really a waste. When everyone around saw this scene, there was a hint of regret on their faces. After all, in their eyes, Hoshino had reached his current position relying on his own efforts and talent. Coming from humble beginnings, his talent and abilities were extraordinary. This had already won over most of the people present. Zhu Guangfu glanced at his teacher with the corner of his eye. He found that his teacher had already stood up from his chair. Suddenly, Zhu Guangfu's mood improved. In fact, Baisu stood up from his chair purely because he was shocked by Hoshino. At this moment, a confidant next to Baisu's face changed slightly. This kid is careless. Baisu raised an eyebrow. Careless? Look at that kid carefully, don't you think he's actually very calm? If your biggest reliance loses its effect, would you still be as calm as him? With these words, the confidant next to him suddenly stopped speaking. He couldn't believe it. After looking at Hoshino carefully, he couldn't help but feel emotional. This kid, regardless of his qualifications, just his temperament alone could make him a captain of a regiment within 2 or 3 years. In the Empire's regiments, absolute strength and achievements were paramount. Hu Tianhe became a little anxious. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her father, Hu Xing, grabbed her shoulder. Where are you going? Father, can't you see? His mech is being controlled, he's in danger now. Have you forgotten our original plan? Hu Tianhe's eyes were filled with tears of urgency. Tears flowed like a faucet from her eyes. Fortunately, at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Hoshino. Otherwise, such a movement would surely have been noticed by everyone. Come back, look carefully at that kid. Do you see any panic in him? You usually have a keen eye. Why are you confused now? Hu Xing sighed inwardly. After all, women are unpredictable. Thinking about it, this kid Hoshino was quite lucky, with his daughter and the Zheng family sisters. Intuition also told Hu Xing that the future of that Hong Yong was probably. Hu Tianhe widened her eyes and looked carefully. She realized that Hoshino was actually not panicking at all. It was Zhu Guangfu who was excited as if on fire. Kid, as long as you kneel down, kowtow and apologize, I won't interfere in your affairs with the Wu family and the Zheng family. Maybe I'll even protect you. Think about it, kid, there's gold beneath a man's knees. Zhu Guangfu was very excited in his heart, but he hadn't completely lost his sanity. After all, Xingye was a genius favored by his teacher. For his teacher, there was nothing Zhu Guangfu couldn't handle. Rather than saying he was angry with Xingye, it was more like Zhu Guangfu wanted recognition from Baisu. You rely on controlling my Black Warrior mech? Aren't you going too far? Xingye frowned. But if you looked closely at Xingye's facial expression, you could see that he was completely calm. He was just pretending. just fooling Zhu Guangfu. Humph, if I control your mech, you won't be able to summon that powerful war fortress, you won't be able to turn the tables, I won't make a move against you, but I don't know if the Jiang family and the Wu family will let you go. Zhu Guangfu laughed like a flower. At this moment, he was so pleased. In a way, he had won the bet with his teacher by Su Yu. Xingye was also secretly delighted. Oh, I thought you had some other tricks up your sleeve, but this is it. However, Xingye not only fooled Zhu Guangfu, but also fooled Jiang Yunxiao. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao peeked out from Xingye's arms and quickly touched Xingye's face. Xingye was taken aback. I'm sorry, I'm weak. If I were strong enough when I was in the academy, I would have worked as hard as you, maybe I wouldn't have become a sacrifice for the family. I'm glad you came today, I'm very happy. Tears welled up in Jiang Yunxiao's eyes. People like Xingye couldn't stand to see women cry. When he was at his lowest, his sister cried because of him, and now he made Jiang Yunxiao cry. For a moment, Xingye was at a loss. At this moment, Director Wang and Director Shui also arrived in front of Xingye. Kid, surrender, at least you can stay alive. If you had done this in school before, if it weren't for the low-level environment card restricting you, we would have taken care of you long ago. Ah, Jiang Yunxiao, a member of a good family, how could she fall for a beggar and shed tears? She's really worthless. Zhu Guangfu's brow furrowed slightly. But after all, he was his lackey, and his character was actually like that to some extent. It was only because of Bai Su's presence that he was more restrained. Xingye, you. Xingye ignored him at this moment. Instead, he looked down at Jiang Yunxiao. I said I would bring back your dignity, just trust me. Xingye slowly raised his head to look at Director Wang and Director Shui. His gaze seemed to carry a bloody killing intent, making both of them shudder. No more tricks, right? The two of them were stunned. Director Wang and Director Shui had not yet recovered. It was Zhu Guangfu who spoke up directly. No more tricks, just this one move, you've already lost. Bang! Bang! There were several more sounds of breaking air. Several other directors of Qingting Academy and some people from the Wu family arrived at the scene. The Wu family immediately summoned their elite legion passed down through the family. Sorry, Xingye, if you don't let Wu Xing let us go, we will kill you. Tisk Tsk, a mechanical lord, reaching this point, impressive, but unfortunately, you fell short. At this point, the people from the Wu family felt that the situation was under control. Xingye sneered. Then he lowered his head, and Jiang Yunxiao, who was struggling at the moment, wanted to continue. Sorry, I didn't consider you for a moment, I didn't expect to deceive you. Jiang Yunxiao looked puzzled. What's wrong, Xingye, do you have another mech? At this moment, Zhu Guangfu was a little flustered. Another one? Director Wang and Director Shui, including the cold sweat on their foreheads, were in a panic. Careless. Not only them, but everyone was staring as if their eyes were about to fall on Xingye. Looking at Xingye's appearance, it seemed like there really was another one. Even if you have another one, it doesn't matter. That one may not be as strong as this black warrior, right? Zhu Guangfu's heart was completely gambling at this moment, gambling that Xingye's second mecha was not as strong as this one. What if the second mecha could summon a war fortress or a cosmic-level warship? Thinking about this, Zhu Guangfu felt uneasy. In fact, he hadn't fully controlled Xingye's black warrior mecha. I do have a second one. I'll bring her out in a moment. And, do you really think you can control my black warrior like this? With these words, Zhu Guangfu instantly fell silent. His face turned pale. However, before he could give orders to the black warrior, Xingye spoke again. The Wu family should be spared, as agreed before. The Academy's people can exterminate them. I allow you to use any level of power, this environment card is stable. Crack! Suddenly, dozens of thunder dragons surged from the black warrior mecha. Good. I will perfectly execute your orders, Lord. I will control those two ants very well, I will make them feel even greater pain. Darken! The black warrior, who had just been on the verge of going crazy, was now protecting someone who was being insulted by others, and the temperature of the core reactor was almost melting the protective layer. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the once clear wasteland, with relatively clear weather, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Roar! Within the dark clouds, black and red thunder dragons roamed around. Crack! Crack! Two lightning bolts fell from the sky, causing everyone's scalp to tingle. A black lightning formed a sword, and a red one as well. They landed on the left and right hands of the black warrior mecha. You low-level combat lifeforms must protect yourselves well, because only then can I make you feel fear. The actions and words of the black warrior mecha were seen and heard by everyone present. At this moment, even Hong Yang and Bai Su were shocked and speechless. The reason was simple, they had never seen a mechanical creation with such self-awareness, resembling a living person. Perish in fear and despair. Star Slash. The Black Warrior mecha swiftly raised the Black Thunder energy sword. It was only at this moment that Zhu Guangfu quickly came to his senses. Oh no! Run! How is this possible? The people of the Wu family who had just rushed over also immediately regained their senses and ran away. Splat! Many of the Wu family members had their legs directly severed, while some lost half of their bodies. The next moment, before Zhu Guangfu could summon the elite troops from his territory, the Black Warrior suddenly appeared behind him and struck down with a sword. Star Slash! Splat! An arm flew in the air. At this critical moment, Zhu Guangfu immediately summoned 100 soldiers from his territory to block this attack. However, they still couldn't avoid the blade. Director Wang and Director Xue, who had just confronted Xingye, were somewhat stunned. How was this Black Warrior mecha different? It was indeed taller in appearance, but its combat power seemed to have doubled compared to before. In the shadows, Wu Xing's forehead was covered in large beads of sweat. The Black Warrior controls the power of black and red thunder, making her feel like this space is slowly collapsing. Why isn't he saying anything? His mecha has become stronger, and its attributes have already had a powerful impact on the stability of the environment card. It's like a monster, ordinary high-level lords can't do such a thing. However, Wu Xing saw the Black Warrior cut off the hands and feet of those Wu family members with just one sword. She immediately shouted in approval. After more than 10 years of resentment, it can finally be resolved. These years of enduring have not been in vain at all. This terrifying mecha. They have no chance of winning, even if there are two high-level lords. This kind of mecha. Shang Hao, how did you survive? At this moment, everyone in the Shang family's eyes were on Shang Wanhao. The reason is simply because Shang Wanhao has been calm from the beginning until now. Drinking wine, never putting it down halfway. Shang Fan's eyes flashed with admiration. In a lord's deathmatch, fighting against someone like him would be impossible, especially in the environment card. The graduation ceremony of the academy is also brutal, with deaths being normal, happening every year. The world of lords is so cruel. Shang Wanhao felt helpless. How did he survive? What can he say? He can only say that he has awakened. He can't possibly say that there is a piece of tiger skin on his back, with skinny second sun written on it, radiating light that almost illuminates the entire environment card. Can he say this? No, he can never say it in his lifetime. To be honest, if it weren't for Xingye, Shang Wanhao would have planned to leave Nantian City from now on. Not for any other reason, just because of one thing. People are now discussing Xingye. After all, those who know about his situation must also know about Xingye. Just watch, he has another mechanical creation. That's the real terror. This mecha is just a child's toy. But even if it's a child's toy, most people still can't deal with it. The Shang family has been sitting on the fishing platform from start to finish, not moving at all. No one dares to directly mock Xingye because of Shang Wanhao's influence. They all understand that Xingye is not simple. Hong Yong is also surprised at this moment. This kid is really good at deceiving people. He made two little girls cry. Right, Xiaoli? Hong Yong turned to Xiaoli beside her. Xiaoli wiped her eyes, which were still a bit swollen. Muttering, nonsense, Hong Yong, Xiaoli didn't cry. Hong Yong laughed. She affectionately pinched Xiaoli's face. Then she placed her palm on Xiaoli's eyes. Be good, they won't be swollen in a while. By the way, Xiaoli, your brother will soon become stronger. His speed of improvement is unmatched in my eyes. I will be leaving Nantian City soon. Teacher Hong Yong, are you leaving? I thought you cared about my brother. Hong Yong's face showed a self-deprecating expression. You little guy, be careful what you say, I just appreciate him. Here, I'll give you something, you can keep it well, it will be very useful when you awaken in the future. This way, no one in the empire will dare to bully you easily once they know about your extraordinary talent. Little one, you also need to learn to become stronger. Yi Xiaoli felt that her eyes were not as swollen as before. At the same time, she felt a red heart beating continuously in her mind, emitting some red mist. Teacher Hong Yong, there's something in my mind. Slap. Hong Yong immediately covered Yi Xiaoli's mouth. This is the gift I gave to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, you must not tell anyone, except your brother, understand? Hong Yong's eyes showed a rare serious expression. Yi Xiaoli was seeing Hong Yong being so serious for the first time and immediately nodded. Ah, two families are about to be finished, and there's no way to win over this genius. Lord of the city, why do you think this person can't be won over next? This kind of genius born in an unconventional way is rare to see. You won't know if you don't try. The city lord smiled when he heard the words of the attendant next to him. First, this kid's strength is already impressive. Many people can't reach his level in their lifetime. Second, there's more than one person trying to win him over. The help or convenience we can offer, others can provide as well. For example, the Empire's division. If the Empire's division people are not here today, we can still try to win him over. The city lord shook his head helplessly. The Empire's division? Yes, they will definitely not let go of such a genius. And the person who came here happens to be Baisu, who values achievements and power, and there are some in the Empire's division who value relationships. But they are the minority, because those with strength and connections may not necessarily want to stay in the division. The city lord sighed slightly. He had planned to make some connections and investments today, but it turned out that he couldn't even have a meal. This was at the top floor of the first restaurant in Nantian City. The attendant beside him was unaware of the city lord's thoughts at the moment. Whether it was the city lord, Baisu, or Hong Yong, they all knew one thing, that after today, the name of the genius Hoshino would spread throughout Nantian City. Since he was a genius, many people would definitely try to win him over. The Wu family and the Zheng family, united together, seemed more powerful. But in Nantian City, there would definitely be forces declaring war on these two families to win over Hoshino. Not to mention, after today's battle, it would be a blow to the Wu and Zheng families. Most importantly, don't forget, Wu Xing is a card maker. There is not a single card maker in Nantian City. Those with this skill are extremely rare. It's like a mutation suddenly appearing in a group of plants. This kind of situation may not happen for decades. Wu Xing's appearance is probably such a case. So, no matter what the final outcome is, both Hoshino and Wu Xing will definitely not die. One is a genius, the other is a card maker. On the other side are two families on the verge of being crippled. Everyone knows how to choose in this situation. This kid is already extraordinary, no longer a weak fledgling, but an eagle soaring in the sky. With such strength, no matter which force he encounters outside, they will have to give him some face. Yes, that's a genius. Sometimes just a little effort is needed to surpass most people. Is it possible that after he entered the academy, he picked up trash, worked hard to improve his studies, and under various reasons and experiences, he became who he is now? It's not impossible. Those who can withstand such circumstances must have an extremely strong inner self. Even without extraordinary means, relying on that strong inner self will definitely not be weaker than others. It seems that the Wu family and the Zheng family are in trouble today. In trouble? Not necessarily. With Wu Xing the card maker, the Wu family will not fall. It can only be said that there will be changes later on. As for the Zheng family, they are likely to fall. I didn't expect that we would witness the birth of a genius. Genius? Such a person should be called a monster. Who among us has the confidence to defeat him? First of all, I declare that I don't have that strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere turned cold. No one else spoke. Of course, the people present were representatives of their respective families here to gather information while having a meal. Their strength was naturally not very strong. And look at the Black Warrior mecha released by Hoshino. The height of the mecha is like that of a giant. Even the humanoid form is not as big as the fingers of the Black Warrior mecha. In this situation, how can they even fight? Some people have troops that are immediately deployed in their territory, with the tallest being around 100 meters, but Hoshino's mecha is a whopping kilometer high. Can they fight this? Do they use their heads to fight this? It's impossible to fight at all. Wait, did we overlook something? He just said something. It seems he has a second mecha like this. Hiss. At that moment, the people around gasped again. Just one mecha in front of us is already enough, and there's actually a second one? This? I remember now, he does seem to have a second mecha, and he doesn't look like he's joking. 2 mechas, both a kilometer high. If I'm not mistaken, his aura seems to be only low-level 6 stars. Ah, it's too terrifying. Fortunately, I'm not in the same generation as him, otherwise, if I saw such power, I would have despaired long ago. 2 mechas like this, and both have their own consciousness. These mechas are not ordinary mechanical creations. Apart from him, there is probably no one else in this world who can create such things. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He could feel that the Black Warrior mecha was still holding back, not using its full power directly, and every strike of the Black Warrior could just be dodged by him. The death contained within the Thunder Sword edge made him feel more and more fearful in his heart. This feeling was slowing him down. Although he didn't have to actively engage in battle, relying only on the soldiers in his territory, losing an arm didn't have much impact. But the problem now is that he is not the only one facing off against the Black Warrior. There is also the elder of the Wu family and the village elder of the Zheng family. All 3 of them are high-level 1-star lords. Facing Hoshino with this kind of power, they felt an extremely huge pressure. No, to be precise, it was the Black Warrior mecha of Hoshino. However, at this moment, the Black Warrior mecha was also somewhat annoyed. She could easily use her power perfectly in every strike, but controlling her strength to not let Zhu Guangfu and the others die too easily was her goal. So at this moment, the Black Warrior was also feeling a bit uncomfortable. If she directly killed them, she would also be unsatisfied. This is not a solution at all. Sooner or later, we will be consumed to death by this mecha. If he directly summons that war fortress, we will truly have no hope of turning the tables. Zhu Guangfu's current mood was simply bleeding. 1/5 of the soldiers in his territory had already died. And this was under the same circumstances of the other 2 high-level 1-star lords who were also facing the enemy. If he was alone, he would have been chopped into pieces by the Black Warrior long ago. The elder of the Wu family's face changed. What did you say? Are you saying that his second mecha is more powerful than this one? Is it called a war fortress? This name does sound like it's not something small. The elder of the Wu family and the elder of the Zhang family, with one sentence each, almost made Zhu Guangfu lose his temper. What do you mean it's not something small? Have you seen how big that thing is? Suddenly, he realized that these 2 people had not actually seen Hoshino in the environment card space, and no one had told them detailed information about Hoshino. Thinking about this, Zhu Guangfu felt somewhat relieved. No, I haven't seen his second mech either. I was referring to another mechanical construct, the War Fortress, which is much more powerful in terms of firepower compared to this mech. Zhu Guangfu furrowed his brows tightly. A mechanical construct with even greater firepower? Where did this kid come from? I never expected that damn guy Wu Xing could find someone like this. The elder of the Wu family was both shocked and angry at the moment. The first to bear the brunt was their Wu family members. Currently only 5 or 6 of them still had combat capability. The rest either had lost half their bodies or had limbs severed, barely clinging to life. We must come up with a plan. We need to act swiftly. Once he summons that war fortress using the Black Knight mech, we won't stand a chance. Zhu Guangfu was fuming. Their 2 teammates were clueless about the enemy's intelligence. It seemed they hadn't realized that the mech hadn't even unleashed its full power yet. The main reason was that he felt the mech was primarily targeting him. Targeting him? Zhu Guangfu's eyes lit up. He immediately turned to look around and saw Director Wang and Director Xue standing still, seemingly petrified. They must have been shocked. At this moment, the other directors of Qingting Academy dared not move either, especially when the Black Knight mech struck down. The intermediate lords of the Wu family, those who hadn't died, were also on the brink of death. As for Wu Chang of the Wu family, a low-level lord, the Black Knight mech hadn't even noticed his presence. Zhang Mengyun also summoned soldiers from her territory to engage with the Black Knight mech. Unfortunately, her soldiers were not equipped to engage in direct combat, and she had even used up all her war resource cards. But the outcome remained unchanged. Those who stayed further away were safe, but those who got closer were met with certain death when the Black Knight struck. You two, snap out of it. Director Xue, Director Wang, gather the others and immediately restrain that kid Xingye. We must not let him summon the war fortress through the Black Knight mech. Zhu Guangfu's furious shout reverberated throughout the space. Many people even covered their ears. War fortress? What kind of mechanical construct was that? Why was Zhu Guangfu so afraid of it? War fortress? What is it? It should be another mechanical construct, right? Could it be the second mech that Xingye mentioned? Probably not. If it were the second one, Zhu Guangfu wouldn't have needed to ask again just now. It's likely a large-scale aerial mechanical construct of bombardment type that can only be summoned through this mech. Indeed, it might be a kind of sacrifice. I remember some Lord soldiers could summon more powerful troops through sacrifices, but those troops had a chance of going out of control. The things summoned by Xingye's mech must be controllable. Don't forget, when Zhu Guangfu tried to invade and control with an AI control card before, it was completely ineffective. Xingye has already surpassed the Dragon Gate and become a true dragon. At such a young age, he can face 3 high-level 1-star lords alone. It's not him, it's his mech. There seems to be another mech at this level, which is terrifying. Including the war fortress that even Zhu Guangfu fears. If this kid's strength is added to a family, that family will undoubtedly become the most powerful in Nantian City in no time. Yes, let's see what Zhu Guangfu plans to do. Although others were impressed by Xingye's Black Knight mech's power, they didn't feel much fear in their hearts. They were mostly spectators. Hoshino will not choose to kill them. Of course, no one dared to insult Hoshino. At this time, cursing again is not only foolish, but also similar to being a fool. War fortress? What is that? Bai Su looked puzzled. Didn't he hear that Hoshino had a second mecha? But this war fortress doesn't look like that second mecha at all. His confidant next to him spoke up at this moment. Captain, have you forgotten? When the 2 directors from the Qingting Academy came out of the environmental card, the first thing they did was talk to Zhu Guangfu about the war fortress. Bai Su's eyes widened. Right, he remembered. How many surprises can this kid still give me? If he enters the division, relying on this kind of strength, it's probably not a problem to become a vice captain in 2 or 3 months. Vice captain position? A confidant next to him was surprised. In a division, there are 8 to 12 teams, each with at least 5,000 people. Among the 5,000 people, there are new recruits and veterans, as well as many positions. However, the highest authority in a team is the captain, and the position of vice captain is next in line. To become a captain or vice captain, strength and military achievements are the best credentials. This has been the tradition of the empire for thousands of years, and has never changed. That's right, as the captain, the empire may not necessarily give it to him because he's too young, but the position of vice captain is truly based on strength. After thinking about what Bai Su said, the two confidants nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is how it is in the empire's divisions. As for why the two of them are not vice captains, the reason is simple: they are weak. Director Wang and Director Shui, both were startled by Zhu Guangfu's shout and snapped out of their daze. When they saw that Hoshino's black warrior mecha was not under control, they were immediately frightened. Now, this shout also helped them snap out of it quickly. The next moment, the Jiang family members, as well as several other directors from the Qingting Academy, also arrived by their side. Go! Kill Hoshino. At this time, the three of us will hold off the black warrior mecha. Zhu Guangfu immediately summoned the soldiers from his territory again. After this summoning, he felt a slight headache. Continuously summoning the soldiers from his territory as a high-ranking lord actually caused a considerable mental strain, especially when there were significant casualties among his soldiers. If soldiers were injured or killed, there would also be a bit of mental backlash. As a result, the recovery of mental strength was somewhat lagging behind. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu was like this, but he gritted his teeth. Now he could only take a gamble. After all, no matter how many people were piled up in front of the Black Warrior mecha, they would just be moving wooden figures. When the words "Kill Hoshino" came out, Director Wang and Director Shui could completely feel as if they were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. They were trembling all over and Director Wang's legs were shaking like a sieve. Directly attacking Hoshino, to be honest, at the beginning, when they were at the academy, they didn't pay much attention to Hoshino. However, at the graduation ceremony, they started to take notice. When Hoshino summoned the war fortress, they took it very seriously. And now, they would rather not have met Hoshino in their lifetime. Just him? Attack Hoshino directly? How to fight? How to kill? Hit him with their heads? Director Wang involuntarily swallowed deeply. They couldn't fight at all. Even though there were Jiang family members and other intermediate lords around, some of them were 7 or 8-star individuals. But Director Wang had no confidence at all. Suddenly, Director Wang's eyes narrowed. He suddenly remembered a rumor. The internal space of the environment card is actually limited. If you reach the edge of the environment card, you can directly leave the environment card. It doesn't matter if there is a card maker controlling the environment card. As long as you reach the edge of the internal space of the environment card, you can feel the outside space. There is a prerequisite here, which is that you must be an intermediate lord. If you are a low-level lord, even if you reach the edge of the environment card, you cannot perceive the outside space. Since that's the case, let's settle this quickly. Director Wang suddenly exclaimed, full of fighting spirit. Snow Director beside him widened her eyes, staring at Director Wang. However, at this moment, Director Wang seemed to have already walked out an invincible path. His face was firm and natural. Let me give it a try. Because only by working together can we possibly hurt him. Whether we can hurt him by working together, I don't know, but my chances of being stopped are much lower. At this moment, the Jiang family and Snow Director, including other directors of the academy, all widened their eyes and looked at Director Wang. They felt a sense of admiration in their hearts. What does it mean to face death head-on? Do you see it? This is what it means to face death head-on. Snow Director also slowly regained her composure. Alright, since that's the case, then I can't back down either. I haven't seen his second mech yet. I think his second mech was just recently manufactured, so it shouldn't be too strong. According to normal logic, Star's second mech should be weaker than the first one. After all, materials are limited, and with more materials, one would definitely improve the mech. Directly manufacturing a second one, consuming more materials, may not necessarily make it stronger than the first. Of course, this is according to normal logic. However, the problem is that Star's mech manufacturing and territory development are all entrusted to the Skynet. Coupled with his innate talent and the powerful computing power of Skynet, materials can be effectively utilized. And what currently limits Star's strength is not just the materials, but also the low level of the territory. If the territory level is higher, he feels that the Black Warrior mech will become stronger. At this moment, the Black Warrior mech also stopped and turned around. She had not dealt with Director Wang and Snow Director all this time, mainly because these two were too weak in her eyes. It's like they could die with just a puff of air. So she didn't bother with them and instead targeted Zhu Guangfu first. You don't need to worry about them, those three are up to you. Remember, leave a way out for the Wu family. Star's voice rang out at this moment. At the same time, he released Jiang Yunxiao. He wanted to see what moves these two directors and the Jiang family would make next. For the Black Warrior mech, it naturally obeyed Star's commands. In the next moment, the Black Warrior mech's speed increased to another level. In an instant, Zhu Guangfu and the others felt immense pressure, not daring to divert their attention. If they did, the next moment would likely be their demise. They might not even realize it when they were separated. Star looked at Jiang Yunxiao. I won't hold back against those Jiang family members. Jiang Yunxiao nodded first, with tears in her eyes. Okay, go ahead and eliminate them. I don't want to see them anymore. Before, I knelt down and begged them, but they. Hearing this, Star gently rubbed Jiang Yunxiao's head, feeling a pang of heartache. The pain of having something and then losing it is enough to drive a person insane. Jiang Yunxiao didn't go crazy because he was there. Alright, I understand. Director Wang took a step forward, summoning many soldiers from his territory. This action left Snow Director dumbfounded. Shouldn't a lord try to stay in a safe position during battle? Regardless of which academy it is, the first class upon enrollment covers this topic. However, Director Wang completely disregarded the gazes of those around him. He even took out 2 cards from his pocket. Intermediate 3-star Speed Enhancement card. Activate. Intermediate 3-star Agility card. Activate. The Speed Enhancement card, as the name suggests, enhances speed. The Agility card reduces the weight of one's body, as well as gravity and resistance when charging forward. After using these 2 war resource cards, Director Wang's speed increased significantly. He moved as fast as a shooting star. Hoshino became extremely vigilant. It seems that Director Wang not only develops his own territory but also accumulates resources for his lord's physical body. Good. Just right, I also want to have a physical fight with you. Hoshino. Director Wang shouted and appeared directly in front of Hoshino. Hoshino was also ready to strike. Look behind you. You've been tricked. Hoshino was puzzled. Any creature with hostility towards the Lord, when approaching the Lord without the Lord's awareness, will be alerted by the heavenly net. This human does not harbor hostility towards the Lord. These 2 mechanical prompts from the heavenly net made Hoshino pause. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Why did Director Wang not show any hostility towards him? However, in the next moment, Hoshino understood. Director Wang crossed over Hoshino, and his expression changed from resolute to a smile in an instant. That smile was like that of a 300-pound child. Ha ha, Hoshino, didn't expect this, right? After completely passing Hoshino, Director Wang turned back, laughing, and continued to charge forward. His speed was astonishing. Let me tell you, no matter what environment card it is, once I reach the edge, I can leave directly, regardless of whether there is a card maker controlling the environment card. Ha ha ha, his speed left after images behind him. Hoshino looked up at the sky. In the next moment, Wu Xing's voice sounded in his ear. He's right, indeed, no matter what environment card it is a spatial container. I may explain it to you in a way you may not understand, but he is correct. However, he cannot escape. Because I added 2 rules at the edge, one is that when perceiving the outside world, it will disrupt one's perception, and the other will guide the target back towards the center. The more he perceives at the edge, the more he will be deceived by his own senses and return. Hoshino realized that Wu Xing had made thorough preparations. He harbored deep hatred towards the Wu family. Even without him, if Wu Xing wanted to destroy the Wu family alone, it wouldn't be too difficult. At the edge of the space, a maze was set up. In the environment card, only through perception can one know if they have reached the edge. It is impossible to see with the naked eye. Many people from the Wu family heard what Director Wang said, and excitement appeared on their faces. Yes, they were tempted, they wanted to run too. So, it's not impossible to escape. Unfortunately, the vast space around them was completely covered by the thunderclouds of the Black Warrior mech. Want to run? One strike of the Thunder Dragon and they would be close to suffocation. Snow, the director, was the most stunned at the moment. He didn't know what to do. Should he go directly? He truly felt he couldn't defeat Hoshino. Run like Director Wang? That's a joke. The first time Hoshino didn't pay attention. If he wanted to try again, given his current situation without using any resources, he might be crushed like tofu if he went over. Can't run away? Even if he can't run away, I don't want to wait for him to come back. Since he left in such a hurry, I'll personally see him off. Rift Sky Town. Go! Hoshino snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a huge mechanical creation appeared beside him. This was the second mechanical creation summoned by Hoshino. Everyone stared in amazement. After all, with the presence of the Black Warrior, Hoshino's second mechanical creation couldn't be too shabby. All eyes were fixed on this mechanical creation. They also heard Hoshino's words, as if it was called Rift Sky Town. The base of this Rift Sky Town had 4 thick mechanical arms. On top was a huge cannon, about 60 meters long. From bottom to top, it was about 150 meters tall. The Rift Sky Town was a mix of orange and white colors. It looked quite impressive. Support-type mechanical creation, it seems to be a cannon. The cannons currently in use by the Empire can penetrate a planet within 20 shots. I wonder how this mechanical creation will perform. Baisu felt that the Rift Sky Town, apart from its good appearance, didn't have any other special features. And the cannons currently in service by the Empire, the Emperor's Roar, had 12, with the 13th one said to be nearing completion. However, in terms of size, it was probably 3 times that of the Black Warrior mech. It was mainly used for interstellar warfare. This mechanical creation is average. Let's see its firepower next. With its small size, it can still be useful in surface wars on planets. Interstellar battles were relatively rare. Most of the time, battles took place in space for about half a year, followed by another half year to clean up the planet's surface. Cleaning up a planet's surface took a considerable amount of time, as the enemy wouldn't just sit idly by and would call for reinforcements. Sometimes, when there was no other choice, and if the planet was at the planetary level, the Empire would just destroy it directly, then quickly collect the star source during the explosion. The star source collected in this way would be in a more intact state than the planet, with a reduction of about 30% to 70%. However, if the situation dragged on, sometimes nothing would be gained, and losses might even be incurred. Han Yong, including the city lord and those around him, remained indifferent. This is just an ordinary support cannon machine, nothing special. Finally, this kid brought out something slightly more normal. Yeah, I thought he was going to bring out another mech. Listen to that name, Rift Sky Town, it's quite unique. Indeed, not weak at all. Rift Sky Town. I think it can shatter meteorites within 20 shots. In this lord's world, the power of cannons was measured by how many shots it took to shatter meteorites, small asteroids, or planets. As for shattering stars, there weren't many forces that would do so at the moment. Stars represented a seed. With this seed, everything was possible. Directly extracting this seed, this way of killing the chicken to get the egg, not even the Empire, or the most ruthless forces in the Southern Star Domain, would do such a thing. Within 20 shots is the minimum requirement for planetary surface warfare by the Empire's cannons. Let's be generous and estimate it at 18 shots. 18 shots, the Tiansu Consortium plans to develop a new support cannon creation, with a size of 720 cubic meters. This cannon is so small, estimating it at 18 shots seems too high. Well, maybe I overestimated him a bit. He may not be an all-rounder after all, perhaps he just has a special talent in mecha, and if you look at the Black Knight mecha he built, it's a close combat type, which proves that his long-range firepower deployment ability is not that great. Your analysis seems to make some sense. No one took the crack space town seriously. In their eyes, it was just an ordinary artillery support mechanical creation, nothing too special. After all, the bigger the barrel, the higher it is, the stronger the firepower. Everyone understood this logic very well. This thing is so small, can it blow up that king director? Hong Yong fell into a look of doubt. Looking closely, the support cannon summoned by Hoshino was not big. Among the artillery in Imperial service, it was considered small. Such small items are usually used for selling to interstellar pirates and other forces. After all, they are easy to carry and install. When deployed on the battlefield, they are quick to set up. Unlike the Empire's most powerful cannon, the Emperor's Roar, which is much larger than Hoshino's Black Knight mecha. This means that space technology must be used, and the setup speed is relatively slow. She had heard of the initial version, which could be set up to fire at any time in 20 minutes. Of course, that was the initial version. Red Yong was not sure how long the current version would take. After all, she was not part of the regiment. The Shang family next to her focused their gaze on Shang Wanhao, each with a look of seeking knowledge on their faces. Is this the second mecha? It looks a bit small compared to the first one, and it doesn't seem as intelligent either. This shouldn't be the second mecha, it's just a cannon, but this cannon is too small. Wanhao, is this cannon as powerful as you said? Can this cannon shatter a planet with one shot? The Shang family had been briefed by Shang Wanhao on Hoshino's intelligence before. At first, few in the Shang family believed it. Only Shang Wanhao's form, Shang Fan, felt that he didn't seem to be lying, so he believed a little. Until this moment, after witnessing Hoshino's strength, they believed more in what Shang Wanhao had said. At this moment, Shang Fan's gaze carefully scanned the body in the light void town. The reason is simple. On one hand, because of what Shang Wanhao said before, on the other hand, the appearance of this light void town doesn't look bad either. As for the power of the artillery, let's not talk about it for now. It can probably shatter a meteorite with about 20 or so shots. Such firepower, combined with this deployment speed, in Shang Fan's view, is not bad. Cousin, this mechanical creation is a good thing to take out, but is this the same as your and our Annihilator cannon? No matter how Shang Fan looked at it, he felt that this support artillery and the Annihilator cannon mentioned by Shang Wanhao before were a bit different. That Annihilator cannon, it couldn't be this small, right? Can it blow up a planet? It's almost like lighting a candle for a planet. No, of course not. Shang Wanhao was surprised in his heart. He understood that this was another new mechanical creation brought out by Hoshino. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have cared. But for someone like Hoshino, Shang Wanhao felt that Hoshino wouldn't bring out an ordinary object. The Annihilator cannon I mentioned before is on his war fortress. As for this support artillery, to be honest, he hasn't brought it out before, so it should be new. Shang Wanhao scanned the whole scene. There were still many members of the Jiang family alive. As for the members of the Wu family, well, they were quite miserable, not dead yet, but not far from it. As for Zhu Guangfu and the two senior one-star lords of the Wu and Jiang families, a total of 3 people. When they fought against Hoshino's Black Warrior mech, it was like they were in school, fighting the highest difficulty simulation battle. Basically, it was all struggling. Counterattack? Don't be ridiculous. None of the summoned soldiers could withstand a single touch of the Sky Thunder Dragon. Not to mention getting close to the Black Warrior. That star-slashing strike, Shang Wanhao felt like the power was almost as strong as the name. What a pity. Shang Fan's brows slightly furrowed. What a pity. Shang Wanhao's expression of regret was not hidden at all. He said, "It's a pity that you can't see it now. In this situation, no one can push him to that extreme. Otherwise, you might have seen it, that huge mechanical creation that can cover the sky, the War Fortress Giga. The sound of the mechanical AI artillery charging still echoes in my ears. However, this small item, this small artillery, should not have much power. Let's just take a look." Shang Wanhao didn't want to say much more. Some teachers at the academy had tried to please him in exchange for better resources, giving him a key. This led to the subsequent events. In fact, it was good that the Wu family came out now. If it weren't for the Wu family, Shang Wanhao felt that Hoshino might not have come to settle the score with him. But now with the appearance of the Wu family, Hoshino had probably dismissed him as insignificant. At this moment, Shang Wanhao watched as the Black Warrior's attacks made Shang Fan dodge each time, his face almost turning pale with fear. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a good person. Hoshino didn't hesitate either. Aim, then, fire for me. This director Wang not only confronted him face to face just now, but also mocked him when he ran away. Truly admirable courage. For such a warrior, shouldn't he be treated with something of high quality? The Light Void Town only had basic AI on it. But now, under Hoshino's command, the Skynet directly took control of this summoned Light Void Town. Gun barrel deployed. Automatic detection. Current status, ready to fire. Scanning target location. Locked on target. Error tolerance 100,000% impact point distance not close, no need to activate energy shield shockwave, extent of impact firepower 0.0001 Lord does not need protection with the mechanical prompt sound emitted by the Tianwang in the Crackspace Town. The cannon barrel quickly split into 4 branches. Blue energy gathered at the center. When this energy gathered, it seemed to attract the surrounding light. Whoever saw this moment, a little cold sweat appeared on their face. The appearance of the Crackspace Town can be deceiving, but the energy ball in the cannon fire, when condensed, gives everyone an unmistakable feeling. This thing is the most intuitive, how can it deceive people? This seems to be an extraordinary cannon. This type of ammunition belongs to the energy category. I remember only the Blue Vein Chamber of Commerce has mastered this technology. Indeed, the most powerful cannon in the Empire now, the Emperor's Wrath also uses high-heat ammunition, not energy ammunition. This kid's cannon, even if the power is not great, but relying on energy technology, can still buy half a family. Countless people were somewhat surprised. Energy-type cannon. The main problem is that the energy condensed by the cannon platform is not easy to control. Except for the Empire's ally, the Blue Vein Chamber of Commerce. Bai Su nodded slightly. This kid always brings some unexpected surprises. If he has some commanding talent, then in the Empire's army, he will be like a fish in water, and even in the future, he may be received by the Emperor. Emperor! Bai Su's confidant beside him was so shocked that he was about to jump up. The Emperor of the Empire. Yes, Emperor. Bang dash. Suddenly, a huge sound exploded in everyone's hearts. That feeling, as if the skin on their bodies was being torn apart. All sense of security disappeared in an instant. Some even shivered instinctively. There was a roaring sound in their ears. Swish dash. Bai Su, who had just sat down and hadn't even warmed his seat, immediately stood up from his chair. His speed was much faster than before. His eyes widened. This mechanical creation of Hoshino gave him a feeling even larger than the Black Knight mech. It was even too big. Damn! This shot is comparable to the Emperor's wrath. How the hell did this little thing, this energy cannon, fire out? Bai Su was instantly shocked. He lost most of his composure. As the captain of the 7th Division of the Empire, he had the privilege of witnessing the Emperor's wrath firing. The sound could be heard clearly around the planet. He had seen the power firsthand. It directly created a sizable crater on the planet. It was truly aptly named. Now, seeing Hoshino's crack Spacetown cannon firing, he was almost startled. Not only him, even the Lord, who had initially squinted and didn't pay much attention to all this, had a drastic change in his expression. Damn, where did this kid get this thing from? With this shot, most of the Empire's cannons will have to be retired. Damn, this is bad. With this, the Empire's divisions will definitely send many people. The Lord suddenly felt a headache. The reason was simple. When those Empire divisions came, and if many people came, if someone like Bai Su, a captain-level figure, greeted them and entertained them, it would be fine. Even if they were not entertained, it wouldn't matter. But if a division commander or higher came, he would have to entertain them. If more than one such person came, along with a few confidants, the Lord felt like he was about to pass out. It's not easy to live a life where the sky is high and the Emperor is far away, my goodness. How can we slack off now? Lord Mayor, you don't seem very happy, with such a talent appearing in our southern heaven city. Talent my foot, you don't think this is a good thing, do you? I'm telling you, this kid has already become a dragon. We definitely can't stay in this small pond anymore. And once the Master Division sends people, our southern heaven city will attract a lot of attention. Do you understand? The angry Lord Mayor wanted to slap the attendant next to him, but he had been by his side for over a decade. Otherwise, he would have slapped him dead long ago. At this moment, Lord Shuet and the Jiang family members around him dared not move. They immediately summoned the soldiers from their territory, not to charge but to guard closely around them. Not for anything else, just for some sense of security in their hearts. After the energy ball flew away from the cannon at the crack town, it quickly flew towards the distance. In just a few seconds, it disappeared. Boom! The next moment, a blue energy mass rose from the ground, sending out a ripple with a powerful impact. Not being able to withstand this impact wave with their bodies, they immediately summoned the cannon fodder soldiers from their territory to stand in front. They couldn't resist it, and just being able to stay in place in the face of this impact wave was considered good. Resist? Their physique was only equivalent to a low-level hero lord of 4 or 5 stars. Faced with such explosive power, using their bodies to resist would surely lead to a gruesome death. Who said this thing was an object just now? Can this be called a small object? What are you yelling for? It wasn't me who said that. Damn, the dust kicked up by the shockwave flew into my mouth. I think we should go out first. I'm starting to think that way too, but if we go out, we may not see such a battle in our lifetime. Staying in here, well, it might be a bit dangerous. If you want to go out, go ahead. You can't even withstand a shockwave, you're just useless. Did you withstand it? How did you summon so many cannon fodder to stand in front of you, and why are your legs shaking? I have a cramp in my leg, didn't you see? This is called a cramp? Your leg shaking like an engine can be called a cramp? What do you know? This is a genetic trait of our family. By the time it reaches me, it's bound to be better than the original. You don't understand. Many people were also thinking about leaving. But upon careful consideration, if they really left like this, they might not have another chance to see such a battle scene. They represented their respective families here, presumably without much strength or talent, only able to help their families with business and the like. Such a scene, once they left, they might never see it again. Some people said they wanted to leave, but none of them actually planned to leave. Father and daughter Hu Tianhe both had their mouths wide open at the moment. Why? Hu Tianhe had some understanding of Hoshino's strength due to their time at the academy. But afterwards, she went to the family's training environment. As for Hu Xing, he was even more shocked. He never expected Hoshino to bring out such a heavy artillery. At the same time, in a hidden place, Wu Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the blessing of a few control cards earlier, Wu Xing felt that this shot could have taken half of his life. This old guy still has defenses against me, He doesn't even bother to inform me when he brings out heavy firepower. Wu Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a frown. After completely wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wu Xing immediately sent a message to Hoshino. Your power is immense, I can no longer repair that space over there, it's also a burden on me, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, Wu Xing's voice rang in Hoshino's ears. Upon hearing this voice, Hoshino couldn't help but smile. Didn't you say you could handle it? I haven't even taken out my big baby yet, and you're already struggling? Shut up. I can only maintain it for an hour at most. After an hour, this environment card will inevitably break. It's like a plate, you can fix it when it's not in use, but once there are things on it, it's impossible to fix. Wu Xing was in a very secretive place in the space. After hearing Hoshino's response, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Her chest heaved with anger. Beside her was a Yu. At this moment, a Yu was covering her mouth, and from her shaking shoulders, it was clear she was trying not to laugh. If Hoshino had been by her side, she would have definitely given him a beating. Wu Xing took a deep breath. Enough, let's finish this quickly, deal with them all. If we continue like this, we might attract the attention of the Void Beast, and that would be trouble. Also, the space of this environment card can still hold, but your mechanical energy cannon can't fire a second shot. If you fire a second shot, this environment card will explode, and we'll all be done for. Wu Xing suppressed her rising anger and explained the current detailed situation. These things needed to be clarified with Hoshino. If Hoshino fired another shot, then it would be game over for everyone. They wouldn't be able to go back, they would perish in the void. Then, the first mysterious case in Nantian City would occur. Hoshino also knew that Wu Xing was not joking with him at all. In that case, let the void return, meaning, as long as it doesn't cause widespread destruction in an instant, you can repair it, right? Yes, you can understand it that way. Hoshino snapped his fingers and directly recalled the void back to his territory. Anyway, they couldn't fire again. If they did, Wu Xing wouldn't be able to handle it. At the same time, the people of the Shang family were a bit dumbfounded. A small object, not very powerful, a bit of a pity? These thoughts appeared in their minds, with many question marks. Calling it an object was indeed appropriate, but not very powerful? It was almost overwhelmingly powerful. This power was enough to rival the strongest firepower of the Empire, the Emperor's fury. A bit of a pity? It wasn't even a pity, the Shang family had never seen such a cannon in generations. Today, being able to see such a cannon was truly eye-opening. Is this the small object you mentioned? A small cannon, not very powerful? At this moment, Shang Fan, the most talented person in the Shang family, was already stuttering. A few drops of cold sweat hung on his face, and his eyes seemed to be trembling. Compared to what was about to happen in Nantian City, this shot was simply a trivial matter. No, it couldn't even be considered a matter. Zhu Guangfu, the elder of the Wu family, and the elder of the Jiang family, not far away, all moved a bit slower. They looked at each other. They could all see great fear in each other's eyes. How could they fight this? Forget about the chief, even the three of them, if they were hit by that thing, it would be a shortcut to death. The speed was incredible. It even skipped the burial step. Why? In the midst of the cannon fire, they would be vaporized, not even leaving a trace, so why bother with a burial? So, are you all afraid of long-range attack methods like energy cannons? The Black Warrior mech suddenly felt like it had discovered a new continent. Everyone could sense that the Black Warrior mech seemed to be somewhat happy. In fact, their perception was not wrong at all. At this moment, the Black Warrior mech was indeed a bit happy. She had been unable to find a way to make these three people feel fear, and these three had been under pressure, teetering between life and death. After all, these three were people who had often walked the line between life and death. The feeling that the Black Warrior mech made them experience again was insignificant to the three. For those who often walk on a tightrope, making them walk it again, how could they possibly be afraid? It would only speed things up a bit. But to make them feel fear, that was truly a fantasy. Since that's the case, then it's easy for me too. You don't think I only know how to swing a sword around, do you? The Black Warrior sneered in her heart. She released her palm. In the next moment, the black lightning energy sword in her palm directly transformed into several small lightning snakes, then slowly disappeared into the air, as if it had never existed. In an instant, Zhu Guangfu suddenly felt a kind of fear. The unknown is the greatest fear. Just like now, they didn't know what the Black Warrior mech intended to do. They only saw the Black Warrior deftly raise her right mechanical arm. The mechanical palm was aimed at Zhu Guangfu. Dark matter. The immense dark attribute energy quickly gathered in her mechanical palm, and in the sky, the Black Thunder Dragon continued to emit louder roars than before. Almost all surrounding light sources were devoured by the dark attribute energy emanating from the Black Warrior mech's palm. Dark matter. This mech can also use dark matter? Can she control that kind of thing? How is that possible? It doesn't look fake to me. Take a closer look at what's in her mechanical palm. That dark attribute energy sphere is almost solidifying. In other words, this mech has long-range attack capabilities. This is simply all-powerful. If it could fly, I'm not sure about that. The celestial phenomena near her have already been manipulated by her, so flying shouldn't be difficult. Even if she doesn't have long-range attack capabilities, this level of combat power is already formidable. A mech that can overpower a high-level 1-star lord. If I remember correctly, that kid seems to be only a low-level 6-star, right? It's a low-level 6-star, that's right. A low-level 6-star? Yes, a low-level 6-star. Don't worry about what level that starry sky is. The problem now is that she's about to fire. Why are you still standing there? Standing still? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Then they all immediately reacted. They had almost been unable to withstand that shockwave just now. The Black Warrior mech was so large, with the continuous surging of dark attribute energy and lightning attribute energy on her body. This momentum was much greater than the rift in space. If this shot were to be fired, and at this distance. Retreat! Retreat! Damn it, you guys stand there and help me block. Wait for me, still block? What's the point of blocking? With the power just now, if she fires one shot, she could blast a hole in this space. Indeed, this is the battle of the strong. We must pay attention to our safety even if we want to watch a show. Be careful, one of them is still a low-level lord. Just this. This can be called a low-level lord? Do you think I can't see that mech? Oh, just say whether he is or not. The group of people who had just been casually drinking tea were now retreating. They hadn't been sitting for long. If they didn't retreat, they would be walking into the shortcut of life. Bai Su, as the captain of the 7th Division of the Empire, was feeling a bit numb at the moment. This Rift Town, the name is not in vain at all. If we have a few more of these artillery platforms, how will those guys from the corrupted domain fight against us? No, I have to personally go meet this kid later. Judging by his arrogance, if I wait for him to come to me, I might not even be able to see him next year. Bai Su's heart was beating so fast as if it was about to burst out of his body. This feeling needs no further explanation. The two confidants beside him could see it. Bai Su was extremely happy at this moment, even as happy as a child. He was well aware that if there were people like Hoshino in the Imperial Master Division, the Empire's strength would greatly increase in the next year or two. And once this kid reaches that level, not to mention the Empire's Master Division, even the Emperor's 8 guards will surely have a place for Hoshino. Captain, are you changing your mind? Planning to go find him yourself? Is that appropriate? One confidant asked. Bai Su immediately shook his head. This is not a question of appropriateness. After today's events, it is likely that in a few days, other divisions of the Empire will come to recruit people. Not only the Empire's divisions, but also the 9 top families of the Empire, will come looking for Hoshino. By then, Bai Su will not even have a chance. He might not even be noticed. So, it's better to act sooner rather than later. It's not inappropriate, there's nothing inappropriate about it. His strength is already not inferior to most of the people in the Master Division, but his realm is only at the low-level 6-star realm. If he reaches the intermediate lord level, who among the 3 basic realms do you think can match him in a one-on-one fight, not to mention a siege? Who do you think has a chance? The two confidants pondered for a moment. Whoever it is, at least it has to be a high-level lord or above, but the problem is this kid is only at the low-level 6-star realm. Bai Su took a sharp breath. Wow, he's only at the low-level 6-star realm. Yet he already has such combat power. So, his future potential goes without saying. This kid is not only the first in the Empire to possess the combat power of a high-level lord as a mechanical lord, but most importantly, his mechanical creations. As long as he has the materials, he can create them. With his support cannon, rumored to be called the Rift Town General, if he breaks through to the intermediate level and the division provides materials for him to create an intermediate flying warship, I think by that time, Bai Su and his two confidants. In their minds, in a galaxy, a warship swiftly flew, extending a cannon barrel, which slowly opened into 4 branches. Then a shot of energy cannon shattered a planet blocking the way. This is simply, Captain, this kid must join our division. If he joins our division, we won't have any problems. More than that, if this kid joins the 7th Division and is under our command, we will provide him with all the resources. We will definitely be in the top 10 in today's division hunting competition. Yes, Captain, once we take the lead in the hunting competition. Then, no need to say more, I now understand his importance. By the way, that little girl from the Wu family, we will fulfill any of his requests. In a year or two, we will definitely be able to change the current situation. Bai Su has already begun to make his own plans. Hong Yong is also amazed. Kid, even without me, those people probably won't be able to influence you. Hong Yong's eyes were filled with great admiration and respect. If she had awakened talents like a mechanical lord, she might not have been able to come out. However, Hoshino was a genius back in the academy. Awakening the talent of the mechanical lord, the disparity within it was more than can be explained in just a few words. Yi Xiaoli pouted. Hee, Teacher Hong Yong, do you like my brother? Let me tell you, my brother. Sob. Yi Xiaoli was about to say something but was immediately silenced by Hong Yong covering her mouth. Little one, you can't speak recklessly. If you do, I will tell your brother and take you to a place for training. Trust me, Xiaoli, you won't like that place. Yi Xiaoli looked at Hong Yong with narrowed eyes and a smile. She felt a sudden chill in her heart. Be good, Xiaoli, you can't speak recklessly. Hong Yong's smile, in Yi Xiaoli's eyes, was no different from a demon. Black warrior, do not use dark matter cannons. The western area has already started to break down. This environment card can only last for an hour. You must fight quickly. Hoshino suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. The spectators who had just been planning to retreat stopped in unison. The black warrior was taken aback. She immediately realized that Hoshino wanted her to quickly deal with these people. Zhu Guangfu and the other two felt their hearts racing faster. After Hoshino's words fell, Zhu Guangfu panicked. What are you waiting for? He can't let that machine fire again. Quickly, go catch him. Zhu Guangfu's loud roar gave Director Shui and the others a great shock. The next moment, they snapped back to reality. Yes, Hoshino had just said it himself. Not letting the Black Warrior's mech fire could only mean one thing. It was clear that the internal space of the environment card was becoming unstable. In such a situation, they naturally had to be cautious. Director Shui's lips curled up. When the wind is against me, I may be timid, but when the wind is with me, I must be bold. Hoshino, you had your chance but failed to deliver. Let's go, everyone from the Jiang family, we. Before Director Shui could finish her sentence, a sudden inexplicable chill filled the air. At that moment, white snowflakes began to fall from the sky, as if they had entered winter. They were used to normal winter temperatures, but this cold was too much. Come out, Frost Howler. With Hoshino's words, the surrounding ground quickly froze. At the same time, a figure much smaller than Hoshino suddenly appeared in front of him. As the Frost Howler appeared, a bitter cold wind swept through the area where Hoshino was, making them feel an unusual coldness that seemed to penetrate their souls. What's going on? How did he summon a little girl? You call that a little girl? Look at how the space and ground have changed since she appeared. Yes, this area was a large wasteland before, but now there are thunderclouds overhead, black thunder dragons roaming, and ice spreading on the ground. The Jiang and Wu families are in trouble. Even without this little girl, it wouldn't be long before the Black Warrior mech would kill those three directly. Due to the earlier blast, many spectators had already retreated. However, the icy aura emitted by the Frost Howler did not affect them. They could feel the cold wind, though. Many shuddered at the thought of facing such cold winds and icy ground. They did not consider these things mere decorations. The ice, coupled with the extremely fierce cold wind, is simply impossible to deal with. In such an environment, the troops summoned in their respective territory spaces are also greatly restricted, and may not even be able to exert half of their combat power. Is this a mech? Isn't this a soldier of the biological class? Unlike others, Bai Shu is not affected by the cold wind, as he is a high-level 4-star lord. The difference of 1 star between high-level lords is significant. Sometimes what you see is not resources, but talent. This is also why, after the empire has developed for so long, it is still rare to find a high-level lord among the thousands of intermediate lords. His two confidants beside him grit their teeth, as they can feel the piercing cold. It shouldn't be a mech, maybe it's a unique creature in his territory space. Ice-type creatures, this creature is not weak. I have to say, this kid is really lucky. Yes. On each lord's planet in their lord space, there is a probability of a native species with attributes appearing. Of course, this is probabilistic and the probability is relatively low. Faced with such species, only a few lords can subdue them. Most lords can only kill them. The reason is quite simple. The development of a lord's territory requires resources, and the development of these natives also requires resources. So the conflict between the two is difficult to reconcile, unless one defeats and subdues the other. However, the natives in the lord space are generally unwilling to submit to the lord, so the lord who can subdue them must have some talent. One step faster, step by step faster. After his territory is built, with such mechs, it will be easy to subdue the other native species in his territory space. It seems that if other species are of no use, they should have been wiped out by him. This is quite normal. The difference is in the strength of each lord themselves. At this point, Baishu felt a bit jealous. The soldiers in his territory space are summoned through the territory buildings after they are completed. The number of soldiers summoned in this way is limited. However, most people summon their first batch of soldiers this way, so no one pays too much attention to this drawback. Captain. What's wrong? Just say what you have to say. Why bother beating around the bush? Baishu's eyebrows slightly furrowed, but his eyes were still fixed on Hoshino, not moving at all. He was extremely excited. He was already thinking about what it would be like when Hoshino entered the Imperial Corps after being recruited by him. When the time comes, after Hoshino adapts to the Corps environment, he will immediately apply for external warfare. With Hoshino's mechanical support artillery as the main attacking force, after a few shots, whether it's a consortium, a guild, or a sanctum, with their bases, Baishu is confident he can take down 100 of them. Taking down a base planet will change the current situation of the 7th Corps. The 7th Corps was already the weakest corps, and their presence has been fading in recent years. If this continues, they might even be absorbed into the Logistics Corps. This would truly be a loss. Captain, what I mean is, this kid already has such combat power now, and there are so many people watching. We are just the 4th team of the 7th Corps, we may not be able to offer much resources. How can we compete with other forces trying to win him over, just by saying we are part of the Corps? As soon as this was said, click. Baishu, who was still extremely excited, turned into a statue instantly. Yes, how should he go about winning over Hoshino? Hoshino now is not the same as at the beginning. If it were at the beginning, there would still be a certain possibility of going directly to him, and it's not necessarily free within the division. Top talents like this, no, it should be said that they have already grown to a certain extent. They must have their own personalities. Especially Hoshino's strength is simply monstrous. The strength he is showing now is only limited by this environment card. Only when he goes to the star domain can his strength be absolutely evaluated. At least for now, the combat power of a high-level 2-star is already unavoidable. So the question is, as his confidant said, how should he win over Hoshino? Rely on resources? Baishu thought deeply for a moment. If it really is about resources, he feels that he may not even compare to the families in this southern sky city. With the strength Hoshino showed today, there will definitely be people visiting continuously in the future. Can resources be lacking? Absolutely not. No, there is one more thing that these people absolutely do not have. The Regeneration Class Resource Core card. This card is more precious than ordinary environment cards in the planet, second only to the Eternal Environment card. Well, it's not impossible. Baishu was already feeling a bit uneasy. This time he originally wanted to deal with the crack suppressed under the southern sky city. That matter was not a big deal, and he even planned to use this opportunity to see how many people in the southern sky city could survive in the void crack. Then, he would recruit them into the division. But then Hoshino appeared out of nowhere. With Hoshino around, why bother with these issues? Recruiting a Hoshino would directly surpass 3 high-level 1-star lords. Even if he could recruit all the talented students in the southern sky city into the 7th division, the problem is that the growth of talents also takes time. Not everyone is like Hoshino, whose strength has changed in just a few days. Talents, in the early stages, only maintain this speed when breaking through to low-level 5 or 6 stars. If they reach the intermediate lord level, the speed slows down. And Hoshino? He is already at low-level 6 stars. Individually, this star level is acceptable, but the problem is that Hoshino's combat power is not that of a low-level 6 star. Forget it, let's take it step by step. It's best to recruit, but if we can't, so be it. Overall, we should go say hello, establish good relations, otherwise we won't even have the qualification to stand by his side in the future. Baishu was very clear in his mind about what kind of world this is. Before reaching the high-level lord, before going beyond the planets, before participating in large-scale interstellar wars, things like lord battles are just child's play. Hong Yong also looked ahead with anticipation. She also knew that everything was coming to a close. At that moment, all forces were focused and not talking to each other. Snow Instructor and the others stopped in their tracks again. When Snow Instructor shouted the slogan just now, everyone wanted to move forward. However, now that Hoshino has summoned the Frost Howler, everyone stopped in their tracks again. Some lords were almost frozen solid from head to toe. Frost Howler, just freeze them to death. Black Knight, don't think about torturing the 3 of them, just cut them down swiftly. At this moment, Hoshino had run out of patience. It was time to bring things to a close. With Hoshino's words, the pressure suddenly increased for Zhu Guangfu and the other three. Zhu Guangfu had long known that the Black Knight mech had not been used to its full potential. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu's combat quality is being demonstrated. Without saying a word, he summoned a cannon fodder from his territory and stepped on the opponent's back, launching himself towards the rear. Elder Wu of the Wu family sneered coldly, feeling that they were now in complete control. As long as the Black Warrior mech did not use that cannon, they were not afraid at all. The elder of the Jiang family had a similar mindset. However, they were both taken aback in the next moment. Suddenly, the red light flashed at the visual module of the Black Warrior mech, and the killing intent surged. /dash. Swish dash. Elder Jiang of the Jiang family suddenly stopped in mid-air. Most people present couldn't even see the shadow of the Black Warrior's sword swing. Then, a cold wind blew, and Elder Jiang fell from the sky in 2 pieces. What? Elder Wu was so scared that his courage was about to jump out. Not only him, even Zhu Guangfu was in the same state, trembling all over and almost losing his composure. Suddenly, he remembered that his teacher was still standing there watching. He had already disappointed his teacher enough, and he didn't want to die and continue to disappoint him. Elder Wu immediately took out several war resource cards, intending to gamble with his life. At the same time, he summoned all the forces from his territory space. Besides his elite army, many cannon fodders occupied most of the sky. A high-level 1-star lord was now in such a desperate situation facing a low-level 6-star lord. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. However, this unbelievable scene was happening right before their eyes, unfolding step by step. Seeing Elder Wu summon so many soldiers, the Black Warrior was indifferent. Swish dash. Another red light flashed in the sky. The next moment, all the soldiers summoned by Elder Wu disappeared. It turned out that the Black Warrior's red lightning sword had pierced his heart. Boom dash. The red lightning sword triggered a thunderstorm at the tip of the sword. Elder Wu was completely obliterated. Even the shockwave from the explosion of the huge red thunderstorm made many people's hair fly in disarray. High-level 1-star, all-round enhancement card, activate. Zhu Guangfu immediately summoned his elite army from his territory and used an all-round enhancement card. The Black Warrior was not surprised by this scene, showing no emotion. The power overwhelmed without crushing the ants, indeed difficult to control, but crushing the ants directly did not require much effort. However, the army enhanced by the high-level 1-star enhancement card had an aura equivalent to a high-level 3-star lord. After all, it was an all-round enhancement card. Don't underestimate me. The next moment, Zhu Guangfu immediately began to command his army. The entire army gave the Black Warrior a different feeling, no longer weak. Interesting, since being created by the Lord, no opponent has been able to withstand a sword in front of me. Your army is not bad, but when I swung my sword, only a few died. The Black Warrior suddenly became interested. However, Zhu Guangfu's immense killing intent did not diminish at all. You're just a mechanical creation. When he said this, Zhu Guangfu himself felt a bit lacking in confidence. Because just now, the Black Warrior mecha slashed his army, and 1/10 of his army was directly killed or injured. With a few more slashes, the army would be wiped out. It's actually because the Black Warrior mecha has relatively little combat experience. Every time it goes into battle, one strike can leave the opponent either dead or half dead. If the situation is not like this, it means that one is still somewhat weak. Indeed, that War Fortress is tens of times stronger than me. Even if I go all out, I feel like I can't defeat the War Fortress. In the eyes of the Black Warrior, to get Hoshino's attention, the first requirement is absolute strength. Just like the War Fortress controlled by Tianwan, the level of strength is terrifying. Even now, she can only withstand 2 shots. War Fortress? Zhu Guangfu's face changed. Wow, that War Fortress is really different, and it seems that this mecha is also somewhat dissatisfied with Hoshino. Is it because of the resource imbalance issue? As a lord, in each lord's territory, there are sometimes soldiers who are not weak in strength but not the strongest. The resources tilted by the lord will be distributed according to a certain proportion. As a result, some soldiers may feel dissatisfied. There is a very small probability of defection, but it is not impossible. Zhu Guangfu immediately seized this opportunity. If you join my territory, I will give you more resources at most. In my opinion, you definitely have more potential than that War Fortress. Zhu Guangfu also felt a little pleased. Hoshino, oh Hoshino, you are still too young. This mecha is powerful, and you have given her intelligence no less than that of a human. Humans are the most complex creatures. What? You? How dare you try to turn me against you? Damn you! I won't spare you. The Thunder Dragon roaming on the Black Warrior mecha suddenly became violent, and its roaming speed also increased significantly. The killing intent made people shudder. Many spectators at this time felt that the blood in their bodies was somewhat frozen. How is this possible? Dark thunder assimilation. Crackling, crackling. The Thunder Dragon roaming on the Black Warrior mecha suddenly exploded. Even the dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. All the Thunder Dragons turned into electric currents and rushed towards the Black Warrior mecha. These electric currents gradually gathered behind her into a pair of wings constructed of black and red thunder. At the same time, the Black Warrior mecha emitted the aura of a low-level 8-star. This is only an 8-star, but no one dared to underestimate it. Their eyes bulged suddenly. They did not feel that the strength of a low-level 8-star was the same as that of the soldiers they had seen before. Zhu Guangfu was completely stunned. So, this is the full power of the Black Warrior mecha. The previous attacks were not even considered full power. /dash. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu felt completely locked in by a great killing intent, standing still, unable to move at all. Let alone any other actions. Almost only his eyes could move. How could this be possible? There was no way. Swish. Another quick slash. This time the power brought by the slash was not like before. The elite army summoned by Zhu Guangfu seemed to disappear like snowflakes falling, disappearing the moment they landed. Even Zhu Guangfu felt half of his body losing sensation. Everything from the past played out in his eyes like a movie. Since he could remember, he had been nurtured by Baishu with all his heart. Later, he found that without resources to rely on, it was difficult to develop his talents. But he didn't want to disappoint his teacher, who was also his foster father. After all, his foster father was the second team leader of the Imperial Teacher Corps. Later, he used his own means to frame many people, even causing the death of a whole family with his schemes. He gained a lot of benefits from it. After all, lacking talent and high intelligence, he had to plan everything meticulously to achieve anything. Soon, his actions were exposed, violating the laws of the Empire. In order to protect him, Baisu went from being the second team leader of the 7th Division of the Empire to the 6th team leader. Eventually, Baisu achieved another victory on a planet, which led to his promotion to the 4th team leader of the Empire's 7th Division. Everything in front of him felt increasingly heavy. In a daze, he seemed to see his teacher's smiling face again. Since his youth, he had never seen that smile again. At this moment, Director Shui was almost frozen solid. He had no time to pay attention to the situation of Zhu Guangfu and the others. At this moment, struggling in the extreme cold was extremely difficult for them. A member of the Jiang family had just taken out a few cards. The person turned into an ice sculpture instantly. The cards fell to the ground with a snap. No, it can't be. How can I die here? The Black Warrior mech had already disappeared into tiny red starlight at its original location. She effortlessly dealt with 3 high-level 1-star combatants. Hoshino naturally let her go. The Black Warrior noticed a hint of praise in Hoshino's eyes. It was a simple look, but for the Black Warrior, it was the best treasure. For a moment, even her power core felt a bit heated. It was like a child receiving praise from their parents, as some children never experience that in their lifetime. In a way, it was quite precious. The disappearance of the Black Warrior mech did not attract much attention. Many people at that moment deeply swallowed their saliva. 3 high-level 1-star lords were cut down like worms. One of them was quite resilient, enduring an extra blow. From another perspective, he was indeed a dean. He understood swordsmanship. At this moment, Director Shui struggled to pull out a card from his lord's space. Intermediate 4-star, Frost Resistance card. Activate. Intermediate 5-star, Life Recovery card. Activate. 2 cards in a row. Director Shui immediately felt his blood flowing again, no longer frozen. At that moment, he didn't think about fighting the extreme cold in front of Hoshino, but turned his head in another direction. Yes, he also intended to fight. Not only him, but some of the Jiang family members who were not completely frozen also had a strong will to survive. They didn't have much enmity with Hoshino. Maybe Hoshino would give them a chance to escape. Some people thought this way. However, the reason for this situation was simply that the extreme cold had not fully awakened. She was in a state of hibernation, allowing her to continuously accumulate her icy power. Is this child a bit slow to react? This was the first time Hoshino had let the extreme cold come out to battle. Frost Howler, semi-hibernation state, low-level 6-star, mech durability, 600W/600W, energy shield, 8000W/8000W, special skills, absolute frost, heart of ice, frozen conversion, spacetime ice binding, falling ice feathers. The projection of the heavenly net appeared next to Hoshino at this moment. Jiang Yunxiao looked at the sudden appearance of the heavenly net and was stunned. You, who are you? It was mainly the projection of the heavenly net, dressed in a very alluring manner. Once the heavenly net noticed her gaze, it immediately changed into a different outfit, covering from head to toe. Although she was still just a projection, not even a physical entity, the heavenly net was quite concerned about appearances. Through Hoshino's scanning of the outside world, her high computing power naturally allowed her to notice. Hoshino would linger a second or two longer on some 18-year-old girls. Heavenly Net, the manager of the Lord's territory, the controller of the war fortress, the developer of the territory, the calculator of the territory. Don't be afraid, you are not our target of attack. The projection of the Heavenly Net suddenly appeared, with a somewhat stiff expression on her face, attracting the attention of many. Who is that? A projection? In his territory, there is actually such a highly intelligent AI. The level of this AI should be over 30. Yes, it should be over 30. Any AI over 30 can have a projection. No wonder he's not afraid of Zhu Guangfu's AI control card. The AI control card, this thing actually has many drawbacks. Sometimes it can even be counter-controlled by the AI inside the environmental card. Its effectiveness is too limited. This kid can't stay in this city. In this southern sky city, someone like him is clearly out of place. As the saying goes, bystanders see clearly. At this point, the onlookers all understood one thing very clearly. That is, after Hoshino, he definitely wouldn't stay in this southern sky city for long. Take a simple example. A young person who has already achieved some success economically cannot stay in a small place forever. This southern sky city may not be small for others, but for someone like Hoshino, it's like a whale in a fish pond. It's just too cramped to even take a step. Under these circumstances, it's a wonder he can stay. Not far away, the lord of the city, who was also in a state of surprise, slowly came to his senses. His face was slightly darkened. These words could be said, but as the lord of the city, he heard them directly in his ears. Servant, do me a favor. Yes, sure, what do you need? Do you want me to go and confront them? The attendant beside him also immediately regained his composure. Mainly because such strength appeared from a low-level 6-star lord, it was like a fantasy, but the situation was already like this. No, there's no need to confront them. Sooner or later, they will send gifts to Hoshino. After all, they represent various families. So, are you saying we should go directly to those families? Stupid, I don't want to get involved with the families. Under the Empire's law, there will be no tolerance. The Lord's brow slightly furrowed. Then what about you? Simple, after leaving this environmental card later, you go find some people. When they plan to leave, trip them up a bit, preferably make them all fall. After speaking, the Lord calmly took out a fruit from his territory space, carefully wiped it with a napkin, then put it in his mouth and took a bite. His expression was calm, with a hint of reservation. The attendant? Hoshino also looked at the heavenly net, not surprised by its appearance. Will Jihan always be in this state? Yes, I remember she can hardly wake up directly unless you get angry. Her temper is actually very hot-tempered, even she can't control it. Her current consciousness should only be half awake. Hoshino was taken aback. The heavenly net nodded slightly. Every mech I create, I put all my effort into it during manufacturing, and I integrate the soul of the materials into it. The Black Warrior absorbed all the materials in the territory, giving birth to an extremely complex character. The materials used to create the extreme cold are the bodies and treasures of ice attribute monsters, forming their own ecosystem, with a significant proportion of monster bodies in the materials. The burning furnace of the war fortress has also not been spared. This leads to her unstable personality. Once she becomes enraged, she becomes like a wild beast. The Tianhuang's eyes flashed with a lot of data. If you want her to fully awaken, you just need to tell her it's time to eat. My voice is not effective, it must be you, my lord. Hearing Tianhuang say this, Hoshino's face showed a strange expression. Alright, these children all have their own personalities and uniqueness. The personality of the Black Warrior mech is cold yet strong and gentle. At the same time, there is no room for compromise. You can tell from the fact that she wanted to torture and kill Zhu Guangfu. As for this extreme cold, it's a bit like a beast. Xiaohan, it's time to eat. Hoshino casually patted Xiaohan's head. Zhang Yunxiao beside them had a strange expression. Is she also a mech? Yes, she is also a mech. The people around them looked on with equally strange expressions. This clearly looks like a living being. Could she be a semi-mechanical creature? It's not impossible, given his craftsmanship in mechanical manufacturing. Creating a semi-mechanical creature is also possible. But why can't I see any other materials on this creature? She really is a semi-mechanical being. At this point, the audience was no longer concerned about whether Hoshino could defeat the opponent, but rather focused on what Hoshino had brought out. Currently, Hoshino had brought out 3 mechanical creations, the Black Warrior mech, the Crack Space Town mech from earlier, and the current one, which could not be confirmed as a mechanical entity yet. Suddenly, a cold wind accelerated, and the temperature dropped even further than before. The Snowmaster's rapid movements suddenly froze. His face was covered in frost. The Jiang family members who were also planning to escape gradually slowed down, and this decrease in speed was not what they had expected. It was purely due to the sudden drop in temperature. Roar! The extreme cold roarer suddenly let out a roar. The next moment, it leaped high into the air. Its entire body turned into an electric projection and slowly disappeared. Following that, a huge and incomparable mechanical white tiger with dual wings appeared in the sky. Its size was such that it could completely cover the entire sky, especially with those white wings. I didn't expect this to be his second mech. With this kind of combat power, as long as he adds some military achievements, he will be as comfortable as a fish in water in the 7th Division. Baisu clenched his fists tightly. In his opinion, geniuses like Hoshino, once they join the 7th Division, and are personally nurtured by him, it's not even his turn to nurture them. After all, Hoshino's Lord mode is different. The Division Lord divides the Lords into various factions. But for so long, there hasn't been a mechanical Lord established in the Empire. It can be said that it's a completely new aspect. There is simply no one to guide Hoshino. Regardless, I will have to try later. If it doesn't work, I'll use my position to provide him with some convenience. Captain, you can't do this, you've already helped Zhu Guangfu before. Captain, how can this be? Baisu sighed slightly. I helped Zhu Guangfu because I promised my comrade. As for now, helping this kid is also for ourselves, for the 7th Division. This is an investment, a profitable investment that everyone knows will make money, so this is different from before. Baisu disappeared from the spot. Although Zhu Guangfu did many wrong things, now that he is dead, his body should be taken back. This can be considered a complete process. It doesn't matter what the body looks like now, it will definitely be put in a box in the end. At this moment, Director Shui was still gritting his teeth and running forward, but his speed was much slower now. His lower body was almost losing sensation, and his blood was gradually freezing. At this moment, a strong suction force came from behind. Director Shui couldn't take a step forward at this moment. He stiffened in the air, then slowly moved backward. No, it's impossible. The suction force behind him became stronger and stronger. He turned his head and saw a flying white mechanical tiger in the direction behind him. The mechanical tiger had opened its mouth wide, and when its upper and lower teeth were fully open, it looked like a crack in the sky, pitch black inside. Finally, the strong suction force completely sucked him in. In a few breaths, he flew into the pitch black mouth. After eliminating Director Shui and the Jiang family, some people from the Jiang family survived. Most of these people didn't even have the qualifications to fight from start to finish. There were also 2 special people, Jiang Yunxiao's parents. Your parents are here, shall I help you? Of course, I will spare them. Jiang Yunxiao's parents saw that most of the Jiang family had been swallowed by the extreme cold in the sky, and Director Shui naturally received special attention and entered the mouth. Seeing this situation, Jiang Yunxiao's parents couldn't sit still. They immediately rushed towards Jiang Yunxiao. Xiaoyun, I am your mother, you can't let your husband kill us. Yes, you can't do such a treacherous thing. Hearing this, Hudo Tianhe's temples suddenly bulged with veins. This is outrageous. However, regardless, the decision lies with Jiang Yunxiao, and it is her choice to make. Hudo Tianhe immediately retracted the extreme cold. For no other reason, he was afraid that he would lose control and kill these 2 people. It was only Jiang Yunmeng who suddenly came to her senses. Her face was filled with a look of shock. From the beginning until now, her whole brain was in a daze. Before she noticed Hudo, she had also considered her lifelong affairs. Shang Fan, and so on. There were also geniuses in Nantian City. But she was still somewhat dissatisfied with those geniuses in her heart. After all, those geniuses were all introduced by her, and their strength was just average. Some geniuses were even packaged by their families, with mediocre strength. It was an insult to the word genius. However, she only recently noticed the existence of Hudo. Not to mention Hudo's personal strength, just the fact that Hudo came alone was impressive. Even in an ordinary suit, he looked elegant. The Jiang family is now in name only. Jiang Yunmeng looked around and saw that there were still some young people from the Jiang family. In another 3 or 4 years, relying on herself, this family could also be saved. Hudo Tianhe's expression changed when he heard what Jiang Yunxiao's parents said. She was so angry that her teeth hurt. Before this, she had met Jiang Yunxiao's parents. That kind of thing really opened her eyes. It can be said that Jiang Yunxiao's parents, no matter what outrageous things they did, were within her expectations. The reason is simple. Even before these things happened, she had already sensed something was amiss. But as Jiang Yunxiao's best friend, she didn't feel comfortable saying anything. These two are just unbelievable. You can't go over there. This is something she has to handle herself. Hu Xing looked complicated. Some families treat their children as tools for their own benefit, and such things are not unheard of. However, most people cannot resist and can only sadly accept their fate in the end. Hu Xing had been in this southern heaven city for over 30 years, and he had been paying attention to this issue since he took over most of the Hu family's affairs. But that was the behavior of other families. If the Hu family were to do the same, they might as well change their surname. I asked you before, and how did you respond? You said I should sacrifice for the family, but now that the family members are all dead in battle, why don't I see you sacrificing? Jiang Yunxiao wasn't initially very angry, but a couple of words from her mother immediately ignited her anger. When selling her daughter, they claimed it was for the family, but when it was for themselves, they talked about emotions. How convenient it was for them to use whatever argument suited them. They acted like rogues when it suited them, and then started talking about reason when it didn't. Jiang Yunxiao gritted her teeth in anger, trembling all over. Others watched this scene coldly. It's best not to meddle in other people's family affairs. Otherwise, it's easy to get into trouble later on. No matter how you put it, we are. Enough. You two have insulted my eyes. Another cold, elegant female voice spoke up. It was Wu Xing, but she seemed a bit weak. Xingyi furrowed his brows slightly. I stopped all the Wu family members. Why do I feel like you're injured? Of course, if it weren't for your shot, could I be injured? You didn't even say anything when you fired? Fired. What firing? Xingyi was instantly confused. Jiang Yunxiao was also stunned, unable to believe what she was hearing as she looked back and forth between the two. Hu Tianhao was also dumbfounded. Not far away, Hong Yong, who was feeding Yi Xiaoli snacks, widened her eyes in surprise. She hadn't even noticed when she stuffed a bunch of snacks into Yi Xiaoli's mouth. What? This guy looks so serious, how come? Zhang Yunmeng, at this moment, began to doubt herself. This person, on the surface, seemed one way, but in reality. Shut up. You're making me angry. I meant your support artillery machinery. That thing has almost half the firepower of a broken star level. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Wu Xing was furious. If there weren't so many people watching now, she would have slapped Xingyi. Every time she talked to this person, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Oh, you're being too concise in your words. I told you, we've only met twice. Xingyi smiled. Wu Xing was even more exasperated. Then she turned to look at Jiang Yunxiao's parents. A sense of killing intent arose in her heart. Back then, my parents sacrificed their lives for me and my brother. His bone marrow was even extracted in the end. And when I was young, I could only helplessly witness it all. Wu Xing said, a cold smile suddenly appearing on her face. People like you, in my eyes, are just like those old farts from the Wu family. So, let me ask you first, do you both really care about Jiang Yunxiao? Wu Xing's smile made everyone shudder. After all, in order to successfully wipe out a family, the other party had been enduring for who knows how many years. It has been planned up to now. Everyone is clear about it. Even without Hoshino's appearance, she, Wu Xing, would definitely have a way to deal with the Wu family. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao's parents could only nod along with Wu Xing's words. Ah, that's great, now I'm going to kill Jiang Yunxiao, but I prefer to torture people. Since you both love her so much, you can die for her instead. Smack! Hoshino immediately grabbed her shoulder. Don't be so hasty, this is not your business. Wu Xing glanced at Jiang Yunxiao, then at Hoshino. She chuckled. Alright, I'll play with our Wu family first. Oh, Wu Chang, you're still alive. Oh, this is really great, I've been dreaming of chopping you into minced meat. Wu Xing went to play with the Wu family. Jiang Yunxiao looked at her parents, and a hint of killing intent suddenly appeared in her eyes. Sensing this killing intent, Jiang Yunxiao's parents were stunned. No, you can't do this. She can't, but I can. Now, as the heir of the Jiang family, I deprive you of the status as Jiang family members. This farce should also come to an end. From now on, you will no longer enjoy any resources of the Jiang family. Zhang Yunmeng spoke at this moment. Zhang Yunxiao and Zhang Yunmeng exchanged a glance. Zhang Yunxiao nodded slightly. Zhang Yunmeng's confidence instantly increased. She didn't want a conflict with Hoshino. Thoughts in her mind were one thing, but the future development of the Jiang family was another. Now that things had come to this, there needed to be an understanding. In the end, the people of the Wu family all remained in this space with strange and eerie expressions. Some people vomited halfway and chose to leave directly. As for Jiang Yunxiao's parents, no one cared about them. Hoshino planned to return to the Wu family with Jiang Yunxiao. As Hoshino left, most people also left. especially by Su, who hurried to visit Hoshino, leaving first, and immediately catching up with him. Of course, he didn't dare to stop directly. Blocking the way directly would give the other party a bad impression. Bai Su naturally wouldn't do such an extremely foolish thing. Moreover, for Hoshino, he still had some plans in mind. For a moment, the top floor of the South Pavilion was left with the Lord. Soon, the food attendants came in. "Dear guests, you have been waiting for a long time. These are..." The leading attendant was followed by a row of food carts. However, on the 59th floor, in this extremely vast hall, only the Lord remained. It's raining outside, they all went home to collect clothes. "Don't worry, I've heard about the food at your South Pavilion. It's incredibly delicious, with excellent taste, color, and aroma. I haven't eaten it in over half a year. In fact, it was purely because his lord's salary was low." In this empire, the best salaries and benefits were in places like the military divisions, where one could earn military achievements. As for those like him who were lords, their main responsibility each year was to report upwards, such as how many geniuses there were. Basically, that was it. At this moment, the Lord felt a bit proud. Let them regret it. This is the food on the 59th floor of the South Pavilion. Even a single dish would be incredibly delicious. I've been craving this food for a long time, today I must eat it all. The attendant breathed a sigh of relief. Then a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Alright, I've heard that the Lord is always busy. Come, move the table, put everything in front of the Lord, arrange the food as if it were a grand banquet." Shortly after, the Lord wiped his mouth. It had to be said, the South Pavilion truly deserved to be the #1 restaurant in the southern Sky City. The food was delicious. Unconsciously, the day had already grown late. I'm almost full, not bad, let's go back." At this moment, the attendant appeared out of nowhere again. "My lord, this is the bill for your review. Not long ago, the Wu family intended to settle their bill, but a misnamed Wu Xing said that the diners would pay, so we decided to settle it with you. And because you are the lord of the city, we decided to give you a 20% discount," the attendant said. After the attendant finished speaking, the air fell into an extremely quiet state. The Lord's face still bore a simple smile as if he had just finished his meal. This smile resembled a famous painting. A minute or two passed. The Lord still maintained his indifferent smile. My lord? Would you settle the bill?" The Lord took a deep breath and continued to smile. "Go and fetch the manager of your South Pavilion for me. I have something to discuss." The manager is not here. My brother is the manager, and he went to South River City today for business. I am currently in charge here. If you have any requests, you can tell me. Is there something wrong with the food? Or do you want it to go? I'm sorry, the food from the South Pavilion will spoil once it leaves. I hope you understand. The Lord's face stiffened. It's over. Have the others leave first, you stay. I want to discuss some matters with you. The Lord gave the attendant a somewhat embarrassed look. The attendant understood. Add more dishes. Others will be coming later. No, wait, the Lord intends to take some food to go. After all, he just saw how delicious the Lord's meal was. Ahem, the rest of you can go busy yourselves. The 59th floor will be closed today. Inform the kitchen to add. The Lord's eyes widened suddenly, blinked quickly. The attendant understood at a glance. 300. Add a few hundred more. The Lord? He shook his head quickly. The attendant smirked. These years of observing people have not been in vain. The mysterious Lord, he had already grasped his meaning. Remember, today's events must not be spoken of. Whoever speaks of it, don't blame me for being merciless. Hurry up and urge the kitchen, the Lord is in a hurry. The Lord's face stiffened. Hu family. In the hall, the old master of the Hu family paced back and forth. He was already dressed. According to the plans of Hu Xing, Hu Tianhe, and their daughter, they should have left South Heaven City by now. But at this point, they had not returned. At this point, it seems that there are some problems. Creak. The door suddenly pushed open. Hu Xing, Hu Tianhe, Xingye, and Jiang Yinxiao all walked in. They all looked relaxed and natural. Especially Hu Tianhe, after returning home, he jumped onto the sofa and almost didn't move. Unexpected, right, Grandpa? Let me tell you, you can't even imagine how things developed after we went today. The old master blinked quickly, looking puzzled. What's going on? You little ones, don't confuse me, tell me, what's going on? The old master, Hu Yong'an, had dozens of question marks above his head. Let me explain. In the Lord's Guild. It's strange today, not a single family from the guild has come. I wanted to see the talents of these families from South Heaven City, compared to the talents of our families from South River City, who is stronger. No rush, they will come sooner or later. If nothing unexpected happens, they should have received the message of our arrival here, so they are preparing. It should be so. Dozens of young members from over 10 families, all from South River City, came this time for the quota in the underground rift of South Heaven City. On the other hand, it is also to suppress those families in Nantian City. For them, this is also about standing firm for their own families here. Everyone, I just received news that today is the day of the marriage alliance between the Wu family and the Jiang family, but it seems that it has already ended because of a genius, and now the head of the Wu family has been replaced. It seems the Jiang family is the same. One person slowly walked in from outside. His words immediately caught everyone's attention. Are you saying that all the family forces in Nantian City have gone to attend the marriage alliance between the Wu family and the Jiang family today? We came all this way, don't they know, and they chose this time. Don't be angry, they are just doing things according to their own schedule. We can't say they have any bias against us. The person who had just entered through the door seemed to have more to say. Not only that, I heard a piece of news, that genius killed most of the Wu family and Jiang family, and it was done with mechanical creations. This genius is also a mechanical lord. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, but immediately looked at each other. Half a minute passed quickly. What? A mechanical lord? A genius? Do you not know the meaning of these two words? It's a joke. A mechanical lord cannot establish a territory. The materials they require to establish a territory are extremely rare, and some materials, even with a comprehensive reference, cannot find the appearance of those materials. A lord who cannot establish their own territory means they cannot develop their territory. Without the ability to develop their territory, there is no fighting power. What does that have to do with a genius? In my opinion, this is not a marriage alliance at all. They just found an excuse to appease us. Trying to show dominance before the crack quota competition. After all, the underground cracks in Nantian City produce many blueprints, and there are only 60 slots. And it's 2 city families competing. Since they did this first, then we can also cause trouble for them. Are we going to be like a shrinking turtle here, being bullied in the face? In the guild, a group of young people were full of vigor. Moreover, they each had some reputation in Manhwa City, considered as talented elites of various families. There had been some disputes between the families of the two places, Manhwa City and Nantian City, but both sides were very clear about one thing. There was not much difference in their strengths. It could even be said that they were evenly matched. The only difference was in town resources. Manhwa City did not have good places to eat like Nanchij, nor did it have any underground alien cracks. It can be said that they lacked resources compared to Nantian City. And the size of the town was also not as big as Nantian City, their competition every 3 years. They could match Nantian City. The first prize in the previous years was even taken by the genius of Manhwa City. By this year, knowing that their strength was not weaker than those families in Nantian City, but being treated and ignored like this, naturally made them uncomfortable. The person in charge of delivering the news just smiled, without saying anything extra. Sometimes, some truths may not necessarily be believed by others. Grandpa, that's how it is. Let me tell you that Zhu Guangfu is truly worthy of being the dean of the Qingting Academy. He resisted 2 swords before falling. You know, the elder of the Wu family and the elder of the Jiang family couldn't even withstand a single strike from a black warrior. Hu Tianhao recounted the situation at the scene to Hu Yong'an without missing a detail. He was so happy. Not tall, he was leaning against Zhang Yunxiao. At this moment, Xingye was sitting quietly with Hu Xing. They didn't say a word. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. A servant walked in. Lord Hu, the captain of the Imperial Corps, by Su, wants to visit, Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. The servant quickly thought. Hoshino was famous now. A person with the strength to defeat 3 senior lords. With such strength, he called him Hoshino. Not to mention that Lord Hu couldn't do anything to him. It would be a miracle if he could still stay at the Hu family tomorrow. And such a genius, for him, it might be impossible to reach in his lifetime. Talent, sometimes, restricts many people. Bai Su, the teacher of Zhu Guangfu? Hoshino's face turned cold. He had forgotten about this. What is this, sending the young to deal with the old? It's just right to clean up. There was a lot of killing intent in Hoshino's eyes. Xiao Yi, don't show killing intent towards him. If he has any opinions about you, he wouldn't come in person. I guess he wants to invite you to join the Imperial Corps. Hu Yong'an smiled. At the same time, he was surprised in his heart. Just now, listening to Hu Tianhao telling him about what happened, it was a feeling. But just now, feeling that killing intent from Hoshino, he understood how terrifying Hoshino's current strength was. Just feeling that killing intent made his back feel cold. This feeling was unbearable. Since that's the case, let him in and see what he means. Hoshino nodded slightly. The other party didn't come knocking directly. He should have some emergency response. That's not right. After all, this wasn't the end of the world. One must be cautious at all times. It's important to strike first and knock down the opponent. The servant immediately nodded. He didn't dare to respond to Hoshino's words. Sometimes, the weak ones always couldn't stay calm when facing the strong. This servant was the same at this moment. He respectfully closed the door. Not long after, the person who pushed open the door again was no longer the servant. This person had a firm expression, a hint of excitement in his eyes, and a lot of hostility on him. He was also quite burly. He exuded a kind of majesty that only strong people had. However, Hoshino completely ignored these things. He was curious about what the other party intended to say, because he didn't sense any hostility from the other party. Strange. It seems you find me strange. You killed my student, yet I have no hostility towards you. Although Hoshino didn't speak, his eyes said it all. As for Wu Tianhe, he just lay down on Zhang Yunxiao's legs, not bothering to move. The fact that the other party was related to Zhu Guangfu made her feel no goodwill towards him. Zhang Yunxiao also remained silent. The Hu family father and son also didn't speak. Bai Su suddenly felt that the last time Zhu Guangfu came here and wanted to take Hoshino away was indeed a bit difficult. In this situation, could he leave? Well, Zhu Guangfu is actually the son of my comrade in arms. I'm just helping to take care of him. My comrade in arms saved my life before he died and entrusted his son to me, so I raised the child. Unfortunately, I often had to be in the corps and couldn't educate him well, so his personality changed. He did many wrong things, and now, his matters are settled. Bai Su paused. Then he continued, I think someone like you shouldn't stay in this southern heaven city. For example, a place like the corps would be very suitable for you. I will give you my full support. When this was said, the expressions of Hu Xing and Hu Yong'an changed. The support of a captain of the Imperial Corps was not something to be taken lightly. This kind of support carried significant weight. The support of an Imperial Division team leader is simple. It can bring a lot of prestige to the division. This influence is not always visible, but it can be very convenient in certain elections and exchanges of resources. These are some benefits that can be seen. There are also benefits that cannot be seen, but often appear at crucial moments. Support? Hoshino completely felt that this so-called support had no effect. What support? Are they supporting me mentally? Is everyone in this world so amazing? Is it just an empty promise? Are they also capable, just using empty words? Hoshino's eyes widened. Yes, that's right. My greatest support for you, even if it means I will be demoted because of it, I will still support you. However, as long as you can help the 7th Division in the future, I will be satisfied. Bai Su nodded slightly, feeling a bit emotional. Time passes quickly. He had originally wanted to take Zhu Guangfu as his pride. However, when he was young, he neglected Zhu Guangfu's upbringing, leading to Zhu Guangfu's character being unable to change. Once a character is formed, it is difficult to change, even impossible. Now, another person has caught his eye. The difference is that this person is not like Zhu Guangfu, who has some special qualities. Hoshino relies purely on his own strength and talent. These words, when they reached Hoshino's ears, were completely different. Xiao Yi, you have to work hard. I have high hopes for you. After all, you graduated from, and you are a top student. You are still young, don't worry about the salary. Memories of the deceased suddenly attacked me. Hoshino's face stiffened. Well, what then? At this moment, Bai Su was a bit stunned. He had never said such words to Zhu Guangfu. Even though Zhu Guangfu was the child of his comrade, in the division, if one receives support from 3 captain-level figures, they can directly compete for the position of division commander. If combined with personal strength and military achievements, once all these factors are taken into account, the position of division commander is basically secured. Well, I think my support. Bai Su didn't know how to continue, as he found that the other party seemed uninterested in this matter. And when he mentioned the division, the other party's eyes were calm, which directly proved that the other party was not very interested in the division. You've said so much. Do you want me to join the division? What benefits are there? Just your moral support? Hoshino couldn't help but laugh and ask. In his heart, he felt disdain for the captain of the division. He had seen all kinds of resources being offered to recruit people, but here, this person was just offering empty promises. Of course not. Within the division, rare resources obtained through military achievements can be exchanged. I can provide you with more channels and some resources at a low price. For example, there is a type of mechanical environmental card, and so on, all available within the division. And as long as you show enough talent within the division will also provide you with a large amount of resources. Hoshino scratched his ear, looking indifferent. In fact, he was not very interested in joining the Imperial Division. After all, joining the division would mean following the division's orders, and he didn't know what the rules were inside. Being controlled while time traveling. Wasn't his effort when he first time traveled just so he wouldn't be controlled by others in the future? What a joke. I have several ways to obtain resources now, and I currently don't need any specific resources. For Hoshino, any material, any treasure can be utilized. It's just a matter of quantity. The more materials used, the stronger the mecha produced. Even the relatively low-demand manufacturing materials like the Rift Town have several units. In addition, I have those 2 mechas, and my firearms. With these mechanical constructs, and the intermediate 9-star environment card, I can give it a try now. Hoshino's words can be said to be not at all arrogant. Several people present have seen the previous situation. 3 high-level 1-star lords were beaten by the Black Knight mecha. Even without using full power, once the Black Knight mecha did, not a single high-level 1-star lord could withstand 3 strikes. Think about it, this kid is only a low-level 6-star lord. His strength cannot be underestimated, it's too terrifying. Hoshino glanced at Hudo Taiyan. Since your guild lacks talent so much, look, this person next to me, Doding, is pretty good, and her strength is not bad. I feel she would be suitable for your guild. Hoshino glanced at Hudo Taiyan next to him. Hudo Taiyan, who was originally lying lazily, suddenly felt the eyes of everyone around her on her, and immediately sat up. Doding? Hoshino. Considering there are still outsiders present, Hudo Taiyan definitely won't show her power first. Baisu was first stunned. Then his eyes lit up. His main goal now is not to recruit Hoshino into the guild, but to establish a relationship with Hoshino. The future of Hoshino undoubtedly speaks for itself. At this moment, Hudo Xing also looked at Hoshino. Xiao Yi. Yes, just call me Xiao Yi, I'm the same age as Doding. Hoshino immediately showed a smile to Hudo Xing. After all, he was living on their turf, even though the other party didn't say anything. But he should remember their kindness. Hudo Taiyan's face gradually became irritable. When her whole face puffed up, she looked like an oversized squirrel. Her eyes stared at Hoshino fiercely. That look seemed like she wanted to devour Hoshino. If looks could kill, Hoshino would have died 100 times by now. Well, I think you should visit the guild. The headquarters of the 7th Division is much better than this southern sky city. Hudo Xing's thoughtful appearance made Hoshino feel a few traces of curiosity. There's nothing good in this southern sky city. The only thing worth mentioning is the underground rift, but the things inside, for Hoshino, may not be useful. Inside are just some turret blueprints or some construction blueprints. But thinking about Hoshino's mechanical constructs, any one of them could easily turn the blueprints produced in the rift into dust. Sometimes, a friend's words can be very convincing. It's almost the same now. After Hudo Xing spoke, Hoshino's resistance in his heart diminished. On the other hand, Baisu's eyes immediately lit up. His gaze fell on Hudo Xing. Wow! Indeed, as a member of the Hudo family, his vision is far-sighted. With such vision, I approve of you. Yes, that's right, our guild has a lot of materials, especially high-level mechanical materials, which are hard to find on the market because few people buy them. Even if you go to the Lord's Guild, you may not be able to buy them. And with my help, if you want to purchase anything through achievements or the like, you can have priority. In the 7th Division, I can make this happen. Baisu felt powerless all over. Whatever chips he put on the table, the other party might not necessarily value them. Ahem. That's right, kid, in this broken place of Southern Sky City, I also suggest you go to that guild and take a look. I heard that in the guild, there are lords who have surpassed the level of high-level lords. I'm not wrong about this, am I, Captain Baisu? The old man, Hu Yong'an, also showed a smile on his face. However, his smile seemed a bit forced. Seeing this scene, Hu Xing and Hu Tianhe both had a sudden change in expression. They naturally knew that Hu Yong'an's body was struggling, but they didn't know how much longer he could hold on. At this moment, Hu Yong'an was feeling quite good because he had seen the details of the conversation between Hoshino and Hu Xing just now. Such a person knows how to repay kindness. The Hu family didn't do anything, but Hoshino would definitely not ignore the Hu family. Hu Yong'an, who understood this point, felt relieved. Baisu was excited and wanted to nod. He had thought that he might be shut out because of Zhu Guangfu, but now he realized that there were actually two invisible teammates. This feeling was simply. Baisu's brow furrowed slightly because he sensed a curse on Hu Yong'an. How could there be a curse in this place? Well, in that case. Oh, old man, are you feeling unwell? Hoshino turned to look at Hu Yong'an. The muscles on Hu Yong'an's body were bulging one after another, and his white beard fell to his chest. His whole demeanor was like a crouching tiger. However, Hoshino could sense that something was wrong with Hu Yongin at this moment. The Black Warrior mech shared powerful physique with Hoshino, while the Extreme Cold shared not only a small part of the physique but also extremely sharp perception. As for the Skynet, it did not share any attributes, but its fast scanning ability was something both mechs lacked. Ah, kid, what could be wrong with me? Just feeling a bit old. Hoshino had a hunch. He felt a sense of not wanting to trouble others from Hu Yongin. Baisu remained silent at this moment. Some things had to be said depending on the situation and the people present. Being outspoken could easily offend people, and sometimes one might not even know whom they had offended. Baisu naturally would not make such a mistake. Hoshino did not continue questioning but instructed Skynet to scan. Received Lord's command. Quickly scanning life form. Scan complete. Current status of Hu Yongin. On the brink of death, with a dark attribute curse attached. Dark attribute curse intensity 3000. Black Warrior can crush the curse on Hu Yongin with stronger dark attribute energy, at the cost of Hu Yongin losing most of his strength, or use the purifying energy from the opposite light attribute to cleanse the body and remove the curse. Skynet scanned Hu Yongin's condition in an instant, even detecting the curse on him. Old man, don't be shy. Remember, I haven't paid the rent yet. I've been staying at the Hu family for so long, so it's not like you can't tell me about the curse on you. We'll find a way to deal with a curse, there's always a solution. Hoshino smiled, but he felt uneasy inside. If he hadn't scanned today, when the old man of the Hu family passed away, he would never forgive himself. After all, at worst, he could have the Black Warrior shatter the dark attribute curse on Hu Yongin directly. Although this would make Hu Yongin lose most of his strength, at least he would have a chance to survive. Jiang Yunxiao, Hu Xing, and even the old man all widened their eyes. Hu Xing even stared. How did Hoshino figure it out? I was just being polite with you, old man. Unfortunately, this curse has been with me for over a decade, but I have managed to resist it all this time, and this year will be no different, Hoshino said, seeing the old man's determination. Well, of course, I suppose for you it's nothing, but it doesn't sound good to have it hanging over you. Mr. Baisu, in the Empire's division, there should be purification cards, right? Baisu was excited to hear this. He immediately nodded vigorously. Yes, we have such things, whether you want intermediate or advanced, we have them. But, as I said, I can provide you with a priority channel, but you have to earn your own merits. Hoshino nodded slightly, calculating the time. This was definitely not something that could be completed in just 2 days, it would take at least a week. Tenwa, can the old man resist for a week? According to calculations, there are still 19 days, but the characteristics of the life form may fluctuate within these 19 days, not necessarily lasting the full 19 days. It is suggested that the Lord can have the Black Warrior inject a dark attribute energy into him. Although it may be painful, it can help him resist for half a year. Or he can fully control the dark attribute power injected by the Black Warrior into his body, which can also eliminate the curse. Calculating the possibility of the life form controlling the dark attribute power. The possibility of the life form fully controlling the dark attribute power is 24%. 24% should be fine. This trip to the division seems necessary. What do you think? In South Tianchang, I believe they must have also searched for purification cards. These things are rare in the Empire, and there are few people who use purification cards in the Empire. So even if they have them, they probably won't sell for much. Baisu was ecstatic. Finally, he managed to invite back this great god. Once he brought this great god back to the division, who knows how much could be achieved in this year's new recruits competition. Well, in that case, I will make a trip to the division. Old man, I'll give you a gift, Hoshino said, opening his palm. A small cluster of dark attribute energy appeared in his hand. This cluster of dark attribute energy can help you resist for half a year. Of course, during this process, you can also try to control this cluster of dark attribute energy, which would be very beneficial. After saying this, Hoshino sent the dark attribute energy towards Hu Yongin. Hu Yongin did not dodge. Firstly, he fully trusted Hoshino, and secondly, he did not sense anything wrong with Hoshino. As the dark attribute energy entered his body, Hu Yongin, along with Hu Tianhai and Hu Xing, widened their eyes and stared intently at Hu Yongin. As soon as the cluster of dark attribute energy entered his body, he immediately felt a significant relief. He even felt like the curses in his body had disappeared. However, he knew that the curses had not disappeared but had simply been hidden. At the same time, the dark attribute energy began to patrol his body like a constable. Wow, this is great stuff. I feel much better, Hu Yongin said with a smile. At this moment, he was also shocked. He had tried various methods to deal with this curse, but the most unbearable aspect of it was that it kept getting stronger. Until now, he was almost unable to resist it. That cluster of dark attribute energy can suppress the curse on your body for about half a year, so there shouldn't be any major issues. After Hosono's voice fell, everyone also noticed that the aura on Toru Nagi's body had improved a lot compared to before. It was as if a patient had suddenly recovered. Old man, remember to tell me if there is anything going on in the Toru family. After all, Toru's affairs are my affairs. After speaking, without waiting for the old man to reply, Hosono turned to Baisu. I've heard of you, your name is Baisu, right? So, shall we set off tomorrow? Baisu's heart was more than 100% in agreement. Not to mention tomorrow, he would be willing even the day after tomorrow. There was no way, as the strength of Hosono was even more terrifying compared to those so-called geniuses. The two couldn't even be compared. That genius, when he was just a low-level lord, could crush a high-level one-star lord. It's hard to believe such a thing when said out loud, but it had been witnessed before. Later, Baisu also left the Toru family. When he left, Baisu was so excited. In this year's new recruits competition, I'll see who can surpass him. But, it's a bit strange that he agreed so quickly. The place of the division must be visited. At night, rumors about Hosono began to spread. However, many people didn't believe that Hosono alone could cripple two families and even kill someone like Zhu Guanfu, the dean of the academy. And Hosono was originally a graduate of Qingting Academy. A low-level lord killing a high-level lord. When many people saw such news, there was a hint of mockery in their eyes. What a joke! Can a low-level lord kill a high-level lord? However, some people also noticed that Zhu Guanfu did die, and the Wu family also changed its head, and this head was a card maker. Although the Zhang family had weakened, with Zhang Mengyun there, the Zhang family still held onto a lot. But now, what they held onto was probably only 2/3 of what they had before. But if you think about it carefully, with most of the elite forces of the Zhang family gone, what Zhang Mengyun had achieved was quite remarkable. It could even be said to be rare. And she was a woman. At night, you go to the division, I'll stay at the Toru family. Zhang Yunxiao acted like a little woman, leaning on Hosono's chest. On the side, Toru Tianhe looked a bit awkward. These two started right after dinner. Fortunately, it didn't start during dinner, otherwise Toru Tianhe would have been too upset to eat. Of course, it was almost over now. Well, I must go to the division. Whether it's the so-called higher-level lord or the old man's illness, for either reason, I must go. Yes, I must go. Toru Tianhe grumbled on the side, and gave a disdainful look to Hosono. Seeing this look, Hosono couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at Zhang Yunxiao. Zhang Yunxiao also understood Hosono's expression. In fact, she didn't oppose Hosono treating Toru Tianhe as his wife. After all, Hosono's strength was already evident. And the Empire's laws didn't have any restrictions on the emotional relationships between lords. Ha, you little girl. Hosono gave Zhang Yunxiao another wink. Zhang Yunxiao tacitly got up, went to the door, and closed it. Click. And locked it. Toru Tianhe's eyes widened. What? What are you doing? Toru Tianhe looked up and saw the desire in Hosono's eyes. He swallowed hard. So soon? Wait, it was Yunxiao who closed the door. For a moment, Toru Tianhe's heart was like a drum, beating rapidly. His originally fair face suddenly became much rosier. Hoshino wished he could transform into a wolf right now. But when Zhang Yunxiao walked over, he pushed her onto the bed. Actually, I really like hamburgers. Hamburgers? Both women were puzzled for a moment. Soon, they understood what Hoshino meant by hamburgers. Sunlight streamed in from outside the window. Hoshino rubbed his eyes. He felt a bit tired around his waist. Tiger Tianhe was still hanging on him. As for Zhang Yunxiao, she was sleeping next to him. No wonder they say heroes have a hard time with beautiful women. Hoshino felt like just lying there without moving. However, thinking about the curse from the old man in the realm after becoming a high-ranking lord, Hoshino decided to get up first. He raised his head, just got up, and gently moved Tiger Tianhe to the side. Hoshino noticed a few bloodstains on the sheets. Then he looked at the two people. Hoshino sighed in his heart. After coming to this world, he had formed some bonds by doing this. Meanwhile, in Hoshino's lord space, the Black Warrior mech was sitting cross-legged. However, her power reactor temperature was extremely high. The thunder dragons roaming around her seemed to carry a fire attribute, emitting some high temperatures. At this moment, the Black Warrior also transformed into a humanoid form. Although the mechanical form could perfectly unleash her full power, in this lord space, she didn't need to maintain that form. When will I be able to receive such rewards? The Black Warrior muttered softly. Suddenly, some data streams flashed by, and the next moment, a projection appeared. Stop daydreaming, my lord can't grasp this for now unless you figure out a way. What way? Here are a few manuals you can read. Once you learn them, you can also teach me. I don't quite understand them. Tianhuang waved her hand, and several books made of data constructs appeared in front of the Black Warrior. This is. The Black Warrior stared wide-eyed at these books. What is attraction? How to attract male beings? 3 steps. I made a man fall in love with me. The Black Warrior trusted Tianhuang and earnestly examined these books. Are you ready? Shall we set off now? In the Tiger family's hall, there were only 4 men at the moment: Hoshino, the Tiger family father and son, and Baisu, who had already had breakfast. Hoshino looked exceptionally clear-headed. In his past life, he had never been this clear-headed. But in this life, being able to enjoy such a blessing was not bad. I don't plan to fully join the regiment. I just want to go see and, by the way, exchange that card. Hoshino still wanted it back. Mainly because after joining the regiment, he wouldn't be able to come back every day. Both his wives were at home, but he couldn't return. Hoshino didn't want to experience that feeling, so he explained it in advance. Baisu had also thought about it yesterday. Hoshino mainly disliked the lack of freedom in the regiment. Well, you'd better join because only by joining can you exchange the resources in the regiment. This is necessary, even with my support. Also, if you find the regiment not very free, you can rest assured because almost everything in the regiment is based on military merit. As long as you show your strength, not many people in the regiment will bother you. Strength, military merit, the 2 pillars of the regiment. These 2 things held great importance in the regiment. Of course, in the regiment, if someone dared to oppress others based on their status, the consequences were not as simple as writing a report. Oh, it seems that the rules in the division are not quite what I thought. I thought there would be many requirements. Ha, kid, those rules are set for the weak in the division. As long as you are strong enough and have military achievements, the division won't bother you too much. Hoshino nodded slightly. In that case, this Imperial division is still a pretty good place. It has everything inside, just need to exchange for eternal war merits. Hoshino felt that if others could get war merits, he could definitely get them too. Good. Hoshino decided to set off. At this moment, Koyasu was bare-chested, almost resembling his appearance from a few years ago. Ha, kid, I'm waiting for your good news. Don't worry, old man, it will be quick. Just some war merits, at most 1 or 2 weeks, and I can handle it. Ha ha ha, great. The old man looked more and more favorably at Hoshino. He even had a feeling that Hoshino was like his own son. Looking at Koyuki, for some reason, he always wanted to take off his slippers and hit Koyuki on the head. Yes, this feeling proved that Koyuki was indeed his own son. Koyuki inexplicably felt a chill on his back. It was as if something was staring at him. But the next moment, this feeling disappeared. This was in his own home. How could he have such a feeling? Koyuki, these are resource cards sent by the families at the banquet. Koyuki casually waved his hand, and a large pile of resource cards appeared on the table. All kinds of resources were there. The development of territories relied heavily on these things. However, for Hoshino, the type of resource material didn't matter, as long as it was a resource material. With the talent of the creator, he could create anything. Did the Koyuki family take some? Yes, they did. Then take a few more. My 2 mechas are still upgrading, so I don't need so many for now. Saying this, Hoshino took 3 resource cards and put them in his lord space. He left the rest of the resource cards for the Koyuki family. In terms of the quantity of these resource cards, there were already quite a lot, but there were not many intermediate or higher level ones. Hoshino now only cared about the level of the materials and the quantity. Alright, Koyuki's mouth also slightly curved upwards. He was starting to appreciate Hoshino. It had to be said that although Hoshino had such strength at a young age, he was not arrogant at all. He did not have that kind of disdainful attitude towards others. After all, as the manager of the Koyuki family, he had seen many people in the southern Sky City. He had encountered some geniuses. Some geniuses were okay, while others were simply unbearable, arrogant and conceited. Of course, most of these types suddenly matured after a month or 2. After all, when people grow up, there are always things that teach them how to behave. Hoshino turned his head and looked upstairs again. It seemed that the 2 people had already woken up. Then Hoshino's gaze fell on Baisu. Captain Bai, wait for me. Hoshino's words seemed to be asking for Baisu's opinion, but in fact, Hoshino's words were not to be refused. Baisu didn't know what Hoshino was planning to do next, but he still followed Hoshino. It was not easy to get Hoshino to agree to go to the division. There couldn't be any mistakes in this final step. Okay. Seeing Baisu agree, Hoshino went straight upstairs without saying a word. After all, he had just taken them yesterday. It didn't seem appropriate to leave early in the morning today. Baisu then looked at Koyasu. The thing he gave you just now is pretty good. As long as you try to grasp some of its power, you can withstand it for a year. Of course, if you master it well enough, you can even absorb the dark attribute curse inside your body. Baisu stared carefully at Koyasu. It had to be said that Koyasu still had some basic strength. However, the dark attribute curse in his body had been corroding for quite some time. In Baxu's view, it would take at least a month for Hu Yong'an to control these dark attribute energies. Not to mention complete control, a little control is still possible. Well, but I'm afraid I won't be able to fully control it. Hu Yong'an didn't intend to hide anything from Baxu. He was well aware of his own physical condition. And Baxu, as the captain of an imperial division, must have a sharp eye. Forget it, it doesn't matter to you, after all, with him around, you don't need to worry about these things at all. Baxu said, taking out a badge from his chest and placing it on the table. This badge represents some favors from me. If there are any issues when he's not around, you can take this badge to the Lord of Nantian City. Baxu looked calm, with a rare hint of confidence in his eyes. To be honest, since he came to Nantian City and met Xingye, his confidence had gradually diminished. The Lord? Hu Xing and Hu Yong'an glanced at each other, their faces looking somewhat strange. What's wrong? Nothing, really? Baxu nodded slightly. Don't be fooled by his appearance, he may seem unorthodox and weak, but his strength has reached that level. If it weren't for what happened back then, he would be a master now. Ah. Baxu's eyes carried a hint of reminiscence. People in the division were fine, but the forces like the Chamber of Commerce, the Consortium, the Church, and the Cosmic Pirates were not good. When Hu Yong'an and Hu Xing heard this, their eyes widened. That level? Has he surpassed the High Lord? Hu Xing was surprised. He had seen the Lord before. He looked ordinary, somewhat lonely, and meticulous in his actions. In short, he was a rather strange lord. His strength was rumored to be that of a High Lord, but this lord usually didn't bother with things, so not many people paid attention to him. Now, after hearing Baxu's words, Hu Xing suddenly felt that this lord must have a significant background, and it was quite unusual. Yes, that level. There have been too many unfortunate events in the division. Especially in recent years, the division needs a powerful strongman to deter those small fries. As he spoke, Baxu's eyes reddened. If it weren't for our 7th Division's battle with the Price's Consortium before, those trash wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in front of us. Baxu took a deep breath. It wasn't that he wasn't composed enough, but some things were unsettling no matter who you were. At this moment, he felt the same way. Sorry, at least now I feel relieved. With him around, within half a year, if he's willing. Baxu stopped there. Hu Xing and Hu Yong'an exchanged a glance. They knew too well. Xingye gently pushed the door open. It was just at this moment that Hu Tianhe, who had just woken up, and Zhang Yunxiao, who was about to make a move, lay down pretending they hadn't woken up. Xingye's lips curled slightly at the sight. He approached the bed and reached out with both hands. The next moment, the two of them, with extremely flushed faces, woke up again. However, they felt as if they were being torn apart, extremely painful, just as they were about to make a move. Alright, just rest in bed. Zhang Yunxiao doesn't need to get married today. Xingye joked casually. Zhang Yunxiao on the bed rolled her eyes at Xingye. I'm leaving. Hu Tianhe and Zhang Yunxiao, who had a slightly happy expression on their faces, suddenly stiffened. They quickly came to their senses. Hoshino did this both for the issues on Toru Najiyasu's body and to enhance her own strength. Nantian City, no matter how you put it, is relatively small. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, I won't be away for too long. After a tender moment with the three of them, Hoshino went out and downstairs. Baisu saw Hoshino coming out, and he immediately became spirited. He had been waiting for too long. In fact, when Hoshino went up, it was only a few minutes. But for Baisu, those few minutes felt like years. Every moment felt a bit agonizing. At least now, Hoshino finally came out. You're out. Great. I have a teleportation card here. We can take the special passage of the Master Division and arrive quickly. My two trusted subordinates have already returned to the Master Division. You shouldn't have anything to pack, right? Baisu said as he took out a card and quickly placed a hand on Hoshino's shoulder. The whole process was like a phantom. The speed was incredibly fast. Hoshino didn't even react. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, he was a high-level lord, and he was truly a captain-level figure from the Master Division. People like Zhu Guangfu simply couldn't compare at all. No, they couldn't compare at all. Do we need to pack anything? Hoshino raised an eyebrow. With a helpless smile on his face, he could feel that Baisu was extremely eager for him to go to the Master Division at this moment, afraid that he might run away. After a flash of light, the two of them disappeared on the spot. How long do you think that kid will come back? Toru Najiyasu sat on the sofa with a golden knife. He was full of confidence. He couldn't believe that he, who was almost halfway into the coffin, could see his family stepping into the universe at this moment. Toru Xing stroked his chin, his eyes scanning his father's face. At this moment, the smile on Toru Nagayasu's face couldn't be hidden. Toru Xing smiled slightly. 2 months. Haha, 2 months? How is that possible? In my opinion, it will take a month. Toru Nagayasu's expression was serious. When Toru Xing heard his father say that, he was stunned. How could it be possible in a month? It would take at least 2 months. Although he had never been to the Master Division, the new recruits in the division had a big competition and trial before being assigned to a team after joining the division. All these things had been done for a month and a half. He deliberately said 2 months for Toru Nagayasu. In his mind, it would take at least 3 months. A month? This seems a bit too fast. If it's a month, he won't even have time to finish the things after joining the Master Division. How can he achieve military merit? Hey, little tiger, you also have stupid moments. Toru Nagayasu's smile became even more pronounced. At this moment, Toru Xing was a bit puzzled. He had carefully calculated before coming to this conclusion. How could he be called stupid? For a moment, Toru Xing was still quite dissatisfied. As the saying goes, a father knows his son best. Toru Nagayasu could see the frustration in Toru Xing's heart at this moment. Have you forgotten that the treatment of geniuses is special, and Baisu, as the 4th team leader of the 7th Division, also has a considerable personal influence? Although there were issues with Zhu Guangfu before, the position of the Deputy Division Commander of the 7th Division is still vacant. Do you know what this means? Since he knows Hoshino's strength, do you think he would let Hoshino waste time on those trivial matters? How is that possible? Do you believe that if he really let Hoshino play those pretend games, Hoshino would turn around and leave? That kid is only polite to us, but he is very proud inside. Don't forget, being able to kill a high-level lord when he was a low-level lord, this news will soon spread to many forces. Because in the history of the Empire, there has never been a case where a low-level lord can kill a high-level lord. Do you understand what this means? A few consecutive sentences from Toru Nagayasu directly puzzled Toru Yuko. However, he quickly reacted. What Toru Nagayasu said was indeed correct, and with Hoshino's identity, and what he had done before, if it really spreads out, then there will definitely be forces willing to obtain a purification card for Hoshino. There are too many forces seeking resources: the church, the guild, and the consortium. Especially for something like a purification card, there are many in the church. Most of them are used by believers for meditation. Toru Yuko also had many thoughts in his mind for a moment. However, after thinking about it, he eventually nodded. Because Toru Nagayasu was right about everything he said. Smack! You brat, don't relax on me. Look, ever since the child Xiaoyi entered, you also want to let go of the Huya family. Toru Nagayasu lightly patted Toru Yuko's head. Toru Yuko touched his head and nodded slightly. Indeed, this was the situation. In the past, if he saw the captain of the Imperial Corps, he would definitely be respectful. But today, when Baisu entered, he was brought in by attendants. Toru Yuko just sat casually on the sofa. What Imperial Corps captain, he couldn't see at all. This place is a special transmission hub for the Imperial Corps. Usually only members of the Corps can use it. There are also many Corps members here who run shops and such. Of course, the war achievements within the Corps are used for trading. By the way, don't think about using Stardust to buy war achievements. The purchasing power of bought war achievements will be directly reduced by 80%. Because of this matter in the past, there was quite a chaos within the Corps, and many people lost their lives because of it. Listening to Baisu's introduction, Hoshino nodded lightly. At the same time, his gaze kept scanning around. It had to be said. This place was very large, 4 to 5 times larger than their Qingting Academy. It seemed to be about half the size of Nantian City. Where is this place? Why have I never seen this place on the Empire's map? Hoshino's words directly puzzled Baisu. Then, Baisu quickly reacted. Oh, I understand what you mean. This transfer station is opened in the void, and when you reach that realm in the future, you can do the same. That realm? Kid, I'll tell you when you reach the high-level lord, Baisu said mysteriously. Finally, in a place where he could suppress this kid a bit. A low-level lord can kill a high-level lord. No one would believe it if I said it out loud. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Alright, it won't be long. At this moment, Hoshino thought to himself whether he should find a time later to break through to a mid-level lord first. Just then, a man with a dozen or so young people like Hoshino walked out from a certain teleportation gate. Hey, isn't this Bai Tai too? Haven't seen you in a few days, why so down? The middle-aged man had a full beard on his face, but he also exuded a domineering aura. although the way he spoke was somewhat mismatched with this aura, quite strange. Bai Su's face turned a bit dark. This is my friend, well, I find him quite annoying. Hoshino looked at the middle-aged man with a full beard. He nodded slowly. This sound of agreement made the middle-aged man unable to hold back. Damn it, Bai Taitu, I'll remember you. What's going on this time? How come you recruited someone? Is there no talent in Nantian City this year? Shouldn't there be? Or do you want to bring your useless kid over? The middle-aged man had already walked up to Bai Su. Although every word he said carried a hint of sarcasm, Hoshino felt that this middle-aged man should have a good relationship with Bai Su. As for that useless kid you mentioned, well, he was killed the day before yesterday, Bai Su said casually. This statement immediately silenced the middle-aged man. Well, okay, let's just forget I said anything. The middle-aged man scratched his neck, furrowing his brow. So, who did it? That kid may be bad, but at least we need to find out what happened. If he didn't provoke someone first, then. The middle-aged man seemed like a fierce beast that had just awakened. Hoshino immediately sensed the sharp threat in the air. At that moment, the middle-aged man also noticed Hoshino. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid is extraordinary. With such keen perception, he must be a special talent. I wonder what level of strength he has, maybe intermediate level 2 stars. I heard that a genius emerged from the 5th division with a strength of intermediate level 4 stars. Are there really so many geniuses this year? Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. The next moment, the middle-aged man's gaze was still fixed on Bai Su. Well, that kid did something wrong. I saw him die with my own eyes. Thank you, Li Zhu too, the middle-aged man smirked. If you don't say those 3 words, we're still friends. But, isn't that kid also a high-level lord? Since he's a lord, how could he be killed so easily? This is the city, not the universe. It's not a crack, so how could you, as his adoptive father, be so ruthless as to do it yourself? I didn't see that coming. The middle-aged man's words were plentiful, and Hoshino felt like his ears were going to callous. However, looking at those recent graduates behind him, their expressions seemed numb. Obviously, they were used to hearing such things. I didn't see it at first either. This guy next to me is the killer. There were also 2 other high-level 1-star lords at the time. None of them could resist. Bai Su's words stunned the middle-aged man. As soon as he spoke, the people behind the middle-aged man widened their eyes, staring at Hoshino intently. They wanted to see what Hoshino was capable of. To be able to kill a high-level lord, is he joking? It seemed unbelievable to them. Well, it's rare for Bai Taitu to joke with me. I want to take this kid directly through the new recruit trial, prepare for the grand competition, and after that, I won't care about him. He needs military merit, the middle-aged man said, and Bai Su looked at Hoshino as he did with Zhu Guangfu. For a moment, he furrowed his brow. No, Bai Taitu, what are you thinking? Have you forgotten what happened before? My confidence doesn't come from my status, but from this kid's strength, the middle-aged man said, narrowing his eyes and focusing on Hoshino. Kid, what's your strength? Low-level 6 stars, I guess, Hoshino replied. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. Taitu, I have to say, his strength is too weak. The talents behind me are not low-level 8 stars. Let me tell you, Taitu, there are many geniuses this year. The 5th division has produced an intermediate level 4 star, do you understand? Intermediate level 4 stars? Bai Su snorted twice in a row, his eyes filled with disdain. Intermediate 4 star, is an intermediate 4 star very powerful? How powerful is he? Can he defeat a high-level lord? The genius from the 5th division that you mentioned, the intermediate 4 star, can he defeat a high-level lord? The requirement is not high, just a 1-star high-level lord. Even a 1-star high-level lord. You must be daydreaming. Let me tell you, in the entire history of the Empire, there has never been a genius who claimed to be able to defeat a high-level 1-star lord. Bai Su tapped his nostrils. Although nothing came out, he still flicked to the side. This posture in action inexplicably made the middle-aged man's mood explode. Bai Su, let's make a bet. This kid next to me, if he can kill a high-level 1-star lord, I'm not joking with you. If you don't believe me, come with me. After speaking, Bai Su walked forward directly. Hoshino immediately followed. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Ah, damn. Let's go. Then let's first go to the 4th division. The young people following behind the middle-aged man kept scanning Hoshino with their eyes. They did not sense any danger from Hoshino. As for testing with the Lord's pressure, they did not do so. After all, this place is just a transit station for the division's teleportation gate, not a place for them to play. Otherwise, Hoshino would definitely be tested. Empire 7th Division, 4th Team, Outpost, Training Ground No. 3, Wasteland. This place feels somewhat familiar. For Hoshino, this wasteland environment was very familiar. Didn't he wipe out Zhu Guanfu and the others in a similar environment card before? Well, this is the training ground. No. 3 of our 4th team, and there haven't been many people here these days. This place is just right for a comparison. Hoshino nodded. It was not impossible. He could also hear the conversation just now. By Tai too, how do you want to compare? It can't be a comparison between you and me, that would be pointless. The middle-aged man looked at the terrain of the wasteland. Others might not be clear, but the middle-aged man was very clear. The terrain of this wasteland was used for training in large-scale surface warfare. These newcomers who had just graduated would definitely not need such a training ground. Only high-level lords like them would have tens of thousands of soldiers and summons that could fill up most of the space here. Are you sure you want to bet with me in this place? Are you trying to trick me? For a moment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. No, what I mean is, let's compare the geniuses you brought with the kid I brought. Of course, if you want to join in, you can try it too. When the middle-aged man heard this, he also inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, so that's how it is. Damn, you just like to scare me. Wang Ran, come out, you're just right, with the strength of a low-level 8-star. Go easy on that kid, don't kill him in one shot, his face doesn't matter, but I can't lose face. The young man named Wang Ran also smiled. Their captain had a somewhat peculiar way of speaking. However, at this moment, Bai Su shook his head again. Huh, what's wrong? This kid is too weak on his own, too weak. Let the people you brought come together, and if you want to join in later, you can. Bai Su's words were arrogant, and he even took out 2 chairs directly from the Lord's space. Without saying a word, he sat down. The chair next to him was prepared for the middle-aged man. Hey, Bai Su, this is not. Li Wensheng, I'm not joking with you. If you believe me, let them go together, don't be fooled by this kid's superficial realm. When you fight, stand farther away, don't get too close. Bai Su's expression was extremely serious. As for the middle-aged man, it was naturally Li Wensheng. After hearing this, Li Wensheng, I looked back at those young people behind me again. These young people are all geniuses from other cities' academies. Now, like a passerby, they are treated as trash by others, naturally not showing any good expression on their faces. Bai Su, are you sure? Stop talking nonsense, come sit down, let's talk about the bet. Alright, you guys be careful, don't cause any casualties. After Li Wensheng finished speaking, his figure disappeared, and the next moment he sat directly on the chair next to Bai Su. After Li Wensheng left, those young people slowly walked towards Hoshino. So many of us against just you? Seems like it. It should be a bet between the 2 captains, we can't let you surrender. If you don't want to get hurt, just surrender. Low-level 6 stars, actually your strength is enough to enter, you must have taken a back door. Not really, low-level 5 stars can try to join the division, but for low-level 5 stars, you still need a test to join. Low-level 6 stars can also do it. Hoshino smiled slightly. We haven't even started yet, I'm in a hurry too. I came here to earn some military merits, then exchange for something I want, and then I might leave the division. Who isn't? I came to the division to get more resources. It seems you're not planning to surrender? Let's not waste time with him, let me test his mettle first. Another young man waved his hand and summoned 100 soldiers from his own legion. These soldiers were wearing armor made of unknown materials. Some were holding battle axes, while others were holding giant bows. However, it seemed that there was some wind wrapping around the giant bow. Obviously, it was not an ordinary bow. This is my Holy Horse Legion, their weapons are carefully matched by me, and I used a lot of materials to equip them in all aspects. What about you? Summon your legion. The young man looked proud. Others nodded slightly as they looked at these soldiers. Hoshino glanced over. Well, how should I put it? They were not as good as the dwarven puppets in the previous dwarven Dead City. But then again, those dwarven puppets started at the intermediate level 7 stars. The young man opposite him was only at the level of low level 8 stars. How do they compare? Is that all? What about you guys? What do you mean, is that all? I have 100 people here, all equipped with carefully matched gear. Are you underestimating me? I don't need them, one is enough for me now. The young man frowned. He was also a genius, respected wherever he went. But Hoshino's attitude made him dislike it. The others just stood still. Alright, come out, Black Knight. The Black Knight was in Hoshino's lord's space, looking at the books given to her by the Heavenly King. Suddenly, she heard Hoshino's call. In a hurry, some black lightning flashed. Those books all turned into black powder and disappeared into the air. Black Knight. The Black Knight in human form was stunned. His empty hands even scratched. Outside, Hoshino waited for a few seconds and found that the Black Knight seemed not to hear his call. What's going on? Where are your soldiers? Black Knight? What kind of creature is this, can I ask first? How many soldiers do you have? The young man opposite was a bit impatient. He was taking this battle very seriously now. But in his eyes, Hoshino was careless and casual. This attitude made him feel extremely disrespected. And how could the soldiers in his territory not follow orders? At one point, the young man's gaze towards Hoshino became increasingly indifferent. At the same time, he was filled with great anger. You are really going too far, in Hoshino's lord space. The black warrior was still standing there in a daze. Don't just stand there, the lord is calling you. He won't blame you for doing anything out of line in the territory, just a few books, I can give you more later. Now the most important thing is that there is hostility towards the lord from humans. The projection of Tianwang instantly appeared next to the black warrior. At the same time, she immediately set up a transfer network on Hoshino. If the other party suddenly made a move, at that moment, she would directly summon a temporary robot nearby and then switch the positions of the robot and Hoshino. The black warrior immediately came to his senses. It turned out that someone was causing trouble for Hoshino. And just now, she was still in a daze. In an instant, the anger in her heart reached its peak. What's going on? Hoshino was about to immerse his mind in the Lord's space. Suddenly, he heard the sound of Tianwang's prompt in his ear. Report to the Lord. The black warrior was just engaging in self-strength training and is now fully in a wartime state. Should we jump to the war fortress? No need. Let's forget about the war fortress. The young man's face on the other side was getting worse. Just as he was about to question Hoshino, a huge crack suddenly opened behind Hoshino. Bang! A mechanical arm about 400 meters in size suddenly protruded from it. Seeing this black and red-colored mechanical arm, the young man immediately froze in place. And the personal horses he summoned instinctively took a few steps back. This mechanical arm, hundreds of meters in size, was simply a behemoth to them. What the hell is this? Li Wensheng, who was still chattering in by Su's ear, jumped up in shock when he saw the black warrior's arm. Li Wensheng's eyes widened. With his eyesight, he could clearly see that the owner of this mechanical arm was only at a low-level 6-star. This level of strength, to be honest, was not something he, as a high-level lord, would even consider. But the problem was, he sensed some dangerous aura from this mechanical creation. This aura made his hair stand on end. It seemed that this mechanical entity had entered an angry state. Can machines get angry? Li Wensheng's eyes widened like two copper bells. He immediately looked back at Bai Su. Bai Su was calm and composed at the moment. Calm down, come, sit down and talk. Don't panic, don't be chaotic. As the captain of the empire, how can you be so unstable? Xiao Li, you have to learn from me. Although Bai Su's tone was calm, if you looked at the corners of his mouth, you would find that he was extremely pleased at the moment. The people I brought back, they are definitely different. You brought back so many geniuses, is it useful? Is it useful? Who can defeat Hoshino? Bai Su's smile was unstoppable. Damn, are you trying to deceive me? Come on, where did you get this monster from? Well, that spit directly flew onto Bai Su's face. Bai Su calmly wiped it off. Then let's continue our bet. Since we've already started betting, we should have some stakes. With this situation, what's the point of betting? This kid probably has the strength of a mid-level 5 or 6 star. Wait, did you say this kid killed Zhu Guangfu? Li Wensheng couldn't believe it. He also knew Zhu Guangfu, whose strength was at the high-level 1-star lord. So now the problem is, a high-level 1-star lord was killed by a low-level 6-star lord. This joke can't be taken lightly. The next moment, Li Wensheng quickly glanced over at Hoshino. At this moment, on the other side of the starry sky, the entire figure of the black warrior mech has jumped out of the spatial crack. The mechanical body is thousands of meters tall. Even here, Li Wensheng, who could cover up the scene with his own light, swallowed hard. If it were something brought out by a high-level lord, he would surely be surprised. But the other party was just a low-level lord. That's right, and this kid still has 2 more. One is a support-type cannon, and the other can transform between biological and mechanical forms, with a similar size. That cannon, you might not believe it even if I told you. In the future, you will definitely know. Bai Su's smile on his face was no longer concealed. By the way, let's talk about our bet. Still betting? What are we betting on? I don't bet. I almost got tricked by you. Li Wensheng's face was also excited. In any case, Hoshino was now considered part of their 7th division. No one could have imagined that the Empire's weakest legion, the 7th division, would have such a genius. I want to support this kid. You've seen the situation in the division, we need someone to take charge. When Bai Su said this, Li Wensheng instinctively wanted to retort. But when the words reached his lips, he suddenly understood that Hoshino was not like other people. Hoshino was currently in the period just after graduation, when a lord's strength was just beginning to rise. Usually within 10 years of graduation, during this time, the difficulty of advancing to a lordship was normal and linked to the level of the lordship itself. However, once a lord's territory existed for more than 10 years, starting from the 11th year, if a lord wanted to advance, the self-assessment of the territory's core would not only consider the level of the lord's territory itself but also calculate the military strength within the territory. Moreover, if the lord had already reached the level of a mid-level lord, it would be extremely easy to attract the attention of void beasts. It could be said that, basically, it would inevitably attract void beasts to attack the lord's territory. Are you sure? Even if you support him, he still needs to conquer at least one planet, and that's based on his current status as a low-level lord. If he reaches mid-level lord status, he must have achievements on 3 planets. Without planets, even with our support, it won't be of much use. Li Wensheng frowned. When he saw the Black Warrior mech, he already understood. What 5th Division genius, what mid-level lord with 4 or 5 stars, even with 8 stars, they were all weak. I know this, but you can also try to have a match with this kid. I haven't seen him go all out yet. What are you doing? Bai Su seemed pensive, and suddenly he remembered something. When Hoshino was in Nantian City, he had seen Hoshino's profile, and many people at the time witnessed Hoshino's war fortress in the environment card of the Qingting Academy. It was said that at that time, Hoshino was still a low-level lord. But when that war fortress appeared, in that situation, the teachers and principals of the intermediate lord level at the academy were all helpless. They even directly gave up resistance. However, Bai Su noticed that Li Wensheng was now taking out a palm-sized machine and didn't know what he was up to. Can't you see? Since there's such a monster here, this year's new student competition shouldn't follow the usual rules. But if we want to change the competition, we have to convince others. Have them come here directly, they might not necessarily come with you. Use this machine to record everything. Record everything? Yes, that's right. This is indeed a convincing argument for them. However, how do you want to compare the new recruits this year? This kid doesn't really want to join the division now. He hates being controlled by others. If it weren't for the fact that this kid values friendship, whether I can bring him here or not is another matter. Baishu remembered the twists and turns when he went to find Xingye at the beginning. It was not easy. Even now, he feels that Xingye may not necessarily want to join the division, just coming for that purification card. By the way, he also wants to see the realm after the advanced lord. If these two things are done, Baishu feels that Xingye may not come to the division in the future. After all, with his current strength, where else can't he go? Genius, it's normal to have some personal temperaments. Next, he definitely can't go to the new recruit training camp like everyone else. With his strength, he should go directly to the cosmic battlefield. The cosmic battlefield. Baishu was stunned for a moment, looking at Li Wensheng with a somewhat vacant look. I haven't figured out how to develop this kid yet, and you've already made a decision? Baishu's speechless expression appeared in Li Wensheng's eyes. The recorder was already set up at this moment. Li Wensheng didn't care and sat directly on the chair. Don't look at me like that. Now that this kid has such strength, if he doesn't go to the cosmic battlefield, where else can he go? During the time he goes there, you take care of him, and I'll persuade others. And the area we are responsible for happens to have many pirate groups and pirate space stations. Those pirates can't be killed off, so it's best for him to practice on them. Baishu also nodded slightly. It has to be said that Li Wensheng's arrangement is quite appropriate. Especially someone like Li Wensheng. He also understands that he usually talks nonsense, but he can be relied on in critical moments. Just like now. Well, let's go with that. You go persuade others, and I'll take that kid out to have some fun. Baishu was also somewhat looking forward to it at this moment. I wonder what others will think after seeing Xingye's strength. At this moment, the Black Warrior stood fiercely behind Xingye. She hasn't received Xingye's command yet. As soon as Xingye gives the order, she will immediately enter the Dark Flower state at the fastest speed and then chop these people one by one. Similarly, the dozen or so young people who were just bold in front of Xingye a moment ago were now wide-eyed. Some even rubbed their eyes hard. Looking at each other, it can be basically confirmed that they are not dreaming. The aura emanating from Xingye is also that of a low-level 6-star. It can be said that everything is as Xingye described. A soldier, a low-level 6-star rank. But the huge mechanical construct and a shocking killing intent resonate in their hearts. Can this be called a low-level 6-star? Do they have some misunderstanding about low-level 6 stars? You alone are a bit inadequate. You can call others to join you. I'll see how far your strength has reached. Xingye's tone was casual. He now wants to test the mettle of these people and roughly understand the strength of the low-level lords in the division. Later, he will ask Baishu about the price of the purification card and how to earn military merits, especially at the level of new recruits. At this moment, the Black Warrior also heard Xingye's words. She was delighted. Shall we go together? These ants are just what I need. Swish! Some black and red thunder dragons appeared on her body, roaming freely. Darken! Boom! A large dark cloud appeared in the sky. At one moment, in the sky, amidst the dark clouds, the black thunder dragon and the red thunder dragon continued to roar in the clouds. This hellish scene made several young people instinctively sit down on the ground. Hoshino had no intention of killing them, but the Black Warrior's mood was not good to begin with, and thinking these people were enemies only worsened her disposition. Since they were enemies, she had no mercy in her heart. Her blatant killing intent was revealed without any disguise. They are not enemies, there's no need for this. Come, give it your all. Hoshino's casual demeanor made no one dare to directly summon soldiers from their territory. Even the young man who had just summoned a cavalry legion didn't hesitate and immediately withdrew his troops. No, your strength, I am not your match. I put a lot of effort into these cavalry, I won't let them die in vain. This young man's words immediately caught Hoshino's attention. Indeed, there were few who knew when to advance and retreat and still maintain their composure. I didn't expect you to have such mechanical creations. How could we be opponents? Are you the Mechanical Lord? Mechanical Lord? Have you really established a territory? It is said that in order for the Mechanical Lord to establish a territory, a wide variety of materials are needed, and currently no one can collect them all. By now, everyone's gaze towards Hoshino was no longer the same as before. They were now filled with shock and amazement. Even the young people who were still sitting on the ground stood up at this moment. Upon reflection, they were not enemies. It was just because of the playful rivalry between Li Wenxing and Baishu, and the dissatisfaction between them, that they decided to challenge Hoshino. However, there was no need for any more fighting. The formation of Hoshino's Black Warrior mech alone was enough to deter any further conflict. Surviving amidst the attacks of the Black Warrior mech was already a miracle. These geniuses, even if they had reached the level of intermediate 1-star, were only 2 people. Well, you're quite lucky. I have established a territory, and I happen to have some knowledge of those materials. Upon hearing that they were not enemies of Hoshino, the Black Warrior immediately dispelled her killing intent and removed the darkening. Seeing that the other party didn't want to fight either, Hoshino let the Black Warrior mech return to the Lord's space. Mainly because Hoshino didn't want to waste any time with these people. There was simply no need. You are still the Mechanical Lord. Li Xingwen and Baishu had now come to Hoshino's side. Hoshino nodded slightly. No wonder, in that case, have you thought about the future development of the guild? Baishu and I have discussed it. Hoshino's eyes lit up. Well, do you happen to have a malfunctioning AI environmental card? Hoshino's lips curled slightly. If he had that type of environmental card, he could obtain more mechanical creations from it. Then, he could have the Skynet dismantle them one by one. In this way, the mechs produced later would undoubtedly be even more powerful. As for the advanced 1-star environmental card, Hoshino planned to try it when he broke through to the level of Intermediate Lord, and his current strength was more than enough. As for ascending to the level of Intermediate Lord, for Hoshino, it was actually effortless. It could even be said to be very easy and simple. Just let the Black Warrior mech stand there and fight monsters. This promotion also allowed Jihan to take action, which would enhance him in the future. Out of control AI environment card, I don't have this kind of card, but in the resources exchange of the division, there is something like this waiting for you. After the new recruits competition, at least 10,000 battle merits should be enough to buy an intermediate one. As for how many stars the intermediate one is, I don't know, Li Wensheng said with a smile. The more he looked at Xingye now, the more pleasing he found him. If Xingye is really cultivated, then the various problems in the 7th division now can be said to be self-defeating, and even those problems cannot be considered as problems anymore. Does the division also have such things? Will 10,000 battle merits be enough for me to exchange for a purification card? Xingye also did not forget his main purpose for coming to the division. Yes, just a purification card, but an advanced purification card costs 10,000 battle merits. Hey, I didn't see it either. Could it be that you are a believer? Most people use purification cards for meditation. Basically, these cards are bought by believers. Either that or people who are cursed need a purification card to remove the curse on them. In the Empire's environment, there are very few people who play with curses. It's as rare as cherishing animals. Generally, an intermediate purification card is already enough. This kid is not a believer. he just wants to get a purification card for his grandfather. An intermediate one is enough in reality. But, kid, don't be in a hurry to leave. There are still many good things in the division, and we won't restrict you, as long as you participate in a new recruit competition later on. Baishu now also understands Xingye a bit. He knows that Xingye is more afraid of trouble, so he said all the things that could be said. As for the other things that have not been dealt with, he did not mention them to Xingye. Alright. Xingye nodded slightly. After all, Grandpa Hu Yong'an can hold on for half a year. But even so, Xingye still wants to go back to the Hu family. His 2 wives at home are waiting for him. Life will be much more carefree every day. Why endure hardship? Li Wenqing and Baishu looked at each other. This kid really doesn't want to stay in this division for long. This won't do. They must find a way to keep this kid here. Kid, we'll see each other in a while. I'm looking forward to what kind of shock you will bring to those people during this year's new recruit competition. Ha! For a moment, those geniuses who came with Li Wensheng also felt a jolt in their hearts. Although they didn't know what the new recruit competition was like, it didn't stop them from guessing. For example, it's probably on a few spacious arenas. The opponents probably summon their own legions like them. Then Xingye releases the Black Knight mech. Well, it's not surprising that the other side surrenders in less than a minute. Next, Baishu handled some procedures with Xingye. Perhaps because of Zhu Guanfu before, Xingye could also feel that the way the division looked at him was somewhat disdainful. I don't know about other divisions, but in our division, we generally only value individual battle merits and strength, not relationships. Even if the children of influential people come to the division, we won't favor them. I have given some care to Zhu Guangfu before, and now they probably see you as someone similar to Zhu Guangfu. Xingye shook his head, indicating that he didn't care at all. He is not without strength. If you have strength, you won't care. Anyway, after the new recruit competition is over, he will exchange for a purification card and leave. As for this division, he feels it's better to forget about it. When does the new recruit competition start? The earliest should be a month later. Others will spend a month in the new recruit training camp first, where the strongest new recruit will be determined, and finally the competition will take place. 1 month later? Yes, a month later. This is the process they must go through. You don't need to play with them anymore. I have already applied for the cosmic battlefield for you. It happens to be the area Li Wenqing is in charge of, which is relatively weak. It's good for you to practice your skills there. Baisu said this very casually, as if he had just taken a sip of water. Xingye had not noticed anything wrong in his words. He nodded. Then he immediately reacted. Wait, you mean I have to go to the cosmic battlefield? Yes, that place, where there are often many cosmic pirates lurking around. Killing them is never ending. Usually, we choose to look for them when testing weapons. Baisu blinked. Xingye was a bit confused. What's going on? Why so fast? At this time, shouldn't he be in some kind of training environment card? Like going with elite new recruits from the regiment. And he's going alone. How did he end up going straight to the cosmic battlefield? Fighting pirates. In space, those who can be pirates must have some means. Can he fight them now? How? Is it too fast to go to the cosmic battlefield? I have never been to space. What, are you scared? Baisu's eyes narrowed. Well, in such a long time, he noticed for the first time that Xingye was afraid. This kind of emotion is generally seen in others. But Xingye, honestly, with his talent, if Baisu had the same strength when he was young, he would definitely be an unruly person. But Xingye is not like that at all. He is very measured. I'm not afraid, it's just how am I supposed to fight them? I haven't even approached them, and they're already firing what kind of warship at me? It won't be that bad. First, if you're alone, the target is too small for them, the cannons can't aim properly. Have you ever seen anyone use a cannon to shoot mosquitoes? Among those pirates, some are like us, lords, some cultivate themselves, and some rely on high-tech weapons. But those with high-tech weapons are relatively few. High-tech weapons are extremely expensive, those who have the money won't become pirates. Of course, there are some exceptions. Anyway, don't worry, as long as you get close to them and then hit them to a nearby microplanet. They'll be happy because they want the spoils of war. Baisu said one thing after another. Xingye suddenly understood what was going on. He was also inexplicably excited. He had heard of space, but he had never been there. Of course, you can also directly engage in a Lord's deathmatch with them. The initiator of the deathmatch will bring the opponent into their own territory. If you can't beat them, you'll die. Of course, if you can beat them, they'll die. Baisu said this in a relaxed and casual manner. Well, the way you put it, I really want to go. Oh, almost forgot to tell you, if you can kill those pirates, remember to bring back their heads, you can exchange them for battle merits. Xingye's eyes lit up. He liked being able to grind monsters like this. How much can one pirate be exchanged for? Oh, how much can they be exchanged for? Do you think these are monsters in the environment card? Let me tell you, the price of each pirate varies. The cheapest lackey is probably around 500 battle merits, some with a bit of reputation, around 2 to 3,000. Anyway, you better bring them back if you can kill them. Xingye smirked. Well, it's still random, this feeling is good. First, fight some pirates, then come back to exchange for some advanced environment cards, then upgrade the territory, and finally use materials to make a mech, or strengthen the Black Knight or the Extreme Cold. In case a strange genius emerges during the new recruits competition and defeats him, his 10,000 battle achievements would be in vain. He must work hard and not be arrogant. Alright, when do I leave? You're quite eager, how about one day later? You need to prepare some things like teleportation cards, food cards, energy cards, and a travel spaceship. It's considered fast to prepare all these within half a month, but I'm giving you just one day, tomorrow at the earliest. Baisu said, feeling a bit of a headache as he spoke. But he thought that for the future of the 7th Division, he only needed to do this once now and wouldn't have to do it again. And the 7th Division would continue to benefit from Hoshino. Let me make it clear, although most of the pirates in that area are not very powerful, there are a few you need to watch out for, those who have their own independent space stations. You may not necessarily be able to defeat them. Hoshino nodded to show that he remembered. Soon, night fell. Hoshino himself was in the room assigned to the new recruits. The room was a double room, as all new recruits had. Of course, if you had battle achievements, you could upgrade to a single room, but generally, not many people bothered with that. At this time, it might be a good idea to promote within the territory. Hoshino thought for a moment, and since he had nothing else to do at the moment, he directly promoted the territory to a mid-level 2-star. In the next moment, Hoshino's figure appeared directly in the territory space. And as soon as he appeared, the projection of the heavenly net followed closely, appearing beside him. The territory space had not changed much at the moment. The war fortress was located in the middle of the territory space. There were still dozens of Rift Skyguards nearby. As for the Black Knight, it was still in the distant Black Thunder area, and the Extreme Cold was about the same. In his human form, he lay straight in the snowy area as if he were sleeping, but Hoshino felt that the aura on the Extreme Cold seemed to be stronger than before. Can Extreme Cold become stronger by sleeping every day? Hoshino admired this fact. He needed materials and territory core upgrades to become stronger, but Extreme Cold became stronger just by sleeping every day. It was really a case of one person being better than another. However, if you had to say, Extreme Cold belonged to the mecha category. Extreme Cold is special because she is of the ice attribute. At the time of her creation, she was made using mostly metal materials, which were biological in nature. From a certain perspective, she is half biological and half mechanical. Normal sleep can indeed enhance her strength, but not as quickly. The reason for such rapid improvement is the people she swallowed before, as well as the nutrients that turned into Extreme Cold. As the creator of Extreme Cold, the Heavenly Net understood her attributes and characteristics extremely well. Hoshino nodded in understanding. I see, that's how it is. That's good. Please rest assured, my lord. Whether it's the Black Knight or Extreme Cold, when I created them, I thought that since normal warfare would be the main focus, there would need to be a very high ceiling. So their current strength is actually about half of what it originally was. However, being able to offset this halved power can overcome the limitation of their strength ceiling, which I think is very worthwhile. As for the Rift Skyguards, their role is temporary. Hoshino nodded slightly. He fully supported the Heavenly Net's calculations and ideas. And in return, he only needed to provide materials. I came to the territory this time to continue the promotion, let's upgrade it to a mid-level 2-star. Hoshino felt that relying on the Black Warrior and the Extreme Cold, along with dozens of Rift Sky towns, he was confident that he could advance directly to the level of a high-level 1-star lord. However, after doing so, Hoshino felt that he might be dissected for research. It's better to have fewer materials. As long as there are enough materials, and enough war machines can be manufactured, there is no need to consider these issues. Hoshino understands materials very well. As long as there are materials, there is nothing that the Tianwang network cannot create. If there is, it means that his territory level has already restricted the Tianwang network. Another option is to provide Tianwang with more AI. This way, after devouring, the computing power will be higher. Blueprints are also acceptable. After decomposing a blueprint, the resulting benefits are permanent. Almost all mechas will be upgraded, and the most intuitive improvement is the various turrets on the top of the war fortress. The promotion process is like a fish leaping over the dragon gate for other lords, especially when advancing from intermediate to high level. But for Hoshino, it's completely different. Hoshino found a chair and lay down quietly. The monsters had already arrived, but with the Black Warrior blocking the way, they couldn't get through at all. And a large part of the monsters, which had not yet rushed over, were directly frozen into ice chips by the cold wind stirred up by the extreme cold in a semi-dormant state. Dozens of Rift Sky towns behind had not fired a single shot yet. However, his territory had already been promoted to a low-level 9-star. Hoshino was not worried at all. From 7 stars until now, it has been the Black Warrior fighting all the way. The extreme cold was also playing around. And the Black Warrior hadn't even used its Dark Flower. How should I put it? The monsters projected by the core promotion test of the territory, their strength is a bit weak, not just a bit weak, but very weak. If compared to the legion of troops under the kid he had to fight before, they are not as good as the kid's legion of troops. Until now, after the 9th star, the monsters summoned by the core of the territory are similar to those legion of troops. However, upon closer inspection, there is still a slight difference. These monsters fundamentally rely on quantity rather than quality. Unfortunately, quantity is completely insufficient in the face of the Black Warrior. A single strike of the Black Thunder Energy Sword can annihilate countless monsters. Low level 9 stars. Intermediate 1 star. Intermediate 2 stars. Intermediate 3 stars. My lord has already broken through to intermediate 3 stars, do you want to continue? Hoshino lay on the chair, almost falling asleep. Mainly because those monsters had nothing outstanding about them. At one point, he seemed to hear a loud roar, but that sound seemed to stop abruptly halfway through. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, a void beast should have broken in. However, it was clearly not a match for the Black Warrior. It was cut in half with one sword. The body is still lying on the ground. Already 3 stars? Well, 3 stars are enough. If I continue at this rate and break through to the advanced level, they might dissect me. Hoshino also understood that the limitation of his current strength was not due to the level of his territory, but simply a matter of materials. As long as there are materials, all kinds of machinery can be manufactured in the Tianwang network, and the quality is guaranteed. There will be no major issues. Even the Rift Sky Town, which was casually improved and deduced, is said to be no weaker than the Empire's strongest cannon, the Emperor's Fury. Hoshino was also curious. If Baisu knew that there were not just one Rift Sky Town in his territory but more than a dozen, he wondered what expression Baisu would have. However, Hoshino had already made up his mind that when he went out next time, he would bring this cannon with him. As for the second and third ones, forget it. Although his own strength had improved significantly, he was still unsure of the limits of this world. Hoshino was not clear about that in his mind. Moreover, when Baisu came, he mentioned a certain realm. This so-called realm was the realm after the Advanced Lord. However, Hoshino was not sure what this realm was called. It couldn't possibly be called something like a top lord, right? Forget it, I won't think about it. Let's first earn some military merits, help the old man solve the curse problem, then gather some materials, and finally fly solo. At this moment, Hoshino's mindset was to wait until he resolved the issues on Lord Hu Yong'an's body. He would then live a carefree life with Hu Tianhe and Zhang Yunxiao. How enjoyable. As for any grand pursuits, Hoshino didn't have any in mind. His initial efforts were just to be able to relax better in the future. Stop the promotion? Alright, the promotion has stopped. Black Warrior, you can stop now. The entire promotion process was mainly driven by the Black Warrior. As for Jihan, he had been in a semi-dormant state all along, too lazy to wake up. However, Hoshino also noticed that Jihan's aura seemed to be much stronger than the Black Warrior's. At this moment, the Black Warrior also heard Tianwan's voice. The next moment, he transformed directly into human form. Lord, I have already killed all those monsters. The Black Warrior swiftly arrived in front of Hoshino, kneeling down with one knee almost touching his chest. It had to be said that the Black Warrior was quite impressive. Even more so than Zhang Yunxiao. The two peaks were covered in a light black armor, with a curved back. This appearance could attract a lot of attention. At this moment, Hoshino also noticed that the projection of Tianwang seemed to have become more solid. However, Tianwang's appearance was still somewhat young. After all, it was just a projection. How could he have any thoughts about a projection? Could this situation work? No, it couldn't. The Black Warrior was extremely hopeful at this moment. She hoped that Hoshino would reward her in some way. Even a simple compliment would make her excited. Just like a child, no matter what age, the most joyful thing is always the praise of their parents. Okay, come closer. Hoshino looked at the Black Warrior's body, feeling a sudden flame in his heart. However, they were still in his lord's space at the moment. For a moment, Hoshino completely let go. The Black Warrior raised her head, wearing a light helmet. Some of her hair fell directly to her waist from behind. Hoshino reached out towards the two peaks. Yes, it felt very soft, touching it made him. He couldn't say it. Suddenly, Hoshino realized what he was doing. And it was soft. Hoshino immediately withdrew his hand. He had inappropriate thoughts about his own mechanical creations, especially when his brother seemed to sense something at that moment. This feeling made him take a deep breath. The Black Warrior was extremely excited at this moment. Do you want me to remove my armor? Do you need to access my core? The Black Warrior's inner excitement was overwhelming. Although she didn't know why she was excited, this feeling seemed very good to her. She didn't dislike the feeling she had just experienced at all. In fact, she felt even more delighted inside. This kind of joyful emotion was quite rare for her. No, what I meant to say was, this is my praise for your strength. I am very satisfied. Hoshino felt that the Black Warrior didn't really understand these things anyway. It was fine to just bluff through it. However, he didn't notice. Tianwang on the side, her mouth slowly curved up. Her eyes swept over the Black Warrior's chest a few times. It seemed that she had gained some understanding of human research. Is that so? That's great. I will continue to work hard. For you, I am willing to eliminate everything that stands in your way. I will also become the most powerful blade in your hands. In the eyes of the Black Warrior, absolute strength that could help Hoshino, becoming the sharpest blade in Hoshino's hands. Only then would she be worthy of Hoshino's praise. I will always remember your praise today. The Black Warrior also removed her helmet at this moment. Wow! Seeing the fervent look in the Black Warrior's eyes, Hoshino suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He felt like he was deceiving a child who didn't know anything. It felt too sinful. Then, Hoshino opened the panel about the Black Warrior. Dark Knight Mech, Intermediate 2 stars, Mech Durability, 4700W/4700W, Energy Shield, 32000W/32000W, Special Skills, Darkening, Dark Thunder Conversion, Dark Matter Reflection Cannon, Super Limit Dark Feather Thunder. Basically, all attributes have been strengthened. Needless to say about durability and shields, the most obvious growth on the panel. And the grade has also reached the level of Intermediate 1 star. Intermediate 1 star? Tianwang, shouldn't the Black Warrior be directly promoted to Intermediate 3 stars? I remember that when I broke through to low 6 stars, the Black Warrior also directly broke through to low 6 stars. Hoshino was a bit puzzled, because this was different from before. This is because the Black Warrior's own strength is low 9 stars, but due to the restrictions of the Lord's original territory, it still cannot fully exert its power. As for the current Intermediate 2 stars, that is the result of the Black Warrior's own cultivation breakthrough. If the Lord wants the Black Warrior to become stronger quickly, more dark attribute materials are needed. Or let the Black Warrior absorb more dark attribute energy, or thunder attribute energy, even the rare energy of killing intent. Tianwang knows how the Black Warrior can become stronger better than the Black Warrior herself. After all, she created the Black Warrior. She also understands the Black Warrior's personality. However, she still needs to check the data on the Black Warrior's activity. I see. Hoshino sighed in his heart. It seemed that he was just a laborer after all. He had to provide materials. The whole family relied on his materials. It was a bit better with Jihan. Just swallow something and it's fine. In theory, Jihan devouring living beings or materials will enhance its strength. It's just a matter of more or less. If the Lord gives Jihan some ice attribute materials to devour, Jihan's advancement speed will be faster, and it will also become stronger. Hoshino nodded slightly. Understood. 3 words, need materials. Whether it's creating new mechanical bodies or upgrading existing ones, materials are needed. As long as there are materials, everything is fine. If there are no materials, then it's not possible. Got it. Then, Hoshino also opened Jihan's panel. Jihan Howling Frost, fully dormant state, Intermediate 3 stars, Mech Durability, 3900W/3900W, Energy Shield, 140 kilowatts per 140 kilowatts, Special Skills, Absolute Frost, Heart of Ice, Frozen Conversion, Spacetime Ice Binding, Falling Ice Feathers. The durability and energy shield of this mech already explained everything. By the way, wasn't there a regenerating ice attribute energy core before? Do you remember to feed it to Jihan? Hoshino felt that Jihan at this moment was definitely stronger than the Black Warrior. Mainly, it is when extreme cold devours living creatures. As long as they enter the extreme cold's mouth, they become a digestive material. I already fed her. Hoshino opened his eyes again. This promotion trip took almost no time at all. After checking the current time, Hoshino realized that he had been promoted directly from a low-level 6-star lord to a mid-level 3-star lord. The whole process only took an hour. However, it was already getting late. Hoshino looked outside through the window. Although this world has the technology of artificial suns, there is not always light for 24 hours. The sky was already dark at this moment. It was now nighttime. Hey, aren't they coming back at this time? Hoshino still wanted to see his new dormitory roommate. Creak! The door was suddenly pushed open. A young man with some bruises on his face slowly walked in. After completely entering and closing the door, he looked up and noticed Hoshino. Hey, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The young man seemed a bit hesitant when speaking. It seemed like he lacked confidence. Oh, I'm a bit of an accident. I joined the division for achievements, to exchange some materials and environment cards, and I might leave in the future. How about you? Hoshino didn't directly ask how the bruises on the other person's face came about. It seemed a bit too much to ask before the relationship had become familiar. Me? After graduating from the academy, I didn't want to join any guilds or corporations, nor did I want to become a thug for those families. So I joined the division. How does your captain assess you? Our third captain just looked at my lord level and let me through. Hoshino scratched his head. As for me, I was recruited by the fourth captain alone. He must have assessed me at some point. What are you guys doing today? It's about dividing dormitories and then a low-level 9-star environment card. Those captains want us to hunt some monsters inside, and the skulls can be counted as points. Hearing this, Hoshino understood. Points were probably given to the people in the training camp to assign a ranking. But when the kid talked about these things, his head was completely lowered. Yes, a true graduate from the academy. The student aura on him had not completely faded. I'm Hoshino, what about you? The young man was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that Hoshino was trying to be friends with him. For a moment, he felt a bit hesitant. Lu Wenxing. My family hopes I am very moral and civilized, so they gave me this name. Thinking about what happened today, his eyes became even more evasive. It seemed like he was afraid of being mocked by Hoshino. Well, I also like civilization, but the premise is that the other person is also civil to me. Your name is nice. Speaking of which, my parents also wanted me to study well. Ah, what is studying? Hoshino seemed to see his high school self in this person. He suddenly realized that this was not his past life. Nothing, just hoping I am civilized too. Lu Wenxing smiled a bit innocently after hearing Hoshino's words, but deep down, a weight was lifted off his chest. However, when he heard the name Hoshino, he felt a strange sense of familiarity for a moment, but that feeling quickly passed. Now, he finally had a friend. But when he thought about the soldiers he summoned in his territory, he started to worry again about what they would be like. Hey, it's some goblins. Trash people, summoning trash goblins, this is very normal. The person who summoned the goblin dares to compete with us for monsters? Oh, look, this little goblin seems to be angry. Wenxing, why are you standing there blankly? Don't you want to apply some potion on your face or use a healing card? Hoshino said casually. He didn't ask what achievements Lu Wenxing had made. No, it's fine, I'm used to it. Alright, rest well, I'm going to rest too. See you tomorrow night. Lu Wenxing was puzzled by this statement. Aren't we all in the training camp? How come? This place is indeed the dormitory assigned by the training camp. I will also stay here for a month, but I don't come back often because of some personal tasks. Hoshino casually mentioned. By the way, what kind of troops did you lead, exotic beasts or something else? Hoshino's question left Lu Wenxing dumbfounded. He was at a loss because every time he let people know that he summoned goblins, he would face ridicule. My troops are. Seeing that the other person seemed hesitant, Hoshino didn't push further. Forget it, if you don't want to say, then don't. Rest well, tomorrow you'll probably have to get up early, it can't be like going home. Hoshino changed the subject. Lu Wenxing felt a bit anxious. He felt like he had neglected this friend. Goblins, the troops I can summon are goblins. Goblins? Hoshino was surprised. After being in this world for so long, he finally heard of a familiar and fantastical species. Lu Wenxing instantly regretted it. Goblins? How do you feel about their strength? Are there any powerful mutants, like fire attribute goblins or ice attribute goblins? Suddenly, Hoshino remembered a dungeon he played in DNF. The first dungeon he went to in the other world was the Goblin Kingdom. Especially the dungeon in the Goblin Kingdom, he was very familiar with it. The goblins inside were terrifying. Ha! Lu Wenxing was stunned. It was the first time someone heard that he summoned goblins and didn't mock him, mainly because goblins were weak but highly reproductive. For example, in his territory, there were 100,000 goblins. However, the strength of these goblins ranged from low-level 0 stars to low-level 4 stars. His own rank as a lord was low-level 7 stars. It was quite a coincidence. It was with this rank, combined with the 100,000 goblins in his territory, that he could pass the test. However, these 100,000 goblins were basically like skeleton soldiers. He couldn't summon too many at once as his mental strength couldn't handle it. A few thousand was the maximum limit. But when facing other people's legions, those goblins were like roadside grass. They could be trampled on with 1 foot. However, dealing with monsters in the environmental card was a different story. The monsters in the environmental card didn't regenerate health on their own and couldn't summon more monsters. They had a fixed number, so he could rely on this to hunt monsters. The next day, when Lu Wenqing woke up, he found that Hoshino was no longer in the bed opposite him. He left the dormitory. Lu Wenqing went to the square in the training camp. There was no captain today, only instructors. All stand in line, the environmental card will activate shortly. Before lining up, you can go to the exchange counter on the west side to get some points, as mentioned yesterday. The only thing you can spend in the training camp, of course, there are also some good things in the camp. But you also need to pay attention to your ranking at all times. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. Lu Wenqing turned his head to look around, but did not see Xingye's figure. He also released some of his own perceptions. Isn't this the Goblin King? What? Want to fight me? Sure, no need to be so probing. Isn't there a battle platform over there? We can have a match. A few young people approached Lu Wenqing. As the saying goes, big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. This is the case at this moment. In this division, only strength and military merit are valued. In their training camp, strength is even more important. All kinds of people are here. In addition, there are usually people of captain level. But today, they are all in a meeting in one place and have not come here. I'm just looking for my friend. Lu Wenqing instinctively took a step back. The bruises on his face had not yet faded. Do you have friends? Alright, stop joking with us. You don't have any friends at all. Friends? Who would be friends with you? Exactly, I see you and I want to fight you. Lu Wenqing, right? I've seen your name. Let me tell you, in the division's training camp, especially in the environmental card, it's normal to have casualties. Lu Wenqing's face turned pale. He was so scared that he took several steps back. What do you want to do? We don't want to do anything. Just want to tell you that you have to remember to help me fight some monsters. This way, our points will be higher. Yes, hey, speaking of which, didn't you say you have a friend? It's best to introduce him to us. Well, forget it, let's go find him ourselves. What's his name? Lu Wenqing was originally going to say Xingye's name, but after hearing these words, he didn't want to say a word.